Hi, everybody. I'm Charlie Parker. I'm a very grateful alcoholic. This is this is an amazing crowd. I just want to tell you, just being willing to show up on a Friday night and talk about AA and the steps in the Big Book makes you my heroes. It's really. I hope we have some fun this weekend. I've always said if we're not having fun, we're messing up the deal. But I look around the room. We got a lot of friends in this room. I can't start naming or I'll forget somebody, but there's a lot of people here that are real special to us, but I mean, Dave and Polly and James, and Katie and I were all in, talk about an exotic trip to carry the message. We were in Australia and New Zealand last March. So it's really good to see you guys. That was a very special time, and it was kind of funny because there was a big group of us, and when we first got over there, the sentiment was kind of like, why do we need these Yanks coming over here to tell us about Alcoholics Anonymous? And hopefully there was some impact there. It was one of the most special events I've ever been involved in. It was one of those where the speakers knew it was something special. The people that were attending it knew it was something special, and it wound up being something really special to us. But I just want to say hi to a lot of my friends, and then there's a lot of people that we're just meeting for the first time. So. I said my name is Charlie Parker. My home group is the Primary Purpose Group of Alcoholics Anonymous in Austin. We meet on Tuesday nights at, they just changed the name of the church. I've been saying for years at Faith United Methodist, but now it's called the Austin New Church, but it's at 2701 South Lamar. And if you're ever in Austin on a Tuesday night, come see us. We'd love to try to show you the same kind of hospitality that you're showing us here. And we are a Big Book study. We study the Big Book line by line, week after week, and it's just a lot more fun than it sounds like. There was a time when I might not have been terribly drawn to that meeting, where you're like, so again next week, we're going to. But I mean, we have a group about this size. On Tuesday nights, we have about 225, 250 people every Tuesday night studying the Big Book in Austin. And I like to say that Alcoholics Anonymous is making a big comeback in AA, and because a lot of us have, and we're gonna roll around. There's a lot of ground we're gonna try to cover this weekend. But just out of my own curiosity, how many people in the room have less than a year of sobriety? Oh, wow. Welcome. All right. And I see some people coming in. Raise your hand if there's any empty seats at your table. Keep them up long enough for these ladies to find a seat. Okay. What about 1 year to 5 years? All right. And 5 to 10? Nice. And 10 to 20? Pretty good mix. And then over 20 years? Wow, this is fantastic. I swear, at one point I saw Jim walk in, and then I saw Joe and Tammy walk in, and Dave and Polly and James, and I'm like, this is a lot of pressure, But we should have some fun tonight. My sobriety date is March 22nd of 1985, and I'm truly grateful for that. I'm coming up on a birthday that I very much look forward to because there's a really dark period of every year where Katie has 1 year more than I do, and that comes to an end next March 22nd. So I'll at least for 6 months anyway. So we have essentially the same amount of sobriety, we grew up together in AA. Just to give you a little history, we were best friends. We had the same home group. We were best friends for 20 years. I was at her wedding. We were literally like brother and sister for 20 years, and then her husband passed away, unfortunately, about 15 years ago, and I was in between marriages, and so we became a couple.
Am I on?
No. Oh, what a shame you're not on, honey.
Here. I just wanted to be sure you heard the in between there.
I think I've proven that I'm not afraid to commit. But
I'll try to be quiet.
yeah, and then we've been a couple for 15 years, and we have a lot of fun. She's the best AA I know, and AA is alive and well in our house, and I'm just really, really grateful for it. I don't have to go outside the bedroom to do a 10th step most of the time and get a really good take on it. Sometimes a little more take than I'd like, you know. I was like, could you just be my cheerleader this time, you know? But I want to thank Jerry and Bill, Bill Shea and Jerry, who we just met. We have been putting this on. I think this is the third one. Is that right? Yeah, and then I want to thank Jerry and Jill. And I just want to thank you for taping and for all the work that's gone into putting this thing on. You know, if you've ever been involved in something like this, you know there's just a lot of work that goes into one of these things coming together. And you know, if it's like the people at home, there's a lot of people that didn't do a darn thing that are convinced that it could have been done just a little bit better. You know, and that's the fellowship I crave. You know, that's my people. But I just want to thank them for having us here, and you know, and it's all driven. I've talked to every one of them, and the driving force throughout is trying to invigorate AA and get it stronger in the meetings and in the fellowship, and hopefully after an event like this, you see some ripple effect through the community, and there's some movement and that sort of thing. We're going to try to cover a lot of ground this weekend. Now, before I get much further, I want to say that I don't carry a lot of literature with me, but I have a email sign-up sheet here that if you put your name on this email list some point in the weekend, when we get home, I'll type all those email addresses in, and my daughter's very clever. At the top of this, she put, if we have a hard time reading your writing, you'll have a hard time reading our emails. It takes me forever to get those things typed in, but that's there. We've got some cards with our phone numbers on them and stuff. And then another thing, just before I forget about it, who has a big book from before 1994? Anybody got one with the circle and triangle in it? Does it have, you know, up until about 94, they had the circle and triangle on the title page of the big book, and they took it out over some copyright issues and that sort of thing, and there's plenty to talk about there, but we are putting it back in the big book, one book at a time. So if you come up during the break, I'll put a stamp in your book like that one, and then we do a little, hopefully we'll get around to doing the circle and triangle exercise at some point. There's a lot I want to talk about. I'll warn you in advance. Somebody just gave me the coolest t-shirt. Let me see that t-shirt. I got a little ADD working up here, and somebody just gave me the most beautiful t-shirt. Look what it says. It says, ask me about my ADD or cake. I like cake. What's today? I saw a tree. Hi. Is that good? I mean, so there will be times during the talk where I'll say, you know, we're going to get back to that later. And what that means is that this ain't the appropriate time in the presentation to bring forth that piece of information. But when I tell you we're coming back to it later, we're probably not coming back, you know. So I always get real excited when I actually circle around to one, you know. But there's a lot of ground to cover, and we're going to try to, we got a lot of time tonight. Usually we just do steps 1 and 2 on Friday night, and I'm really impressed at how many people were able to make it over here for a 5:30 start on a Friday night. This is very, very impressive. Now,
so we're going to do 1, 2, and a little bit.
We're going to do 1, 2, and a little 3. We spend a lot of time in 3. One of the things I want to tell you is that I've been sober almost 33 years, and during that time, I've had different levels and different experiences in AA, and hit walls at different times, different levels of surrender. And we're going to talk about a lot. I'm not a guy that has just crushed AA from my very first meeting, and there's been some times that were up and down, and there's been a lot of growth out of that, and I've had different experiences with the steps that we're going to try to talk about. And why did I say that?
I wasn't following you. Sorry.
You ever see those shepherds where they got the dog out in the field, the border collie running around, and then the shepherd just has to do his eyes like that, and that's kind of what we got going on up here.
I fell short.
There's times where I go, why did I say that? But we're going to talk about my biggest spiritual awakening happened at 17 years of sobriety, and hope it turned out that step 1 meant something different than I thought it meant for a long time, and step 3 meant something way different from what I thought it meant. And we're definitely going to talk a lot about what happens in pages 60 to 63. And I mean, my poor sponsees, you must think, oh no, I've got a sponsor that only read 3 pages out of the big book, because we spend a lot of time in 60 to 63, and so when I say we're going to do 1, 2, and part of 3, we're going to spend a lot of time on step 3 and the way that presents itself in the rest of the work. But rolling right into it, anything else?
No.
It's important to say, though, that we're not like experts from GSO that have been sent down to tell you how you're screwing up AA or anything like that. I mean, we're gonna talk about our experience with it, and hopefully, one of the things I think we'll do before we go any further. How many of you are familiar with the set-aside prayer? Look how popular it's getting. It's amazing. I'll give you a little history on the set-aside prayer. My sponsor was a guy named Mark Houston, and his sponsor was Don Pritz. Pritz sponsored a lot of people that I'm real fond of, Joe Hawk and Tom Ewell and Mary Thayer. And I guess insert initials for all those last names I just threw out there. But this set-aside prayer is real handy for somebody that's been around for a while. I use it a lot if you've been around for a while, because I don't know about you guys, but sometimes when I read the book, I'm not looking for new information. I call it a confirmation bias, where I'm not looking for new information as much as I'm looking for confirmation of ways that I'm already right. So and this probably doesn't happen in Jacksonville, but it's terrible in Texas, and so what happens is I wind up reading the book and I'm going, yeah, jaywalker, yeah, and then I'm going, see, now you can't tell me anything about this line. I've already got it highlighted and underlined, and when I do this, and so what happens is I'm nodding at the stuff that I already agree with, and then anything that doesn't fit into my current understanding, I just let it go. And if you ever see powerful stuff in the book, where you go, when did they put that in there, and why have I never seen it? I was riding along with one of my favorite sponsees one day, and he goes, I hear you talking about all the stuff you missed in the book for a long time. And I go, yeah. He goes, it makes me wonder what I'm missing. And I said, oh, yeah. And he goes, I know it can't be anything big. And I was like, really? You know that? Wow, what a comforting awareness that must be. And then something happens where you go, wow, I mean, little things can change it. But this set-aside prayer, I'm giving you some history before we say it, but what happened was Joe had been over, and he was a real spiritual seeker. He'd been over in India with the ashrams and the Dalai Lama and a lot of Eastern influence stuff and a lot of meditation stuff. And he came back and he goes to Don Pritz and he says, Don, would you sponsor me? And Don said, well, look, I'll sponsor you, but we're going to set all that crap aside and we're going to come out of the big book. And from that, Joe crafted the set-aside prayer. He always gave Pritz credit for writing the set-aside prayer, and Don said, I didn't write it. I just told you we're going to set that aside and we're going to focus on the big book. But what it's saying, and I'm just going to say it right quick, God, please help us to set aside everything we think we know about ourselves, the program, the big book, the fellowship, and even you, God. We ask for an open mind so that we could have a new experience. Help us to see the truth. Amen. I like to do that one before I read the book. I like to do that before I listen to a CD. There's a lot of things there. It's amazing how when you do the set-aside prayer and then all of a sudden a word or a phrase will just come off the page where you go, wow, I never saw that before. And so anyway, I'm just so excited to be here, and I'll settle down at some point. But I'm going to go ahead and get going because, I swear, we were at a thing the other day, and they read so much stuff. I'm not going to say where it was, but by the time you get ready to speak, you think they're going to go, now Bob is going to read the Old Testament, and it's like in Hebrew, But so anyway, Katie, you'll just have to hang in there. I want to talk. Okay, so anyway, we're going to get going on step one, and basically what I like to do is talk about like our approach to the steps going through the book. We're not going to study the big book line by line, chapter by chapter, but we're going to talk about what my take is on how I go through the steps out of the book, and what a lot of, and then Katie's take and that sort of thing, and I hope it's helpful. But starting off talking about step one, it's interesting, because I had an experience with step one well into sobriety that was pretty significant. And so sometimes you think, well, I've been around a minute. I'm not drinking anymore or anything. Why do I need to talk about step one? Well, it's two reasons. One is it's incredibly motivating for me, and it's super powerful when you're working with the new guys. If there are any, I'm going to talk about some things that I think are mistakes made in AA, if there are any mistakes being made in AA. But one of the things that I see is I think sometimes we throw the doors wide open and we don't spend any time talking about a guy's drinking and becoming convinced that he's alcoholic or convincing him that he's alcoholic. And it's such a powerful piece of the work. When you think about step one, our whole recovery program is in about this much of the book, and about the first 103 pages, and 44 pages of that and the doctor's opinion are on step one. Because it's so powerful. What made AA a big deal is an understanding of three things. There was three things that came together when AA hit the ground that made our fellowship a big deal, because they've been trying to get drunk sober for a long time, and AA far and away has sobered up more of us than all the other stuff put together. And what made AA a big deal is an understanding of three different things. It was an understanding of the problem, an understanding of the solution to that problem, and then a program of action that would bring about that solution. And it's beautifully laid out in our book. In the doctor's opinion, in the first 44 pages of the book, it talks about the step one. But when it talks about, do I have time to tell it?
Sure.
I got one little joke. We talk about coming out of our own experience, and we're going to talk a lot about our experience this weekend. There's a little joke I like to tell that if we're not already warmed up, it's a joke just to kind of warm you. But we talk a lot about coming out of our own experience, and it always reminds me of this guy that was driving along one day, and he sees he's passing by this farmhouse, and he sees a sign that says "Talking Dog for Sale." And now, I know that some of you have heard this joke before. Some of you have heard me tell this joke before, but it's a good joke, and I like the way I tell it. So, and this guy's driving along one day, and he sees a sign, and it says "Talking Dog for Sale," and he can't stand it. He goes up to the farmhouse, and he goes, "So you got a talking dog?" And the guy says, "Yeah, he's around back." And he goes around back, and this red hound dog is laying there, and he says, "So you can talk?" And the dog says, "Well, I certainly can." He goes, "My gosh, how did that happen?" He goes, "Well, it's quite an interesting story." He said, "When I was young, I started picking up some language skills from the humans around me. And as I got older, I started developing further language skills. I started working with slang and colloquialisms and some of the local expressions." And he said, it's made a fascinating life for me. He said, I had a 19-year career with the Drug Enforcement Administration. And I was able to infiltrate some situations that no human agent would have ever been able to get into. And he said, I've traveled the world. I've stayed in some of the finest hotels. I've eaten the cooking of some of the greatest chefs of the world. He said, but really more interesting than me, he said, some of my pups have developed foreign language skills and have become international diplomats. He said, I have 3 of my pups right now that are in the United Nations as international diplomats. And the guy says, my gosh, it's been fascinating talking to you. And he goes back up front where that farmer's sitting there, and he goes, my God, man, how much do you want for that dog? And the guy goes, I don't know, $40? He's like, why on earth would you sell a fabulous dog like that for $40? The farmer thinks for a minute and goes, none of that crap he told you is true. It's kind of like that around here. it doesn't really matter how good the story is if it's not my experience. A drunk can smell BS from 1,000 yards away, and it talks about that a lot in our book. It talks about identification, and that's what we're going to talk about a lot tonight. But when it talks about for an alcoholic, for a message to have depth and weight, or for a message to interest an alcoholic, it must have depth and weight. And it talks about it on Roman numeral 28 and on number 18, and we're going to get around to talk about that. Sometimes I'll mention page numbers, and I'll try to, but I won't always give you time to turn to them, and it's going to be tough. But we're going to talk a lot about Roman numeral 28. But I'm going to hop around because my job, first of all, my job tonight is to lay out the problem. What is the problem with alcoholism? And so because when we talk about being a recovered alcoholic, the very first problem, all this is right here is the first 164 pages of a large print copy of the AA Big Book. My sponsor is Myers R. now, and he's a bookbinder, and this is one of my most prized possessions. Polly's got a beauty there. But all this is a large print copy of the Big Book, and on the title page is the first promise in the Big Book. It says the story of how many thousands of men and women have recovered from alcoholism. And it's kind of funny. I mean, so already on the title page, the book is saying something different from what I've been hearing in meetings for a long time. And before we go much further, I want to say one thing funny about I don't care whether you say recovered or recovering, but sometimes, it's interesting to ask yourself, where did if I have an opinion on this, where did my opinion come from? And is it consistent with the text of the Big Book? Because one of the things that I think is peculiar about AA is whenever we form a firing squad, we always form a circle, and so we got some of our best members picking each other off over whether it's, recovered or recovering or sponsee or protege or twofold illness, threefold illness, and it's funny. One of the things I love is when I change my mind. I've got a new one I've been working with. It's the sound of an alcoholic changing their mind. The sound of an alcoholic changing their mind is we go, Just like that. I mean, for years, I was a twofold illness guy. I was threefold. I was physical, allergy, mental obsession, spiritual malady, all working in. And I'm talking to my sponsor one day, Myers, and I said, I know you're a twofold guy. And he goes, yeah. And I said, but I'm a threefold guy. The way I look at it, you got the physical allergy, the mental obsession, and the spiritual malady. And he goes, but Charlie, a lot of people suffer from a spiritual malady, but theirs doesn't manifest in an obsession to drink alcohol. And I went, Twofold it is, 20-year belief system reversed, but so anyway, we're going to get talking about this a little bit. But when we talk about having recovered, what are we talking about having recovered from? And in the foreword to the first edition, it says I like to talk about this some because there's a lot of places in the book where it says we, and you know who they're talking about when they say we? It says we. This is in the foreword of Alcoholics Anonymous, are more than 100 men and women who have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. So when they're talking about this we, they're talking from the perspective of our founders that have experienced this recovery process and have recovered from this seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. So there's going to be a lot of times where they say we in the book, and then it says to show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this book. Well, when we talk about, if we're talking about having recovered, what are we talking about having recovered from? And it's this hopeless state of mind and body that they talk in there. And I want to talk about that for a minute, because on page 20 in the book, it says, doubtless you are curious to discover how and why, in the face of expert opinion to the contrary, we have recovered from a hopeless condition of mind and body. The first thing I do when I sit down with a new guy, my job is to give him what I call a fatal dose of alcoholism, or a step one experience. The first thing we're going to do is sit down and I love the way they talk about it in the book, because I have a new thing for Fred in the book. I have just fallen in love with Fred in the last few years. And, and with Fred, he's back in the hospital, and it says they came and they laid out the problem for him. It says on page 42, it talks about they laid out the problem. They cited dozens of cases out of their own experience. Now, why would they do that? Why would they come to this guy in the hospital and tell him dozens of cases of their alcoholism out of their own experience? Well, because he goes on to say that this process snuffed out the last flicker of conviction that he could do the job himself. That's that step one experience we're looking for with this guy. And, because there was a treatment center at home that used to say, well, you work the first step getting here. Anybody heard that one? You work the first step getting here. Or I even heard one where they said you work the first 3 steps getting here. And, that wasn't my experience. And it wasn't Dr. Bob's experience. It wasn't Fred's experience. Because for Dr. Bob, in the foreword of the second edition, it says he had repeatedly tried spiritual means to resolve his alcoholic dilemma, but had failed. He'd been in the Oxford movement for a couple of years at that time. He suspected that a spiritual remedy would solve his problem. And they even had a program of action. Remember when we talked about problem, solution, program of action? Well, he understood, he thought he knew what the solution was. And the Oxford movement had a 6-step little program of action, but he didn't understand what the problem was. The book is full of references where they talk about a guy having 2 out of 3 of those things coming together. But it's when the 3 of them come together, problem, solution, program of action, that something magic happens. And it's because look what happened with Bob. It says when the broker, that's Bill, gave him Dr. Silkworth's description of alcoholism and its hopelessness, the physician began to pursue the spiritual remedy for his malady with a willingness he'd never been able to muster before. He sobered, never to drink again, up to the moment of his death in 1950. This seemed to prove that one alcoholic could affect another alcoholic, as no one else could. What we're speaking to is identification. The 2 main things we have to offer in Alcoholics Anonymous are identification and power. And this identification it talks about it on page 18, and it says, I love drunks. We got to be the only group of people. Listen to what it says. It says, highly competent it's the middle of page 18. Highly competent psychiatrists who have dealt with us have found it sometimes impossible to persuade an alcoholic to discuss his situation without reserve. We got to be the only group of people that will go pay a psychiatrist $225 an hour and lie to him the whole time. I mean, seriously though. I mean, if I go in there and he goes, "Do you drink, Mr. Parker?" I'm not going to go, "Oh yeah, buddy, yeah, I likes me some drinking. I like to get a case of beer and a half gallon of vodka in the morning and just see what the day brings." I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say, well, yeah. I might have a couple of beers if I'm mowing the lawn or something. Like I've mowed the lawn lately, but and then it's just strangely enough, wives, parents, and intimate friends find us even more approachable than do the psychiatrist or the doctor. Here's where it gets interesting. I love, Joe and Charlie used to talk about that squiggly writing in the big book, and it says, but the ex-problem drinker who has found this solution, who's properly armed with the facts about himself, can generally win the entire confidence of another alcoholic in a few hours. Until such an understanding is reached, little or nothing can be accomplished. What did they say? They said until that understanding of one drunk talking to another one is reached, it says little or nothing can be accomplished. It's that important. It's that important that out of all 12-step programs that are out there, we're talking about singleness of purpose now for just a second. Out of all the 12-step programs that are out there, the only difference in any of them is the first half of the first step and the middle part of the 12th step. What I'm powerless over and who I carry the message to, because of this identification chunk that they're talking about here on page 18. It's that important, because otherwise we'd all meet in the same room. But you think about all these different, out of all the 12-step programs there's a bunch of them. There's, Alcoholics Anonymous, Gamblers Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Overeaters Anonymous, Debtors Anonymous. I even heard there's a lip balm addicts Anonymous. And case anybody's ever suffered from that heartbreaking malady. But I swear every time you say that, there's somebody in the audience with their CarMax going, I feel you, man. I know exactly what you're talking about. But out of all those 12-step programs, the only difference in any of them is the first half of the first step and the middle part of the 12-step, what they're powerless over and who they carry the message to. It's that important. So when we talk about singleness of purpose, we're not trying to keep the filthy dope fiend out of our pristine AA meetings. We're desperate to, because hopefully you'll never hear any of my sponsees say in an AA meeting, say I'm an alcoholic and anything else, because it doesn't apply. That identification is what we're speaking to. So in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous, we're identifying as alcoholics. And if I go to a gamblers meeting, we're going to identify as gamblers, because that's what we're talking about. It's like what we're identifying on in that room. So saying that I'm an alcoholic and anything else would be like saying I'm an alcoholic and a contractor, or I'm an alcoholic and a Texan. It doesn't apply to what we're talking about in this room. I hope it makes sense, because it's not that we're trying to keep the dope fiend out of the room. We're desperate that a guy find a fellowship that he identifies in as much as I identify in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous. And one of the things we're really lucky about in Austin is that we have a very broad recovery base. And dope fiends don't have to hide out in AA meetings pretending to be Alcoholics Anonymous, And so there's a lot of fellowships out there that support different people, and it's funny, this identification, it doesn't really make much sense until it's not there. You ever had somebody try to identify and it's just not quite there? I was in treatment around Christmas time, and I'm a big boy, and I was interested in Christmas dinner, and we were just sitting down to eat, and I had this big plate of food. It was turkey and dressing and mashed potatoes and giblet gravy and cranberry, and I'm just sitting down, and these double doors swing open, and in walks 5 do-gooders from one of the local churches, and they have come to sing Christmas carols to us heathen alcoholics. Are you feeling my excitement? And because now I don't get to eat, and I'm sitting there and I'm watching this lady, and she's coming around the room. We're all sitting around the wall, kind of, and she's running, and she says something to this guy, and then she says something to this lady, and then she leans over and says something, and and she's coming in my direction. And when she gets to me, she leans over and she goes, "Are you a patient here?" And I said, "Yes, I am." She said, "I know exactly what you're going through." And I said, "Really?" And she said, "Yes. I was once addicted to caffeine." And I was like, "Oh, ain't that a bitch?" Yeah, wow, yeah. That's tough. Let me ask you, did you ever pawn your mom's sterling silver to get a can of Folgers, and bless her heart, she's trying to identify, but it's just not really there. But when that identification is there, it's powerful enough that if Rick is telling me, I can tell from talking to Rick that he drank like I drank, and if you're telling me that you got over it, once that identification is in place, I might be willing to take actions that I don't even believe in yet, just because you're saying this is what I did. That's how important that identification is. So I wanted to spend a minute talking about that. But if Silkworth's definition was so helpful to Bob, let's talk about what Silkworth said. Because on page 30, it says something really interesting. Middle of the page, it says, there they are again. We learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. The delusion that we are like other people, or fixing to be, has to be smashed. It says, or presently maybe, but do they say fixing over here? Oh, okay. All right, good. I've said it in Canada before, and they're like, "What?" You're like, "No, it means preparing to." It doesn't mean repairing something. It's preparing. But it says So if I'm going to fully concede to my innermost self, there's a lot going on. I love to break this book down, because all that stuff you can read it really fast and I miss it. So if I'm going to fully concede to my innermost self that I'm alcoholic, I best know what it means to be an alcoholic. Right? So, because if I just come in, because when I first came in, they said, "Well, are you an alcoholic?" And I'm like, "Well, sure, yeah. I mean, I must be. And I don't, I've had a lot of trouble behind drinking. I don't know anybody that drinks more than I do. I've met some since then. There's some impressive stories in Alcoholics Anonymous. I mean, that's what I love about this fellowship. I love when you see a guy up at the podium and goes, yeah, and then I wrecked my car and I got a DWI with a 4.1 blood alcohol level. And out in the audience, we're going, 4.1, that's pretty good right there. I mean, what is it now? It's like a 0.8, I think. So, I used to wake up with a 0.8, but I'm getting off track again. So here we go. What does it mean to be an alcoholic? Is it getting DWIs? Is it going to jail and that sort of thing? No, that's just stuff that happens to people that drink a lot. What the book talks about is that I have two problems with alcohol. One happens to me when I drink it, and the other one happens to me when I don't drink it. Other than that, I don't struggle with alcohol. I always get real happy when y'all laugh about that one, because sometimes at the treatment center, they just look at me and go, when do we smoke? And I love my boys at the treatment center. I go out there every Wednesday. I just love it. But so when we talk about, we're going to break it down into two things. The first happens to me when I drink it, and that's the physical aspect of alcoholism. And it describes it in the doctor's opinion in the first 23 pages of the book. And it says basically that, and if we go back to, it talks about this physical allergy. It says on Roman numeral 28, and this is a really heavy page. You know what? It's funny. I just learned this the other day. Does anybody have one of just the first 164 pages of the large print that comes from GSO? Rena, what page is this on in that book? It is different, because I told some guys to turn to Roman numeral 28, and I think in that one where it's just, is it Roman numeral 26 or? But wherever the page is that has "We Believe" and "So Suggested" a few years ago. So it's Roman numeral XXIV in that new 164, but in the fourth edition, it's Roman numeral 28. So wherever it is, find it and mark it up, because we're going to spend a lot of time working in this page, and if you're sponsoring a lot of guys, it's going to wind up looking like that by the time you get done with it. There's a lot of really good information on this page, and it says, we believe, and so suggested a few years ago, that the action of alcohol on these chronic alcoholics. So I love to break this down, because who are we talking about? We're talking about chronic alcoholics here. We're not talking about little disco drunks or, 2 beers and oh dear, or, I burnt the toast and thought I better go to AA or something. And we're talking about chronic alcoholism. And it says that the action of alcohol in these guys is the manifestation of an allergy. Well, and it says that the phenomenon of craving is limited to this class and never occurs in the average temperate drinker. When I say I like to break this down, it's because this is strange language, right? This is not, anything I tell you about this is stuff I've learned since I got sober in Alcoholics Anonymous. This is not the way I talked when I was on my way to Alcoholics Anonymous. I mean, did anybody ever use manifestation in a sentence? I used to drink at a place called the Spillway Pub in East Dallas. I come from Dallas. I've been in Austin for 40 years, but I don't ever remember going in a Spillway Pub and, leaning up against the bar and going, oh, Bobby. Spiritual malady is on me today. And I had a beer on the way over here, and it has triggered a phenomenon of craving, that's just kicking my young butt. It's like, it didn't work like that, But what are we talking about? Here's some definitions. A manifestation is an exhibition, display, or the way something presents itself. It's just a manifestation of allergy is how it shows up. Allergy, for our purposes, we're just going to say is an abnormal physical reaction. There's something happens to me when I drink 4 ounces of vodka that is abnormal. It doesn't happen to my sister. It doesn't happen to 90% of the population. Only about 10% of the population even has the potential to become alcoholic because of this physical reaction. And what is that physical reaction? It's called the phenomenon of craving. Now, phenomenon just means it's something we don't really understand why it happens, but we know it happens. It's beyond ordinary conception, and so it says never occurs in the average temperate drinker. there's early on it says, in this statement, the doctor confirms what we who have suffered alcoholic torture must believe, that the body of the alcoholic is quite as abnormal as his mind. Because I don't know about you guys, but when I got here, I thought more than anything, there was something wrong with me. There's something in my mind or my morals or something, but I'm like, disease my butt. There is something wrong with me. And we're going to talk about that. I mean, it says it did not satisfy us to be told we couldn't control our drinking just because we were maladjusted to life, that we were in full flight from reality, or we were outright mental defectives. Does that make you feel right at home? And but it says this allergy interests us. It explains many things, because when you think about it, if you're like me, by the time I get to treatment or an Alcoholics Anonymous, it's not the first time the topic of how loaded Charlie gets has been brought up, right? People have wanted to bring up, but it was never anybody that I identified with. Or my sainted mother, who just turned 95 years old, was a school teacher for 42 years, and she had a way of talking where she would just move this one finger, and she would say, "You are such an idiot. You drink every day." And I remember thinking, Mom, everybody I know drinks every day. And what I didn't know to tell her was that if drinking did for you what it does for me, you'd be stupid not to drink every day. Why would you take a day off from that? And so it says, but we act like everybody on their way to Alcoholics Anonymous knows this stuff, but when you think about this, remember when you would swear to your people that I'm never going to drink again? And I mean it, by God, this time I mean it with and then you think about when they'd see you with a drink in your hand, or they could tell you've been drinking, or you've been telling, and they'd always ask you that question. They'd say, "Man, why did you drink again?" And we give them the only answer we got, which is what? I swear to God, I have said that in rooms as big as 6,500 people, and it's like a chorus in Alcoholics Anonymous. We go, I don't know, God Almighty, I don't know. It's just what I do. I hurt people. I lie to people. And by the time I get here, that's what I'm telling you. I think there's something wrong with me. And so it says when it describes this allergy, well, think about this allergy to alcohol. It calls it a phenomenon of craving. And if I have an allergy to strawberries, let's say, or let's say this whole table right here, we get a big old bushel basket of strawberries, and we start eating them together, and we're just sitting around talking, and all of a sudden I start going, and my throat starts swelling shut, and my eyes are puffing up, and I fall over, and I'm turning blue, and you have to call an ambulance in there, and they give me an EpiPen, and I go into anaphylactic shock, and you'd say this guy's got an abnormal physical reaction to strawberries, and the way it manifests is in this throat swelling shut and all that allergic reaction to it. Okay, so we're going to talk. How does my allergy to alcohol manifest? And it calls it this phenomenon of craving. This craving that takes place when I take a drink. They can't really explain it, but we've seen it enough to But see, when I take a drink, no matter what my plans were going in, I'm all about drinking now, and I can't control how much I'm going to drink. But see, the thing was, I never thought I'd triggered a phenomenon of craving. I thought I just changed my mind, right? You ever think I'm just going to go in and have a couple of drinks after work with the guys, and then they have a couple, and you're going, I changed my mind. 7 is a good number. I fell in love with a guy at a sober house out in Las Vegas one time. Katie and I were out there carrying a message into this sober house one time, and there was a guy there, and he wasn't trying to be funny or anything, but he's talking, and he goes, "Man, sucks that I'm alcoholic. I wish I wasn't alcoholic so I could drink all the time." Do you love that? I was just like, I feel you, buddy. He goes, "I wish I could just have like 7 drinks, And I thought, yeah, not 2, not 3, 7 seems like a reasonable number, No, but it goes on. So anyway, this craving, it says it triggers a craving bigger than I am, and I can't control it on my own power. There's a thing in here where Silkworth says men and women drink essentially because they like the effect produced by alcohol. Any argument on that one? I think it's a little understated. I mean, I like banana pudding, but I loved the effect produced by alcohol. I mean, the first time I ever got loaded, I remember thinking, oh, we're going to do this a lot. And from that moment, drinking moved to the center of my life, and whatever else went with it. But it says, the sensation is so elusive that while I admit it's hurting me, that it's injurious, after a while I can't differentiate the true from the false. One of the ways I can't tell the truth from the false is I'm sitting in my 7th treatment center thinking, I ain't like these lames in here. If I ever get, when I get out of here, I'm going to manage this deal a little better. I'm not going to use with those guys anymore. I'm not going to go out to the lake anymore. I'm probably going to study the Bible or something. I don't know, but I don't have to. If I ever get as lame as these guys in here, I might do your little 12-step thing, but right now, I ain't got it like that. I mean, I don't know anybody that's ever walked into their first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous and looked up at the steps on the wall and gone, that ought to do it. Anybody? So it says, and then it says, after a while, so I can't tell the truth from, and then I love this one. It says, to me, my alcoholic life seems the only normal one. Sometimes I like to come up with examples of how my alcoholic life seems the only normal one. You want to hear a funny statistic I came across a couple of years ago? This is going to blow your mind. Did you know that most people live their entire lives without ever being arrested? I know, it's crazy. If I was to call my mother and say, Mom, I can't come over, I got to go see my PO and give a UA because I got a DUI, she'd have no idea what I'm talking about, but in here we're like, oh, who's your PO? I can, how much time you got? I can tell you how to beat a UA, and stuff like that. But I mean, so when my mom says you drink all the time, because by the time I get it, we don't go from the way drinking was when I was 16 or 17 to the way it was when I rolled into AA. It happens in little ticks over a period of time, tick, 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 over. And over a period of time, I start doing things I didn't think I would do before. I start compromising my values. I start doing things, and and by the time I get here, today looks a lot like yesterday, and yesterday looks a lot like last week. And it feels like I'm just doing what I got to do to get by. But it says, so my alcoholic life seems like the only normal. Well, here's where it gets tricky. That's a big problem. This physical reaction to alcohol, it's a huge problem. That every time I drink, it gets away from me and I can't predict what's going to happen. But it's not my biggest problem. If my biggest problem was what happens to me when I drink 4 ounces of vodka, what would my solution be? Don't drink vodka. Nancy Reagan's little Just Say No program, for some of you girls, that was a president's wife back a long time ago, and she had a thing about just say no to drugs, and it didn't work worth a flip. But the problem I never thought about with this alcoholism and this physical reaction to alcohol is that every time I ever took that first drink, the drink that triggers this next run, every time I ever took that first drink, I was stone cold sober. I can't blame the first drink on being loaded. I make that decision. If we all wrote down the 5 most insane things we've ever done on a piece, well, first of all, it'd be a really interesting meeting. But most of us wouldn't put down the most insane thing I've ever done is trying to take another run at drinking and getting loaded and thinking that it's going to go well. The most insane thing I could do would be to try to take another run at this thing. Based on my evidence, based on my experience in the past, the most important thing you can do with any of the stuff we're talking about is lay it up against your experience and see if it's a fit. See if this is what happens when I drink. And now we're going to talk about what happens when I don't drink. But because it says on page 23, and you don't have to turn there, I'm going to read it to you. It says, these observations, what observations? All these observations we've been making up to now about what happens when I drink, it says it wouldn't mean squat. Well, it says it would be academic and pointless, but it says it wouldn't mean squat what happens to me when I drink if I never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. Therefore, the main problem of the alcoholic centers in his mind rather than in his body. Why? How? How does it center in my mind? Because, well, this physical out. So when we move on, it starts talking about what happened. We're going back to that Roman numeral 28 or 24 or whatever it is. And down at the bottom of the page, it talks about what happens when I don't drink. And the thing my mother never understood is that it seems like if he'd stop drinking, he's a good boy, But what she didn't understand is what happens when I don't drink. When I stop drinking, my problems don't go away. In fact, it feels like somebody turns the heat up on it a little bit. And after all, it says I get restless, right? I get restless. I don't like the way my clothes are touching me. And if I'm inside sitting down, it feels like I ought to be outside walking around. And if I'm outside walking around, it feels like I ought to be inside laying down. But wherever I'm at, that ain't it. And I just get a little restless. And then it says I get irritable. Now, irritable is kind of uncool. I don't want to be irritable, but it's not my fault if I become keenly aware of how stupid everybody else is, right? You ever go a little while and all of a sudden everybody is a Nimrod. You ever notice in traffic that everybody going slower than me is a moron, and everybody going faster than me is a maniac, so just keep your eyes on me because I'm always going the proper speed. And irritable, it's funny, I talked to this guy today. I haven't talked to him in a year. But one time he called me and he was on his way home from work and he goes, yeah, I got irritated at work today. And he's from Alabama, so I'll do my best shot at an Alabama accent. And he goes, I was irritated with my boss at work today. And he says, I found myself being a little irritated in traffic on the way home. And then he says, and then my wife kind of irritated me when I got home. And I said, I hear you talking a lot about being irritated. And he goes, yeah. And I said, you probably wouldn't like being described as irritable. He goes, no, I wouldn't. And I realized that because when I'm irritated, it's y'all's fault. But when I'm irritable, it sounds like there's something wrong with me. And that's a conversation I don't want to have, So I spend all my time focusing on how irritated I am and how irritating everybody else is. And it says, I get irritable. I mean, I always say that, that I get the guy in the grocery store that's got 14 items on the 10-item lane. And the reason I know it it's because God knows I got to be the policeman of the universe. I'm watching everything, and so I got to say, and I'm the guy that's going to go like, okay, buddy, which 4 of those items you want to put back, And if he comes back with the wrong answer, it's a bad day at the grocery store. And next thing you know, I'm having to explain to my family how I got arrested buying milk, But by God, there's chaos in society, and somebody's got to do something about it. Now, I'm also a hypocrite, and I'm big on double standards, so don't step to me if I got 14 items on the 10-item lane, because it's different. I got a story to go with it, and then, like 6 of them are green beans, so really that's 1 item, or something, something like that. But that'll come more in the 3rd step. But it says I get irritable, and then it says I get discontented. I just don't like the deal I'm getting after a while. I mean, you can give one of us a $200,000 a year job, and in 6 months, I'll tell you how I'm getting screwed around. I'm like going, I'm sure from where you're sitting, it looks like I'm making a lot of money, but you ought to see how much money they're making off of me. And this Nimrod in the next cubicle is making $20,000 a year more than I do, and I'm doing all of my job and half of his, and before you know it, I got to quit, because I can't stand it, and it all builds up until I need relief, and it says, when it says thereby, it says, setting the terrible cycle in motion. That was on page 23, where it says, if our friend never took the first drink, thereby setting the terrible cycle in motion. And it talks about this sense of ease and comfort which comes at once by taking a few drinks. Drinks I see other people taking with impunity. You know what impunity means? It means they don't get punished for it. It means that this guy at work, he gets to go have a couple of drinks after work, and it doesn't cost him his job and his checkbook and his wife and his kids and all the values that he grew up with. He just gets to go have a couple of drinks. And when I get uncomfortable enough, I start wanting to know where's mine. And when I need relief, it's on me. And you can't tell a guy like that, think the drink all the way through, because I'm not capable of it. And so what happens is my main problem wasn't that I couldn't stop drinking. Hell, I stopped drinking twice during one Dallas Cowboys football game. My problem was I couldn't stop starting. Every time I stopped drinking, I always start drinking again. And, we're talking about that second part of alcoholism, because like the difference between my allergy to poison ivy and my allergy to alcohol is I've never one time in my 61 years on this planet been walking out in the woods and looked over and gone, ho, 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 I think that's poison ivy. And off comes my shirt and just roll in it because I don't have this physical obsession with poison ivy, But this spiritual malady that we were talking about earlier drives me to the. It says the fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost. This is on page 24. Have lost the power of choice in drink. Our so-called willpower becomes practically non-existent. I am unable at certain times to bring into consciousness with my sufficient force the memory of the suffering and humiliation of even a week or a month ago. I want the people in sober living to hear this part. I'm without defense against the first drink. We're talking about there's a thing on page 24 right before that where it says, we pass into a state where the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of no avail. Most of us know the only requirement for membership in Alcoholics Anonymous is what? A desire to stop drinking will get you a front row seat in any AA meeting in the world, but it says right there on page 24, it won't do a darn thing to keep me sober. It says we pass into a state where the most powerful desire to stop drinking is of absolutely no avail. I cross this invisible line where I've lost the power of choice and control. I don't know when it happened. I think that's why we call it an invisible line. But somewhere along the line, I lost the power of choice and control, and I got to where I couldn't. And I'm a big fan of pawn shops. Any other pawn shoppers here tonight? Joe, my man. I loved everything about pawn shops. I loved the purity of the equation. I loved the fact that I don't ever remember walking in a pawn shop and having the guy go, "Good God, man, weren't you just here this morning?" Or what do you intend to do with this money? It's not like that. You just go in there with the shotgun and they give you the money, and then you go back with the deer rifle and they give you the money, and then you go back with the sterling silver and they give you the money. And I had a plan. We drunks make some good plans. I mean, we make plans you could take over to the university and they'd look it over and go, that's a pretty solid plan, and our plans work right up till they quit working, and my plan was that I had 90 days to get everything out of the pawn shop. I had a 90-day cycle of this thing, and I could usually pull some kind of a scam or do some kind of a deal during that 90 days that would get everything out, and we keep all this going, well, except for I'm a blackout drinker and my life is unmanageable, and so one time I pulled this insurance scam, and I had enough money to go get everything out of the pawn shops and pay off all. And I'm going to stop by the Spillway Pub because it was the only place that would let me run a tab. So it's very important to settle the tab at the Spillway Pub. But we're not going to go crazy or anything. We're just going to go in and pay off our tab, and then we got a lot of ground to cover. And I came out of a blackout. I had a lot of blackouts where I don't remember the drive home or big parts of the evening before, but I came out of a blackout 5 days later, and I'll never forget it, I was sitting on the edge of the bed at my mother's house. I should tell you before we go any further, I was so poorly treated as a child that I ran away from home for good at the age of 28. I'm serious, never went back. And that drives Katie crazy because she started working at 15. But I had some apartments and stuff. But like any good gangster, I always wind up back at Mom's house. But I wake up, I'm sitting on the edge of the bed at my mother's house, and I can still tell you the color of the carpet, the piece of furniture that was in front of me, the clock that was on that, the wallpaper, the temperature of the room, because I remember coming out of that blackout, and in this pocket I had $8, and in this pocket I still had all those pawn tickets. And I hadn't gotten a darn thing out of the pawn shop. And we've all had those mornings where I was just going, oh, no. Oh, no. Because I'd shot my wad on that first scam, and now I got nothing, man. And I was a jerk. I was an alcoholic, but I was not a sociopath, and I wasn't going to sell my dad's shotgun for $40. And my dad was a good man. My dad was working for all of his stuff. Nobody was giving him his stuff. And I would have to go to my father, who's a good man, and say, Dad, listen, if we act now, I can get you a pretty good deal on all your stuff, but if we wait till tomorrow, it's strictly retail, And are there any Al-Anons in the room tonight by show of hands? 1, 2, 3. Well, for the Al-Anons in the room, we know that ain't funny, but I have to tell that like it's a joke, because if I tap back into the desperation of that morning, I'll warn you in advance, it's going to happen anyway. I'm a big guy, I shoot shotguns competitively, I ride Harleys, all that stuff. I'm liable to cry like a little girl in a pink dress up here at any minute, but if I tap into that desperation of that morning, I won't finish for a minute, because I would have to go to my dad, and the thing was, we would have to get in his truck and go get everything. And Dallas is a big, spread out city. I hear Jacksonville is too. That Jill said it takes 30 minutes to go anywhere, but it wasn't like we're just going to get in the car and go to the pawn shop. We got to go up on Buckner Boulevard and get your shotgun and your deer rifles up on East Grand, and we got to go out on Garland Road and get the metal detectors, and your sterling silver is over in Oak Cliff, so it was all day in the truck with me and my dad and all that shame. And when we'd be driving around, I'd be going, Dad, I swear to God, I will never do this again. I swear to God, I'll never do this again. I don't want to feel like this. I don't want you to feel like this. I swear to God, I'll never do this again. What I didn't know riding in the car with him that day was that I didn't have the power to make good on that promise. When I was promising him that I would never do this again, I might as well promise you people that I could flap my arms up here and fly around this room and come back and land up here, because I did not have the power to make good on that promise. Within 2 or 3 days of making that promise, I'd hit the back door of my dad's house like a cat burglar, and it was just like that, and off we'd go to the pawn shop. And before I got sober, my father and I had made the rounds of the pawn shops 3 times. That's how cool I was. That's how slick I was. That's the guy I brought to the program of Alcoholics Anonymous. I was a burden to anyone that was unfortunate enough to love me or care about me. And so anything, when we talk about a hopeless state of mind and body, it says, after they have succumbed to the desire again, and so many do, and the phenomenon of craving develops. So I drink and the phenomenon of craving. I pass through the well-known stage of a spree. How do we come out of a run like that? It says, emerging remorseful with a firm resolution to never drink again. And it says this is repeated over and over. And unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there's very little hope of his recovery. This terrible cycle that the book talks about, we get trapped in this deal. Now you understand when we're laying this out for the new guy. There's something that happens when I drink in this cycle. I drink and I drink and I drink, and it starts getting really bad after a while, and things start getting away from me until I have to stop or I get stopped. And now I've stopped, and things are getting a little better. Maybe I'm making too big of a deal out of this thing. I've stopped for a while, but now I start getting restless. I start getting irritable, and then eventually I have to drink. So what happens is I drink until I have to stop, and I stop until I have to drink. And then I drink until I have to stop, and I stop until I have to drink. And if you're caught in that terrible cycle, believe me, there's a bottom below the bottom you know. I always tell the guys I work with, don't ever say it can't get any worse. That just shows a lack of imagination. Because you may look up in a few years and go, my God, I wish I'd quit back in 2018 when things were still going pretty good. But, good, thanks, Sam. So that's this hopeless, and it says, now it's going to shift gears here, because it says, unless a psychic change can take place, there's very little hope of my recovery. the thing we're talking about, the reason we spend so much time taking step one is because I'm trying to transmit a step one experience to this guy. There is no good news at the end of step one. This would be a really awful program if all we had was step one. You know, imagine if we get Eric in here and we go, okay, so Eric, here's the deal. You got a body that ain't regular. Whenever you drink, it's always going to get away from you. It's going to trigger this craving for more booze. It's a huge problem. It's not your biggest problem, though. You got a mind that's going to get so uncomfortable that you're going to drink again every time, every time, every time. Really sorry. Try to have a nice day. You know, but that's all we had if we just have step one. But what we do in step one is there is something that happens where I've gone out to treatments. I love going to treatment centers and talking about this stuff because I can't tell you how many times guys have come up to me and gone, man, I have been in and out of the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous for 18 years, and I have never heard the stuff you're talking about. That doesn't mean nobody was talking about it. But he never heard it. But there is something that happens when a guy has a step one experience where this I'm an alcoholic moves from in between my ears down into the middle of my chest. And you see them lean forward and they go, hold on just a minute. I've never heard the stuff you're talking about before, and it's explaining a lot of stuff I've never been able to explain. It explains why when I start drinking, it always gets away from me. And it also explains why when I really want to stop, I can't pull it off. And if I've got it the way you describe it, I got no shot. I got absolutely no shot. Now is when we can get moving, because there is something that happens in that crushing moment of awareness. There is an awareness, and then there's a willingness. There's a surrender that takes place in that moment, and strapped to that surrender is a willingness to go through the rest of the work. That's what happened with Dr. Bob. It says when the broker explained to him what Silkworth had told him, he went after it with muster he'd never had before, and he sobered never to drink again for the rest of his life. 15 years. He worked with 5,000 drunks after that. That was the power of Dr. Bob understanding what the problem was. So this thing, now we're going to roll into this thing where after we've had this step one experience, on page 28, it says, and I'm almost done here, it says, we in our turn sought the same escape with the desperation of a drowning man. You know what's awesome about working with drowning men? They don't ask a lot of questions, you know? I mean, you know, when I'm in an unsurrendered state, I'm going to have a lot of questions. I need to know what we're going to do. I need to know what it's going to go like. What's the end result going to be? What's it going to feel like while we're doing it? And it seems like it's really important for me to approve of the whole process. But when you say, when I'm crushed by that step one experience, all you're going to hear out of me is, what do you want me to do? And the next thing you're going to hear out of me is, okay, I did that. Now what do you want me to do? Man, it's such a powerful thing, because all of a sudden this thing takes on a whole new energy. And when we start talking, now is when we start talking about a power greater than ourselves. And Katie's going to talk about it. But I don't know why I would give a flip about a power greater than myself if I still think my power is going to get the job done. But at the moment that I've had this step one experience, all of a sudden I'm like, what do you got for me? You know, and I don't have a whole lot of questions. I mean, you don't have the drowning man go, pardon me, before we proceed, how much experience do you have with drowning men? Is this your only boat? I'm not fond of blue, and that sort of thing. It's just like, help me. And it says, right after that, it says, what seemed at first to be a flimsy reed. You think about if you're drowning, all you got to hold on to is a little cattail. It says it turned out to be the loving and powerful hand of God. But I ain't going to reach for it until I think that I'm powerless. So there's a thing that talks about it. The book describes it about 5 different ways. It calls it a psychic change. It calls it a spiritual experience. It calls it a change of heart. It calls it a spiritual awakening. There's a place where it calls it a personality change sufficient to overcome alcoholism. But it's not going to be interesting to me if I still think my power will get it done. When they snuffed out that last flicker of hope for Fred is when he got serious, and so we're going to talk a lot more about all this stuff, but studying all this stuff won't do the job. We're going to get a lot of awareness this weekend, and we're going to get right up next to the solution. But this is a program of action. What we're hoping is that you'll go home and take some of this with you. But to finish off step one, I want to read something that says on page 43. See if you think this is important. Once more, they're trying to drive it home now. Once more, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink, except in a few rare cases. Neither he nor any other human being can provide such a defense. His defense must come from a higher power. We know that people have problems with God. Half of our fellowship has problems with the idea of a power greater than ourselves. It also means half of us didn't. But of the half that did, I love the plaque where it says in one part of We Agnostic, it's like going, you got a big problem with God? It's not going to be a big problem. Don't even, to the guy sitting there. But okay, what happens though is every step calls for the next step, and step one drives me into the rest of this work. So as we're going through the rest of the work, I've got this step one experience to tap into, because Mark used to tie everything back to my step one experience. So when you get up here and he goes, "Hey, Charlie, you want to write inventory?" And you're like, "No, not particularly, no." And he goes, "Well, let me ask you this: would you rather write inventory or drink vodka?" And you're like, dang. Compared to what happens to me when I drink vodka, writing inventory is a walk in the park. Do you want to make these amends? No, not particularly. Would you rather, what if my two choices are live life, die an alcoholic death, or live life on a spiritual basis? That's that turning point that we're going to talk about, is go on to the bitter end, accept spiritual help. So we're going to take a short break. A 15-minute break, and then I'm going to hand it over to Katie. Thanks, everybody.
Well done. You went an hour and 10.
Perfect.
On. Hi, y'all. Katie Parker, alcoholic. Yippee! We are so excited, so glad to be here. I got to tell you, Charlie and I love doing these big book weekends, and besides the people that we get to help. This is always a two-way street. You help us as much as we help you, and it's never that we come in, like Charlie was saying, and we're not coming in saying we're doing it right or anything like that, but we both have a tremendous amount of experience of having been in what we call... Okay, let's not be sure we don't miss that moment. Yeah, I know it is Dave Pistol. I get it. Is that we both sat in untreated alcoholism for many, many years in AA, and Mark used to say, how do you know what you don't know? We didn't know we did, and it's not even important. I don't know if a course of events that happened in my life would have woken me up. I was actually quite satisfied until I was awakened. And that's where it's troublesome. On page 14, it says, for if an alcoholic fails to enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he cannot handle certain trials and low spots ahead. You see, I didn't realize that I was doing the AA meetings. I was doing a lot of service, but I was not continuing to work the disciplines of 10 and 11. And so what ended up happening to me is the certain trials and low spots, my husband got sick. And when he got sick and I got scared enough, I'll do just whatever it takes to get the job done. We're going to make sure he's okay. We're going to do this and this and this. And I absolutely lost my mind in it. And in the process of losing my mind, unfortunately, my husband had 23 years sober. He did have a brain tumor that was benign, but we couldn't handle the pressure that we'd put ourselves under behind all of this, the financial situation. He went back out and relapsed and then died of a heroin overdose. It was tragic. It was terribly tragic. And here's what's really sad. He had the health issues. He had all this. I didn't realize I'd hitched my wagon to this. So you almost lost me in the process. And that's what we don't see coming. See, now, I don't know if your trials and low spots are as losing a job or, heck, having a flat tire for some of us. You know what I mean? That can be just what sends us right over the edge. And what I didn't realize, and I wish I could have told you that I snapped right out of it and I I came right around and went, wow, I'm not working an AA program. It didn't work like that. It was a slow, painful experience. It took me about 18 months to come out the other side of it. And one of the things that I can tell you is in those 18 months, I did some serious damage. I had already done a tremendous amount of damage when Joe was sick. And what I was hearing, and Charlie and I don't blame anybody for what we did. We did it as willing participants. There is no one in Alcoholics Anonymous to blame. There's no one in our families to blame. We took this on. We alcoholics are a tornado roaring through the lives of others without a drink in my hand. And so what ended up happening is even before Joe died, oh my gosh, the craziness, the self-will run riot that I went through. And I had a tremendous amount of friends of mine supporting me because my husband was sick. You know, we support people when they've lost someone, and I'm all fine with that the sorrow and the pain is definitely there, but we alcoholics don't get to stay in that very long. We really don't. We go from sorrow and the grief to self-pity, and we'll dig a hole and we'll live there. And it's a very difficult place. I never tell an alcoholic, we're not talking about you don't get to have your feelings. Oh my gosh, of course you get to have your feelings for about an hour. And then we're moving on, you know? That's about all you get. Because we will build a monument to these feelings. And then you'll get the world to support you. And then, boy, you are down a mudslide. So my job is to talk about the second step. And I got to tell you, I had some health issues in November, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, and please don't come up and talk to me about it. I'm so sick of talking about it. But I had November 6th, I had what's called transient global amnesia. I know, it's a big word, isn't it? Scared the crap out of Charlie. It scared the crap out of my son. I personally just came right out of it going, hey. Yeah. And, but it has had some lingering effects, and they were trying to tell me they found a little bleeding in my brain, and they said that your brain has been erased, and that's new information. And one of my strongest suits is I don't forget anything. Charlie can tell you that. I forget nothing. I mean, this is a data bank right here, and so I, unfortunately, am a little, every once in a while, a word is gone, and I love it. People always say, oh, that happens to me, too. It's like, no, it's different than that. It's not just your normal brain fog. This is definitely challenging. So if I get a little challenge, just hang in there with me. I'll pick right back up where I left off. We're going to talk about We Agnostics, page 44. And I'm going to tell you something. One of the most beautiful things about our literature, and my sobriety date's October 28th of 84. I am 33 years sober. Charlie is not. Okay? Just saying. And one of the things about that is it's so funny because we used to say he had a year less than me, and then he came at me one day and he goes, I have 5.5 months less than you. And I thought, yeah, it's not a full year. And but I always tell him, honey, when he's struggling at the house, I always tell him in about 5.5 months it'll make more sense. Just hang in there, So. I swear, we have so much brother-sister energy. It makes some people crazy. We love it. But when Charlie and I were best friends, we had there was just no sexual energy because I don't play that way. I was married to Joe. We were going to grow old together. You're my best friend. You're a boy. We're not going to talk dirty. We're not going to do that flirtatious stuff. I still don't play that way, period. And that was the coolest thing. And Charlie said he'd never had a girlfriend like that. Well, we became like brother and sister. And that is a little bit of a tough transition to turn into a marriage. Once you make out with your best friend, you're in big trouble. Don't think you can, rewrite that script after that happens. You got trouble. And when Charlie and I made a move on Charlie, he likes for me to say that to everybody. Because he was, yeah. So he was, we girls know we're running the show, okay? Hey.
She caught me at a weak moment.
Oh, sure. So, hey.
She caught me at a weak moment.
Oh, sure. So what ended up happening is when I made this move on him, I was absolutely in untreated alcoholism. He was in untreated alcoholism, and he holds his hands up and he goes, hey, Katie, I'm not going to ruin a best 20-year friendship over a roll in the hay. Thank you, ladies. I was quite insulted. And so I thought, oh, this is the player of AA. I thought, fine. And I just turned around to walk away. And I mean, that window was shutting. And I get right to the door and he goes, hey. Wait. Whoa. Yeah, you bet. Thank you. So he goes, wait, Katie, so we come back to talk, and the next thing you know, I'm talking the moment that we think we can pull back from gets very heated, and I mean, he comes in way too hot, and we bang teeth like 4 times, and it's that moment where this is so wrong, we're in our 40s, this is so wrong, and then he goes to lay me down, and I've been a fitness professional all my life, so I'm pretty solid, and he drops me about that far, and knocks the wind out of me, and I know he's moving past it very quickly, but ladies, we're in our head. This is wrong. What am I doing? And, well, needless to say, we got past that. Okay? So, yeah, just saying. And so, moving on. So now, one of the things, though, that cracks me up, we were laying in bed a couple of nights ago, and I don't know, I was reading my book, and he was looking at the TV or his phone or something, and all of a sudden I said, hey, do you have my extra pillow? And his head was on it. And he has got a very large head, okay? And he just goes like this. And I mean, he put so much pressure on that pillow, just like your brother would. I mean, I said, hey, are you laying on do you have my pillow? And he just pressed his head down into the bed like,
hard.
And I swear we laughed till we wet our pants, and I thought, that's that brother-sister stuff. I could stab him with a fork and draw blood and enjoy it. I really could. Only like, how your brother could upset you and you could just scratch him till he bled? You just, yeah, come on, nod your head. You boys are like, oh, she's scaring me. Come on, think of your sister. Or you guys that were all raised by boys. Oh, my God, you just killed each other. 4 boys in the family, and you shooting BB guns at each other, But that's what we got here. And as the weekend goes on, you're going to see it, okay? So don't panic. It is just what it is, okay? We got a lot of energy coming at you. Dr. Silkworth wrote, I love this. The subject presented in this book seems to be of paramount importance to those afflicted with an alcohol addiction. Isn't that awesome? I mean, the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, as Charlie and I said, we've been all the way around the barn. I've been on every side of AA you can be on. I've done many things wrong. People are saying you can't do anything wrong. Yes, you can. I don't wish to shut the door on the past, but I can tell you I've done plenty of stuff wrong. And the truth of the matter is this big book still stays virtually untouched. I hope it stays that way. It is an absolute amazing piece of spiritual literature. It always gets me, kind of ruffles my feathers when people say, well, we only know a little. And they just want to pull one line out of the book just to diminish the entire book. And I'm like, you know what? Rest on that. You rest on that. I, on the other hand, am going to go deeper and deeper and deeper into this piece of spiritual literature. Because what it's done for me today, I can't even begin to tell you. The relationship I have with my Creator is like nothing I have ever had before. I've never felt so loved. I've never had such an intimate, personal relationship with any human being, not even my children, for what I have with God today. And for that, I am so, so grateful. And I continue to work very hard at the disciplines to have this. So you don't get to have it, guys, just because you showed up here today. There is so much work you have to do in order to get this intimate, personal relationship. So we're going to start breaking down We Agnostics, and it starts on page 44. One of the things that I like to tell people is sometimes, like Charlie said, we go through the first step and we get you hopeless. The book says, move them through the work quickly, period. It says it everywhere. Action, action, more action, more action. It doesn't say sit and chill. And unfortunately, we have a tendency to do that in oral AA today. I'm not saying it's good, bad, right, wrong. I'm just saying it's the observations, right? And oral AA is really lovely, but I don't think they ever expected that you could go to 600 meetings a week. In some towns, there's tons of meetings, and that we could actually stay sober on the fellowship. And that's what I did for a long, long time. I was one of the very fortunate ones that was able to do that. Not everybody is. I've seen people not be able to stay sober 48 hours on the fellowship. They don't even like us. You know what I mean? They're ready to go right away. And so one of the things that this is talking about is urgency. So once you do that first step experience, it takes about an hour to explain that hopeless state of mind and body, the allergy, the mental obsession. Then you ask them about their feeling, how do you feel about the God deal? Just straight up. See, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This is all experiential. See, I'm going to say, okay, is it possible that, so you got a problem with the God thing. Is it possible on your own power you cannot stay sober? Yes, good. That's all I need then. I don't need much. I don't care we throw the gates so wide open. This God of your understanding is so broad. You can do whatever you want, just so long as it's not you. Now let's move on to the third step. You with me on that? And the reason we do this is because that second step is experiential. Now you don't want to skip we agnostics the longer you're sober. It's one of the most profound pieces of literature you'll ever read. And I think it's designed to be studied, and deeply studied. And it says... we're talking about, now before I get into the whole telling you the pages, it's about bridging the gap, right? And understanding. I've had people come up at these workshops and I didn't know it either. Where is the first step in the big book? It's easier to read the 12 and 12 because the steps are numbered, right? And I discourage that. I don't say read the 12 and 12 if you want to, but that's not the book that is going to be taking us through the work. These are the clear-cut directions. This is the 12 and 12 is a good piece of literature. Very good. But don't let it stand in the way of the great. So you just need to know where the first step is. It's the doctor's opinion to page 24, right? Is the allergy. And then from 24 to 44 is the mental obsession. And then Bill's story is the progression of alcoholism in the mix of all of that. So just so you know that the first step is the doctor's opinion to page 44. And it's so interesting the way the book flows, right? It talks more about alcoholism. There is a solution. When they get into it, there is a solution. They start talking more about a spiritual aspect, right? And then they go, hey, we're coming too heavy on this. Let's go into more about alcoholism and get into those mental blank spots and all of this. I think it's really important for us to understand that when the new guy comes into a meeting, we got to be very careful not to just share our drinking experience with him, because if we're not careful, he's going to look for the differences. Well, I didn't go to jail. Yeah, well, I didn't lose my family. See, we need to be talking about the hope, the allergy, the mental obsession, and the hope. The way the allergy showed up for me was. The way the mental obsession showed up for me was. It's not about scaring the new guy, right? And I think that that's really, really an important aspect to understand what that first step is about. I personally, when there's a new guy in the meeting, I personally would rather take him outside and do a first step outside than bring him back into the meeting and introduce him to the fellowship. Just my opinion. And I love on page 58, and this is something it's in How It Works, bottom of the page 58. It's How It Works, we like to say, is the most read, least listened to piece of literature in Alcoholics Anonymous. And it is. Anytime you redundantly read anything in AA, be very careful, because you just zone out. But at the very bottom of the page, a couple of lines up, it says, some of us had tried to hold on to these old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. What are we talking about when we're talking about old ideas, right? Today's day and age, the terminology is belief system. I still like referring everything back to the 1935 terminology, old ideas, right? And one of the things is that what is an old idea? It's a prejudice. It's a prejudice against anything. Oh, my God. I'm not going to get off into this, but this year's political race destroyed us in AA. We stepped against the tradition completely. Put it on Facebook and everything. You broke a tradition. Serious, people. You don't get to do that. We don't get to do that. We don't get to talk about the women's movement. We don't get to talk about this stuff. This is what will separate us faster than anything in AA. We don't get to do. We got old ideas just out the wazoo going on in this world. Politically correct, you name it, we got it. And we don't get to have that amongst our fellow AAs. I don't even care if you're like-minded. We don't get to have it. If you and I think the same way, we don't get to sit here and talk about it. It must stay out of this process. She's getting heavy, isn't she? I'm telling you guys, don't underestimate it. It will destroy us faster than anything. So page 44 to 57. The word agnostic means one who neither affirms or denies the existence of a personal deity. That's interesting, isn't it? And one of the things I can tell you is a lot of us will say, on page 44, it begins starting to say the difference between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. This is where we're getting into this God of my understanding, right? We're getting into starting to open up that door, the higher power, whatever you want to call it. But it's telling us right at this point, we hope we have explained to you up from doctor's opinion forward to page 44, the difference between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. Sometimes you'll hear us say things like, oh my gosh, I watched somebody leave a half a glass of wine. I don't understand how. We hope we've explained the difference between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. Now, I know we say that tongue in cheek, but it says in the preceding chapters, you've learned something of alcoholism. We hope we've made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. You need to know why they leave that there. They're probably a moderate drinker. They will never have what we have. And then you have to know the difference of the hard drinker, right? The hard drinker looks just like one of us sitting at the bar stool. But given sufficient reason, they can stop or moderate. See, it's that allergy that changes the dynamic of me. Just because somebody even got 3 DUIs does not make them alcoholic. It means they got really bad luck. I can tell you that. They need to be driving Uber, right? But that still doesn't make them alcoholic. Now, it does raise a question there, and I'm going to be asking them. But the truth of the matter is, if they can't, and it also talks about in the first step is that it's important that I know if you're alcoholic. We take lines out of the book, and it says that we're never allowed to tell anybody they're alcoholic. Oh, no. Read what that's saying. When you're sure the guy is alcoholic. See, there's a reason Bill and Bob wanted to be sure who they were working with. They needed to know, because without that identification will not be there. And then it says, now listen to how they sum up doctor's opinion to page 44. If when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, you're probably alcoholic. If that be the case, you may be suffering from an illness which only a spiritual experience will conquer. I mean, does that not make your butt pucker? I mean, think about that. When you're really in trouble, and then they do that, you go, oh, there it is. There it is. I knew it. I already saw the steps on the wall. I knew it. They're going to bring that God thing in here. Knew it. There, here comes all my old ideas, all my prejudice. Typically comes from about an 8-year-old kid, especially any of us born in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, right? We were all going to church because we had to. Now parents aren't, some are doing it, some aren't, whatever. But it's very non-existent a lot. I know we're somewhat. Is Florida considered the South? Okay, Texas is not, so I get a little confused. I'm sorry. So, in the South, it's a little bit different. You can a little bit more freely speak of God. But in other parts of the country, there's just not a whole lot of anything going on. And so I think that's very interesting. Remember, in step 1, we're not trying to convince the guy he has a problem. We're trying to convince him he has no solution. He already knows he's in trouble. Didn't all of us knew we were in trouble long before we just didn't know why. Same reason with Dr. Bob. He did not get it. So we've got to break that allergy and mental obsession down. Why would I be interested in the power if I thought that on my own power I could do it? It's time after time after time. I cannot do it. I set myself back up. Over on page 45, first paragraph. It says, lack of power, that was our dilemma. Now, a dilemma means both sides of it suck. You do realize that, right? So that's why it's a dilemma. Because, it's like, I can't imagine life with alcohol. I can't imagine life without alcohol. They both suck when I'm in them. And that's kind of one of the big problems. We'll get more into this in the third step. But fear is not the root of my problems. I think that's real important to understand what fear is. Fear is the driving force. It's the old idea that drives me to do the crazy thing. Self-centered fear is what my problem is, right? I'm afraid I'm not going to get what I think I need, or when I get it, I'm going to lose it. I'm not going to get the job. Oh, my God, I got the job. Now I'm going to lose it. I'm not going to get the boy. Oh, my God, I got the boy. Now I'm going to lose it. I'm not going to get the house. Oh, my God, I'm going to get the house. How am I going to pay for it? You see, it's this game of Pong and I don't even know I'm playing it. And that's why it says we're driven by 100 forms of fear. It could have said 1,000 forms of fear because they're ever changing. Depends on my viewpoint. Right? I'm scared. I'm not going to get it. Not going to get it. Not going to. Oh my God! I got it. I'm going to lose 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 it. Lose it. And see, it's just a bong, good bong, good bong, good bong. And if we're not careful in life, we will try to manage our fear. And that's not what this is about. This is about complete defeat. Getting so connected to this relationship with this creator that if I lose the job, sure, is it going to scare me? You bet. We're not trying to say we're going to be never have feelings, but we're going to get to that place that we go, you know what? God's going to take care of me. I'm going to go take care of God's kids today. The only thing that works when I get that scared, break up or lose your job or money or your kids are making you crazy, go help a drunk. Go help a drunk. Only thing that ever works. It says, obviously, but where and how are we to find this power? I mean, we come, this last part of our lineage with Mark and the walk with Mark Houston. How many of you guys ever got an opportunity to meet Mark Houston? Oh, look at that. That just, I'm telling you, get a hold of some Mark CDs. He was amazing. He was an amazing teacher. He would make me want to be better. I like that. I hope I'm a teacher that makes you want to be better, but that's what Mark gave me. And I emulate what Mark gave me because I know I got enough of that in me, right, to help you. I still will always respect you, but I will also tell you the truth. And that's something that I think is really, really important. I'll do it as lovingly as I can, unless you're too hard-headed, and then I'll just hit you between the eyes. You know what I mean? I mean, that you invited that. Let's not forget. Because that's what I always love. Some people go, "Gah!" I'm like, "Oh my God, you were not getting it at all." And, after a while, you guys got to do kind of the Three Stooges, and then they go, "Okay, I got it. I got it now. I got it." But it says. So Mark used to turn statements into questions, right? Ask yourself these questions. Because you see, I don't know where you are in your AA program. And we love to be the man on page 73. We are the actor that has a certain reputation we know we don't deserve. You know what I mean? If you could have seen the way I treated my children this morning or the person behind the counter at the 7-Eleven. You know what? I'm not that spiritual giant I proved to be. I'd rather you come tell me that. It makes me love you more when you tell me. I don't necessarily think you need to raise your hand in an open discussion meeting and share it, but because you know what, we're gonna judge the crap out of you, because that's just what we do. So you got to realize where and when that is to tell that stuff, but it needs to be told to somebody. I'm not doing very well, and so it says, well, that's exactly what this book is about. Now, I love the terminology they use. Its main object is bye, honey. Its main object. Oh, yeah. And he's gone. Okay. Wait, in a little while, he'll sit over there and eat an apple. Its main object is to enable you to find a power greater than yourself which can solve your problem. Now, remember, your problem when you first come in is alcohol. It's a big problem. But we begin to understand quickly that alcohol is but a symptom. Setting aside the drink problem, I don't know where I missed that. I thought once the obsession to drink was lifted, I got it from here. I mean, when they're talking about selfishness and self-centeredness as the root of our trouble, I was voted most likable 4 years in a row in high school. That was not me, okay? Charlie, obviously, but not me. You know what I mean? And once I saw the level of self-centeredness in Charlie, I realized it wasn't me. I mean, I know I'm not alone in this, guys. If I can find one other person in AA that's more self-centered than they clearly are the extreme example, the one in the corner here. They clearly are the extreme example than I am, right? And I begin to think that I don't have it, but they clearly do. Hey, I'm telling you, your ego's trying to kill you on all levels. And so it says, and I love this, so then our problem becomes living, right? And if we're not careful, between 18 months and 3 years is when I think you're in the most danger. So you guys listen closely if you're between 18 months and 3 years. What happens is you've been working a program based on the abstinence of alcohol. And all of a sudden, you don't understand that your problems are this level of self-centeredness that are creeping up. And when you come into AA, you're taught integrity and dignity and respect. We teach you that. Everybody came back in the room. Everybody sits down. You try not to get up if you don't have to. You try not to start talking to people. You learn that you're not supposed to do these things. We teach people this, which is crucial. However, what ends up happening is you come in, you're the only one setting up the chairs for the meeting. Nobody else is. Right? You're the only one making the coffee because nobody else is. You're the guy who's helping everybody, and you look over and Bill's hitting on the new chick. I get it. And before you know it, man, you got to go. You got to go. You hate your home group. You grow to hate your home group. I think everybody in this room has gotten to that spot in AA, right? You may not want to admit it. You don't have to. I'm just saying that that's what it is. And so one of the things about that is between 18 months and 3 years, if you're not taking somebody to understand that this level of self-centeredness is going to kill you, you're going to leave AA. And if you do make it past the 3 years, because you're going to hit a wall at 3 years and 7 years, at 12 years, you don't get to miss these. Pain is the touchstone of spiritual growth, period. We should embrace it. Page 133, the deliberate manufacture of misery. God didn't do it, but when trouble comes, cheerfully capitalize on it so he can show his omnipotence. So the next time you're running late to work and you go out to your car and it doesn't start, be happy. It ain't going to happen. See, it's going to take a minute for us to get to that spot where we take that deep breath and go, wow, God, this really sucks. Whew, okay. Pull it back. See, that only comes by the disciplines. I may be able to pull it off 2 or 3 times, but by time number 4, I'm gonna do it however I want to do it because of self-will. I'm doing it all based on self-will. And so these spots are your spiritual weight. If we believe pain is the touchstone of growth, why do we resist it when it comes? We should embrace it. Right in the 4th step, it says to get rid of this promptly and without regret. It's trying to tell us to not go to self-pity. And then it says in the 5th step, we will be delighted. We will know our Creator better. You see, it's a process of subtraction, guys, and we fight it like crazy. We want to coast all the time. And that's what we did in our drinking, right? I mean, we overshot the mark every time. It's almost like you'd look back at the mark going, whoa. There we go. I want to stay right here. No. Whoa. You know, that 1 foot on the floor, the room is spinning. Bad problem. Especially if you're a woman. Bad problem. It's like you guys just go, she's spinning. Look at her. Go. Move in. Move. You know, and I always like to drink and be very much in control. You know what I mean? I know who's all around me. So then it says, about half our fellowship had a problem with God. Of course they did. And if you come to me and I'm sponsoring you and you got a problem with God, I'm going to give you about 10 minutes and then we're moving on. I'm not going to sit there in the whole, you've already built a monument to the God issue. Okay, well, then if you got a problem with God, let's go to higher power. I don't care. I don't care if it's the sky, the universe, the trees, Mother Nature, anything as long as it's not you. That's all I'm interested in. So then it says, and here, this is the question we like to ask. So when you guys came into AA, how many of you guys, by a show of hands, had a problem with God? Half our fellowship. Still the same. It's unbelievable. Page 44. How many didn't? And then there's half that didn't play the game. So there you go. I don't know where you stood, but I'm not interested. Okay, page it takes up too much time, and I'm moving on. Page 44, second paragraph. Now here comes the real dilemma, right? Now listen to this dilemma. To be doomed to an alcoholic death or live on spiritual basis are not always easy alternatives to face. Okay, page 44, second paragraph, turn it quickly. It says, to be doomed to an alcoholic death or to live on a spiritual basis are not always easy alternatives to face. Now, I got to tell you, a dear friend of mine's daughter was in her 30s, and she'd, she needed to get sober. She's drinking a couple of fifths of vodka a day, had 2 boys in school, and then the mother-in-law and the husband they all sat down, because I'm a firm believer in the book where it says help the families, right? You got to help the families get to Al-Anon. I'm telling you guys, don't just tell them to go to Al-Anon. You have to tell them that they're trying to come, stop a freight train with a butterfly net. They're not going to stop alcoholism. They got no idea, and we're going to chew them up and spit them out. And it is my responsibility to help them get to the fellowship that they need so badly. So I'm reading this line. And I said, to be doomed to an alcoholic death or live on a spiritual basis are not always easy alternatives to face. And my buddy looks at me and goes, whoa, wait a minute. He goes, that's hard for y'all to see? I was like, yeah, I want to know a little bit more of the definition of doomed. I mean, is doom still going to have some fun in it? And, because, they both suck. Right? Or we got the idea. And then it says, do I believe this? Are these my two choices? And remember, all we have to offer is identification and power. That's why one drunk can help when no one else can. One drunk talking to another. It doesn't matter if you drank at home, if you drank in the bars, if you had 5 DWIs. It doesn't matter if you were raped. That's the problem. We want to get people thinking they got to identify with the circumstance. That's not true, guys. We've just got to identify with the hopelessness. Wherever it took you down the road, it took you down the road. And I can help you in a lot of areas. But I think we kind of get off into lawyers need to work with lawyers and doctors with doctors. And, now I am a fan of women with women and men with men, and I'm leaving it at that. But I'll move on. Staying sober is and I don't think that's black and white, don't get me wrong, but I think majority should be cautious of that. Staying sober is the bare minimum, right? We got to have you sober. But that is the bare minimum. It's not the finish line. Now, we're going to go, the book talks about in We Agnostics prejudice 6 times. What is prejudice? Yes, it's prejudgment, but it's the old ideas that are judging me. See, I don't even know I have old ideas. I have old ideas on women are, men are, children should. The millennials are. I'll write another piece of inventory on them. I'm telling you, wow. And because if I get a sponsee that's living on the government dime, I have been working since I was 13. He said 15, 13. I've been working since I was 13. I left home at 15, 28, just saying, a little bit of problem in our marriage. And so I got these old ideas, right? I got a lot of old ideas, with the children. Shoo them out of the nest. I'm not the mother that's going to miss the empty nest. I can't wait for it. I'll push you out at 17 if I can. You know what I mean? It's like flap your wings on the way down, but that's the kind I am, I was a working mom. I believe in spanking children. Oh my God, I could just go down the road. And so the world and its people really dominate me based on these old ideas. And so it's important that I know my old ideas. Now, I don't want to get married to my old ideas, but I do need to know them because they're going to come up in my inventory over and over and over. And if I believe lack of power is my dilemma, the only way I can get through these old ideas is with the power. And I got to know that even though I remember doing some inventory work with Lorenz, and oh my gosh, I just love Lorenz. Marty Ruby's my sponsor, but Mike Lorenz does some amazing 10 steps with me. And I know Mike Elf, okay, whatever. Because this is being taped, it should stay right here. Are you with me on that? But one of the things that I love is that when I was talking to him one time, I'm the sheriff of the world. I really am. I mean, I know you think you are, but when you're in my presence, you're merely a deputy, and I'm running the show. And I'll put you in office at some point, but I'm still doing the deal. And one of the things that I told Lorenz, I said, Mike, but if I don't stop this, look what'll happen. And he goes, oh, Katie, he goes, that's the problem. See, you believe, if not you, who? And what'll happen is you got plenty of people behind you that are willing to take your position. Just doesn't have to be you today. See, I didn't know that. I didn't think there's anybody behind me. I thought it was just me. And then when he told me, he says, he goes, first of all, I'll never forget when he asked me, he goes, what would happen if you took the high road? I remember thinking, well, I never have. I have zero experience in taking the high road. I don't even know how to get there. Okay. So I don't know what that means. And I found that a lot of you don't. Okay. There was only a smattering of chuckles, but I think more of you don't know. And And so one of the things is that I said, so what is taking the high road? And he goes, just, matter of fact, tell the person, hey, you know what? That's fine. Go ahead and do that. And just step back. Or say, look, I'm really sorry. I had no business saying anything. And step back. Oh. And so, I started trying it. And then, of course, that stuff runs downhill. My sponsees then had to get it too. And they didn't dig it much either. But what we realized is the view on the high road was beautiful. And not only that, then about 3 years later, he said, Katie, on this one, you're going to have to take the high road. Oh, okay. Now you're really bringing too much to me. I said, so you're telling me there's a road higher than the high road? And he said, yes. He goes, you have deep spiritual pockets. Take the high road on this one. It's even prettier up there. I had no idea. Now, that doesn't mean I just get it out of my mind and I'm feeling less or anything. That means I'm taking this in my evening review and my morning meditation. I'm looking at those corrective measures. Because that's what I must do, guys. I'm a tough little broad, okay? And you scare me bad enough, I take a step forward. And that is not always good. I can go to FU instantly. Yeah, and this is Charlie has witnessed it more times than not. Now, in our relationship, I don't because he doesn't play that way. And that took a while. But I can tell you I can, and it's the worst way to start a conversation. Just terrible. It doesn't go well at all. And you think you've set the ground rules. And what you've done is you've embarrassed yourself and you've put the other person so deeply on the defense and you can't work your way back out of it. And I love it. But sponsors go, well, that's what I've always said. Oh, well, I know that. That's what we're working with right now. Yeah. How's it working for you? So it says here, when we're talking prejudice without examination, right? We have to write inventory. And Charlie and I'm a huge fan of writing a ton of inventory. Some people disagree with that, and I say, well, have you done it? Because if you haven't done it, I don't want to hear an opinion on experience you hadn't had. Take the next month and write the crap out of inventory. Be sure somebody hears it. Don't just write it and not have anybody hear it. But write the crap out of inventory. Tell me what your experience was. If you didn't like it, fine. Then we have something to talk about. But I'm a huge fan of writing inventory. I bet Marty and I do a 4-column resentment inventory at least once a month, if not twice a month. Then in my evening review, I write inventory pretty quickly. It takes me 6 to 8 minutes to write a piece of inventory. So I'm just saying, have an open mind. If you absolutely shut your mind to this, observe that. Okay? And just keep an open mind to what we're saying. Give it a whirl. Hey, man, if it doesn't work for you, fine. Then you got an experience. Now you can start talking about it. Page 49, second paragraph. Says, we beg you to lay aside prejudice. Beg you. Isn't that interesting, the terminology they use? They're really begging us to please look at this. How do you know what your prejudices are if you're not writing inventory? I mean, that's where it shows up, even against organized religion. So it's just, organized religion, we got problems there, but this is even against organized religion. And I'll tell you, my mom died when I was 8. It was so sad. She had a kidney disease, but back then it was in the 60s. It was 67. And, there weren't grief groups. Your kids couldn't even go to the hospital. And so when they took us in the hospital, you could sense something was really wrong. And she died basically the next, that night. And the next morning, my dad comes in, tells us all your moms, died last night. And I'm 8, my sister's 9, my brother's 12. And my dad's a traveling salesman. He was an NFL football player, but he's a traveling salesman for Union Carbide. He's an electrical engineer, some type of engineer. In that terrible, at 60 years old, I still don't know what engineer he was. But, and so when we had the funeral, we had people telling us, God needed your mother. Now, don't get me wrong. They meant well. I mean, this is 1967. What are you going to say to a grieving kid? The only thing to say is, I'm so sorry. And I'm here if you need me. Watch the stupid things people say on death. Oh, my God. I always said after Joe died, I'm going to write a book that says what to say to somebody that's grieving. And that is, I love you. I'm sorry. That's the book. Ain't nothing else. You know what I mean? Nothing else. Don't compare it to your feelings. Don't identify with your feelings. It's not necessary. I'm not even there yet. And so that was what they were doing. And then I was raised Catholic, and my mom was a Protestant. I didn't know until my 40s. I told somebody one time, I said, my mom was Protestant. I have never seen a Protestant church. I've seen Methodist, Episcopalian. I've seen everything, but I have not seen Protestant. Yeah, I think that's pretty telling. I don't need to go any deeper. And so I'm raised, Catholic until I'm, 9, and we're excommunicated from the church. Now, I had a guy in a workshop come to me and goes, well, you weren't excommunicated. Your father was because he remarried so many times. And I looked at him and I go, dude, he had the driver's license. I mean, what, do you think I'm going to pedal my bike to, a Catholic church where they're speaking in Latin? I got no interest. The sooner the better for me. But I had these old ideas. I always believed in God, but I just figured he wasn't interested in me. That was my whole deal. Today, I have the most incredible, loving relationship, and I really attribute so much of that to Mark Houston. Mark Houston made me want to be a more disciplined individual on 10 and 11. And if you want a deeper relationship with God, you can go to church. You can go sit at the ashram. I'm certainly not saying that's not something that can fulfill your deeper relationship with the Creator. However, if you are blocked, you become the jerk from church and from the ashram. You see, this is all about getting unblocked. This discipline is about taking everything to God, practicing forgiveness. Oh my gosh, is that difficult? Practicing our amends process, going back and asking. I'd much rather ask for forgiveness than have to forgive. I can tell you, I don't forgive well. I mean, I keep score, take notes, laugh when you fall, you name it, I do it. I'm not a forgiving person, and it is really a lot of work. It does not come naturally, so don't think it's a natural thing and other people have it. It's a lot of work. So then it says, we're going to talk about this self-reliance, God-reliance. You see, I came into the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous as a woman who has got so much self-will. I mean, wowza. I got a lot of it. I left home at 15. I finished high school. I cheated my way through. I was a successful businesswoman, and I got a level of self-will that would make your toenails curl. I'm not kidding. I mean, it even surprises me. And so you want me to set this tool down for your hinky little God tool? I'm just not going to do it. I mean, I can get way more accomplished than God could, because I'm that type of girl. Now, Charlie's self-will didn't work well for him. He said he constantly would, hit the wall, hit the wall, hit the wall. I could convince a blind man to get glasses. I mean, I was that kind of girl. My daughter used to say, Mom, if you get in your vortex, watch out. It's like, whoa. And Charlie will say what I'll do is I don't even know where I'm going, but I'm at the head of the pack and everybody's following me. And he'll go, Katie, where are you going? I'm like, I don't know. And he goes, well, you got 15 people behind you. I'm like, I know. But I don't know where I'm going. But I like being at the head of the pack, And I mean, it's really interesting. And the thing about this whole relationship with the Creator that we're trying to form is this still, quiet voice that everyone in this room has heard. We heard it drunk and we heard it sober. You see, God loved us no matter what and still does. We don't have to do good to get God's will. God doesn't test us. It's not of that nature, right? This still, quiet voice when you were drinking was, don't go. Don't go down that alley. Don't leave her. Stay. And when we're in sobriety, we're just trying to get that still quiet voice more often and louder. And it will be louder. Now, it does also sound like the ego. Sometimes you got to be very, very careful, right? The ego always goes, oh, you don't need to do that. And then the next thing it says is, why did you do that? Why did you do that? And I mean, it'll just make you crazy. And then it goes into the steps, right? So we're going to talk about 4 through 9. The purpose of 4 through 9 is to get me unblocked from this sunlight of the Spirit. You can call it whatever you want. I mean, every religion, the ashram, the Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, everything, they've got a name for the sunlight of the Spirit. We call it the sunlight of the Spirit because it's broad. We're not going to call it anything but that. You can call it whatever you want as long as that's just between you and you. We don't need to be doing that to our sponsees. We've got to be very, very careful that everybody's got their own spiritual journey. And I don't want to do anything that's going to distract from that. And so 4 through 9 is about getting us unblocked. Now on page 55, in the second paragraph, It says, actually, we were fooling ourselves. For deep down in every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. See, we're fooling ourselves. It may be obscured by calamity, by pomp, by worship of other things, but in some form or another, it's there. You see, that's the good heart of people. That's the sincerity. That's where we're later going to talk about a mere code of morals or better philosophy. We're insufficient, period. That's drunk or sober. So you don't think you can't lie, cheat, steal, have an affair, all kinds of things sober. You absolutely can. The drink's coming. These are things that we can do sober. See, I thought you could only do them drinking. Nobody told me that. I just assumed it. Then 10 and 11 are for the disciplines to keep me unblocked, right? If I am not doing the disciplines, and remember, 10th step is a spot check inventory taken throughout the day. We have somehow muddied the waters in AA to where the 10th step is the evening review. It is not the evening review. The 11th step is the evening review. The 10th step is a spot check inventory. So imagine that you're not going through the day watching for resentment, dishonesty, selfishness, and fear. And when these crop up, asking God at once to remove them. Immediately call somebody. Quickly make an amends and resolutely turn our thoughts. See, the 10th step has become a damage control step. And what you're missing is the purpose of watching. That's the spiritual trick behind all this, is watch yourself. Heck, watch yourself in here. There could be things about my personality that you took an instant dislike to. There's people I take an instant dislike, don't even know you. You just walked in the room and went, don't like them at all. Don't even know them. That's just everything about them. Can I tell them about the guy with the knives in his pocket at the grocery store? Okay. Oh my God, we do a lot of shotgun shooting. We love it. And our coach, of course, they're not, alcoholic or anything. And so every once in a while when he's with us, we're quite the show, right? And we're standing there and Charlie, the guy in front of us, first of all, we like to claim him in the line at the store as, what was it, the dad? What did we call him? Super dad. Yeah, he's super dad because he's in front of everybody, so he's going to be super dad with the kid. Going to play with them. Right? Going to play with the balloon. Look around. Super dad. Yeah. And so he's super dad, and at one point you want to go, dude, just move forward in the line, okay? And no more high fives, no more popping the balloon, just move. And so because, Charlie always likes to say, we judge no man. That's all we do is judge. Okay, am I in the right group of people? We just judge, and they turn around and look at you and you go. And so then the guy's got like everything but a Romco fishing thing on his hip. I mean, he's got 19 knives on one side, and he's got this on the other side, and Charlie is fascinated.
Okay, I lean over to our coach and I go, okay, Trevor, God knows I judge no man, but I want you to look at this guy. I said, he's got a knife in his pocket. He's got a knife next to that one. He's got a knife next to that one. So there's 3 knives in this pocket. Right? Okay, I can get past that. He turns the other way. He's got 3 knives in this pocket. And then that thing on his belt, I think it's a Ronco pocket fisherman, but I don't know what that is, And so we're checking him out. At one point, he goes to stick his hands in his pocket. He goes, oh, you can't do that. I got 7 knives on me,
Oh, and it was so funny. And then when he's walking from the bathroom, I stopped him. I go, my husband is fascinated with what that thing is on your hip. And he pulled it out, and it was another knife. It was not a Romco fishing thing. But and he seemed like kind of a normal guy at that moment. But Charlie said, no, nobody's normal with that much on their hips. So, but it was so funny to watch our shooting coach do one of these. I always tell you, go through life and watch how many people do this to you. Just that little move speaks volumes. We always think it's just because we're so honest. It's like, no, I don't think that's it. Think you may have overshared. I'll give you that. And then the 12th step says that we continue to practice and carry this message, right? And once again, Charlie's saying, and once again, we're just giving our observations. Don't think you're doing it wrong. I hate that. I hate that approach because I love AA. And if I did anything wrong, it was truly out of love, and I apologize if I did. But as Charlie was saying, the first step is misunderstood. You did the first step just getting here. Some people say the first 3 steps just getting here. The 10th step has now become the evening review, and the 12th step has become optional. So in 80 years, we're going to implode. If this illness is hereditary and my grandchildren have it, I'd like for them to come and have this, the steps still intact as to what they mean. And I think that's why it's important. I don't want to come out here and say, we're doing it right, you're doing it wrong. I think that's a terrible approach. I think the truth of the matter is to look at the facts, consider them, and ask yourself what that means to you. And so then it says, the only problem with all of this, and I'm going to bear with me, about another 10, 15 minutes, and if you have to get up and go to the bathroom, it doesn't bother me. Here's the problem. We fall asleep in sobriety. You cannot not fall asleep in sobriety, period. You don't even know you've fallen asleep. You remember when you were in school and they'd tell you that there's a film, you're going to be watching a film? Well, you couldn't just lay your head down, You had to do this. And that's a miserable feeling. Right there, oh, that's terrible. Getting into it was great. And that's, when we're doing these workshops, I love to find the guy who's falling asleep and trying not to. This one with his big old melon head, oh, my God. We were on the front row one time. Show him how you did it, honey. Oh, come on.
Well, it looked like I was on methadone. I'm sitting there watching. And it had gotten to where it was already like, where you going? The chin goes all the way to the chest.
Oh, my God. At one point, I just, watched. I thought, I'm with him. That's it. I love him. I love him to death. And it would roll to the right and pop back. And then it would roll to the left and pop back. It was like, oh. I remember it was with Chris. Chris was speaking. Oh, my gosh. But we're so tired. Sometimes you're tired, and I get it. But we fall asleep in life, right? And so on page 55, the second paragraph is going to tell you about the bedevilments. And the bedevilments, the term for the bedevilments, we use a 1935 Webster's Dictionary. And I love it because the words back then meant something different sometimes. It means unrelenting torture. That's what the bedevilments are. And I'm telling you, I know everybody in this room has been in these bedevilments at some point in your life. You don't get...
Did you say 55? It's 52.
Oh, I'm sorry, 52. 52. Sorry. 52. Middle of the second paragraph. And it says these bedevilments. Now, ask yourself, these are real guidelines. Now, you may have a couple of troubles with them now, but you're not living in them. There's a big difference between living in them and having trouble with them, and that's what you need to know. And is everybody on the bedevilments? Did I get everybody got it? It says we were having trouble with personal relationships. Ask yourself that question. Having problem with mom, dad, the kids, people at work, significant other. We couldn't control our emotional nature. How about that one? Everybody's bothering us. I'm upset everywhere I'm at. We were prey to misery and depression. Now, depression, I'm not going to be in here saying you should or shouldn't take pills or anything. What depression is, are we over-medicated? Yes, I will say that. No doubt about it. I sponsor enough people to say that. Who needs it and who doesn't? I don't know. I got an opinion, but I don't know. But the truth is I think what we have to be careful of is depression can be self-pity. And if you go to a psychiatrist and you lay out these bedevilments, they're going to give you medication. We can't blame the healthcare profession on giving you medication. You asked for it. And I was somebody who did. I took medication for 6 months. I think it saved my life, if you want to know the truth. Thank God I didn't stay on it for a lifetime because I'm not a depressed individual. But I was so deeply in self-pity, I couldn't, and it wasn't even Joe's death. It was before Joe died. Trying to live with somebody with brain damage and, the type of personality I am, it was hard to keep my ducks in a row. It says we couldn't make a living. Most people hang their hat on the fact that they can make money. But are you enjoying life with what you got? That's what it's asking you. We had a feeling of uselessness. Oh, that's a real easy one to come by. We were full of fear. And remember, the new term for fear is anxiety. Oh, I was in a meeting where the topic was anxiety. Yeah, that's the same way I felt. And you know what was sad? And this is what I felt prey to myself. Once again, I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying my observation. What I realize is when everybody in the room talks about anxiety, I feel better. I go, wow, I'm not alone. Everybody. So what I'm getting is I'm getting relief, but I'm not getting the freedom. See, if you're feeling anxiety, write a fear inventory. You know, we got to get down to the bottom of this. You won't get well. And unfortunately, we surrendered the right to Klonopin and Xanax. You know, that made your butt pucker there, didn't it? You just went, you look down. I don't want anybody knowing that one. You know, and I get it. So it says, we were unhappy. We couldn't seem to be of real help to other people, you know, because we're so self-centered. We have gotten so, everything filters through me. When the book says the world and its people really dominate us, and we'll get to where that is and everything, the wrongdoings of others, fancied or real, have the power to kill. See, that's the problem, is I don't realize that it's not, I don't think too much of myself or too little of myself. All I think about is me. Everything filters through me, from the weather to the people in this room. How about this? You got anybody next to you clicking their pen? I mean, to me, it's like, I'm going to stab you with that pen if you keep clicking. If Charlie and I, if somebody's chewing gum next to him, someone's going to get killed. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? He sticks a piece of cotton in his ear, thing hanging out. I'm like, oh, honey, you know, and you know, puppity snap. And to me, that's the kind of stuff that, you know, when we're watching this, the people really can make us absolutely crazy. They have no idea. I've made it so much about me. And this untreated alcoholism, one of the things I can tell you is when my husband died, everything was so challenging, and it wasn't even Joe's death. Joe's death was just the cherry on the top. It was like, really? Oh my God, we've 6 years up to this. It was so dark, and Charlie was my best friend. I was calling him, 5 times a day, you know, and he's talking to me and all this stuff. And he's an untreated alcoholism, I'm an untreated alcoholism, but I love the fellowship. I mean, that's always there. The depth of that was so important. But what happened is I had those 4 horsemen with me in the bedroom, and we were living in an apartment. I was selling the house, and my kids are 10 years apart. One was gone, and my son and I were trying to make this happen. And, you know, I could just really care less, honestly, as being a mother. I was so done with everything. I was done with nurturing. I didn't want to walk the dog. I didn't realize that when I moved into an apartment, you got to walk a dog. Didn't see that coming. That one just damn near threw me over the edge. You know, and I'm because that means you got to get home, you know, and this is before this whole dog walking app came out. And, you know, I mean, I'm losing it. I am losing it, thinking, my God, I got to get home. I felt like I had another kid in school. And so all of this is happening. And what would happen is Sam was 15, and he would open my door in my bedroom, and I would lay down any chance I got because it was so dark. And I said to him, he would open the door, and I would just scream, Sam, shut the door. Leave me alone. And this is a young man who had already lost his father, and his mother is losing it. I got no concerns for that. Just shut the door. I'm screaming it at him. Now think about what that's doing. Well, how that's there's no drink in my hand. There hasn't been booze. I'm 17 years sober. I am losing my mind. I had a road rage event that we were in gridlock traffic. I got out of the car. I know it was one moment the guy did. He nudged his way in front of me when he shouldn't have. It was my turn, and it was gridlock. And what he did is when he did it, he did that little chuckle, and he leaned to the side. And that's when you heard it snap. And I get out of the car, guys. Okay, think about this. Do you see there? You know, there was no stopping me. I was driven at this point. I get out of the car, and I do my hands like this, and I smash the side of his, you know, door, and called him a very ugly whatever. And he looks at me, and he goes, you know, and it was like life went in slow motion. He had his seatbelt on. He didn't put his car in park, so it rolled and hit the car in front of him, which I thought was so funny. And now this is all in slow motion, and he unhooks, and he gets out, and he comes out swinging. I mean, this is ugly. I have just put a big dent in the side of his door, and he comes out swinging, and I'm backing up. I got my glasses on. I'm backing up, and he catches my shoulder. Well, this is in Texas. I think the same thing would happen in the South, but we're in gridlock traffic. And before you know it, two men were out of their car, and one of them had a billy club, of course. Who travels without that? And he has the guy, and he's got him around the neck, right? And he's holding him. Well, I misread that. I think it's my opportunity to come back and yell at him again. Yeah, so I come marching over there, and I go, let me tell you, and the guy goes, get out of here. The guy holding him, get out of here. I thought, oh, sorry, misread that. So I grab my glasses, I get back in my car, and it was like cars were parting for an ambulance. I mean, everybody just, right? And I go through there, and I go to where I'm going, and what I didn't understand and what I didn't see happening, when I came out of that blackout, I went, oh my God, what just happened? What just happened? Then I went into complete PTSD that I was seeing the guy everywhere. I mean, seeing him everywhere. I'd see his car everywhere. I'd miss that intersection. I mean, I was just, I was freaking out. And I got to tell you something. It was that moment in time where you stand back and you go, what's happening to me? I don't know that's untreated alcoholism. I don't know that. See, I'm going to 5 meetings a week. I sponsor 6 people. I don't see this as untreated alcoholism. I'm not working the steps. I'm not doing anything to treat my alcoholism. Meetings and fellowship don't treat it. They're an important part of that triangle. That unity and service are important. But the only thing that treats it is the steps. Okay? Just bear with me. We're going a few more minutes. And so those were my 2 horrific experiences that when I came out of untreated alcoholism, I saw those 2 obvious ones. And then, oh, God is so wonderful. He just opened this door on all of them. Thank God. Thank God I made more amends in untreated alcoholism than I ever made drinking. I mean, just consider that one. You ask God to show you all the people you've hurt, all the people you've disrespected, all the people that just won't talk to you anymore. It's a lot of them. And so it says on page 44 in the 4th paragraph. Everybody there? It says, if a mere code of morals or better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago. You see, living outside of these values and sobriety is what this is about. You see, I mean, to me, it's like a sponsee that comes to you and they're living outside of your values. That doesn't matter. It's when I live outside of my values that I'm starting to have trouble. I slapped both my children in sobriety. I slapped one of them when they were 12, and like I said, they're 10 years apart, and I slapped the other when they were 15. And I was shocked. I'd never been slapped in my life. Now, I'm a spanker, but I was never slapped, and I slapped both my kids once in the face. Could not believe it. That's untreated alcoholism for me. Charlie and I did something that we're not proud of, but I'm going to say it anyway. Really, Charlie? This is what I love. You really want to do that?
Go right ahead.
Uh-huh. I thought you'd reconsider. We did.
These are your facilitators.
Well, I believe strongly in transparency. I believe that that's the guideline to God being able to shine through us. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong. These are things that have happened over a course of time. I am not road raging. I'm not slapping my children. I mean, this is what I'm talking about untreated alcoholism is. When Joe died, it looked like I wasn't going to get the life insurance policy. He and I had both agreed that we were going to get him a very expensive life insurance policy, and it looked like we weren't going to get it. Wow. Because it said on there, have you ever had drug and alcohol treatment in the last 10 years? Well, he was 23 years sober. And that was not the case. And so we checked off no. And so when this all came about, they said he died within a 2-year period of getting this life insurance, which is a probate period. Doesn't matter if he'd have been in a car accident. They're going to investigate it, right, to be sure that it's a legitimate case. And they called me and they said he had gone to an addictionology doctor. I didn't even know what that was at the time. And we're looking into that. It does look like he's had some drug and alcohol treatment in the last couple of years. And I am livid. I am crazy. I am laying in bed sweating in the middle of the night that this is terrible. I'm not going to get this life insurance policy. I need this money. I mean, I am a single mom. I got a kid in college. Are you with me? I mean, this is scary stuff. And so when we realize that it's all resting on this addictionology doctor, in AA, you begin to understand who these doctors are and who, blah, blah, blah. And so Charlie and I both talked quietly, and we agreed that we'd go talk to this doctor, but we were going to have a little bit of cash in our top pocket.
A fat envelope, as we call it.
Yeah. Now, we're not proud of this. This was, 15 years ago. But we are both in untreated alcoholism, and I'm capable of a bribe. That money was mine. I deserve that money. So if you got to bribe him, Charlie, I'll just sit there and smile. And we're cut from the same cloth here. You know what I mean? One of us wasn't going to go, that is so spiritually wrong. You know, and thank God when we met with this doctor, he said, so they only need 97? And I said, yes, sir, they do. He goes, they don't need 96? I said, no, sir, they don't. I'd prefer they not even know about 96. And he said, well, then they won't. And I got the check. And we didn't have to give him the bribe. But I am here to tell you guys that that's what I'm capable of. Untreated alcoholism, it's not about booze. It's about alcoholism and what it does to me. It's the most dangerous thing in the world. And then we're going to talk when we come back. Maybe we got another hour to go. It's how you feel. We'll probably have another 20-minute break, but we're going to talk about logic. So 20 minutes. Thanks, guys.
It's capable of much better than that.
I am.
It's funny, we were somewhere, that's the family whistle. Our whole family responds to that whistle. I can be 500 yards away, and I'm like, where is she? And we were somewhere the other day where somebody had a similar whistle, and it was just blowing it was a jazzercise aerobics instructor where we were in Turks and Caicos, and every day he's doing, and he just whistled out of nowhere during his, I'm like, stop that. I mean, you're like, it's like you're jerking my leash every time you do that. Okay. This is great. Now, listen, guys, we're covering a lot of ground tonight. We don't always get this far on Friday night, but it's going to leave us more time to talk about. There's something that happened on the big book takes a turn on page 60 that I missed for 17 years. And that's a whole lot of what we're going to talk about. When I talk about having my biggest spiritual awakening at 17 years sober, Katie had her experience. I had an experience where I was after, in untreated alcoholism, I got in all kinds of situations, but I was in a marriage up in New York with a woman and it wasn't my most genuine relationship, let's just say, and nothing was her fault, but and I don't want to go into too much detail, but the more I tell you, the worse it looks for me, and a lot of this was just, in untreated alcoholism driven by fear and having blown up a couple of relationships back to back. Because what happened for me was I blew up. I got into one relationship in sobriety, and I blew it up. And the next thing, so now we got a baby. There's a child support check going out the door every month. And so I waited the appropriate amount of time to get into another relationship after that one, right? 16 days. And
tell them how old she was.
19. Yeah. And I was 33. And I see the problem with Katie getting a 20-year free look at me is that I didn't give a flip what she thought. There was times where the more thing that my stuff bugged, that the whole brother-sister thing, like one time after it doesn't transfer well into being a couple. No. Because, we were at a time where we were doing something, and I remember we were standing in the kitchen, and I was doing something, and she goes, okay, you're starting to bug me. And I go, oh, honey, that would just kill me. I don't know if I could live with myself if I thought I was bothering you. She was like, now you're really bothering me, But for 20 years she's seen all this stuff, and I didn't care, if, let me guess, this relationship doesn't live up to your values. And she's like, no, it doesn't, but anyway, a couple of years later, that relationship blew up. And so I'm going to give you the shortest thing of where my untreated alcoholism took me, because at that point, when I'd blown up the second one, none of my life is going the way I wanted it to go, and I'm doing the best I can, and it feels like I'm showing up the best I can, and things are blowing up in my face. Seemed like everything that I would get into, and every relationship I get into. So I actually made a conscious decision to pull away a little bit from rigorous honesty and that sort of thing. I remember thinking, you know what? I've tried it your way, and I'm getting knocked to the mat every time I step into the ring. I'll show you what half measures will get me, and I kind of pulled away a little bit. Now, I was still very much about staying sober. I was very much an AA member. I'm still going to the meetings, that sort of thing. Coincidentally, about that time, people started not so much ask me to sponsor them, I've been working on a little Jeff Foxworthy routine where instead of you might be a redneck if, it's going to be like you might be an untreated alcoholism if. And, it's like if you're not exactly sure where your big book is, you might be an untreated alcoholism, Or here's the one I go, if you share in every meeting you go to and nobody ever asks for your phone number, might be an untreated alcoholism, So like that. Because I started working with this one guy. He had 31 years when I started working with him, and he goes, and he said, I had two more people ask me to sponsor him today. And I said, oh, that's awesome. I said, let me ask you something. I said, were you sharing in a lot of meetings? He goes, every meeting I went to, I would raise my hand. I said, were people asking you to sponsor me? And he goes, oh, no, nobody wanted what I had, and I don't see that. But, so anyway, I get into this relationship, and we're and Kate is just done. She's watching the whole thing, and so we've chartered a plane to fly back into New York. We had a penthouse from the outside. Everything looked great. We had a penthouse apartment in Manhattan. We had a beach house in the Hamptons. We're doing, I'm calling Katie from the south of France, and hey, guess where I am now? And she's like, and so I chartered a plane to fly from the Hamptons back into the city one time, and you can hear this story on any talk I ever give, but the engine quit. We were flying halfway between East Hampton and LaGuardia, and it was a Cessna 210 with everybody always wants to know it was a Cessna 210 with retractable landing gear, and the guy said, I've lost engine power. I'm going to have to ditch. That's the first time I've ever chartered a plane in my life, and it's a much better story when I can tell the whole thing but we crashed into the water at night, and it wasn't much of an airplane, but it was a really crappy boat, and about the time I remember thinking, we've survived this crash. All of a sudden, we're underwater, and the doors won't open, and I'm trapped in this plane with, and there were 5 adults and 1 dog, and the only non-survivor was the dog. It was a shame, but I bought another dog, and but I was interviewed by this cub reporter on CNN that was trying to make a name for himself at the time. His name was Anderson Cooper, and he was doing this thing called Live from the Headlines with Anderson Cooper, and so all this stuff was going on. Well, about that time, I realized I was in untreated alcoholism, and I come back, and I don't know. I wasn't calling it. It wasn't like I ever made a conscious decision to go into untreated or middle of the road AA or anything like that. It wasn't like I said, I believe I'll choose middle of the road AA. I was doing what I thought was about the best I could, and so. I come back, and I remember calling, there's a local guy in Austin named John Henry, and I remember calling him up, and I said, John Henry, man, I can't even be in a conversation with somebody. If I run into you, I have to go, hey, Rick, how are the kids? And act like I give a flip about the answer, because I don't care. I'm about me and nothing but me, and I don't even know it. And turns out that's tough on relationships. Turns out it's mentioned in our book, but I didn't know that. And so that's what we're about to shift into here pretty quick. But I'd been to 3 Joe and Charlie Big Book studies. My home group I thought I was an AA guy. I thought I was a Big Book guy. Mark used to like to say, how do you know what you don't know? And how would I possibly know what I'm missing and all that stuff? So, I come back, and I'll never forget John Henry says, meet me and we'll go talk to the winos tomorrow. He loved the term winos, and he said we're going to go out to the treatment center and talk to the winos tomorrow. And the funny thing is, when you're in trouble, service work never sounds like a good idea. It's like, it's funny, you'll be given a talk sometimes and people will come up and go, you know what, when you're talking about going out to that treatment, I gotta start doing that more. And you're like, well, cool, I'm going out to the ranch Thursday. You want to come with me? And they're like, oh, this Thursday? No, I got a thing, and that sort of thing. I understand, so I go out there and, next thing you know, these guys are asking me for my phone number, and they're asking me to sponsor them and stuff. And there were times where I felt like I was a step ahead of these guys, And Mark used to say the ego can be put to work for good cause. And, this was a perfect example because you might stump me with a question. Now, one thing I'll say before I forget about it is it's got to be an okay answer when you're sponsoring people. It's got to be an okay answer to say, you know what, I don't know the answer to that. I'm going to have to get with my sponsor. We'll look for it. Now, you're not going to stump me with the same question twice. That's where the ego comes into driving me to good cause, because I'm going to find an answer. I'll work harder to get an answer for you than I will for me. Because I don't want, so there were times where I would tell these guys, go home and read the doctor's opinion and Bill's story, and I'd go home and read the doctor's opinion and Bill's story. And there were times where I felt like I was a step ahead of these guys. And about that time, I met this one-eyed guy from Central Texas named Chris R. And then I meet his twin brother, who I kept calling Chris. And then about that time, the weirdest thing happened. You talk about God just moving us. I'm gonna make every attempt to not get too weepy or maudlin behind all this, but. Katie and I are rocking along. I'm starting to listen to some CDs. I'm starting to do some work, and my conversations are starting to change with some of my A buddies. Where you got people in there going, hey, we're talking. We're going like, have you ever heard of the bedevilments? No. What are they? Well, they're on page 52. What do they say? Well, they say, and we're talking about this, and then what do you do when they say this? Well, that's when I'll go to this part of the book, or that's when I'll talk about that. And I'm starting to have these different kinds of conversations. And this guy calls up from the home group, and he says, I heard there's a big book study going on up in Dallas. Do you know anything about it? And I said, I don't know, but I got some people in Dallas. Let me see what I can find out. And I called, and this friend of mine sends me this flyer for this workshop, and it said Mark H. and this other guy. And looking back on it, we didn't choose to go to that workshop. We were moved to that workshop. It was not even something we would have normally gone to. There's somebody in this room tonight that has no idea why they're here. That was kind of what happened with that thing. We're like, because we at the time we probably wouldn't have gone. We wouldn't have been that fired up about a big book meeting, much less, a weekend where we're going to talk about the big book, Friday night, Saturday night, all day Sunday, and that's when Mark Houston was introduced into our life, and it was an absolute turning point. And I promise you, at some point I'll get emotional talking about Mark. He died February 19th of 2010. But he was an absolute prophet in our lives, just a mystic, for the experience we had. And so we go to this workshop, and things changed, and that's what we're going to start talking about then, because my life took a shift, and I'm studying the book. And I can tell you that I meditated more that weekend than I had in the first 17 years of my recovery, because we were meditating before each session and stuff like that. And he's given us homework assignment. Here's a 10th step form. Go do he gave us an 11th step form. He said, go do an evening review when you get back to the room. And, I'm in the room and I'm filling up, and I go, Katie, are you going to do your homework? No, she doesn't study. She doesn't history, and there's nothing. I mean, we just did scuba diving down in, we got certified to get in scuba diving a few weeks ago, and she just cheats her ass off. And
I'm good.
Yeah.
I am good.
We're going to take the final exam. Now this is my dive buddy. that you're supposed to be able to trust with your life underwater.
I just don't test well.
I need for you to know that this means I'm out of air. And stuff like that. But we go in and we're going to take the final test, and I swear to God, the girl walks away, and the tests are all right there. And I look over, Katie's over there, and she's going, A, B, C, D, A, and I was sitting outside, and I go, Katie, and she goes, shut up, just stay out there, and I go, Katie, and because I'm holding jiggers, well, that's a gangster term, but turns out if you need somebody to watch out for you, you say, I need you to hold jiggers for me, because if somebody's coming, you can't go, hey, here comes somebody, so you just go, jiggers, and
it works good.
It works really well. That goes all the way back to when I was really running, because you can just stand there and go, jiggers, and so anyway, here she comes, but I'm waiting, and Katie's in there writing down A, C, D, A, B, A, and I go, Katie, she goes, what? I go, we've already taken that test.
It was terrible.
And she goes, damn it, so starts taking it, but anyway.
Oh, so stressful.
Mark gives us the evening review form to go do, and I'm back in the room, and I'm filling mine out, and I go, are you going to do your homework? She goes, no, I'm not going to do my homework. You are such a brown noser. I've never, so it's like that the whole time. I've drug her kicking and screaming. Mm-hmm. We're on the way up to that weekend. I had Chris in the CD player, and he's got some strong opinions, I love him, but Katie keeps reaching over, and she stops the CD, and she's like, who's he to say this today? And then I started up again, and and finally one point, could we just let the man talk? And we get up there, and she's talking to Mark about Charlie, and he won't stop looking at porn and all this stuff, and Mark goes, and I thought Katie was going to take him out. But we started doing all this work, so a lot of that experience is going to come into there. But just to say all this, I had a different experience in the third step, because if there are any mistakes being made in AA, and not to say that there are, but if there, in my mind, if there are any, one of the biggest mistakes I see being made is we bring somebody and we go, are you alcoholic? And they say yes, and then we go, do you believe in a power greater than yourself? And maybe we have to struggle with that, but then if they go, okay, and then we say, okay, let's get you down on your knees and do the third step prayer, and then we got you writing inventory, and I'm writing inventory, and I don't know what the root of my problem is, I don't know what I'm looking for, I don't know what kind of deal I've made in the third step, and I don't even really understand what it means to be an alcoholic. So now we're talking about laying out the first step experience, rolling through the need for the power, and Katie was kidding when she said she gives them 10 minutes, but for my experience has been that the biggest part of the second step is a strong first step experience. Mm-hmm. If when the guy's smashed in the first step, they get a lot more flexible about some kind of a power greater than themselves, and then we could roll into the third step. But I want to talk about that, and the big book takes a turn on page 60 that I missed for 17 years. And this, I promise you, we're going to talk about a lot. This is a huge game changer. And it's because when we do that way that I was talking about first, where we skip from the second step to the third step prayer, you skip this body of work from pages 60 to 63. It's really not very important. It's just the root of my problem and the basis of my recovery for the rest of my life. Other than that, just skip it. And so I'm reading back through this, and at the end of that part that we call the most often read, least listened to portion of the big book is, and it says, I always say, it's the closest a lot of us ever get to meditation is because we zoom out about the time they go, rarely have we seen a person fail who is thoroughly, and then we come back into the room about that time and they go, B, that probably no human power could have relieved our alcoholism, and I start waking up, and then C, that God could and would if he were something that's, and for some reason we've started chanting that at the end of the meeting, and for God's sake, I'm going to take a second to talk about chanting. All I want to say is you don't have to. All I want to say is you don't have to do it. It's optional. It's part. I mean, we're the only group of people that takes the Lord's. You know, when I came in, you know, they would say, you'd say the Lord's Prayer, and then they'd go, "Keep coming back." You're like, okay. And it was, "Keep coming back. It works." You're like, well, all right. When is it? "Keep coming back. It works. If you work it, and you're worth it, so work it." And I'm like, oh, for God's sake, you know. And I mean, and I always picture this new guy, you know, going, "God Almighty, I want to stop drinking whiskey, but do we really have to do this whole shave and a haircut, 2 bits, you know, and all this, you know?" I mean, this is awful, but I always say we got to be the only group of people that think we can put a little bit better ending on the Lord's Prayer than Jesus did. You know, I mean, it's like I think we can just spark this up just a little bit. You know, I mean, you know, and so I mean, you don't have to do it. Turns out, amen is a kick-ass way to end a prayer. You know, I mean, people have been doing it for a long time. So anyway, that's just my little thing on it. You know, I mean, because, you know, and then it's like, you know, are these extravagant promises? You know, we think not. That one really kills me. That's where I think about when we talk about we, because the we, they're saying, are these extravagant promises? They're going, we think not. As recovered alcoholics who have experienced this process, we don't think they're extravagant promises. But I don't become part of we when I plop down $10 for my big book. When I'm sitting there with 3 days sober and you tell me fear of economic insecurity is going to leave me, you know, loneliness and depression vanish, I'll be alone, perfect peace and ease, you're damn right those are extravagant promises. But to us, they're not extravagant promises because we've experienced it. Anyway, after this thing, it says, "And see that God could and would if he were sought." You know what the next line is after that? It says, "Being convinced." We were at step 3. Being convinced of what? Being convinced of A, B, and C. So if being convinced of A, B, and C puts me at step 3, then A, B, and C must do a pretty good job of summing up 1 and 2. And think about it, it says A, that we were alcoholic and could not manage our own lives, so by now we know what that means. B, that probably no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. I can't do it, my mother can't do it, my best friend, my probation officer, whatever, can't keep me from drinking. And C, that God could and would if he were sought. And then it says, now, I like to turn these. We love to turn statements in the big book into questions, and when I hear it says, which is we were at step 3, which is that we decided to turn our will and our life over to the care of God as we understood Him. Now, I always picture that I'm working. Does that thing sound okay?
Mm-hmm, sounds good.
I always picture that I'm working with this new guy. And what would be fair questions for this guy to ask? So we're saying, okay, we need you, Rory, we're going to need you to turn your will and your life over to the care of God. And it would be a fair question for him to go, he's already smashed by step 1. He's become flexible in step 2. It would be a fair question for him to go, okay, but what do you mean by that? And what do you want me to do? And the book says it. Just what do we mean by that? And just what do we do? One of the biggest promises in the book is back on page 29, where it says, further on, clear-cut directions are given showing how we recovered. Well, if I've got this thing, clear-cut directions are going to be pretty interesting to me, all right? And so here we go. He says, what do you mean by that? And what do you want me to do? We're going to spend the next 2 pages talking about what we mean, and then we're going to switch over to what we do. But look, it says, turns out there's a requirement in step 3. It says the first requirement, now I like to go first person in this paragraph. In fact, I wrote in the border of my book, go first person. The first requirement is that Charlie be convinced that Charlie's life run on self-will can hardly be a success. When we talk about turning statements into questions, there's one right there. Are you convinced? Now, it's funny, it says we're at step 3 here on page 60, and then over on 63 it says we were now at step 3. And I think the reason they did that is because I don't have the information sitting here on page 60 to be convinced that my life run on self-will can hardly be a success. In fact, I don't even know what you're talking about. You know, but it's interesting, if you look at the beginning of the inventory process over on 64, where we're starting the inventory process, it says, the middle of the page, It says it says we searched out the flaws in our makeup which had caused our failure, and it says being convinced that self manifested in various ways was what had defeated me. So on 60 it says I must be convinced. On 64 it says being convinced. So that tells me that somewhere in those pages from 60 to 64, its job is to convince me that my life run on self-will can hardly be a success. Well, it says, on that basis, now I play with words a lot, and the more I study this book, I start seeing words that Bill seemed to think were important. And I've worked a lot with the word consciousness. That was an interesting. I've worked a lot with the word principles. There's a thing in working with others where it says, when the family after it, I think, where it says, no, it's in working with others, where it says, when your man is sat down with the family and frankly explain to them the new principles by which he is living, he ought to put those principles to work in the house. And I read that one day, and I remember thinking, how many of us could sit down with the family and frankly explain to them the new principles by which we are living? So it sent me off on this search about principles, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. But another word was this word basis, and Bill uses it a lot. Basis, basic, and basically are key phrases that he uses on here. And so on this self-will, it says, on that basis. I looked up basis. We use an old dictionary in our meeting, and I looked it up one time. And for basis, it said the fundamental principle of something or its underlying foundation. So the fundamental principle, if the fundamental principle or the basis of my life is that I'm running this, it says on that basis, I'm almost always in collision with something or somebody, even though my motives are good. Now I can't even trust my motives. Right? This is where it really gets tricky. And in sponsorship, you get to use this a lot because I'm blind to it in myself. But you know, I get it handed right back to me when I do a 10th step. But I mean, one of the things I see, especially with men, is that we are very focused on our motives. And there's a lot of times, frankly, I don't think I should be in trouble if I wasn't trying to hurt you. Right? I mean, you know, so if Katie will tell me, you know, there'll be times where Katie's steamed, and there'll be times where I've had to come to her and go, look, okay, hold up. I can tell you're upset. And I know I've probably disappointed you in some way or another. And I know I should probably know what it is. But and it should probably come to me, but I'm telling you, I got nothing. And if you don't, it's not going to come to me. If you don't tell me what it is, I'm not going to know about it, you know. And she's like, well, I can't believe you don't know. But there are times, then when she tells me what it is, I go, well, I wasn't trying to do that. I mean, I didn't mean to, you know, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. And she's like, look in here. Do you see anybody that gives a flip whether you were trying to hurt my feelings or not? You know, it's like, you know, but I'm like, but I didn't mean to, you know, I didn't mean to, you know, and so it says, so even when our motives are good, oh, you talk about getting in trouble with good motives. Here's a good one for you. Go back to your home group, you know, Saturday morning before everybody gets there, just rearrange the furniture, you know, you know, and when people get there, you go, what? I was just trying to bring a little more light into the room, you know. It's like, hell, you buy a new coffee pot and they want to kill you, you know. I mean, but it's like, but my motives were good, you know. And it's so I can't even trust my motives a lot of times because I think I have these great motives. It says I'm almost always in collision on the basis of self-will, even when my motives are good. Now, did anybody by show of hands read this thing about the actor and get nothing out of it? Anybody, you know, where you read it, you just like go, our actor is, you're like, what? Well, let me see if I can break some of this down a little bit. It says, each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show. Is forever trying, not for very long, just forever, trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, and the rest of the players in this. Right now, here's the thing. The thing I didn't think about for a long time, you know why this actor is such a problem? Because he's not the director. You know, he's just an actor. You know, and so imagine we got this little movie going on, and my role is to, like, Julia Roberts is going to come in that door right there, and she's going to walk over here, and George Clooney is going to be sitting there. And when she comes in, my job is I'm going to have a tray of water in my hand, and my only job is to say, good morning, would you like a glass of water? Right? Got it? Here's your line, Charlie. Okay, so they go, ready, action. And the door opens, and in she comes, and I look around and I go, hold up, wait a minute, hold up, just a second, hold on just a second. You know, and I go, I don't like the way this whole thing is going. You know, she's too much backlit there. I don't like the dress she's wearing. You know, I think she should wear, and then when she comes, I think she should spend more time with me. In fact, we don't even need George Clooney. I'll take that, and I'll take those lines. You know, and the director's sitting there going, who is this Nimrod? You know, I mean, he was supposed to say, do you want a glass of water? You know, but it says I'm trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, everything the way I want. Well, now that's a big enough problem, but here comes this delusion I have. It says, if only my arrangements would stay put. If only people would do as I wish. Have you spent any time around this one? You know, if I could just get you knuckleheads to act right. You know, it says, if only my arrangements would stay put, the show would be great. Right? Life would be wonderful. Everybody, including me, would be pleased. This isn't selfish. It's Charlie-topia, but you're all invited, you know? And I got everybody cut in on this deal. You know, it says everybody, including me, would be pleased. And it says life would be wonderful. Now, here's what I call the toolkit of self-will. Am I really?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Technical.
No, I had to tell some stories there. Well, I think I'm going to go about 6 more minutes.
No. We have 30 each. That was it. That was the deal. I'm sorry. You're burning it up.
Well, I'll just do the toolkit of self-will.
Okay.
All right. So it says, here's what I call the toolkit of self-will. It starts right here, and it says, in trying to make these arrangements, our actor may sometimes be quite virtuous. Right? See if this starts to sound familiar. I may be kind, generous, patient, modest, and self-sacrificing, right? Unless what? Unless that ain't working, right? And it says, on the other hand, I may be mean, egotistical, selfish, and dishonest. So I always picture this halfback in the open field juking, you know, and so it's like I can be mean over here, I can be kind over here, you know, like there's this guy over here, I can yell at this guy and get him to do what I want, right? Now this guy won't take that. If he'll blow up on me, so I can dominate this guy to get him to do what I want, but this guy won't take it. So what's he going to get? He's going to get, God dang, man, you're the one guy that understands what we're trying to do here. I wish I had more friends like you. You know, you're the one guy that gets it, you know. And Ray Charles can see what I'm trying to do. But that's a blind singer from back in the 70s.
That's good.
I'm trying. No. Okay, so I did the toolkit of self-will. Keep an eye on that because that's the way I manipulate and try to get things to go away. I'm going to just let it roll right into... darn it, I got to give it to Katie.
I know.
Thanks, everybody.
I love you, honey. Yeah. Katie, alcoholic. I told him, I said, Charlie, we only have 30 minutes each, and this is a real problem for us, that he'll go, no, right then. And we have brought his sponsor involved in it. We have brought my sponsor involved in it. This is a big deal. So
because she's either got to let me roll, or she's got to look like the bitch that's riding my ass, you know.
Yeah. So I just want you to know he did an outstanding job. So give him a bigger hand. That's huge.
Well, I'm just not willing to pay the tax anymore.
Well, you know, he gets ratted out because I rat him out. I'll tell you, Katie, alcoholic. The thing too that is interesting is he said, you know, Katie, this is going to really be tough. He goes, I'm going to just go technical, and it was like, when are you going technical? So
with some stories.
Yeah, and I love the stories too. So I think we just do a good job together. But one of the things that I like to talk about is in the book, between the third step, which it says where I'm almost always in collision with somebody or something, even though my motors are good, and the 10th step where it says we've ceased fighting anything or anyone, this position of neutrality, is this much work in the book. This is what we'll run from, we'll hide, we'll get involved in service. I'm not saying service isn't good. I'm just saying we'll hide behind that. We'll hide behind work. We'll hide at the gym. We'll do anything we can to avoid this much work. It's 24 pages. It's unbelievable. And I have certainly done it. I love what Charlie was saying about, and I'm just going to touch on these couple of things where it says, which is that we decide to turn our will and our life over to the care of God on that third step. I like to use two words. Charlie and I see things a little bit differently word-wise. You know, I was a big cheater. Obviously, you know that now. And I still am. You scare me bad enough. I can save his life underwater. Okay, I can. I get it there. But you put a test in front of me and I go blank. It's just, this is not new information. I'm not really trying to figure that one out. It just is the case. And the older you get, you just don't have to take many tests until they set the goddamn scuba thing in front of you. And the guy goes, he goes, you want to get certified? And I thought, yeah, you know, we've been doing these resort dives. Hey, we've been doing these resort dives. And I said, sure. And he goes, well, there's a little bit of homework and testing. And I swear to God, I couldn't breathe. It was like, huh? What is there? There's testing? And I'm thinking, well, I'm just going to have to cheat. And I thought it was fair to tell the group there at Turks and Caicos that I was cheating, and then everybody ratted me out. They're sticking their heads in while, you know, she's a cheater. She's a big cheater. I'm like, oh, my God. So I'm a big cheater. Okay, there, suck it up. Okay, so.
Has anybody ever had an argument underwater?
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Every time I'd go, I need you to be close to me, and she'd be like,
yeah. And our little, oh, she was such a doll from France. She would look at us and she'd go, you want to tell them the last one? Probably not. Never mind. Okay, so. Where it says, which is what we decide to turn our will and our lives over the care of God, I like to look at the will as my thoughts and my life as my actions. This is always cause and effect, period. You want to learn deeper about spirituality, get into the laws, man. We'll get more into that into 10 and 11. This is always cause and effect. If I'm scared to death I'm going to lose the job, watch my behavior at work. I do stuff. If you don't think you're going to keep the guy, you watch him like a hawk and you ride his butt on everything. You know, we invite people to run us off. That's what we're doing. Think about the child in your life that you buck heads the most with that you have. It's because they're just like you. Think about the parent you bucked heads most with. It's because they're just like you. Anytime I get around that, that's why, oh man, hot flash, excuse me.
It's kind of spilling. Throw another log on that air conditioner.
So I think it's really important that we're constantly looking at this cause and effect. Now, here's something else, though. Remember, we talked about the new guy coming in, learning integrity and dignity and honor and respect. All very important. But he gets lost behind that kind motive thing. And it says, the first requirement is that I have to be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. I'm not convinced at that for many years sobriety. Watch my actions. If I am somebody, you scare me bad enough, I turn to self-will. Now today, no, not so much. As a matter of fact, today my spiritual program is so much better. It's not even at all in the same ballpark as my other one. But it says we're almost always in collision with somebody or something, even though our motives are good. And I always like to use two examples that everybody can kind of understand easily, is like letting somebody in traffic, right? Because I'm a giver, and right, but they better do this. See, I'm always looking for that. You got to see, or how about holding the door for somebody, but they better say thank you, right? Or else I'm thinking about how to trip them. You know what I mean? I kick that foot out. And how this is my new one that I've thought of is when there's a plastic bottle on the ground, we like to pick it up, but we pick it up like this. I'll be throwing it away because I'm the giver. You know what I mean? And what ends up happening, and I'm not saying we're not good people. Don't get me wrong. Watch yourself. Watch if you have a motive behind everything. See, we just want the world to see how wonderful we are. And most people do it without ever needing to be wonderful, right? And the other thing where it's talking about, the actor is forever trying to arrange the light scenery, I am really the sheriff, like we were talking about earlier. And I mean, oh my God, in AA, how many of you guys are the sheriff in AA? Oh, yeah. Who's getting up? Who's sitting down? Who's coming in late with the coffee? You know what I mean? And if you got this old idea that you're supposed to be on time, we're taught that. I get it. I typically am a minute or two late. I'm rarely 10 minutes early. That's just never been a big value for me. But if you're the person who's going to be there 10 minutes early and then you're going to sit and judge everyone who comes in late, you've taken a good character and turned it into a defect. See, the defect now for most of us is good character, and it's turned into a defect. I'm a good mother until I'm a better mother than you are. See, I'm a good AA till I'm a better AA than you are. See, so be looking for these things. Kind of have your mind open. It's not bad. We're no longer bad people. We really aren't. I mean, we are really seekers trying as best we can to show up for people the best we can. We suffer from an illness of self-centeredness that I think we don't even get how deep it runs. It's big. And if you're sponsoring half the country, I always like to say I sponsor one half of the country and Polly sponsors the other half, and we can tell you what self-centeredness looks like. Let me tell you. Yeah, if you don't think you got it, or you don't think that many of us in AA have it, I just don't think you're sponsoring enough. You got to get people calling you, getting real with you. I want to hear the real thing. Well, Charlie talked about the toolkit of self-will. And, we have an example of that. We fly a lot. Oh, let me tell you, if you fly a lot, watch you lose it at the airport. Easy to have done. The woman sitting there on the computer and you're asking her a question and she won't look up at you and you're going to miss your flight. And I'm like, I'm coming over there and getting ready to slap the crap out of you if you don't pay attention. I've asked you a direct question and I need an answer now. You hear a lot on the airlines about these people losing it. This is a very stressful thing. Well, Charlie and I travel a lot. We have weights at home. I've had scales at home. I know exactly how much my bag weighs. And so I always usually push the envelope from time to time, 51, 52 pounds, whatever. They tell me I get 50 pounds one bag. I'm going 50 pounds. I'm not going 48. I'm going 50 pounds, maybe 51, 52. Same with Charlie. So we get to the airport and, we are Katie and Charlie Parker, and everyone knows us, right? We were both the exact same personality. That's why we're a lot coming at you, right? We're not the yin and the yang. We're the yin and the yin. And so we're coming at you, man. And so everybody at the airport, we're like the goodwill ambassador. Hello, hello, hello. It's a little parade. And we get in there and we're A-list preferred because we're that and a bag of chips, right, with Southwest. And this one woman behind there, we know them all, but there's a new gal. And she says, A-list come. We kind of walk by like. And so we get into there and we're looking at her and we are just kind and considerate. Hey, yeah, we're the Parkers celebrating Chicago. And she's smiling and everything's wonderful and great. We put the bags up there and she goes, oh, that's a couple pounds over. Well, that's kind of new, and I looked at her and I thought, see, I'm not the girl who unzips my bag in the airport. You with me on that? Okay, come on. Now, you may be, but I don't like that. I don't like unzipping my bag and you get to see that I got my pillow and my shoes and my hairspray and I looked at her and I go, and she goes, no, you're going to have to fix that. Oh, okay. So, I'm reaching, I'm barely opening it. I'm reaching my curling iron out and whatever. And Charlie's bag gets up there. He's 51. She goes, you're a pound over. Charlie's like, oh, great. He grabs a shoe.
So you want me to put a shoe in my briefcase?
Okay, so this is us now. We have come up as kind and nice as we can be. And we are not getting our way. And I swear, by the time I got my cord hanging out of my purse from my curling iron, Charlie's got a shoe in his briefcase. We are walking away. We go, we will never go to her window again, ever. And this was like a month ago. But This is, I looked at him, and by the time we get through the line, which, of course, we go through the special line, because we are that and a bag of chips, we both look at each other. I go, oh, my God, Charlie, that was the toolkit of self-will back there. And, he looked at me and he goes, oh, my God, it really was. But I tell you what, when we go to South, we're not going to her. If she weighs us over, like, oh, no, we're not going to you. We're not doing it. So, okay, I got to keep cooking. Okay, so when it says my DNA, right? What we don't always get with these toolkit of self-will is when we take that kind motive and we get the delusion that everybody would do as I wish, and we run our actions through there because we think about it, the worst we're going to get is an A-. We think, oh no, everybody will love it. And we don't. Everybody's mad. I mean, come on. This is what this is getting ready to tell us. So it's not that I think too much of myself or too little of myself. All I think about is me. How's this going to affect me? Have you ever had somebody just kind of look at you sometime and just kind of go, you're like, what? They walk in a meeting. You're like, what the hell was that? And the next thing I'm running my mind. Did they talk to Mary? I mean, I really don't even care for that person. And then, I know what that was. And I mean, that'll send us to the moon and back. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? Or somebody at the office that didn't call on you or give you kudos when you should, whatever. It says, so what usually happens? This is where we're talking about on page 61. This is where my sponsees live. So when you call me, and let me make this real clear, I sponsor a certain way. I'm not saying that you have to sponsor this way, but as a sponsor, I can't get too close to you as a friend because I lose perspective. So I'm probably not going to be at your baby shower. I'm not going to be in your wedding. That's just how I am. I get too close to you and I don't like the boy you're dating. I don't like the car you're driving. I don't like I just get that way. So you might be able to have a closer relationship, but I find it challenging. And so when you call me, I'm not really interested in you calling me to check in. I'm not interested in that call at all. As a matter of fact, that's the call I want you to have with your sober sisters. I want you to have that life. I want you to call me with a 10th step. I want you to call me when you're in trouble. I'm the suicide hotline. Now, and don't get me wrong, that's what I like to do. And you're gonna get a window with me. We're not gonna sit there and talk for days. When I got sick, I mean, as much as people cared about me, everybody said, how are you doing? I said, I just don't want to talk about it, guys. I'd be talking about it all day long to people. I don't want to talk about how sick I was. I picked certain people out that I would talk to about it, and that was it. And I said, please just respect this. One day we may talk about it, but I'm not going to, because I don't want to do that. And I get that they were worried, but I just didn't want to do it. So when they call me, I always say, so what usually happens? The show doesn't come off very well. They begin to think life doesn't treat them right. That's when self-pity kicks in. I mean, how many of you guys last week did life not treat you right? Oh, come on. Yeah, really. I mean, oh, my God. I had, for some bizarre reason, been just amazing. My life has really been amazing. I had 4 irritable days in a row. And I'm telling you, that's unlike me. And I mean, I called Marty. I said, oh, Marty, everybody is bugging me. I mean, everything. I am on heightened alert about this. I did have my MRI, and I had a meeting with the doctor, which I thought he doesn't know squat. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm real clear that I came in there with a little bit of anxiety and all that stuff, and that life is not going the way I want it. But boy, did I redouble my work and my prayer and meditation and my work with others, because I saw that it was really, really an edge. And I don't like that edge anymore. I don't like when I'm constantly edgy. So this is the self-pity. He decides to exert himself more. This is the driven by fear. You see, when somebody calls me, I don't think life treated me right. And so I step back and I come back at it. He becomes on the next occasion still more demanding or gracious. Here's that toolkit of self-will. And all this is happening at rapid speed. As the case may be, still the play doesn't suit him. Admitting he may be somewhat at fault, he's sure others or people are more to blame. This is where the term my part came in. Oh, if there's anything in AA I wish we could remove, is the term my part. It is all yours. It's your mistakes, period. Your mistakes could even be that you didn't forgive them, okay? But it's not a part. There is never a part here. And, the clean off my side of the street and all of that, that's all to the man we hate. We're taking lines out of the book and we're inserting them in places that was not where they were designed for. He becomes angry, indignant, and self-pity. And these happen once again at Mach speed. Angry. I cannot believe Charlie did that. Indignant for all I've done for him. Self-pity. I need to use somebody other than Charlie. Okay, let's go back to the neighbor. Okay, the neighbor. I'm angry at the neighbor, and all of a sudden I can't believe he did that to me, right? The indignant, and for all I've done for him. And then I'm just surrounded by idiots. See, it just boom, boom, boom. It just goes. Even self-righteous and self-pity become convoluted. Can't believe he did that. My life sucks. You know what I mean? I mean, they're not just you sit with one. They typically are very convoluted. What's the basic trouble? Is he really not a self-seeker even when trying to be kind? Now, here's the tricky part. A term that we use in AA, once again, I like to use a lot of terms that we use in the, 2018, which I prefer you use the ones that are from 1935. It'll make the book make much more sense. But this is a term that I hear a lot. I'm a people pleaser. Right. Well, I'm just a people. Oh, you're such a giver, And so I always say, okay, well, if you're a people pleaser, let's just go ahead and bring in all the people you've pleased and let them stand over here on this side of the wall and ask them how much you've done to please them, because what you are is an approval sucker. You couldn't tell the truth if they asked you to. You know what I mean? They go, do you like green? Love green. I love green. Do you like red? Love red. Love red. I mean, when you're sucking up, you're going to do whatever you can do to get people to do whatever you want. And then it says, and I love this, is he not a victim? I like to rip on folks. You got about another 10 minutes just to hang in there. I like to rip on people, and if you're one of them, I'm sorry, but they put these tattoos of, acceptance and let it go. And, I'm like, oh, dude, wouldn't that be great if you're irritable and go, oh, that's right, I need to accept that. I'm like, what you need to do is tattoo this on your arm, right? Is he not a victim of the delusion that he can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if he just manages well? Now, break that sentence down, and it is powerful. So am I not a victim? And the word victim in the 35 dictionary meant tricked or duped. So I'm tricked or duped by my own mind of the delusion. Now, get a load of what delusion means. This one's a dandy.
Amazing.
Impressions that are contradicted by reality, typically a symptom of a mental disorder.
Isn't it firmly holding on to?
Yeah, and you know what? I couldn't find it, so I had to look it up on my phone. I didn't have it here. But can you imagine that? So it's an impression that are contradicted by reality. See, people want to call it denial. It is not denial we suffer from. We suffer from delusion. See, if you tell me, if I'm asking you a question and I know the answer is yes because I've got a delusional mind, and you say that is not how it happened, Katie, you're lying. You see what I mean? You can't, you don't say,
It said like a firmly held belief that is contradicted by what is generally believed to be reality.
Yep, that's what it was.
You're like, what? And then it said, symptom of a mental disorder.
Yeah. And so that is what delusion is. So keep in mind, have you ever gone to somebody and you go, you know what, I'm going to ask them if they, did something wrong. Did you steal that? And they go, no. And you go, well, I know they're lying. Now, no, you don't. No, unless you can prove it. You don't know if they're lying. You see what I mean? And we don't even know we're doing that. And then it says, that of the delusion that he can wrest, which of course means seize by force, satisfaction to be right, and happiness out of this world if he just manages well. Have you ever had somebody say, would you rather be right or happy? Oh, that one pisses me off. I go, oh, I can give you the right answer, but I want both. Yeah, I really do. I want you to tell me I'm right and I want to be happy. And here's the deal. When it says the victor only seems to win at war, although our moments of triumph are short-lived. The word seems is italicized because it's a delusion. Oh, and then, every once in a while you get this contrary guy in AA that my personality just bugs him right away. And Charlie has witnessed it. He's like, wow, Katie. I go, I know, it's been like that all my life. And so if you're in the room, please talk to Charlie, not me. But I said the word seems is italicized because it's a delusion. So he comes up to me and he goes, so is every word that's italicized a delusion? And I thought, and obviously it's bugged me bad enough to make a point of it. I wrote some inventory on it, and what I came to is he's actually right the way he stated that. So I like to say that in that moment, that is a delusion it's talking about. But no, not all italicus is because of delusion. But I was alluding to that. Does that make more sense? Yeah, so just so you know, I did let a little bit fly out that I still didn't care the way he handled it. But so, and see, I can see it in others, but I'm blind to it in me. Because I've got a reason why, like Charlie said, I got 14 items on there. I mean, three of those are apples. That's one item. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the tricky thing. I don't see it until I do this 10-step with my sponsor. Until you're resentful, dishonest, selfish, or afraid, and you bring another person in. And then it says, isn't it evident to all the rest of the players that these are the things that he wants, and don't his actions make each of them wish to retaliate and snatch everything they can out of the show? Isn't he, even in his best moments, a producer of confusion rather than harmony? You start making people live there, your sponsees will call and go, oh my God, Katie, I am such a producer of confusion rather than harmony. You go into work and all of a sudden they're doing something and you go, hey, do you guys, I can help. No, you really don't want to. You really don't even have time to. And then the next thing you know, they give you 5 tasks. You really don't want them. You with me on that? Now you're stuck in a dilemma because you've said you'd help. You really don't have the time. Now you're pissed and you're going to do it. You are a producer of confusion rather than harmony. Don't say you can if you can't. You know, see, this is what alcoholics are such producers of confusion rather than harmony. And we are such hypocrites in it. Because we just want to come in behind a kind motive and be helpful when it's just so not of our nature. You know, until we have this power, until we have this God, this lack of power is my dilemma. God will make that possible. But without that force behind me, I'm just really going through the motions. And that's what gets so dangerous. I'm going to end with this one story. Actually, I have 2. I'm not going to tell the story of Sam's house. It's on plenty of CDs. But I'm going to tell 2 stories. My son-in-law, who both my kids have been married, and we just love who they got married to and all of that stuff. But my son-in-law has this esophagus problem that every once in a while something gets stuck in his esophagus. And it's been pretty intense. And he's had to even go into the ER and they've had to push it out and all this stuff. And so he hadn't had an episode in a long time. And it's Charlie, me, my other grandchild, not my son-in-law's son, but my other grandchild, and Devin, and we're all out eating, and all of a sudden Devin just steps up, he just stands right up, and we're like, Devin, are you okay? And he goes, and I thought, oh my gosh, I think it's happening. And so I realized, I thought, you know what, I'm going to take Ryder to the claw machine because I'm really good at the claw machine. You need to know that first and foremost. And we're just going to go out there and go to the claw machine and play it while Charlie figures out if we're going to have to take Devin to the hospital. Well, no, I mean, it's way down here. I know maybe Charlie doesn't know what's going on, but I know this is a big deal. So Ryder and I are feeding dollars into the claw machine, right? That thing that drops down and I am really good at it. My son's better than I am, but I'm darn good. And so all of a sudden, right when the claw grabs the stuffed animal, it's coming up, and Ryder and I are like, whoa! And we look over, and here comes Devin walking towards us, and he looks bad. And I know we're probably going to have to go to the emergency room. And he looks at me, and he goes, Katie, we need to go. And the toy drops, not in the bucket. This is a dilemma. You are following me, aren't you? And I could not believe that I said to Devin, can you wait a minute? And I swear he just looked at me like, wow. And he just walked away. And I thought, oh, I can't even believe I said that. And I went, Ryder, quick, let's go. I mean, I'm not about to put a buck in there, right? And I left, and we got in the car, and I just looked at him, and I real quickly, here would be a producer of confusion rather than harmony, that you would need Devin to make you okay. See, I looked at him, I said, Devin, that was so thoughtless of me. I'm so sorry. He goes, it's okay, Katie. Just, really, really couldn't believe it, but he said that. And that the producer of confusion would have said, no, really, I really, and made a big deal out of it. See, this is not about him forgiving me. This is about how self-centered I was. And here's the really worst part. He didn't go to the hospital. I was able to call my doctor. They gave us some of the tips. La, 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 la. I went the next day to try to get that toy. And I know. I couldn't believe I was driving over there. And I didn't get it. I spent about $8 into it, too. And I thought, fine. But now that one was a dandy. And here's another one. I'm getting Invisalign. I had them for a year, and I thought, whatever, I can't believe I'm in an orthodontist office with 19, 12-year-olds, but I'm laying on the chair, and they it was a kind of a cool office. I'd never really been to that world, and it's different than my dentist, and this guy was a young, fit dentist, and he and I are talking about fitness, and I'm they haven't had a chance to meet me yet. And so we're sitting in there talking, and he and I are talking, and all of a sudden his whole staff comes out because we're talking about fitness, and that was my world for 30 years. And this is in the chairs, and they all the staff come in, and I'm thinking, I am fascinating. You know what I mean? These people just are amazed at my level of fitness, and we're going on and on and on, and then I said, look, I got to go, and I get ready to leave, and I walk out to my car, and in the orthodontist office, they got the toothbrushes and everything, and I had my lunch, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to bring my lunch back in there. I'm just going to eat in their office, and then I'm going to brush my teeth in their office and leave and use my Invisalign. They've just met me, right? This is all new. And so I get ready to go back into their office, and I mean lights out. There is no one in the office, and the lights are out. This has been less than 4 minutes that I've gone to my car, gotten my lunch, come back, and it's like, oh, they weren't fascinated by me. They were like, when is she going to shut up so we can get out of here? I would never have known that had I not walked back and seen that. See, we are so delusional as to what we think the patient. So when I called to make my next appointment, I told the girl, Amy, I said, listen, Amy, get me an appointment early in the morning. And I said, because that will keep me from keeping you guys from getting out of there. I am so sorry. And she did that uncomfortable chuckle, and I said, no, I am so sorry. I just went on and on and on, and you guys wanted to get out of there. But I would never have known. I would have left out of there thinking, they are so fascinated with me. And so, yeah. Oh, I knew you were going to do that. Okay, fine. But these are just some observations. I mean, we have thousands of them, but these are just 2 observations. I'm actually going to hand it back over to Charlie for just very few seconds, and then we're going to be back here at 9. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Katie. Okay, I just want to point out, boy, now all of a sudden can you hear me? We talked about this being a game changer. We're talking about what we mean now. All of a sudden, I can't hear this thing. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about how this rolls into the rest of the work, and I really I hope that you come back because it stops becoming abstract theory and starts really showing up as how it changes my program, what I'm doing differently, what I'm looking for. And it really is a game changer, especially for somebody that's been around for a minute and can't figure out why they don't feel great all the time. So I really appreciate you guys paying attention. We'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning. Not 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Hey, everybody. There's all kinds of stuff to talk about. One thing I want to say is be sure and put a name tag on it. It just makes it a lot easier. At some point, if you get a name tag, it makes it a lot easier for us all to get to know each other. And, I'll never forget what's his name from last night, but it's just a lot handier if you have a name tag. So, how's everybody feeling? My gosh, it's always encouraging when you come back. I mean, there's always this fear that at some level that they're going to have a coffee break and you're going to come back and it's going to be 3 of us. So it's encouraging. We covered a lot of ground. Everybody hear me? Okay. it's a great PA system. Boy, we did one here a couple of weeks ago, about a month ago, where the sound was just awful. And you had to have your mouth right on it, and if you moved this far away, they couldn't hear you, and if you moved this far away or this far away, so you had to just be right on it, and it was, I haven't been that nervous in a while. I was sure I was going to foul it up, but we had a lot of fun last night, and we talked about a lot of stuff. Before we get going, let me do the set aside prayer, and if you have any version of it in your mind, you can do it along with us. God, please help us to set aside everything we think we know about ourselves, the big book, the fellowship, and even you, God. We ask for an open mind so that we could have a new experience. Help us to see the truth. Amen. Amen. And it just gave me goosebumps. I like visiting with God first thing in the morning. We talk, and it's funny, what we try to do with some of those stories we're telling, and boy, have I stamped a lot of books. I hate to use up any of my time because, believe me, Katie's keeping track. But I swear to God, the first time we did a workshop, I remember thinking, my God, it just really intimidated me because I'm like, I was still a little nervous about doing a 1-hour talk. And then they're like talking about doing Friday night, all day, Saturday, Sunday morning. What on earth would we talk about all that time? And this friend of mine that had asked us to do it, he said, I'm going to send you over a perspective schedule. And you look at it and it says 9 to 10, Charlie does step 1, and then 10:30, and I swear to God, the first thing after I looked at the schedule, I went, oh, I'm going to need more time. So it always feels like we got all the time in the world, but there's a lot to cover now. I do want to say something. I'm having a lot of fun stamping those books. Somebody said, why did they take it out? Because that's a good question. If they felt necessary to take it out, why are we putting it back in? And it was there was a copyright dispute because we had copyrighted the circle and triangle, but we weren't the first ones to use it. It's kind of an ancient spiritual symbol. And then next thing you know, other people that were using it, they got in a beef with some of the chip companies that were putting it on the back of their chips. There was all kinds of outside enterprises that used it, and they got in these beefs that were costing money to hire lawyers. And that's not what we want to be spending our Southern tradition money on. So there was this ad hoc committee. Turns out you know what an ad hoc committee is? It means it's a committee that only has this one little purpose. And they had met to talk about that. And they didn't ever go through the literature conference. They just came out and said, you know what, we're pulling it. And rather than continue to fight about it. And so anyway, hopefully, if my little brain comes back to it, we'll talk about a circle and triangle exercise that I do with my guys. I better talk about it now or I'll forget about it. Whenever one of my guys calls, we do what we call a circle and triangle check-in, or sometimes we'll start our little meeting off at the house on Thursday night and go, let's go around and see where you're at with the circle and triangle. And when there's 3 sides of the triangle. There's unity, service, and recovery. And there's 12 spiritual principles that go with each side of the triangle. Unity is the fellowship, and it's governed by the 12 traditions. And then service is the service side of the triangle, and that's governed by the 12 the concepts of world service, and if you ever need a good night's sleep, just pick up that book. And then the bottom is recovery, and that's governed by the 12 spiritual principles of the 12 steps. So you got 36 spiritual principles that make up our whole triangle. And so when we do a circle and triangle check-in, the guys will go, well, let's see unity. I went to 3 meetings this week, and I went to lunch with the guys after the noon meeting on Wednesday, and that's what I've been done in the way of fellowship. And then service, I helped set up at Primary Purpose Group Tuesday night, and I got a service commitment out at the treatment center on Wednesdays, and then stuff like that. And recovery, recovery, the steps I probably did 4 or 5 evening reviews this week, and I did my morning prayer and meditation 6 days out of the 7 this week, and I'm sponsoring X number of guys, and I don't have any current amends, and I wound up, I think I did 3 10th steps this week with my sponsor, and so that in a really short amount of time, using what we call the circle and triangle check-in, you can get a pretty good bead on where a guy's at. that you're talking to. So I just offer that for your consideration. But that's, how much of my time did I just donate? 5 minutes, okay.
No, 6.
I want to thank Kyle for bringing the coffee. God bless you, Kyle. That's nectar of the gods. My God, sometimes I go to bed thinking, oh boy, when we wake up, we get to have coffee. You know? Yeah. Our house was built with a wet bar in it, and we lived there 10 years before I thought, I'm going to make that into the coffee bar. And we moved all the coffee equipment out of the kitchen over into that. It's fun. We have like our own little Starbucks area over there. But third step, we did steps 1 and 2, and we started on step 3 last night. And I'm Charlie Parker. I'm alcoholic, by the way. Yeah, so happy to be here. This is such a great crowd of people. I mean, and I'm not just sucking up to you. I mean, it's you guys have got something special going on here. This energy is not everywhere we go, and so so anyway, it makes for to be a lot more fun, and I think a lot more effective. You know, there's on page 132 it says if the newcomer could see no joy in our existence, he wouldn't want it. You know, so even having a good time is about others, you know. I mean, it's like the avoid the deliberate manufacture of misery, you know. So, but if trouble does come, cheerfully capitalize on it as an opportunity for God to prove His omnipotence. Try that the next time your car won't start. You know, just like, okay, God, can't wait to see how you work this one out. But that's the deal. You know, so anyway, we're talking about step 3, and we told a lot of stories last night, and all those stories are kind of used to talk about this self thing we're going to talk about. When I say that the book takes a right turn on page 60, and I missed it for 17 years, it's funny, I said that in a talk one time in Arkansas, and the next morning at breakfast, this guy came up to me, and he goes, you know how, and I'd gone into a little more detail about what we're going to be talking about this morning. And he said, you know how you said you missed it for 17 years? And I said, yeah. He said, I missed it for 22 years. He said, I had to go back to my room last night and see if my book really said the stuff that you were talking about, because I'd never heard it before. And I promise you that the reason that happened was going right from do you believe in God to the third step prayer and skipping this body of work that we're going to spend what some people would say way too much time talking about. But to recap what we went over last night, remember it says just what do you mean by that, and just what do we do? And starting there on page 60, I've written what we mean, and we're talking about what we mean all the way over to the bottom of page 62, and then it switches to what we do. But when Katie was talking about last night, you remember when I'm this actor trying to run the whole show and it doesn't go right, it never seems to go right. And most of my 10th step calls from sponsees could go right here on page 61, where you just like, go, let me guess, buddy, the show didn't come off very well today. You know, you're starting to think life doesn't treat you right, you know, and that sort of thing, because it's just all the time. I'm going to tell a lot of stories about sponsees, and Katie will tell a lot of stories about me because whenever we're looking for manifestations of self, you know, we don't have to look very far. But one of them, this guy Chris, I just love Chris because he's just unfiltered alcoholism coming right at you, just self-centered and self-obsessed with no filters on it, you know, whatsoever. And it makes it so, I love him, you know, because that makes it so easy to read. But when we were working together on this stuff one time, he goes, you know, I don't really have this selfishness that you talk about. And I said, oh, okay, that's interesting. He goes, yeah. He goes, in fact, I was an honest dope dealer. And I said, we should just write those words down so we can look at them for a minute. But he didn't have this self-piece. And about a year later, he called me. I see his name. I answer the phone. Hey, what's up? And he goes, when does the selfishness stop? And I said, buddy, I don't know the answer to that question, but I know it. This had to be almost 6 years ago, because I said, I don't know the answer to that question, but I know it's more than 27 years because it's still all over me, you know. And really, when you think about it, the book never implies that it's going to go away. In the third step promises, it says we will become less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. I don't know why they got to say our little plans. I mean, to me, that's kind of, I'm like, no, this is big stuff I got going on. You know, But we're back in the middle of page 61 because I really like. Is this thing too loud? You know? Oh, okay. I feel like I need to back away from it. Okay, but it says he becomes angry, indignant, self-pitying, and it's worth knowing that this doesn't happen like where I'm angry this week and I'm indignant the next week and then I'm in self-pity. It's just boom, boom, boom. I mean, it's like I'm mad. I can't believe they're going to do this, you know, and then indignant after everything I've tried to do, or I'm already doing this and now they want to, you know, and then the last stage is self-pity. You know, what's the use anyway? Nobody understands me, you know, that sort of thing. And it says, what is his basic trouble? We're back to that basis again. And it says, because it's funny, we're talking about a basic solution. You know, it's funny in those bedevilments, when I started looking at that word basis, and the bedevilments, it doesn't say was not a solution to these bedevilments more important than talk about the future. It says was not a basic solution to these bedevilments more important than talking about landing on the moon and that sort of thing. So we're not talking problem by problem, because what happens, especially for a lot of us on our way into the fellowship, I can get so bamboozled by all the little branches of my problem, and I can spend all my time just trying to take care of the checkbook and the kids and the beef at work and the traffic and the overdue bills and this stuff, and I never focus on the root of my problem. What it always seems like to me is that if I can get my outward circumstances in order, then I'll get spiritual, then my inward condition will be okay. But my outward circumstances are always a demonstration of my inward condition. It's never the other way around. But it feels like, and the more scared I get, you know, am I the only one that pays, you know, have you ever gone, don't give me that AA crap, this is a serious problem I'm dealing with here, you know, we're talking about a lot of money here or something like that, you know, and the other thing about with this guy, am I the only one that thinks you can get yourself a little bit better deal than God's going to give you? I mean, when I think about God's will, I never go to joy and abundance and total satisfaction. It's like I'm gonna take it in the shorts here. If I you know, God's always going to have me down on the corner wearing gauze clothing with a bullhorn and a Bible or something. You know, I mean, you know, and it hasn't happened yet. But I mean, and we're going to talk about the deal what we make with God here in a minute on the next page. It'll probably be Katie talking about it, but it says, what is his basic trouble? Is he not a self-seeker even when trying to be kind? Now let me tell you something. When we start talking about manifestations of self, the first place when you start looking for the way self shows up, the first place that's obvious is in others. I mean, you know, my God, I can spot it in sponsees. I can spot it at the guys of the home group, and we're going to have a lot of fun talking about the way self shows up and story stealing and stuff like that. But I'm blind to it in myself. I can sit there and I can hand it out to Rory, and then I can hand it out to Rick, and one sponsee after another, and then I get jacked up and I call Lorenz or I call Myers, and they hand it right back to me, and I'm like, my God, how can I be that asleep? You know, but the reason I can't see self in me, Katie talked about that funnel last night, and the reason I can't see selfishness in me is I always got a story to go with it, right? So remember we talked about that delusion I have that if everybody would do as I wish, everything would be wonderful, right? So one side of this funnel is that delusion that if you guys, and I just can't get everybody to take their act right pills, you know. So if I could just get everybody to act right, we wouldn't be having, you know, all this problem. So that's one side of the funnel, and the other side of the funnel is my motives, you know, which are always good, right? I wasn't trying to do this. I was just trying to do that. I can't believe everybody's mad at me. So when I take like Katie said last night, when I take my actions and I run them through that funnel, when it comes out the bottom, the worst I'm ever going to give myself is about an A minus, you know? But then when I call him, run it by my sponsor, he's like, well, is it possible that, you know, and you're like, you know, or, you know, so when we're doing 10 steps, we're going to talk about this a lot later, but I got to have a sponsor that's going to take me to where'd you set the ball rolling? Where did you make decisions based on self? Because if I call up and I'm mad at my coworker and my sponsor starts talking about my coworker, or here's how you deal with a difficult person, One of the things I've been saying lately is that, we talk a lot about forgiveness, and really I think we need a lot less forgiveness than we think we do. It's like most of the time what I need is awareness, and then process that, and then I need to be making amends. But it feels like I need to just be forgiving these people. And so I got to be careful about going to acceptance and forgiveness a lot of times too, because sometimes I'm so delusional that's not at all what I need. Like if I went to half the people that I'm mad at and said, well, I'm just going to accept you for being who you are and forgive you for being such a jerk, and that's not what I need most of the time. But let's talk about this. What is my basic trouble? And then it says that she talked about being a victim of this delusion. Now you think about this play we were in last night. If we're in a play and then you see everybody, and I'm loving my cowboy buddy here, right here. God bless. God bless the Dallas Cowboys. But I assume we're all Dallas Cowboy fans here. That was
oh boy!
There went the bunny trail. Squirrel.
Victim
Yeah. But no, we were down to this play with the guy in it. Now, if we're in a deal and you got somebody hogging he could be putting a conference together, but you got one guy that wants to do all the work. He doesn't want to, he wants to be the one chairing the conference. He wants to be, and when everybody sees that this one person is trying to move their way to the front line, what are we going to do? We're going to start clawing our way to the front. And it says, and isn't it evident to the rest of the players that these are the things he wants? And do not hit, this is the first new paragraph on 61, way down towards the bottom of it. And do not his actions make each of them wish to retaliate, snatching all they can get out of the show? Right? Is he not even in his best moments a producer of confusion rather than harmony? Now here it's about to get really heavy. It says our actor is self-centered, egocentric. So now self and ego are kind of interchangeable, but it's saying I'm self-centered or I'm ego-centered, and that sort of thing. But when you turn over to the next page, it says, this is our founders trying to talk to us. It says selfishness, self-centeredness. That, we think, is the root of our troubles. This is what did my glasses wind up here?
I don't know where they went. Here, you can use these.
Yeah. I wonder why I was having so much trouble reading that. I have lost my glasses. These will be cute.
They're kind of manly.
Yeah. Holy cow.
I got some. Oh, too much?
That's a lot of frame, honey. I feel like I got goggles on.
How about these?
Oh, these are even better.
Oh, I have tons.
Okay. And it says selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. What? So the root of our troubles, back in Bill's story, it talks about take away my difficulties, root and branch. We're not talking about the little ways that my troubles manifest as much as the root of my troubles is selfishness and self-centeredness. And man, I'm telling you, I was 17 years sober when over on page 60 when it said the first requirement is that I be convinced that my life run on self-will can hardly be a success. And I clearly remember the first day I saw that. It was like it just went whoop up off the page, and I was like, my God, not only am I not convinced of that line has never touched me. I have zero experience with that line. Because we went right from see that God could and would to over to the third step prayer. So not only am I not convinced that my life run on self-will can hardly be a success, you know how you'd have been able to tell? By watching me. I always say, if you want to see what I believe, don't listen to what comes out of my mouth. Watch my feet. Mm-hmm. And do I look like a guy that's convinced that his life is run on self-will can hardly be a success? Or does it look like here's a guy that thinks now that you got the booze off of me, I'll take it from here? In the 12 and 12, Bill says something about that we can have faith in God and keep him out of our lives. And the way that shows up for a guy like me is I'm going, oh, man, yeah, God is awesome. God's awesome. I mean, he took away my drinking problem. I mean, if I ever have a big problem, I'm bringing God right in. Now I don't need him for this deal with Katie. And I don't need him for this thing with my kids, and I don't need him for this thing with the IRS, and I don't need him for this thing at work. But if I ever have a really big problem, oh yeah, God. But in the meantime, God, just take a knee, and I'll let you know if we're sending you in. And that's the way I lived my life for a long time. And I'd do a 10th step if I really foul up, but most of the time I got this, And that was what was driving people crazy, and that was what was blowing up marriages, and we're going to talk about that a lot. So it says, yeah.
Can you do that?
How do we do that? We're having a sidebar. Excuse me.
Just jump to it.
You want me to jump?
Yeah, and I'll do that, and then we'll be able to move on.
So what am I supposed to jump to?
They arise out of ourselves. Is an extreme example.
Okay, Katie's going to come back to this chunk because I love to do this piece. It says, down here it says, so our troubles, we think, listen to what it says, are basically of our own making. So our troubles are basically of our own making. They arise out of ourselves, and the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot. I remember thinking, I'm not an extreme example of self-will run riot. Maybe a little bit, but not an extreme example because of this funnel, right? What's the rest of the sentence? It says, though he usually doesn't think so. I'm like, it's like a drunk trap, and it says, now here's a heavy, heavy, heavy line. It says, above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. And I'll never forget, Mark Houston looked me dead in the eye, and he said, what do the words above everything mean to you? And I was like, whoa, like of paramount importance. I said, isn't that interesting? He said, it doesn't even say above everything we got to stop drinking vodka. It turns out that Chuck Chamberlain used to tell a story about this guy Tex in his book, and Tex his whole life, had been afraid of dogs. And when he looked back over when he was a kid, this dog had bitten him, and he'd been afraid of dogs his whole life. But when he looked back a little further, he remembered that he'd been chasing this little neighborhood girl across her lawn when her dog came out and bit him. And he said, all my life I'd been running from dogs and chasing women, and dogs never were my problem. and it's kind of that way with my approach to AA. I'd been working a program like the problem was alcohol, and alcohol never was the problem. Alcohol was the only thing I'd ever found that would ease the discomfort of a life based on selfishness and self-centeredness. So it changes, it says above everything. Now don't get me wrong. The not drinking part is a big piece of AA. We really, but I mean, when I'm working a program based on alcohol, you know that guy. You got that guy. I was that guy in the meeting that's going, well, screamed at my wife this morning and burned, slapped one of the kids on the way out of the house, and then I burned out of the driveway, and I got to work an hour late, and I looked at 2 hours of internet porn at the office while I was there, and then I gambled a little bit on the internet, and I left work an hour and a half early and got a half gallon of vanilla ice cream and ate it in the front seat of the car on the way home, but I didn't drink today, and by God, that makes me a winner, And you're like, well, that makes you something, but winner is not the first adjective that jumped to mind, but I mean, when we start focusing on this self piece, it just blows my recovery wide open, because now it's not just drink, don't drink, it's manifestations of self. How does self show up? What's it like to be around Charlie? What's it like to be married to Charlie? What's it like to work for Charlie? What's it like to work with Charlie? What's it like? How does he show up? How does he show up when nobody's looking? How does it, I had an ex-wife one time say, I wish I was a stranger. And I said, why? And she said, you're so nice to strangers.
Oh, don't. Oh.
Well, I mean, but it's true, because there's the, you find yourself, sitting there with family, but I'm visiting with the waitress because there's no risk in that, and I can be a short-term swell here, and that sort of thing. And so it says, it says, above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. Why? Well, it says we must, or it kills us. That's it. And it says, I want to talk about this line. You talk about losing the influence of the power of some of these lines. Remember, it says, I'm an extreme example of self-will run riot. Let me put that into illustration for you. Imagine that this wall behind me is a big map or a big graph. And what it is it's going to represent the entire population of the United States. All the people in the country are represented in this thing right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over in this corner right here. Hey, I got a mobile mic. We're going to go. So this is awesome. So this whole wall is the entire population of the United States, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to come right over here and we're going to build about a 25-foot high chain link fence with razor ribbon and barbed wire and guard towers and all that stuff. And what we're going to do is we're going to go out in the population and we're going to get everybody that is self-will run riot. I mean, not a little bit selfish, run riot, right? 17-year-old boys straight into the fence. And I know some of you are thinking of some of your home group members thinking that they're in the fence too, But we're going to move everybody that is self-will run riot into this fenced area, right? Okay, so are you getting an idea of this population in here? Now what we're going to do is we're going to go into this population and we're going to pluck out the extreme examples. These are the people that are driving the other self-will run riot people crazy, okay? These are the ones where they're going, oh, this guy here. We're going to pluck out just those people. Welcome to Alcoholics Anonymous. And the problem is, with my delusion, see, I don't even think I belong in the fence, much less an extreme example. When you come to pluck me out, I think I'm going, see, I know it. It looked selfish there for a minute, but you heard my story, didn't you? It wasn't as bad as it was. If you'd just let me tell the story. You ever, have a sponsor call up and you pick up the phone and you get the big, long story, and then you go, well, it sounds to me like you started the whole problem yourself. And they go, maybe you didn't hear the story. Let me once upon a time, there was this whole, so when it says an extreme example of self-will run riot, and then it says, and there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without his aid. Many of us had moral and philosophical convictions galore, right? But we couldn't live up to them, even if we wanted to. Over on page 44, there's a really heavy thing, because we talk about slogan sling in AA sometimes, where you're just going, well, just turn it over and just think it all the way through. And sometimes that stuff is good. It's not all bad, but on 44 it says, if a mere code of morals or a better philosophy of life were sufficient to overcome alcoholism, many of us would have recovered long ago. But we found such codes and philosophies didn't save us, no matter how much we tried. We could wish to be moral. We could wish to be philosophically comforted. In fact, we could will these things with all our might. But the needed power wasn't there. Our human resources, as marshaled by the will, were not sufficient. They failed utterly. So acceptance only works up until it stops working. And the reason I couldn't figure out why acceptance was so unsatisfying for me, but the truth is, acceptance is a promise. Except if I'm working the steps and the principles of this program, I will eventually find myself in a place of acceptance. But asking me to just go to acceptance without doing the work is like telling me to work the promises and hope that the steps come true in my life. It's getting it backward, and it can be comforting sometimes. But if we're going to talk about acceptance, I need for you to tell me how to look at it from an entirely different angle and how to go to God with it, and where am I delusional and that sort of thing. And then, well, good. So it says, neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. Turns out I can't get over myself, and I can't quit playing God without God. It'd be nice if we could have this conversation and I could just go, you know what? By God, that guy from Texas is right. I'm just going to be less selfish. I'm gonna probably sign up at the soup kitchen tomorrow, but it's in my DNA, and we're going to talk a lot about this as we go further. But I'm going to hand this piece over to Katie. 30 minutes and 5 seconds.
Wow.
Boom.
For that. Oh gosh. Well,
This is the time to tell him he had 37 minutes, so he just gave me 7 minutes. I know. It was like, I don't know how you did. No, you blew it. Nope. Really?
No, not right now.
Okay.
I'm banking it. I'm banking 7 minutes.
No, erase. Hi, y'all. Katie Parker, alcoholic. I had 7 minutes. I was over here still thinking away. We do spend a ton of time in the third step because there's just so much more depth in the third step, I think, than any of us give it. Really, even Charlie and I. Oh, hold on.
You were going to do this.
I'm heading that way.
I'm with you.
Thank you. The interesting thing about the third step is that if you will really study it, right? The big book, we always say, have you read? But the truth is I would love to change a few things and say, have you studied? Because the book is designed to be studied, not read. Never read 3 pages. I mean, that just doesn't give you the depth of studying a paragraph. Study a paragraph for a week. Every morning, take that paragraph, read through a line at a time, and ask yourself, what does that mean to you? I mean, we've got to slow everything down. We are such people that we have the hardest time living in the moment. And we like to talk about it. I'm only sober for 24 hours. We talk a good game. But I don't really believe most of us really live that deep of a game. And I'm not saying, judging good, bad, right, wrong. I'm just talking the facts. And the facts are it's easy to drift. It's easy to fall asleep. It's easy to miss a lot of this stuff. And when we start to get into the disciplines, and we spend a lot of time on the 4-step, because the 4-step is where all the deep directions are. And they're going to be the directions for the 10th step. The 10th step is 4 through 9, right? It's a spot check inventory. It's that vigorous course of action. So you need, when people, since the 10th step is, basically 2 pages with deep promises, but we look at that like damage control, when in fact this is way bigger than that. It's about observing me, watching me through life, but being very careful that I'm not watching me and trying to fix me, right? You can't fix self with self, and I think you don't get to miss it. I think you got to try it, and you don't even know you're doing it until you finally hit the wall so many times, and then you get what we're talking about. This thing is so experiential that I don't think you get to miss all these things. You get to hear it. Knowledge is a great thing, but it just doesn't solve the self problem. So we're going to go back to page 62 on the selfishness and self-centeredness, where it says, now, once again, I like this paragraph. I like breaking this paragraph down. It says, we think that we think is the root of our trouble. Is the root of our trouble. Remember, Bill is always talking about root and branch, getting down to the root of things. If we're not careful, and I'm going to step out here with something right out of the gate, but if we're not careful, we go to our sponsor for the answer to my problem. The only answer to my problem is you to get me connected to the power so I can hear the answer to my problem. I don't want my sponsor saying, well, they're no longer good for you. You need to get a different job. You need a different car. That's a very dangerous position to put, first of all, the sponsor in, and the sponsor to think that's their direction. I did it for years. I mean, I was really more of a life coach than anything. And how do you know what you don't know? And I was helpful. Don't get me wrong. I did 10 years of codependency group therapy, for God's sakes. I mean, I'd learned everything you can learn about self and family dysfunction. It was all based on alcoholism and families about, alcoholism and the teetotalers, and I knew a lot. So I was actually very helpful there. And I'm not saying counseling's not okay. The only problem is if you're not careful, I think counseling's a real privilege, but if you're not careful, counseling never gets to the 4th column of an inventory. They never are going to say, you need to go back to your father and make an amends. They're going to say, that's a very harmful man to you. You probably ought to stay away from him. It's almost always going to be that way. And I'm not saying this is with sexual with sex stuff and all that. Everybody always wants to go to the worst case scenario and pick a fight, which is the extreme example of self-centeredness we're talking about. I'm talking about in general. Most problems, like Charlie said, the big story comes. I actually like the big story. I want you to just talk until you step on your tail 6 times and I see them all. It stepped on, they don't even see it. And they're going on and on and on and on and on. And then I can come back and say, Okay, I'll usually say, okay, I got enough of the story, especially if I'm running out of time. I got enough of the story now to see what went on. See, my job is to see it from a different angle and then to get you to see it from a different angle. And then once you see it from a different angle, then you take it to God. My job is merely the vessel. I am not the one to give you the directions on how to handle something as far as, I mean, I can give you some things that are better to say or this or that, but the truth is as an ex-problem drinker, my very life depends upon the constant thought of others and how I may help meet their needs. And let me tell you, on Katie, help meet their needs. And let me tell you, on Katie Power and Katie's self-will, that ain't happening. It's got to be God. God is the only one who can soften my heart enough that I have that compassion. I mean, how many times have you ever been around a family member or someone that bugs the crap out of you and you have that brief moment of compassion for them, where you just see this 8-year-old kid in their eyes and you just go, wow. And then it's gone. That's what we're trying to get more of, that lasts longer and longer and longer. So it says selfishness and self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. We are driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity. We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. There's the first period. So what is that saying? It's saying that this self-centered fear, remember we talked about it last night, that self-centered fear is I'm afraid I'm not going to get it or I'm going to lose it once I got it. It's that slow game of Pong and I don't even know I'm doing it. And the problem with selfishness and self-centeredness is it says in the book that we need to be rid of this, and the word rid in the 1935 dictionary means to set free. So we got to be real clear. It's not like getting rid of your garbage, right? That you set it on the curb, garbage man takes it, it's all done here. Whew, thank God that's over. It's to be set free. When? Every day. Every day I need to be set free from this. So if we step away from these disciplines in 10 and 11, I am just slowly but surely getting more and more heated. And I can't put my finger on it because I'm not looking for big stuff. It's like, well, golly, Charlie and I seem to be doing pretty good. He's bugging the crap out of me. But, I mean, the way he drinks that coffee and the breathing in and out, And I don't even realize I've stepped so far away from him making my evening review. And I don't know about you guys, but, I mean, if you're in a relationship with with someone or married, that significant other should make your evening review every night. And the reason they should make your evening review every night is because they're not the problem. See, I'm the problem. And that's the problem. And before you know it, if they don't make my evening review, then I've married the wrong man. I am done. And everything he does bother me. Or your boss, same thing. And we think we get the privilege of having this discomfort. That I have I had somebody call me that had heard us speak, and she said, my sponsor used the term justifiable resentment. And I thought, and she goes, I heard you say that that's not in our book, and we don't have them. And I said, you can start with that, but we're going to end with, something else. And I said, see, that's where it gets dangerous. A justifiable resentment. A resentment is a big deal. It doesn't matter if you have high-end problems. I hope you do have high-end problems. But a resentment is a resentment, period. It doesn't matter if you're resentful at your pet. It's a resentment. They are deadly for us. That's going to be talked about in the first step. But here's where we're getting down to what it is. So when it says I'm driven by 100 forms of fear, the fear is the old idea that's driving you. And once again, we don't necessarily always know the old idea. I think sometimes when we come in, especially when we have longer term sobriety, I'm so way past that my dad didn't give me my support, and he'd say you'd screw up a 1-car funeral, and you'd lose your ass if it wasn't hooked on. I mean, that was, God Almighty. I was born in the 50s. That was so normal. I personally prefer we go back to a little bit of that, but don't get me started. So, because, it's just, we've just softened the group so much, and we're seeing what a younger generation, the level of self-centeredness is shocking. And so...
Yeah, why can't they be like we were?
Why can't they? Yeah, go ahead and lob out a little shame on them. It's all good. And but there's a balance there. I get it. But one of the things is you come in and you got a lot of low self-worth. Well, my dad didn't do this, and I felt this way. And that's going to present itself as a foundational issue. I'm with you on that. But the way, once we've been sober a while, it morphs right? It becomes a shapeshifter, and I don't even know what I'm looking for because my character is pretty darn good today. I like who I am today. I hope you do too. I like who I am. Now, can I be hard on myself? You bet. But the truth of the matter is it's going to typically be a character that I've turned into a defect. I'm a good person, but I'm really better than you. Sorry. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. That's how it shows up. How does it show up that I'm better? Because that's when I'm self-righteous. Right? If you come up to me and you can do and say certain things, there's certain personalities that bother me right out of the gate. Remember we talked about the person who walks in the room and just, you don't like them and you don't even know who they are. Those are what we're watching for. Why does that one guy in your home group bother you? What is it about that personality? 9 out of 10 times it's going to tie back into mom and dad. I give you that. But that's not who that is. So what is it in that personality that can get that button pushed? We got to pull that stuff up because on your own power, you can't change it. And that person has been put in your life to try to help you get to this spot, right? It says, I love where it says on the bottom of page 20. Matter of fact, flip to that one because that's a good spot to be.
20?
Page 20, baby. I'm sorry, bottom of page 19. The bottom 3 lines. Now, and consider where this is in the book. This is page 19. They're hitting us with some deep stuff. It says, most of us sense that the real tolerance of other people's shortcomings and viewpoints and a respect for their opinions are attitudes which make us useful to others. Now, that's a lot of words that didn't make any sense to me. And my sponsor's a huge wordsmith. Dad was a rocket scientist. She broke that down for me, and she said, first of all, tolerance is not this. Right? Tolerance is allowing them their space and time. Just like I ask you to allow me for my opinions and observations and experience. I'm not asking you to tolerate it with this because you're not listening when you're in that attitude. And then so it's basically saying the person that bugs the crap out of me is my guiding light. Why? Because that personality will show up all the time in my life, and my work is to get this spiritual connection so that God can help me really care for this individual. See this individual as one of God's children, right? And then, of course, that's where it says on the top of page 20, it says, our very lives. So it's just our very lives. It's a pretty big line. As an ex-problem drinker depends upon the constant thought of others and how we may help meet their needs. Now, don't get me wrong. That's 20. Yeah, I just said that. Don't get me wrong. He gets a little nervous with the whole little health thing I had. It's like, 20. Did you get that, honey? 20. Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, it just seems like it ought to be on about page 175. You know?
Yeah. So, and really, if you think about this, I mean, once again, study a paragraph at a time, and you will begin to see so much more. You got to get yourself in that morning time. There's a reason it's done on awakening, and on awakening is when I'm most centered. I mean, how many of you guys, if you'll sit in some quiet time and you'll do, on awakening, and all of a sudden you hear the voice say, "Call Mary." What's that? Call Mary. And I'm telling you, I put a little pad there and I write it down because that'll go. And I won't do it. And that little pad's going to go with me today so I don't forget. God's trying to communicate all the time with me. All the time. We got to get unblocked. So it says, I'm driven by these 100 forms of fear, right? Going back to page 62. And now remember, this happens very quickly. So it can be something as simple. Here's a perfect one. Oh, we're so electronically connected these days. So email or Facebook. Forgive me. That seems to just piss everybody off. Facebook. I don't know why you're on it, but I think you're on it to be bugged sometimes. Because I'll tell a sponsee after a while, I go, what would happen if you turn that off for a week? Just 1 week. Don't look at it. Don't get, because you're bugged by what people are saying or doing and all of this stuff. Just look at it. You can go back on it, but just see. You've got to get to a place to where you're watching yourself. So, because you know yourself better than I. And so these 100 forms of fear, it could be an email. How about somebody sends you an email or a text and it's in capital letters? What are you doing? Well, capital letters means you're yelling at somebody, right? And I'm like, What? And the first thing you just want to snatch that and just send it right back. I'm telling you what, that pause when agitated or doubtful in the 11th step is way deeper than pause when agitated or doubtful. Pause when agitated or doubtful, it's pause, ask, remind, and say. There's a lot going on. See, once again, we'll take a line out and we'll say, oh, I paused when agitated. Oh, there's a lot more than that. I can pause when agitated sometimes on self, but by about the fourth time, I'm not pausing. And so this is where it's always tying back into this third step. So I'm driven by this fear. Bad email. Saw something on Facebook. All of a sudden, how about this on Facebook? Somebody had a party and you weren't invited. Here's all the pictures. Or else, so how about this one? How about you had four of your girlfriends went somewhere and they didn't invite you, and you are the fifth person of that posse. You didn't even know it was happening. Oh, I'm telling you, you just click, 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 and you're just listening in on the phone call type deal. You know what I mean? I mean, you see a world that sets you up for trouble. Because I can promise you, before we had any of this connection, people were doing that all the time. I just didn't know about it. And for whatever reason, they didn't ask me. But my ego can't handle it. I need to know why. And then I need to blow each and every one of them up. And I'm telling you, that is where it says I'm driven by 100 forms of fear. And throughout the day, now I woke up, I was doing my prayer and meditation. It's all smooth, right? Right before I get ready to go to work, I look at the phone, pull up Facebook, see the picture, boom. I'm down the tubes, man. And then the rest, it's like a pebble in your shoe. This is what the bondage of self looks like. I couldn't stop those voices if you paid me. And then somebody comes up to you with a real heart-wrenching story, and my first thought is, great. Oh, boy. I got to act like I really am concerned. Ooh. And I got that going on. I could see that's what God is trying so desperately to keep us out of that spot. And so then it says that I'm driven by these 100 forms of fear, self-delusion. I'm up in the mind. And the mind must get a storyline. It must. It's going to search and search and search. And we'll get into the laws when we get into 10 and 11. But it's the law of subconscious activity. The world is governed by laws, guys. I'm telling you, if you don't know much about the laws, open your mind. It will rock your world when you begin to understand the laws. Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, doesn't matter what you believe. Heck, Mother Nature. It's the laws, right? And the laws of gravity. We don't ever doubt the laws of gravity and jump off a building and hope it's suspended, And the law of electricity. These laws are all in effect. The laws that govern our states. And then there are spiritual laws. And the mind retains so much information we don't even know about. And you'll be sitting there with that pebble, and then all of a sudden it's like somebody just hit the red button. Bang! I know why they didn't invite me. And there you have it. There's the illusion that you think you know. You got no idea. But now you're not moving off that mark until all four of them admit that I was right. And then it says we go into self-seeking. So I got to go be sure that all of them know. Now, I'll probably do that by going around the bend. I'm going to ask all the other people that know them, right? So I'm going to start a pretty big pot-stirring issue here, right? Or I'm going to see them, and I'm going to give them the cold shoulder, right? I mean, I'm going to do something. Self-seeking is always an action. Not making a phone call, not returning a call is self-seeking. Don't get confused on that one. And then I'm going to go to self-pity. You got no idea. Right. Now, this is all just one click. One click and my whole world has just shut down. Now, we got amazing tools in this program to help us. I had somebody else tell me, I talked to someone and they told me that this person's not good for me. I need to get them out of my life. Wow. Really? Really? It's not giving God a lot of credit there. And once again, everybody wants to go to the abusive person and all of this stuff. This was a friend they made in AA. I don't believe that. You don't have to go have coffee with them every day. But I believe that God can get me to really deeply love you. And then we step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Now, see, I've done all this action based on this picture or this little thing in Facebook. So I've done all this action. Sometimes they hurt us, seeming without provocation, but we invariably find that at some time in the past, we made a decision based on self, which later placed me in that position to be hurt. So when you're calling me with the 10th step of this, I go, the truth is you have no idea why they didn't invite you. You don't. Now, when I walk the dog backwards, have you ever been around that person that you're a good friend of theirs, but my God, they've gone so dark and so needy, and they're really drifting into untreated alcoholism, and they're just a drag to bring around. Fair enough, I could be either person in this play, don't get me wrong. But you know what I'm saying. So actually, the reason you weren't invited is because you're just such a drag. You're so self-centered that you'll always have a negative flare on everything. That's an option. Right now, I'm sponsoring them, so I kind of know what's going on here. But this is what we're talking about. This is my job to get you to see, why do you think you weren't invited? Let's talk about what you don't want to see. Not that they didn't invite you. Why would they not invite you? How are you showing up in life? Now, I'm already watching you. You're a pain in the neck. You know, I get it. I'm already watching what your behavior is. You're in a beef with everybody. If you're in a beef with everybody, I can promise you, you're the problem. That's just the nature of it. And we don't even know it, right? If you can't even get along with the clerk at the 7-Eleven, it's you. No doubt about it. And so then I love where it says, so our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making, right? So if the problem, in order for me to be free, the problem has to be me. And, you know, the 12 and 12 says, you know, it's a spiritual axiom. Whenever I'm upset, la, 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 la. For some reason, I almost think after that it goes to I need to forgive them. And I'm not the biggest fan of that. I think it's me. I think I'm probably the one that needs to see what have I done that have made people treat me that way. It was very interesting. When we fly, we sit next to people on the airplane. They always ask the question, so what are y'all doing? Well, and I don't ever like to say AA straight out of the gate, because let me tell you, a lot of people are deeply affected by alcoholism, and they don't love us. I'm alcoholic. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I mean, so I say, well, we do a lot of 12-step work, and we're going to a conference where we have something in our fellowship called the Big Book, and we're blah 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 blah. And sometimes you hint around, and they'll typically say, oh, my sister's done some of that, or you know, they'll open up right away. And this guy says, wow. And so we start talking, and he's got no alcoholism in his family. His 4 children, he dodged a bullet. He said, my wife's husband, or my wife's dad drank, but he quit. Probably a hard drinker, right? And all this stuff. But then he says, you know, he said, a good friend of mine in college, here comes the story. Now, this is from a guy who does not know much about alcoholism. He goes, a buddy of mine in college just called me out of the blue and said, man, I am drunk somewhere. I need you to come get me and take me home. That's how self-centered we are. Please come into my screwed up world. I might throw up in your car too, okay? But, you know, if you could just come give me a ride. And so he takes him to, you know, the guy to his house, and the wife opens the door and goes, absolutely not, which I admire. She's clearly working in an Al-Anon program. Absolutely not. He's not coming in this home. And the guy looks at him, the guy's wife, and goes, what do you want me to do with him? She goes, there's an AA meeting that's starting in 30 minutes down the street. And so this guy, who doesn't know anything about alcoholism, loads the drunk back in the car, drives him to the AA meeting, and he goes, I watched exactly what you guys are saying. He goes, these guys just came right at him, you know, and I walked into the meeting with him, and I sat there, and he goes, you know, you guys are amazing. He says, your stories are so unbelievable. It was very cool to hear his perspective on that. Of course, become close friends with me, and I'll chew you up and spit you out, and you may have a different attitude on that a little later, but, you know, and I'm not, you know, that's all tongue-in-cheek. But so he said that the guy got rowdy in the meeting. Shocking. You know, yeah. I always love to watch people when a drunk comes in the room. The ones that are shocked, they're the ones I need to pull aside and go, let me tell you, this is where he is welcome. He's welcome in this room.
Yeah, you did a decent AA get a decent AA meeting going, and next thing you know, drunks are showing up.
Yeah. So he said the guy got so rowdy, and he said he was so embarrassed that the guy was getting rowdy, right? Because he doesn't get it. He said he pulled him aside, and the guys that were around him, pulled our guy on the plane aside, and he said, the guy said, "What am I going to do with him? What should I do?" And they said, "Drop him off at the 7-Eleven." Now, we know that that's the thing to do. And this guy was like, "I couldn't do that." See how much we hurt people? We have now tied your values and your emotions to our just extreme example of a life. And now we've tethered you, and we're going over the falls together, buddy. You're going to be thinking of me all night. Matter of fact, I hope I've ruined your night's sleep, worried about me. And he said, I couldn't do it. And he said, I took him to a hotel. And I let him, put him in a hotel. Now, here's what's interesting about that. This guy did exactly what people think to do with us. It is so counterintuitive. You got to cut us off at the knees. Leave him on the corner. You know what I mean? You got to cut him off at the knees. And you could just see the hurt in him. But you could also tell he hadn't thought that in a long time. So when it comes to the 8th and 9th step, when we talk about that, I want you to dig that deep. I want you to dig that deep, because that guy will never make my inventory. But I know there's people I've harmed, and in my morning time, God will bring those names to my heart. He said, Tom. Oh, my God. I remember I called Tom when I was drunk, and he put me up in a hotel. Because I asked him, I said, have you heard from him? He goes, no, I never heard from him that night on. And a part of me hopes he got sober, but if he did, he's not clearly making all his amends. And if he didn't, it wouldn't even make his radar. And that's what we're talking about, guys. We make those tornado amends, but we don't know how many people that have come across our paths that we have run over. And that's what we're looking at. So our troubles are of our own making, right? And then the other thing that, bear with me here. You know what, Charlie? I think I'm going right into the
Into what?
4th step.
No.
Okay, I'm coming back. Don't jump in. Okay, you're gonna wish I did, but you witnessed it.
We've done what we do.
I know. Well, you do that.
I'll do it right now.
No, I don't want you to do it right now. No. Okay. No. Back at me. This is a real quandary we're in here right now. Okay, so now this is the end of what do we mean, right at the bottom of page 62, right? Bear with me. Okay. Nope. This is the end. What we do. We had to quit playing God. Now, I'm telling you, it's easier to get a drunk to quit drinking than it is to get us to quit playing God. And I'm telling you, I mean that with every fiber of my being. After about 90 days, now this may not have been your experience, but it's the majority of AA. I mean, like I said, Polly, I think you could write a book on sponsorship. I could write a book on sponsorship. You sponsor half the country, you get a pretty good beat on the alcoholic, right? You sponsor 4 or 5, you got a smaller world that you're seeing. On the big picture, most of us, the obsession to quit drinking, the obsession is gone in 90 days. Most of us. And then from that point on, our work is to get you to quit playing God. And that's tough. And so, because I know what everybody needs. I know who's going to stay sober, who's not, all that stuff. And it says in there it didn't work. These are all management decisions. And then next, we decided, and here's the decision, and the prayer is the reiteration of the stuff we've just covered, that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director. Now, I love that. Because here's the deal. My job's important. Money scares the crap out of me. My kids scare the crap out of me. My marriage scares the crap out of me. My health. All these things scare me when they're disturbed, right? Hurt, threatened, or interfered with. They're all problematic. And I want to solve them. I want to go right into self. And what I don't understand is I have no idea what God's take is on this. If I don't get deeper and deeper and unblocked then I don't know where to go. Well, I had a sponsee one time lost her job, and I mean, it was a big deal. I mean, she had a family and they needed their income badly. Now, I know she's smart as a whip. She's a value anywhere she goes, as you are. Unless you're lazy. If you're lazy, you do have big problems. Okay, let me just tell you that. You got to know what dog you're walking. You know what I mean? And if you're lazy, that's a big problem. And so she's not. This is a go-getter. She does it all. And so I knew that she'd find another job quickly. And I told her, I said, let's do this. Why don't you put 2 applications a day in? And we all know that takes an hour. It doesn't take all day. That means you're binge watching a little Netflix and clicking on the computer and a little Netflix, clicking on it. And I said, and then I want you to go down to the drunk tank and go we have a place called NA24, open 24 hours. You can go in there and sit with the drunks, and they're down and out drunks. I go down there and help them, and do not talk about your job. Don't talk about any of that. 3 days she did this. And I love when somebody follows that direction, because it says nothing so much will ensure immunity from alcohol as intense work with other alcoholics. It works when everything else fails. I mean, you got to go sit knee to knee with the drunk. You're going to get a moment of relief from your worries. Now, when you leave, it'll start to come back. Don't get me wrong, but you're going to get some relief. And in 3 days, not only did she get a job, she got this amazing job. And then now she owns the company that she got the job at. Yeah, 6 years later, multi-million-dollar company, I might add. And you know why? Because I knew she had it. She just couldn't see it. Now, when like I said, if you're lazy, we got big problems. Because lazy people, everybody sees you're lazy, right? And if laziness is a defect of yours, it's going to be a lot of work to get you up to where people go, that's my employee. That's who I want, right? You may interview well, but you don't show up well. And that's fine. We know what we're working on. We know that we're going to have to ask God to help you with this. But like Mark used to say, he goes, God gave me a lot that I get to do on my own, like set my alarm, get my butt out of bed. You know, he goes, God doesn't do that. I do that. Get up, get going, move on. And so then it says, that hereafter in the drama of life, God was going to be our director. He is the principal. We are his agents. Now, I got a dear friend of mine who just does not like this next line that I say, and we go toe-to-toe on it, but I like it. Empowered to act on his behalf. See, I'm God's agent. I must have a message of depth and weight in order to bring to you. That is what God has asked me to be, that person. If I don't know the book very well and you're asking me to treat your fatal illness, I better get in here and understand how to treat it. You kind of with me on that one? Now, see, for the longest time I didn't, and I don't look back at that and go, oh, I just go, wow, how do you know what you don't know? I really believed I helped people the best I could. But today, I've got a message of depth and weight, and I have grown in understanding and effectiveness. I may look like the kind of girl who's tough to bring a problem to, but I mean, I can really have tremendous compassion at the same time. You can tell that if I'm really digging deep with you, it just shows you how much I love you. If I'm not interested in you, I'm not interested in you. You'll know that too. And that's just, that's, once again, that your personality and the way you've brought yourself is not somebody who really looks like they want my help. See, I'm not a big fan of the term firing sponsor. As a matter of fact, that's another one. My part and fire, I wish those were gone. To me, I'm no longer effective. And if I was never hired, so why in the world would I be fired? But I always tell people, look, I'm just no longer effective. And I got to tell you, only have I done that twice to 2 people. And the problem is both of them I got too involved with. Not on any part of theirs. I just got too involved. One of them had small children. Oh, makes me crazy when I see those kids, being so neglected. And that was a difficult one for me, and I'd lost my shit with her one time on the phone, and it was not pretty. And then I heard myself, and I swear I looked crazy. First I screamed, then I went to an apology, then I screamed again, and then I went to some sort of cynical thing. I went, I called my sponsor right away. I went, I can't do this anymore. I am way too knee deep in this. And it was so sad. And she ended up calling me back. And both of them have asked me again to sponsor. I'm like, no, I can't. I don't know what it is about our relationship, but I get too deep with you. And it's sad. I hate that. But it talks about growing in understanding and effectiveness. And then it says when we sincerely took such a position, what position? That we're going to quit playing God. Sincerely. That's every day, guys. You don't take that and do it. That's every day. We've got a narrow life to this given moment. Do you believe that this moment, who you're sitting next to, was divinely inspired? Do you believe that or not? That's a fair question to ask. Because I'm telling you, I can tell you that that's happened, exactly what's happened. God has when you go get coffee, the person standing there with coffee next to you, divinely inspired. What you're hearing right now, divinely inspired. I believe that 100%. Who pulls up next to you at a red light? Divinely inspired. But we don't look at that. We've gotten so lost in our phones that we're on our phones so much of the downtime. We do so many things that block us from the sunlight of the Spirit that are simple. We don't even see that, binge watching Netflix, playing a quick game of solitaire, Candy Crush. We do anything to distract ourselves. And then we get frustrated that we don't hear the still, quiet voice. So we only break it down to this day, period. I can do anything for this day. So when you get up in the morning, I don't care if you don't have time to do prayer and meditation. I really don't. Sit at your work for 3 minutes in the parking lot. Read a quick piece of spiritual literature and ask God to put, just a paragraph, ask God to put in your path today the direction he wants you to go. And you stay awake and aware to that throughout the day. And all of a sudden you walk into the office, you go to get a cup of coffee, here comes the person you don't like. That's not unusual for our group. And then you look at them and you go, hey, Mary, that is a pretty dress. Doesn't matter if it's pretty or not. Just say something nice. Just try to be kind. It's not going to, if you're waiting to be kind, it doesn't work that way. You have to just say something nice and don't be all, then go off and your shoes too and your hair and we're just kind of just trying to break the ice here. You know what I mean? Or you could say to her, hey, you want, hand her your coffee that you just poured. There's so many things. And then do that and observe that throughout your day. Now, I'm giving you back your 7 minutes.
Boom.
Mm-hmm. I know. That's a big deal.
Okay, nice job, Kay.
Thank you.
All right. Is this thing still good? Okay. I want to hit this last piece. Now, remember, over on 60, it said just what do we mean by that and just what do we do? And we talk about what we mean on the rest of 60, the whole page of 61, and down to the bottom of 62. And then it switches over to what we do. After we've established selfishness, self-centeredness. When we talk about selfishness and self-centeredness, the new guy nods his head like he knows what we're talking about. He doesn't know what we're talking about because at 33 years, 32 and almost 32 years and 11 and a half months, I'm still shocked by the level of selfishness that I carry around. So when we're talking to the new guy, the book is going to lay it out for us like that, but it says when it switches over to what we do, it says this is the how and why of it. Now this is what I call the deal. This is the deal in the third step, is that I'm going to quit playing God. And why would I do that? Well, it says it didn't work. If you running a show is working out real good, rock on, right? There's no reason. You don't even have to come to our stupid meetings anymore. You can just, but if you're in jackpot after jackpot, see, the problem was, and I'll talk about this more when we get into the fourth step. I'm not going to go into that, but it says it didn't next. It's funny. I was out in Utah one time, and I was doing a men's retreat, and we're sitting around with some guys at a round table like this, and the taper was sitting over here, and somehow my talk and Katie's talk have a lot in common. Both of us talk a lot about Katie, and so I'm sitting over there, and somehow Katie's name comes up, and this guy, the taper, gets up from behind his table, and he comes around and he goes, this guy's wife did a 1-hour talk on the third step one time and never even got to the third step prayer. And I remember thinking, Well, we do that all the time. But if your whole experience with the third step is the third step prayer, I was doing a third step workshop out in Arizona one time, and this guy with 38 years, he's down from Alaska. He goes, how do you do a workshop on a third step? And he goes, what do you mean? I said, what do you mean? And he goes, well, I mean, what is there other than like the third step? You know, like he meant the third step prayer. So then what do you do for the next 55 minutes? And I said, oh, I really hope you come, you know, because we're gonna expand that out a little bit, you know, because now the deal we're making in the third step is that I'm going to quit playing God. I am no longer in management, and there's a military term of that's above my pay grade. It's amazing how many decisions are above my pay grade. You know, it's like that is a management level decision, and I am no longer in management. It's really counterintuitive, but it says next we decided. Now here's the third step decision is right here at the bottom of 62 that hereafter in this drama of life, God's going to be our director, and He gives us three ways. He is the director. We are His. He is the principal. We are His agents. He is the Father. We are His children. And it says most good ideas are simple. And this concept, what concept? The concept that I am no longer in charge, that I am out of management. This concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom. When we get to the top of 63, it says, when we sincerely took such a position. What position? Well, the position that God's in charge, and that suits me just fine, because it's killing me running this thing, you know. But this new position is that God's in charge. When we sincerely took such a position, all sorts of remarkable things happen. Now, over on 46, you don't have to turn to it, but there's a thing where it says, we find that God doesn't make too hard terms for those who seek Him. Well, here's the terms of the third step. Remember, the deal is that I'm no longer running a show. I'm no longer in management, but the terms of the deal are really simple and they're really powerful. It says, we had a new employer being all power. I thought that was my phone for a minute, and I never heard it make that noise. It says we had a new employer being all powerful. Here's God's side of the new deal. It says being all powerful, He provides what we needed. That's God's job. Under two conditions. If we stay close to Him and perform His work well. So the deal in the third step is God will take care of what I need if I stay close to Him and perform His work well. And the crazy thing is, from here on out, there ain't nothing else. Everything we do from here on out is about one of those two things. It's either about staying close to Him or performing His work well. Because I can't stay close to this power until I get close to this power, and I can't get close to this power when I'm blocked. So what we're going to do in 4 through 9 is remove what's blocking me from this power that I've just made this deal with. Is my only shot. But He'll provide what I need if I stay close to Him and perform His work well. Then comes the third step promises. It says, established on such a footing, which means the same thing as basis. I'm a little obsessed with that basis thing, but it says we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. More and more, we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of His presence. We're going to talk about consciousness some too. It turns out that the book's not trying to move me to a faith in God or a belief in God as much as a consciousness of God. It's not like when I did the third step prayer, God picked His game up a little bit. You know, it wasn't like God was sitting there with a newspaper and a cigarette going, oh, wait, sorry, I didn't see it. I didn't know you were coming. Hold on just a minute. You know, it's like, it's my consciousness of God that's going to become increased here. So then it says, we began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn. Then comes the third step prayer, and I think we ought to do it together, and then we'll take a little break. Y'all ready? It's in the middle of page 6. Now, when I do a third step prayer with a guy, I've spent about an hour and 15 minutes laying out pages 60, 61, 62, and 63. And believe me, we're not done with those. We're going to be going back to those pages as we move through the inventory process and stuff like that. Then I do a third step prayer with them. I mean, they do a third step prayer, and then I do a third step prayer with them. And sometimes I think I feel it more than the guy I'm doing it with. But let's all do it together here now. Many of us said to our Maker as we understood him, God, I offer myself to thee, to build with me and to do with me as you will. Take away that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them would bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always.
15 minutes.
It says we thought well before taking this step, and we're going to go, and then we're going to go into what comes next. But we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to roll into steps 4 through 9.
Almost there. We'll get the last couple of books stamped.
I'm glad you're doing this. Thanks. I remember the battle on this one. Yeah. It doesn't seem like it was 24 years ago.
I know, it's unbelievable. Okay, guys, ready? What's his name? Greg. Okay, guys, here we go. How'd you sneak up here? I saw the end of that line, and now there's more line. All right, y'all. Katie Parker, alcoholic. Hey, first of all, I don't want to forget we have a special celebrant's birthday today. Greg is 30 today. Stand up. Stand up. Come on. 30. I swear. There you go. I always love to talk about, the new guy. Everybody just applauds and goes crazy over. Then you get 30 years. You're like, how'd that happen?
How long is the lunch break?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them. No. This is not the time.
Jerry, I got one quick question. How long is the lunch break? 1 hour. Because there was somebody who was trying to make lunch plans, and so in about just over an hour, we'll be off for an hour. So.
Okay, here we go with the 4-step. Okay, the bottom of page 63.
And I found my glasses in case anybody was worried about it.
Bottom of page, I know. Oh, yippee. Bottom of page 63 is where the 4-step begins. Now, remember, the reason we get so deep in the directions is you're going to be taking inventory for the rest of your sobriety, period. And for some reason, when we talk about the 10th step, people think that you're going back to writing 15 to 60 people on your inventory. No. We all have the experience of having done the big inventory. Sure, we're going to be talking about that right now. But when we look at the 10th step, it says continue to take personal inventory. And when we were wrong, promptly admitted it. So if you take that step off the wall, you only use that step as damage control. The 10th step. The 10th step is designed for you to start observing yourself throughout the day. And so I don't ever want to lose sight of, because when it comes to the end of this event, we're all fried. Charlie and I may have taken too long on a step. We don't hit the 10 and 11 as deeply as I'd like to. So that's why I'm always redirecting, because you just never can tell, where this ship's going to sail. Okay, so it says, now I love these directions are so profound. It says, before I forget, the 4-step is a consideration of how I show up. We have, a lot of people will say, the 6th step is only 2 paragraphs, or, is only 1 paragraph in the big book, la, 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 la. We are starting from the 3rd step till we get to the 6th step, investigating my fingerprint, investigating my DNA. See, my inventory is about my DNA, how I show up. How you show up may be very different than how I show up. There is a reason we get deep into this, and I think sometimes we'll go to the 12 and 12, and we'll pick up some stuff, and I'm not saying it's good, bad, right, wrong, but we're missing the depth of me understanding every fiber of my being and how I operate so that I know what to take to God in the 6th step. See, it's got to become objectionable. and I love to use the term, I love the F word. Now, I'm not going to say it from here because it's not correct, but I do love it. And there are people it offends terribly. But you see, until it's objectionable to me, I don't really care what you think. You know what I mean? And I mean, now I'll notice if you continue to roll your eyes or whatever, it's just going to make me angry and make me have to write inventory and consider it, but probably not going to get rid of it. So the 4th step is a consideration of how I show up. Now, there are several things that you do on inventory, and what you'll be amazed at is the same things. We'll continue to boil it all the way down to some of the same things. And one of them is I already know I'm assertive. I'm the kind of woman who, I've always said, you get 3 women in untreated alcoholism, and we could have found bin Laden that fast. Just drop us over there, sniff that little rat out in a minute. You know what I mean? And, but to me, that's what, I'm assertive. And if you scare me, I take a step forward, period. Doesn't matter who you are. You can be the biggest guy ever, and I'll take a step forward. And that is of my nature. This is not new information. This isn't learned behavior. I came out of the womb as like little Mighty Mouse, What's next? Where am I to go? One time, and I love this story, and Charlie doesn't because it's got a very interesting flair to it. We're at the airport. And once again, the airport. We're at the airport in San Jose, and we're picking up Charlie's mother. And she can walk, but she's in a wheelchair because it's a long way. We're going to pick her up. And all of a sudden, there's this large group of people, and they look like they're from Nigeria or something. I'm not quite sure, but they're all moving forward in purple shirts. And there's one guy in the crowd just busting through. You can see it. And we see Charlie's mother coming down, and we begin to realize they're going to intersect at about the same time. And this is dangerous. She's not that stable. And so Charlie and I are kind of moving quicker and quicker and quicker. And right when we get to the place where this guy bumps into Charlie's mom, Charlie grabs him by the arm and goes, "Dude, man, you almost knocked my mother over." And the guy goes, just like a bull, "Let go of my arm." And you're like, and it's that moment where everything stops. And Charlie's a big guy, and this guy was a big guy. And he goes, "Let go of my arm." And he goes, "Dude, you just ran into my mom." And the guy just shoves Charlie. And when Charlie takes a few steps back, now I'm the kind of girl, I'm not stepping in the middle of that. I know better. These are 2 rams getting ready to buck their heads. You know what I mean? And so I'm just watching. And the next thing you know, when he shoves Charlie back, I jump in like a spider monkey, man. And I look at that guy and I go, "Hey, listen, buddy." And, here he goes. And so the guy is so thrown off. And here's the best part of the story. He just barrels off. The police come and we can't find the guy and all of this stuff. But here's the part of the story that when we leave, Charlie's mother's like, "Oh, wow, Katie." She said, I think she said you were like a panther. But
she said spider monkey.
Yeah, somebody said spider monkey. It wasn't me. I thought I was more like a panther coming in. But so, and I'm sitting in the back seat and I'm just reliving it thinking, I am so unbelievable. That was amazing. And Charlie has talked about 3 people on the phone, and he's not telling anybody about the event. And I'm thinking, and so I say to him, "Why aren't you telling anybody what happened?" And he goes, "What, that you emasculated me in public?" I know, see? That never occurred to me. Now, here's the other part. When he said that, I immediately realized what he was talking about. And I called my sponsor to 10-step it with her. And I said, "Oh, Marty." And she goes, "Katie, what would have happened if that guy would have punched you in the face?" Charlie would have killed him. So he'd be in jail for manslaughter. That's my boy. We'd be leaving the country. Yeah, short order. Next flight out. Because we know how to avoid that one. But you see, when that happened, I don't think that through. I just do what I do. And the more and more I've got a lifetime of doing inventory, a lifetime of self-examination, a lifetime of looking at this stuff, I have become, now some of it's because I'm getting older and I do have, mortality is clearly there. But I have to tell you that the more I look at it, I used to be the one running into the burning house. You know, if the firemen weren't there yet and somebody said now I won't run in for a dog, maybe y'all will. I'm not going in for a dog, but if they tell me there's a kid in there, I'm going in. And I don't consider my children losing me. I don't consider what effect I would have on all these people. I'm just the person who will do that. And so I have begun to step back and really ask God to change me in that area. Please don't let me be the first responder. All my life, that's what I've been. There's a car accident, man, I'm over there doing CPR. You know, I run right out of my shoes. I just run the whole show. You know, like I said, I'm the sheriff. I mean, clearly the sheriff of AA. You know, I mean, telling you, I'm the cleavage police, you know. And there are several violations, I just want you to know. And so, you know, I mean, I take this role on, you know, the kids standing up in the grocery store basket. You know, I am terrible. That one I'm still not over. And I'll see the kids standing up in the basket, and I look at them, I go, hey, sit down. And when the parent looks at me, I just go, takes a village. Just takes a village. You know? And, you know, to me, I'm making it lighthearted, but I just can't stand it. On my watch, that kid cracks its head open on my watch.
I got to jump in here.
Okay. Here it goes.
When she's sheriff of the world, it's a universal application. And we're driving down the road, leaving the house the other day, and there's two little girls, and they're out by the curb, and one of them has a dog. Now, Katie knows she needs to be on the job here because obviously this girl is not well equipped to handle this dog.
It's a puppy.
And she picks the dog up, and right as we're driving by, the dog goes, whoop, bam, onto the ground. And Katie goes, she dropped the puppy. I mean, you know,
I knew the minute she was picking it up.
But I just knew that in her mind that meant that happened on my watch. You know, she dropped the puppy. I knew it, saw it coming. I couldn't get there in time. You know, but oh my God, we laughed for an hour about she dropped the puppy.
My favorite one though was when we were in Destin doing a big book or doing a talk, and 1 hour talk, and I mean it was during the summer and the pool is packed with kids, and all of a sudden I look up and it's one of these high-rise, you know, hotels we're in, and it was either the second or third floor up. There were two kids on the balcony standing on chairs, leaning over, and the brother was scaring his sister. I know, same attitude I had. Where were you people when there's all these people watching it and nobody taking any responsibility? I'm in the pool, and I am like a shark when I see it. I go like this. I go, hey! And I mean, I get their attention. I'm all the way on the other side of the pool. Place is packed. These two kids go, right? And I go, get down from there. And they're not moving. And I mean, I'm like a shark. It's dun, 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 dun. And Charlie said, somebody goes, what is she going to do? And he goes, oh, watch out. Here she goes. She's on it. And I get out. I get all the way out. I come walking up the steps, and I said, get down from there right now. And I mean, they shot in the house, and I was prepared for the parents to come out and thank me. You know what I mean? That's, you know, and if they didn't thank me, I was up for the argument. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but your children on my watch can't fall off three stories.
She dropped the sister.
She dropped the sister right there. And so this woman comes over to me and she goes, do you work here? And I said, no, ma'am, I just used to drive a school bus, so I'm kind of, it's what I do. It's just what I do. And she goes, my husband and I were over there just on pins and needles. And Charlie said, the woman in the pool said, what's she saying to this woman? He goes, well, she's deputizing her because she's going to have to walk away from the scene here in a minute. And I told the woman, I said, now, you know, it's your job now because I'm not going to be out here all day. You know, you're on vacation, I'm not. So you know. But it was one of those deals where I just can't do that. I by nature, if children are stepping out of line, I grew up with that old idea that you step in. Period. You don't let them sit there and be saying the F word in public when they're coming. You know, I just go, hey. Watch your language. You know, because now don't get me wrong, I like the F word. But I also know when and where to use it because I'm mature. Okay, so, I got a whole nother one too. I got to tell you one more because it's fun to tell these stories. You begin to understand it. I don't like line cutters, right? I don't like kids that cut the line. I don't like kids that don't look at you. I don't like kids that don't respect you. You know, when I'm walking through the door, I'm the adult. I walk through the door. You're on your phone, I'll stop you. I'll put my hand on your phone. Hey. Right here, buddy. Right here. You know what I mean? Stopping in the airport on their phones, just dead center, walking along, makes me crazy. And so there's a kid cutting the line at the water park. And my son has had enough of his mother going, hey, 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 hey. And he's a grown man now. And this brother is in the line. It's one of these lines, like right at Disneyland. You go back and forth, and it's a water park. And there's three brothers and a sister. And the one brother has the sister in a headlock. And I mean, he's got her in a headlock and like smashing her head against the wall there. I'm like, I can't even believe nobody around is saying anything. These are children. Step in. I don't care if you're going to tell me you're pissed off that I stepped in on your kids. Fine. It's going to be an uncomfortable moment here, but I'll take it. So I look at the kid and the brother and I go, hey, 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 hey. That gets everybody's attention. Only a mother's got that one too. And Sam goes, Mom, Mom, Mom. And I'm like, I'm doing it. And the kid turns around and I go, knock it off, buddy. Knock it off. And there's two men behind, about four behind. I look at the men like, what the hell? Now my son is so embarrassed, so ashamed. I suck that out of him. Long story short, my daughter-in-law leans over and goes, I love that about you.
Tell them about the...
Oh, no, the movie theater.
The Central Market parking lot.
Oh, that's another bad one.
No, it's not. It's the one where you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about the movie theater one. That one. We're not going to do that one.
Come over here and meet them.
Okay, yeah. Okay, my son, who has never seen me drink, he's going to be 29 this year, never seen me drink. We always love to say our children have never seen us drink. And don't get me wrong, I understand the depth of that statement. But don't think they've never seen you crazy. See, we act like the drink was the problem. And so you've seen me road rage. I'm the kind of girl screaming at the, grocery store. I get it. I've yelled at the principal at the school, for when they suspended my son, sending him home instead of making him go wash the bus. That was what I suggested. They said they can't do that. You know what I mean? I'm that kind of parent. And so my son works at this really cool grocery store in Austin. It's called Central Market, and he's really doing well there. He's been there for about 8 years. And I ran into an AA buddy and his son, and I'm standing out in the parking lot. I can't believe I've seen him. And my son comes walking out. I go, hey, Sam. And he's like, and I go, come here. And I thought, well, I do not know why he's doing that. So I ended up going over there, and I said, what's up? And he goes, oh, I said, I wanted you to meet a buddy of mine and his son. He goes, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were yelling at somebody. Need I say more? So I'm confrontational. I'm better than I've ever been, but I will bring in the tough question. You know what I mean? If somebody's ignoring me, I'll probably ask you, is everything okay between us? I'm feeling like there's something wrong. I don't go, hey, what's the problem? Don't understand. Confrontational does not mean it's unloving. It's just a direct question. When I get scared, I take that step forward. Now, here's the other thing. In AA, this is my blueprint, right? This 4-step is the blueprint of Katie. Not you, of Katie. If you show up, if you're the type of personality who would not say peep if you had a mouthful of it, you would, the whole I say nothing, I'm quiet, you're like stealth, right? You come into the room like one of those drones, you come down. Right? Nobody even knows who you are. You've got a personality that nobody even remembers you. Doesn't even know what you were wearing. That doesn't make you any less alcoholic than me. What it does is it shows up the way you show up in the world. You're the one who also says, I don't have many friends. I can see why. You know what I mean? So for you to speak up is as difficult for me to shut up. So don't lose sight. They're both very, very difficult defects. So it says also in the 4-step that this is a life or death errand. Life or death. And we will wait for people to do it. That's the tricky part of this. It's I think it's actually in the fifth step where it says it's a life or death there, and I'm drawing a blank on the number. And so one of the things that I think we lose sight of is we let somebody take 90 days before we start the action steps. That is not at all what the book tells us to do. Now, if that worked for you, great. But that may not work for another drunk. I can't guarantee you it will work for another drunk. So I got to come in here and do what the directions say because you're in triage with me. I'm just trying to stop the bleeding. And I'll be honest with you, this is what I do. Charlie doesn't always agree with it. Once again, I say he's got an opinion on experience he hadn't done it. But if you're working with the new guy, I say to you, give me 10 resentments, give me 10 fears, and give me 10 harms in your sex life. And then let's sit down and do that. I give you a week, maybe 2. I have a cutoff date when you come to me. So I'm doing the third step with you. I'll line you out on the fear, the resentment, and the sex, the conduct inventory with an emphasis on sex, especially in the beginning. And then you do 10. And we do this through this vigorous course of action we're getting ready to talk about. And then I give you basically 2 months to make all those amends, right, that need to be done with those 10 to the best of our ability. And then you do 10 more. Because this vigorous course, it says next, we launch right at the bottom of 63, clear-cut directions. Next, we launch out on this vigorous course of action. The first step, which is a personal house cleaning. So this vigorous course of action is 4 through 9. It's like a golf swing, right? You want to get all the way through there. What happens is if you come to me with 70 people on your resentment inventory, we're going to have to break that into 3 meetings. There's no way we're going to get to that. And trust me, they're going to make the amends. Oh, you've long lost interest in those. So that's why I think that's important. Then you flip the page to 64. And I love what it says. It says, though our decision, what decision? The third step decision was a vital and crucial step. Vital means key to life. That's pretty darned important. It could have little or permanent effect unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and be rid of the things in ourselves that were blocking us. To be rid is to be set free. And that's from that sunlight of the Spirit. Our liquor was but a symptom. So we had to get down to causes, column 2, and conditions, column 3. That's that cause and effect, cause and effect. That's how I show up. When we're looking at selfishness, how you show up selfish, the way it shows up in a resentment inventory, you didn't do what I wanted you to do. That pisses me off. You with me on that? Have you ever gotten in front of somebody that can't merge into traffic until there's nobody? That's going to take forever. And every part of you wants to blow your horn, and that's the worst thing you can do. That's not going to get that nervous Nilly to go any faster. Matter of fact, you've just amped the pressure up. And so they're not doing what I want them to do. That pisses me off. Fear is afraid you're not going to do what I want you to do, right? I'm afraid they're not going to say the right thing, do the right thing, act the right way. And then harms to others, right? The sex inventory is I feel guilty for having harmed you. You see, I'll walk around with a level of guilt until you let me off the hook. Remember I was telling you the story about my son-in-law? Until he said to me, put his hand on my knee and said, Katie, it's okay. I understand that claw was more important than this. Don't you let that bother you. See, that's ridiculous. Bottom line is I'm sorry, and I'm leaving it at that. I'm not begging for you to accept my apology. That's all driven by the guilt, especially raising kids. We'll get way off into that one. And then it says no regular inventory, you usually go broke. So I want to offer something for your consideration. If you've not written a 4-column inventory on resentment, a possible 2 to 3 column fear inventory, however you read that, or a conduct inventory, right? How you show up in life with your sex powers, how you're a good neighbor, how you're a AA member, all this is a conduct inventory. If you haven't done that in the last 3 months, how did you get away with not writing inventory? It says no regular inventory usually goes broke. If it's all verbal and you're not given the magic to pen to paper, God works amazingly through that. And I'm not knocking this app. Oh my God, 90 you'll run up and show me the app. The only problem with the texting or typing, my sponsor's a big court reporter in criminal court, been doing it for 25 years. She said, Katie, it is proven that you can type or text as fast as you think. and that's not good. We want to slow that down. And there's something about writing that is methodically spiritual in nature. So if you come to me with a typed inventory, well, you won't, because I'll tell you not to do that. But you know what I mean? I just tell you, don't type it. I really do want pen to paper. You know, they're not going to bring it to me and I go, oh, I'm not going to listen to that. That would not be effective at all. I'll see that and I'll say, hey, next time, let's be sure you write it. There's some real magic that happens in that. Now, that app for the evening review, if it gets you to at least begin the process, more power to you. But I'm a little leery of that. I'm also a little leery of people sending their evening review to their sponsor. That's really between you and God. There's nowhere in there that says share that with someone else, only if I've left something out, which would be you calling me the next day and saying, hey, this came up on my evening review and I really did need to talk to another person about it. I'm not interested in looking at your evening review. That's between you and God. It says also that it's a fact-finding and a fact-facing mission. The fact-finding is my job. The fact-facing is your job. That's why when I listen to inventory, this is how I like to listen to it. Now, once again, this is how I do it. Please don't hear that I'm saying it's the only way. This is how I do it. Charlie does inventory a little different than me. So the way I listen to it is I say, who's in column 1? They give me the name. Say, Dad. Well, the 3 things that Dad did, right? He never showed up to my baseball games. He was never there for me. He loved my sister more than me. Bullet points. That's all we're ever looking for. I'm not looking for this much information. We're going to talk for a long time on Dad. I want you to narrow it down to boom, what you got. And I don't want you to spend much time thinking. We want what's on the top of your head. What's the stuff that's eating your lunch? And then the third column, when we get into that third column, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. I want you to tell me the 3 things in column 2, and then I'm going on my fact-finding mission. So what year were you born? Where did you fall in your family? Yada, 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 yada. I mean, I'm going to get it. What did Dad do for a living? Did he stay married to Mom? How was their relationship? I'm getting the picture. It's coming to me. Right? I see what's going on. I mean, how many of you guys as a kid felt like Mom and Dad just weren't present? But then you're going to say in your children's life you were oh so present. You know what I mean? I mean, kids, come on, you just want to go, just go. Go in the other room. I need 10 minutes of silence. Zip it. You with me on that? You don't go, hey, yeah, it's been a stressful day. Come sit on my lap. So tell me nothing. Tell me about your day. Tell me. You know what I mean? I mean, I love my children, but come on. It's incredibly difficult to raise children. And yet when I'm the parent, I give myself all this slack. But when my parents did to me, I hold them responsible. Can't believe they did that. So that's all I'm saying. When we look at Mr. Brown here, I love this. It says on page 65, it says, Mr. Brown, his attention to my wife, told my wife I had a mistress, and Brown wants my job. Oh, my God. He got 19 words, and he threatened every fiber of my being. You know, look at what he did, and he got 19 words. Best AA T-shirt is, you know, Mr. Brown needs his ass kicked. I agree. He really does. But, I mean, he's threatened my sex and my money. Come on. You know, I add children to that, but if you don't have kids, sex and money will make me lose my mind. Marty likes to say, you know, working in criminal court, she says, Katie, they're crimes of passion. People who would never kill another person will kill you over sleeping with somebody. I mean, there's a reason that these are so personal. Or mess with my money, I lose my mind. And then it says, it's an effort to discover the truth about the stock in trade. Now, I love that it's an effort. I don't like the term, and once again, this is a lot of my opinion. I don't like the my truth. That term scares me because what they're talking about is they're talking about how I show up, not my truth about that I need to be this valiant individual. My truth, when somebody comes to me and says, Katie, I need to talk to you about my truth, I tell them, oh, no, it's a two-way conversation. I'm not interested in your truth. Go tell your sponsor about your truth. You know what I mean? Because it's usually going to be that it's their truth is that I bug them. I'm not interested in that. You've taken a word and you've used it in the wrong sense. This is an effort to discover the truth about the stock in trade, about me. and how I show up in the world. I had a sponsee one time, and oh my God, somebody sent her an email. She's a big, powerful woman, and somebody sent her an email, and it was ugly. It was really an ugly. And then they signed it anonymous, so it was actually chicken. You know what I mean? You just go, really, you big. You know, if you're going to take issue, own it. That's just so passive aggressive. You know, this anonymous. Oh, great, you big peanut. So, you know, and she reads it to me, and she goes, and her husband's in the program. She goes, I read it to my husband, you know, and he was just furious. Well, of course he was. What other role's he going to take? Well, let's 10th step that and see, you know, la, 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 la. So I said to her, I said, well, that's terribly unfortunate that individual was so ugly. However, is there any truth in what they're saying? And I mean, there was a long pause. And she goes, yes, there is. I go, well, then let's step away from the way they presented it, and let's look at an effort to find the truth. I feel for you. That's gonna rub you all day. But if there's truth in that, we got to look at that. I already knew there was truth in it. You know, so and when we finished, she said, thank you so much, because I do see exactly what that's about. And I said, just because we don't like the way somebody presented it to us, don't dismiss it, because if the person came to you and said, hey, listen, I've noticed that you were doing some things that the community doesn't support, and I know that that's just not really who you are, signed Bill Smith. You know, wouldn't that just be wonderful? But that's not how it works. Most of the time, the world and its people do not act the way I'd like them to. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Then it says it's an effort to swallow and digest, right? You got to swallow and digest the truth. I always love Marty, my sponsor. I just love her to death. Marty Ruby is in Austin, and a lot of people think I'm saying Mari. I'm saying Marty. It's two different people, and Marty's got this whole head bobbing thing when she talks. You know, she just, it wears me out. And I told her, I said, Marty, I'm over here trying to swallow and digest, and that head bobbing thing is making me crazy. And she goes, oh, sorry. I'm like, I mean, it's like swallowing glass when you hear it. And it's looking at it from an entirely different angle, the angle of the person in column 1. You see, if I'm always going to that they did me wrong, why? What did they do that was so wrong? Or did you possibly invite some of that behavior? It's one object. Once remember, it was an effort to discover the truth. Oh, and one object is to disclose damage or unsaleable goods, to get rid of them promptly and without regret. Now, the book is trying to warn me that when you come into a resentment inventory, because we're talking about resentment, you're coming in with a self-righteous attitude, wouldn't you say? You bet. And I say bring it, man. Bring it in the second column. Don't try to find the solution in the second column. I want you to say, that loser, I can't believe, that self-centered ass. You bring it. I want you to tell me what's going on in column 2. We're not trying to look good. This is about bringing it. I'm the one who's going to get you to 3 and 4. You know, we're going to get that second column's all smoke and mirrors. And so one object is to get rid of it promptly and without regret. So we're going to, as Chuck Chamberlain said, uncover, discover, and discard. Not uncover, discover, and lather ourselves up in it. Self-pity, right? And then I love in the 5th step, it says, we will be delighted. So if you're getting some real observations handed to you, we thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know us and Him better. See, these are things that are good, guys. We're living in a world today where everybody's a winner. No, you're not. No. You know, you're mean, you're thoughtless, you're a little bit of a lazy butt. You're not a winner. You know, and we want to shield people from the truth. We throw these gates wide open of politically correct that nobody gets their feelings hurt. Getting your feelings hurt is actually spiritual growth. You know, I mean, we have really lost perspective here. And I speak mainly to, now I'm not speaking for you boys, but to women, be very careful at how much we nurture women. You know, we got this whole, women are. Well, we already know that. You know, I'm not saying some of this stuff out there, but be very careful. We will destroy our own selves behind, hear me roar. And I think that the beauty is God is the one in charge. It should be done in prayer. Pray for our leaders. It's all prayer. It's not out there screaming, listen to me. Sometimes the one who screams the loudest is not heard. And so it says, and so one of the things it says, this self-righteous, you come into the inventory with self-righteous and you leave with self-pity. You still thought about yourself. The ego doesn't care if it's self-righteous or self-pity as long as you're thinking about you. That's all we want. Keep the focus on you. See, you come in self-righteous and you leave in this position of neutrality. Yeah, it's a little swallowing and digesting. I see it. Thank you, God. Thanking God, thanking God, thanking God. If the owner of a business is to be successful, so these are just for the ones who want to be successful, he can't fool himself about values. What are these values, right? Family, work, AA. See, we all came in with a moral fiber. No matter how bad of a family you were raised in, could have been really ugly. Mine wasn't. Mine was just, my dad was an ex-NFL football player. It was fun and games and a lot of booze and a lot of, ass-grabbing kind of stuff, right? I mean, I loved the family I grew up in. And it was a lot of fun. There was nobody, punching people or anything horrific like that. Some people really were in that. But you still saw some level of value. By nature, we're born with this value in us. We know the difference between right and wrong. We couldn't live up to it, but we knew it. So this is where the third column comes into play deeply. When it says that we had to get rid of our old ideas, the result was nil until we let go absolutely. What are the old ideas? They're in your third column. So if you're still doing the old inventory where you check those off, let me encourage you to just have an open mind with what I'm getting ready to tell you. The question I like to ask is how was your self-esteem, your pride, your ambition, your security, your personal relationships, your sex, your money affected? How? I want to know exactly how I show up when Charlie has ignored me while he's talking to a beautiful woman. That's the problem. You with me on that? And it really animated. And he doesn't go, hey, Katie, come, I want you to meet Mary. That's all good if he does. If he does as I wish. Right? There's so many people. Why didn't they invite me to the party? Why this? Why that? This is what we're talking about. My self-esteem is always an I am statement. You don't have to write this down. It'll be on the CDs, which I really hope you guys get a set of these CDs. You learn a lot in here, but there's so much coming at you. And let me offer this. I think they're only $30. Let me encourage you to buy a set of CDs for yourself. Don't buy one and have to give them to everybody. Just get them for you. They're your own possession. And study the crap out of them. You don't have to hand them to somebody. You give 4 or 5 days of handing those CDs away right after this event, it's lost its appeal. I just fall back into my life. So your self-esteem is an I am statement. Your pride is no one should, could, or would. Your ambitions are what I want to have happen. Your security is what I need to have happen. My personal relationships are my deep-seated beliefs about this relationship. If I'm writing about my dad, fathers are. If I'm writing about my mom, moms are. Husbands are. Children are. Whoever. And you write it quickly, right? Your sex relationships, there's a couple of different ways of doing that one. I only talk about it if your sex was affected. My buddy Dan Sherman, we lost him just last year. It's just heartbreaking. A great guy. Did Big Book Awaken. He was the one who really took this third column deeper, and it was so profound. And that's what I want you to see. And I can't really get into too much more of this because my time's up, but I do want you to consider, and this is probably going over some of y'all's head, that's okay, it'll come to you, is that your security, which is typically I want us all to get along. See, my ambition is I want you to behave the way I want you to. But my security is I want to get along with my brother. And if that's the case, my self-esteem, my pride, and my ambition will always stand in the way of my security being met. That third column is always going to separate me from my fellow man. Always. Because it needs to be met. Okay, honey, your turn.
Thanks, Katie.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody take a deep breath. That was a lot coming at you there. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Is this thing down again?
No, it's working.
Okay. How about now? It goes down when I'm not talking on it, and then it seems to come back up after we've been on it for a minute.
Turn it off?
No.
And turn it back on?
No, ma'am. Nope. Okay. All right. Oh, there we go. There it is. Mark Houston used to say, I can't live off of food I ate last week, and I can't stay sober on a spiritual experience that I had. There he goes. Whatever just happened, it just came up. It's been doing that. But he used to say, I can't stay sober. I can't live off of food I ate last week, and I can't stay sober off of a spiritual experience I had 25 years ago. Where I really believe that this is a circular process, and that a lot of what we're going to do now. But when I talked about how we're going to bounce around this a little bit, because rather than going completely technical on the fourth step, I want to talk about a little bit about why we're doing it. Because it keeps going back to this. How free do you want to be? It's funny, I talked about Chris. As I used to say, I wanted to carry Chris around the workshops with us and just put him in a little playpen over here, and as an extreme example of self-will run riot. So where you could just occasionally go, hey, Chris, tell us what you're thinking about. And he goes, well, I'm thinking about how I got screwed around on this deal at work yesterday. But I got a couple of guys here that would give him a run for his money. And it's funny because when I was talking to Rick when we were doing this third step deal, it's one of my favorite lines. He said the first time he saw this thing about being an extreme example of self-will run riot, he said he thought, well, that is one part of this book that I can just skip right over because I am the most generous guy you'd ever hope to meet, and that sort of thing. So it's like, and we see it all the time. But what we're looking at, is I want to go back to 64. Because remember, on 60 it said the first requirement is be convinced, and look at what it says in here. It says, middle of the page, first we searched out the flaw. I don't get it. What am I looking for? And then we go, well, we're going to consider self's common manifestations. Look at what it says on 64 there. It says, being convinced that self was what had defeated me, we considered self's common manifestations. That's the last line of that. And so we got this guy going, what am I looking for? And we go, well, we're going to consider the common ways that self shows up. And it says, well, resentment is the number one offender as a manifestation of self. Because it's funny, when we start looking for self, my buddy Jeff, who moved to Dallas, he talked about one time, he says, if I go out into the woods out here, I might see a couple of birds, and I might hear a couple of other birds and stuff like that. But a trained bird watcher could go out into those same woods, and he's going to see 18 different birds, and he's going to hear, I think that's a tufted titmouse over there, or something like that. This is one of my favorite bird names. Because I'm 12, but because they're trained to watch for birds, they know what to look for. They know, and it's the same way in this looking for manifestations of self. As you get into the process, you start seeing it in everything, and it starts. So we're going to look at. It says, being convinced that self was what had defeated me, we considered self's common manifestations. Because I came from a school of AA that you only do one inventory. My first sponsor said you only do one fourth-step inventory. They used to say stuff like, if you do more than one inventory, you're just bragging, and stuff like that. And it's true that if you do a thorough fourth-step inventory and do an efficient evening review and 10th step every day of your life as you go through, and then take those into consideration, you could never have to do another thorough 4-column inventory again for the rest of your life. And if you do that, we will build a statue in your honor in front of the General Service Office, because most of us could tell you a couple of things that bug me, or a couple of things I'm afraid of, so when I go back and do an inventory now, it's not like Katie said, it's not like I'm going back and doing 17 pages of resentments again, and the stuff. I might have 4 resentments, or 2 resentments, or half a dozen fears. And so this thorough house cleaning becomes more of a process. But when she said if it's been more than 3 months since you wrote a 4-column inventory, I'm sitting there going, let me think. Yeah, but I did. I just did one. Just one. I'm in under the wire. Yeah, I'm under the wire. But when we start looking at these, it's funny because one time, well, we'll get to that in the fifth step, but I want to talk a little bit about this life. Now we're on this fact-finding, fact-facing mission. I love what Katie says about fact-finding, fact-facing mission. Now I've started seeing that when I'm hearing inventory, when I'm doing a fifth step with somebody, I really feel like my job is the fact-finding. And their job is the fact-facing. So like Katie was talking about, when you're reading inventory to me now, I'm taking an active role. There was a time when I thought my job in hearing inventory is just sit there and listen to you read your fourth step to me. And I don't, there's more to it in the fifth step. But now when I'm on this fact-finding, fact-facing mission, now I'm sitting there and I'm listening to people and I'm going, okay, now where were we living and what was the situation like? And it's like being a news reporter where you start building a take on what's going on in this guy's life. And, and when we talk about the resentment inventory, one of my favorite examples was this guy named Roy and the power of this process, because Roy came to my house one time and because, when we're talking about this thing about how sometimes the therapeutic approach to something is not always what's best for us, because if I'm not careful, and you tell me, well, that's a toxic environment for you and you need to detach and set a boundary there and stuff like that, and I can just boundary myself right out of my whole life, because next thing you know, I don't have to deal with anybody and I just play with new friends because I'm mad at the old ones and stuff like that. So anyway, Roy comes to me one time and we're doing the inventory. One of my favorite things to hear in the fourth column is when they go, oh my God. Because Roy comes to me and he says, my dad. And then what's the cause? Well, he says, when I was about 12, I was sitting on the front steps of my house. And my dad comes home and he walks by me. As he walks by me, he says, your mom killed herself today. And then he walks into the house, and everybody's like, oh, my God, how could anybody be that thoughtless? How could anybody be that cruel and this and that? And we could process that whole thing. But I'm like, we're going to take a little bit different take on this, so because when we get to, after we've done the first three columns of I'm mad at my dad, here's what he did, here's how it affects me, there's this little column that whatever you want to call it, that I call the sick man exercise. It's at the bottom of page 66. And after we've written the first three columns in the inventory, it talks about how they're going to kill me. But then what are we going to do about it? It says, if we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. Here's a killer one from that old dictionary. Disney coined the term brainstorm, a bunch of people getting together and thinking the stuff up. But if you look it up in that old Webster's dictionary that we use, you know what it says for brainstorm? It says a sudden and violent mental outburst. What? So now brainstorm is more like rage, and it's saying that being grouchy and rageful is not for us. They may be the doubtful luxury of normal men, but for us, these are poison. Now here we go. It says, we turned back to the list, for it held the key to the future. We were prepared to look at this list from an entirely different angle. And when the guys are reading inventory, I'll stop when we get to this point and go, are you ready to look at this from an entirely different angle? And generally they'll go, yeah, I am, because this resentment's killing me. And it says, we began to see that the world and its people really dominated us. That's really not that big of a problem, because the only thing bothered me is the world and its people. Other than that, that's Katie's line, and I love it. But I mean, when the world and its people are really dominating me, and it says, we see that these resentments must be mastered, but how? We couldn't wish them away any more than alcohol. Over and over in the book, what it's going to do is it's going to bring me to an awareness of something that's a problem. It's going to say, okay, here's the problem. Do you find it objectionable? Oh, bad news. You can't do a darn thing about it. Over and over, you got to go to God with it. It does it with alcohol. Now it's going to do it with resentment. It says we couldn't wish them away any more than we could alcohol. And it says, this was our course. Here's what we do. It says, we realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. Sometimes I have to look at it and go, a spiritually centered person can't exhibit the behavior of this person that I described in column 2. And for a lot of us, it's not that hard to get to spiritual sick with somebody. It says, though we didn't like their symptoms, which is column 2, or the way they disturbed me, which is column 3, they, like ourselves, were sick too. It's not this, oh, bless their pointed little head type of compassion we're talking about. What if now we're talking about 2 people that are trying to get through this life the best they can with the amount of tools they have, and it says we ask God. You hear a lot of stuff in the rooms about praying for the person you resent. It's not a bad exercise, and it's in from one of the stories in the back, but that's not what it's talking about to do here. It says we ask God to help us. Show them the same tolerance, compassion, or pity, and pity there means more like compassion, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. When a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man. How can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry. Thy will be done. Then it goes on to say we avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. Why? Because it upsets me? It says no, because if we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. If I wear out this guy at the meeting that ain't doing like I think he ought to be doing, I'm not the guy he's going to come to when he needs help. It says if we retaliate or argue, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We can't be helpful to all people, but how's this for a promise? But at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each other. And that's this little spiritual exercise that is wedged cleverly between the 3rd column and the 4th column of an inventory process that I missed for a long time. And it moves me spiritually into a place of being able to look at this stuff from an entirely different angle in the 4th column. And I'll go back to my example with Roy. He had the first column, my dad, he told me about my mom, that affect my self-esteem, my personal security, my pride, my ambitions, everything, and I said, okay, now in the 3rd column, I said, Roy, tell me a little bit about you. Where were you grow up? And he goes, we were in this little town. And he goes, and what'd your dad do for a living? Well, I said, how many kids were in your family? He said, 3. And I said, now where were you in that group of kids? He said, I was in the middle. And I said, and how was the money situation? What'd your dad do for a living? He goes, well, he was a welder. He says, we weren't like rich, but we were fine. We were doing okay. And I said, so your mom has had significant mental illness over the years. There's been a lot of drama around your mother with the family and that sort of thing. And he said, yeah. And I said, and now on this day, she has successfully killed herself. I'm not sure what's happened in the past, but she has killed herself on this day. Now think about your dad is a welder. I said, you were 12, so let me guess. I'm guessing your dad's in his mid-30s. And he goes, yeah, that's probably about right. And I go, so now your dad's got to leave his job as a welder. You're in this little town in Texas. He's got to come home, and he's got to plan a funeral. He's got to notify all the kinfolk that his wife has committed suicide. He's got to plan a funeral. He's got to tell all the people in this town that you live in and risk the judgment of all the people that live there. And in the meantime, in the middle of all this, he's got to figure out how he's going to make a living and raise 3 children.
3 boys.
3 boys. And I said, and is it possible that given his background and the amount of dealage that he had at hand, is it possible that when he walked by you that day, the best he could come out with was your mom killed herself today? And he walked back into the house. And Roy goes, oh my God. I never thought for a second about my dad. I've never given one thought to what was going on with him. All I could think about was me and me and me. And he says, I've been waiting 40 years for my dad to come apologize to me. He says, I need to go find my dad tomorrow and make amends to him. That's the power of this sick man exercise, is over and over and over again in the inventory process. We come in with a resentment, we process it through this process, we see it from an entirely different angle, and we come out the other end. We come in with a resentment, we go out the other end with an amends to go make. And I see it happen over and over and over again. It's happened with one of my brothers that's here.
And about how he made his dad pay.
Well, the other thing was he made his dad pay that whole 40 years. He'd see his truck in town and kick a dent in the door or, just different things, because he felt like his dad had it coming. you can imagine how systemic that was in their relationship. And I had a guy I was working with out of California one time, and we're doing the inventory. And when I talk about how I love to hear him in the fourth column go, "Oh my God." This guy was with his dad, and he goes, "My dad was never there." And as it turns out, his dad was always there. He just, his dad ran a grocery business, but he's home every day. And he's coaching the baseball team, and he's doing all this stuff. And I go, "Your dad was always there." I go, "Is it possible that he just wasn't there enough for you, this little black hole of emotional need, that would pounce on him the moment he comes in the door, and Dad's just going, 'Oh, for God's sake, can I just have 10 seconds of peace?' Dad, 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 and then when we get to his girlfriend, and the fourth column happens the same way. And when we get to his mom, we do the sick man exercise and the same thing. And he's going, "Oh my!" And about the third one in a row, he goes, "Charlie, I'm really a pretty good guy. It's like, people like me. It's like I'm looking like a real jerk in this fourth column here." And I was like, "I ain't mad at you, But what we got to be careful of is what Katie's talking about. Is I go from self-righteous over here in this first column to when you create a chink in the armor, and I start seeing it from an entirely different angle. In the fifth step, it says we avoid worry, remorse, and morbid self-reflection, because what happens is I go from over here to now I'm just consumed with what a turd I am and how I barely deserve to draw air, and the ego is just as happy as long as you're obsessed with yourself. It doesn't care whether I'm thinking a lot of myself or I'm thinking a little of myself. As long as I'm thinking about me, the ego's like, we can still do our best work with that. But what happens, man, you talk about a game changer, when we start looking at these manifestations of self. See, the problem with me, when I was out there and I hit the wall at 2.5 years, and I hit the wall at 4.5 years, and I hit the wall at 7 years, and when I pulled away and I kind of went in more, and I thought, you know what, I've tried AA your way, and I'm getting knocked to the mat every time I step in the ring, and I started kind of doing things more my way. The problem was I didn't have anybody in my life saying, "Charlie, you're not running up against the failure of Alcoholics Anonymous. You're running up against the failure of self-will." This is what it looks like when you, as a sober member of Alcoholics Anonymous, are trying to run your life. We call it the second surrender, because the first surrender is the surrender to drugs and alcohol or whatever sent me crashing and burning through the doors of Alcoholics Anonymous. And that one, it's fairly easy to surrender when a gorilla's got his foot on your throat, But this second surrender, for a lot of us, usually comes after we've tried running this deal sober for a while. And so when I hit the wall, and boy, you talk about a game changer. I mean, if you'd asked me what happened in my first marriage, in my first inventory, I would have told you she cheated on me. Well, it wasn't my first inventory after that divorce. If you'd asked me what happened in that marriage, I would have told you she cheated on me, and I don't roll like that, and you can get plenty of support for that in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous, and you shouldn't have to deal with it, blah, blah, blah. If you ask me now, there's a very good chance that I would say I exhibited a level of selfishness and self-centeredness in that marriage that would have driven anybody out the door. And now, all of a sudden, my problems are of my own making. The biggest movement we can take with a new guy is from going from my problems are coming at me to my problems are coming from me. And that's a whole different level of work there, because all of a sudden, I mean, I was out, and we got so many stories about this one, but I was out in Idaho, that same one where the guy said this guy's wife did a hour-long workshop. I was with this, it was a men's conference, so I took a sponsee with me, this guy named Jay, and we went out to do this conference. And now, if I have a short window of time to work with a guy, a lot of times if it's the host, they send somebody to pick you up at the airport. And it was like an hour and 30-minute drive to where the event was. And we're going to go to pages 60 to 63. If I'm going to get significant movement out of a guy, or a lot of times it's really wonderful to have when a guy comes. Guys come to me a lot, and they either go, "I had X amount of time and I got loaded," or I had X amount of time and I had knee surgery. I had X amount of time and I had back surgery, or I had this much time and this happened, and then or sometimes I get people that will come to me and say, I got 16 years and I'm not doing very good. And it's really powerful to be able to tell that guy that there's more available as a result of this process. But so we're riding with this guy, Brian. And as we're going along, I'm pounding 60 to 63 and selfishness and self-centeredness and a whole new perspective and that sort of thing. And we get to where we're going, and there's this, these were good boys. These guys, this was a good crew, because what they would do on Fridays was they would cook lunch over at this guy, at Ben's house, and they'd invite the new guys over, feed them, and then knock the hell out of them with the big book, and it's... And it's a solid plan, and so we're over there, and they've got lunch and everything, and we're all sitting around, and I know this guy's sponsor, Ben. I've known him a long time, and Brian is the guy that has picked us up at the airport, and Brian starts talking. Katie talks about how you just let us run for a minute, and we'll step on our own tail, so Brian is talking. He's talking about. He goes, "Oh, my first wife. My God, she was nuts. And she was just insane." And then, as the story develops, he says, "And my second wife. Wow, boy, was she crazy." And then he says, "Now this chick I just broke up with about 4 months ago. Holy cow! We're talking about riding on the hood of the car, holding on to the windshield wipers, and he's talking, like guys do. And I go." And we talk about the path of consideration, and a lot of times if you come at me with something, you have to get around my ego. So in this path of consideration, we start things off with like, is it possible that, or I'd like to offer for your consideration that maybe. So anyway, and we're sitting there, and I'm listening, and I go, "Hey, Brian, you mind if I ask you a couple of questions?" And he goes, No, go ahead. And I said, "How do you find yourself in a relationship with all these crazy women?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, were they crazy when you met them? Or," it gets good, I said, "or is it possible that the only difference between the way they were when you met them and the way they were when you broke up with them was the effect of spending this amount of time with somebody as selfish and self-centered as you are?" And his sponsor's sitting behind him, and his sponsor goes, "Say that again." But it's a complete game changer, because now I'm not just this poor victim of people that I need to detach from. Because the other one you'll hear is, after your seventh marriage, they'll go, "Well, you got a broke picker." Like, well, I don't know. So it's a different perspective on what's causing all these problems. And the funniest thing about that was we go get in the car afterward, and I'm with Jay. And as soon as we close the doors to the car, Jay goes, "Dang!" And I go, "What?" And he goes, "My God, man." He goes, "We've been here like an hour, and you're just like, boom!" And I said, "Well, that's my job, man. I'm the out-of-town guy. I fly in, drop bombs, go home." Oh my God! But we're talking about a whole different level of what we're looking for in this resentment inventory. Because my first inventory was basically a confession of things I felt bad about, and it's not a terrible exercise. But now, if we've pounded 60 to 63, and we're talking about how selfishness and self-centeredness is the root of the problem, and then in these inventories, we're talking about how does self show up. And I've had a lot of people come to me and say, "This has changed," because for me, it changed my whole program. It changed the way I sponsor people. It changed what I'm listening to in inventory. It changed what we do in the 10th step. It changes why I'm out making amends and that sort of thing. And we can really get hung up on this, but it says, referring to our list, putting out of our minds, this is middle of page 67, the wrongs others had done, we resolutely looked for our own mistakes. See, now we're ready after that third column, the sick man exercise. I'm looking at it, my own mistakes. Where had I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened? I've written down inconsiderate. Now here's something. One time in the 10th step, I called up Mark Houston, and I said, "Mark, I'm getting nervous." I said, "In the 10th step, it says, were you selfish, dishonest?" And I said, "I'm not." And then when we talk about dishonesty, every day I say no. Were you no? Were you just no? Were you no? And I go, it seems to me that they wouldn't have put it in there if it's never going to come up for me. And he says, "Well, there's 3 forms of dishonesty." I said, okay, go keep going. And he goes, well, there's lying. All right, see, that's what I was putting down. I just wasn't lying to anybody straight up. And then he goes, then there's lying by omission. Oh, now lying by omission is where I tell you the story. I can shape a story without actually lying, but you might come away with a different impression of the truth than what is actually, like it could be something as simple as, did you mail that check yesterday? You go, yes, I did. Well, I mean, it's on the front seat of my car, and I'm going to mail it, right away. Or if you one time, Katie misses nothing, and it's unbelievable, and like I have some of you. I think Polly, you remember when I was in that boot at the International in San Antonio? I've had one bout of gout in my life. And we were in San Antonio at the International, and I can't walk. I can't stand the weight of a bed sheet on this foot. And I mean, they put me, and we go to this doctor, and we barge our way into this doctor's office in San Antonio because the Parkers have rolled into town, and with their prodigious self-will. And this doctor's talking. He's a young guy, and he says, "Do you have diabetes?" And I said, "No, I don't." And he goes, "Have you ever had gout?" I go, damn it, man. I go, my wife is sitting right there. I'm like, are you going to run through the whole fat guy list of ailments, I mean, like I don't get enough grief already. It's like, no, I don't have diabetes. I've never had gout. And so I won't even let him treat gout, and it turns out it was gout. But because the sad thing was I limped around that whole International. And when I got home, this one doctor knew how to deal with alcoholics. He goes, well, how about this, Charlie? How about if we just treat gout and see what happens, And I take like 2 pills and it's gone, and so he gave me these pills, and they were sitting at the counter in the bathroom. And one day I was starting to feel a little twinge in my foot, because but I eat terrible all the time. But I feel a little twinge in my foot, so I open the bottle and I take like half of one of those pills and I pop it, and then I put the bottle right back where it was. And the next day we're in the bathroom and we're standing there, and Katie goes, did you take one of those pills? And I went, no. Well, I took half one. And she goes, did you just lie to me? And I went, well, I didn't want to hurt your feelings. No, I said I didn't want to worry you. Now, see, Katie talks about this list that we men work out of, So it's like, yeah, I didn't want to worry you. But not wanting to worry Katie was like about number 7 on the list of why that lie flew out of my mouth. The truth was I didn't want any accountability for the way I'd been eating. I don't want to hear a bunch of crap, and that's and I didn't want to worry you, but I want to pull out the shiniest motive, first, So that's lying by omission, and then the third form of dishonesty that he talked about was delusion, and he said delusion is where I'm lying to myself. It's not the mistake. It's not the stuff. It's the stuff that I'm sure of in my life that just ain't so. That really causes me problems. And now when we start talking about delusion, now there's some meat on the bone in that 4th column, because I work with delusion all the time now under dishonesty. One time I was doing an inventory on this sponsee, and I'm mad at X. Why? Because, well, he's self-obsessed. He interrupts me all the time. He talks all the time. And when I'm talking, he doesn't listen to me. When I give him instructions, he doesn't do it. He'll schedule work and then not have it ready when the time is ready for us to do it. And a few other things, right? And then how does it affect? Well, it affects my self-esteem, my security, my ambitions, this and that. And I do the little sick man exercise on him. And then I'm sitting there and I go, under dishonesty, I go, Charlie, this is me talking to me, is it possible that it's a little delusional to expect this new guy not to act like a new guy? It's like what you put down in the 2nd column is the description of a newcomer. You know, it's like, unless you're expecting a better class of newcomer to start coming through the doors, this is what you're going to deal with. And so who's the one who's had the spiritual awakening here? Is it delusional on your part to not think we're going to have to get this guy? I'm expecting him to have a spiritual awakening before he's been through the process, and so that's what I have to go to my sponsor with and ask God to remove it and that sort of thing. Anything more on resentment?
I think you got to fly through fear.
Okay, I'm going to fly through the fear inventory. Bottom of 67.
Oh, are you going to do this fear?
Absolutely. Here comes the fear sphere. Notice that the word fear is bracketed along the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employer. This short word, fear. Now, why are we going to talk about fear? Remember what we're doing in the inventory process? We're looking for the common manifestations of self. So we've looked at how self shows up in the resentment inventory, and now we're going to look under fear as a manifestation of self. This whole inventory process is looking at the ways self shows up. It says, notice that the word fear, this short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. Fear set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? One time, we've had some moments at Primary Purpose Group with the dictionary, and one time we're sitting there, and I am a competitive shotgun shooter, and I've talked to a couple other guys here that shoot and stuff, but Katie and I both shoot clay targets a lot, and I figure I know what shot means. I've got to, when it says the fabric of our existence is shot through with it, I have this image of a piece of coarse, like burlap, that's been shot through with fear. Well, one day we're at Primary Purpose Group, and I was chairing the meeting, and the dictionary guy sitting right here, and we read that line, the fabric of our existence was shot through with it. And I said, just out of nowhere, I said, look up shot. And he looks up shot in this 1936 Webster's Dictionary that we have there, and it says, a method of weaving using weft and web where the fabric takes on a different appearance depending upon the viewpoint of the observer. We call it a Cheech and Chong moment, where the whole group went, whoa. Because now, and look, somebody brought me an example of it. It's a piece of fabric that looks different depending upon the angle that you look at it. So now not only is the fabric of my existence shot through with fear, but it can also change the way I look at things based on how I'm looking at it. So it says the fabric of our... Now, it goes on to say, we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. One of the reasons I say buy the CDs is because one time I remember hearing this in a workshop that Bob D had done, and I'd never heard it before. This stealing never made sense to me. Fear ought to be classed with stealing. I'm like, what? And he explained this one time, and I heard it on the CD, and I was going, my God, I was sitting right there 5 feet away from him when he said it, but I was thinking about sandwiches or something, And he says, right here it says, we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. And he told this story about this old-timer that was dying in the hospital. And he said, Bob, when you look back over your life, he goes, it's not the mistakes I made that I feel so much regret about. He said, it's the things I was afraid to try. And in that way, fear robs me of the experience I might have been able to have. It robs me of the job I might have been able to get, the relationship, the way I show up in a relationship because of my fear of whatever, all these different things that I was afraid to try. And in that way, fear robs me of the experience that I might. Does that make more sense about this? It ought to be classed with stealing? Well, now, the way I see the fear inventory is there's only 2 columns, maybe 3 in it, and it says right here, we reviewed our fears thoroughly. We put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. So my first column is I write down all my fears, and then it says we asked ourselves why we had them. And I'll let guys go home and do that. But then when we come back, here's the answer. It says, wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? Self-reliance, if you turn it around, is reliance upon self. So it's saying I can't be in self-reliance, and I can't experience the failure of self-reliance unless I'm in self-reliance. So when I get scared, that's a red flag for me that I'm in self-reliance. I've slipped back in I'm edging God out of the picture. And the sad thing for me is that the heavier the project, the more I default to self-will. Right? And so if when we're talking about big money or big stuff or what's going on with my kids and that sort of thing, I got this, and it's saying self-reliance failed me. Self-reliance was good as far as it went, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other problem. And I have to ask myself, is that true for me? There's one of those statements we turn into questions. I got 1 minute. Perhaps there's a better way. We think so, for we're now on a different basis. The basis of trusting and relying upon God, right? See, remember at the beginning of the third step, we were on the basis of self-will. Now we're on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. And it says on that we are in the world to play the role He assigns, just to the extent that we do as we think God would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. And then it goes on to talk about faith. But it says, we let God... Well, the thing I never understood about fear, and this drives Katie crazy, which makes me really enjoy it. One of the things that I do in a fear inventory with a guy is we sit down and he writes down all his fears, and I talk about, the problem with the failure of self-will is I have this little fear of things that I have control over in my life, and it may be much smaller than I think it is. But like Lorenz one time go, what exactly is in the sphere? Because there are things in here like what I'm going to have for lunch, or these sorts of things, and I can control a few things in my life on self-will, but there are things that are on the basis of self-will that are outside the sphere of my control, and they scare the crap out of me. If my whole life is based on self-will, I know at some level that cancer is above my pay grade, or how my kids are going to turn out, or what Katie's going to think of me, or whether anybody at the AA club is going to talk smack about me, or, how much money I'm going to make this year, or those sorts of things, who's going to die, who's not going to die, all those things are outside this little sphere of control. I call it the fear sphere, and it drives Katie crazy. But every time when I do a fear inventory with somebody, a lot of times I'll go down the list and I'll go, okay, this item, this fear you wrote down right here, is that inside your area of control or outside your area of control? And they go, it's outside. This one here, outside. This one here, outside.
So then what do we do with that after you've done that?
Well, we work a program on it, honey. She acts like we're going to just stop right there. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to gain evidence on the failure of self-will there. It's a whole different thing to go, these things that I'm afraid of are because of I'm running on self-reliance. Thank you for your input, though, honey. Yeah, we just go, duh, I guess I'm scared. No, we're going to bring God into it after that, because the opposite of self-reliance is this God-reliance. And it says, just to the extent that we do as we think God would have us and humbly rely on God, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. And I want to end with this one thing. We were listening to Sandy Beach talk. God bless Sandy Beach. And we were listening to Sandy talk about this one day, and he was talking about taking things to God and that sort of thing. And right when he was talking, there was a part of my brain that went to, well, yeah, that's fine with your problems, but I got serious stuff going on here. And I mean, at the moment I had that thought, he goes, I got to put this into practice last year when my daughter was brutally murdered. And you're like, whoa. He just dropped the ace of spades into the middle of the table. And he said, as soon as it happened, he told myself, he went straight to God and said, God, this is not going to affect our relationship. And I've had some situations pop up in my life. I had my biggest customer hired my best crew to come work for them. So I lost my best crew and my biggest customer in one day. And when it happened, I knew immediately that if I don't go to God with this one right now, this one could swallow me up. Mm-hmm. And it was a whole different level of playing the game, because, I mean, it was just like, God's either everything or He's nothing. We're going to be, and everything's been fine. And I've had to write more than one 4-column inventory on it. But we've talked about resentment as a manifestation of self. We've talked about fear as a manifestation of self. And when we come back, we're going to talk about manifestations of self when the sexual instinct is aroused. And then we're going to roll through the rest of the program this afternoon. We got a 1-hour lunch break. Thanks, guys.
Be back in here at 1. Okay. Hi, y'all. Katie Parker, alcoholic. I am going to hit the 4th column, and then I'm going to talk about the sex inventory, and then it says we need an overhauling here, and the word overhaul means thorough examination. We are so screwed up in that area. And so we're going to talk about, that's what I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to hand it over to Charlie, and he said he promised me he'd be brief on talking about 6 and 7, and then I'm going to go into 8. Yes, you can do that joke. Okay, the other thing is let me think what I was just going to say. The vigorous course of action, yada, yada, yada. Oh, I forgot. Oh, 4th column. And the vigorous course. Thank you. It came to me. When we're talking about urgency, and I'm telling you, we don't want to say that people are doing it wrong. I get it. I mean, we've all done it all kinds of ways. But I want to emphasize that if you study the literature, it is all about urgency. There is nowhere in there where it says chill out. This is all about you bring the new guy in and you don't assume anything. If he's gone to treatment, doesn't matter. You don't assume anything. And then you take him and you give him a fatal dose of alcoholism, which takes about an hour. And as it says, the first 7 pages of working with others, let your man go home, read the book. Tell him to read the book. If you want to take your sponsee through line by line, admirable. Not what the book tells you to do. As a matter of fact, if you do that, you risk a lot of, it's too much time. We can only meet for an hour twice a week, and to go through the book line by line, by the time you finally get to the action steps, this guy is losing it. He needs to have this spiritual awakening. You want to send him to a meeting that does line by line, great. You want to meet with your sponsees on a Monday night, go through the book line by line, great. But your guy is getting through this work quickly. So after that hour of step 1, then, he comes back to you and he's all in, right? I do barely touch on the 2nd step. I mean, the bottom line is I'm really not that deeply interested in your spiritual take because it can be quite twisted. And we're just not going to, it's just all talk therapy. Once again, we're not having the experience. Then I give them the 3rd step, which takes an hour. I do go through that line by line. And I take them through that thing, and I line them out on the 4th step. Now, keep in mind, this new guy is going to be calling me every day, sometimes twice a day. So I'm going to have plenty of conversation with him. But after I've done the 3rd step, we've got this guy lined out on the 4th step about the resentment inventory. You have any problems in writing it? Let's talk about it, because I'm lining them out on how to do it. Then I'm talking to him about the fear inventory. Little different than my husband's fear sphere. A lot different than that. Bogus idea. Oh, come on, we're married. It's all in fun. And he loves it. He loves the sphere, but I don't. And so then I line them out also on the sex inventory. But keep in mind, I'm talking to them. People will say, that's too much to give them. Well, if you've done it, then I'm interested in talking to you. If you haven't, I don't want an opinion on an experience you haven't had, right? Line them all out on this, and then when they leave me after doing that 3rd step, I say, look, Saturday in 2 weeks, we're going to meet for 4 hours. Nothing comes between me and that, right? There's no canceling that appointment unless your kids are sick or you're sick. That's it. Because have you ever had somebody tell you, oh, my sponsee won't write inventory? I don't have that problem. See, that's not an option. I have not done the 1st step correctly if I can't get somebody to write inventory. They don't believe that they have to write inventory. And that's the problem. See, they don't believe that this hopeless state of mind and body. And so I got to go back to step 1 if they won't write inventory. And if they say something like, why do I have to do this? Once again, it's a step 1 problem. And so then when I line them out, I go, look, in 2 weeks we're meeting on the 7th, and it's going to be 4 hours. And after that 4 hours, leave an hour afterwards for the hour that you go home. After we completely finished the, is that one mine? Oh, you just heated it? Okay. I was going to say, is that the one that I got you, is what I meant to say, but got it. Give me a minute.
You've lined them out, and you're saying if
Here's
the
one.
whole right inventory is because I haven't given them instructions.
I got it.
You were about to hand it over to me.
No, I wasn't. So full of it. So after I've finished with the 4 hours, the hour afterwards is the hour in the 5th step, right? As a matter of fact, let's flip to that page, because this page is crucial, and I don't think most people get. Once again, Charlie and I study the heck out of the book, right? That's what our big book study is. For 11 years, line by line, we go through this first 164 pages in the doctor's opinion over and over and over and over. And so the directions are so clear. But in the 5th step, it says... page 75, bottom part, last paragraph at the bottom, everybody at it? Says, returning home, we find a place where we can be quiet for an hour. Carefully reviewing what we've done. All right, there, that's an action step. We're going to review what we've done. I hope you've written on that inventory, right? And it says, we thank God from the bottom of our heart that we know him better. Stop there. That's another action step. It's not just a thanks, God. It's a real, sincere, intimate, personal relationship we're trying to create. And then it says, taking the book down from the shelf, we turn to the page which contains the 12 steps. And, Charlie's got a line on that one. Carefully reading the first 5 proposals, we've asked if we've omitted anything. So the first 5 proposals are the first 5 steps. And we're looking at each one of these. We're taking them in every implication. Do I believe the allergy? Do I believe this mental obsession? Do I believe there is a blank spot, right? That mental blank spot. I mean, I'm telling you guys, the first step, we all drank differently. That's why not always about the drinking is related to the woman who sat at home and drank wine only all by herself is going to be totally different to the guy who's been arrested 4 times in complete blackouts. We got to understand, we all drank different. That's why the book has given us so many different options. We got to get to the allergy. We got to get to the mental obsession. So that's what we're talking about. Do I believe in the 3rd step that I have really quit, that I quit playing God? Okay, what does that mean? Democrat, Republican, no big deal. Try that one on. You know what I mean? Try all of these things on. Doesn't matter. Woman, man, doesn't matter. Gay, not, doesn't matter. Abortion, not abortion, doesn't matter. We don't have a stand on that. Have I ceased fighting anything or anyone? And it says, for we are building an arch through which we shall walk a free man at last. Is our work solid so far? Another question. You got an hour to spend on this. This is a lot of stuff. And then it goes through the rest of the questions. Then after you've done the hour, you say ask yourself the questions in the 6th step, right? If we can answer to our satisfaction, we look at step 6. You don't sit on step 6. If you can't answer to your satisfaction, what'd you leave out? Give a quick call to your sponsor. We're moving. This is a vigorous course of action. There's no sitting on 6 and 7. This is a question with a yes or no answer, and you move forward. And then you answer the questions in 6, you say the prayer in 7, and then you make the list in 8. So when you leave, after we've done the inventory, you go home, do the 5th, ask yourself the questions in the 6, say the prayer in the 7, and then you write the 8-step list so the next morning you're making amends. Does that kind of shock you? That's what it tells you to do. There is no stopping. And you know the reason why for that? That's what I think the reason why is because what happens to the ego, all of a sudden you've had this amazing experience in the inventory process. And I mean amazing. You've really seen, my God, how self-centered am I? What I've done. The need for forgiveness. The need to go ask for forgiveness or to forgive. And then if you're not careful, in 2 weeks that window shuts. And all of a sudden you're pissed off at your sister again. Can't believe she said that to you. Your mother, hadn't called me in 2 weeks, because that's what she does. See, there's urgency in this because of the ego rebuilds at such an astonishing rate. And that's why it's a vigorous course of action. I always thought vigorous course of action first was 4 and 5. Then I thought it was 4 through 7. Now the way we study the book, I understand it's 4 through 9. So, having said that, I'm going to talk about the fourth column in the resentment inventory. I do it a little differently than Charlie does it. And remember, we both end up getting to the same place. I'd love to jokingly tell you that mine's deeper and more profound. But I've watched Charlie do inventory and explain it to me, and he has the same experience I do. He just does it a little differently. He uses the sick man prayer deeper, and he doesn't use what I call the expanded third column as much. Now, I'll tell you, the fourth column, I think, is really good. So you're taking the 4 things you're looking for, but my sponsor and I break them down. We break down selfish a little bit more, and we break down dishonest into those 3 places. So once again, this will be on CD because I don't think you'll be able to write as fast as I'm talking, but we want to know self-righteous. Where am I better than in this storyline? See, I need to know how I show up. I don't need to know that I don't even need to know I'm selfish and self-centered. I'm so light years past that. How am I selfish and self-centered? What do I do? I'm telling you what, you come to me, you got no idea what's going on in my mind. You offer me some sort of spiritual literature to read, and I know who you are and what your program looks like. I'm really not interested in your hinky little book, but I'll go, oh, hey. Yeah, I mean, I'm so shut off sometimes with that stuff. I'm amazed by it. But this whole thing is about watching yourself without judgment. I'm not going, oh, Katie, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you're like, no, I'm just observing myself. And one of Charlie's sponsors, loved the guy to death, gave me a book, and he's telling me how special it is, and I'm thinking, that little hinky piece of whatever. And I got it, and I started reading it. Are you with me on that? That attitude? And then I just stopped and I went, wow, God, you're going to have to move me past this one. This has probably got some real depth in it. And I want a better attitude. Book talks about attitude all the time. This attitude is not just a good attitude. This attitude is about really looking at me, really seeing what I bring to something. The minute my mind is shut off to something, I will not learn again. And so I really went with a better attitude, and I've now ordered this book. I've gotten the cliff notes of this book, and I've watched this guy on YouTube because I really believe there's something here. That's why I'm so resistant. So just saying. Then self-reliance, how I run the show. I want to see where I'm self-reliant. Self-pity is the poor me, less than, not fair. Self-seeking, how I make getting my way happen. Self-centered, why you want it to go your way. Why do I need Charlie to behave this certain way in order for me to be okay? Right? I mean, God darn it, if you're having trouble in your relationships, well, let me ask this question. This one is always a mind blower. How many of you guys in this room are currently married right now? Raise your hand. That's okay. Now, if we can remember to do this correctly, if you're with your significant other, now people raise their hand, but not the significant other. The half of a couple. Yeah, the half of a couple raise your hand. So if you're married, raise your hand. Now, if you're with your partner, tell them to put their hand down, one of them. Okay, that's more like a real reading.
That's like a train leaves Chicago.
Well, I know it's. I don't know how to word that because what happens is it gives a false illusion. If there's nine couples in here, that looks like 18 people are raising their hands. So we're trying to just get the one side. But what you're going to get out of this, and this particular group is a little different. There's more couples in this room, but the majority of people in AA, first of all, if you ask them a question, how many of you guys are married, you get a 10-minute answer. That's a yes or no question. Either you are or you aren't. And now, how many have been married more than once gets a big... How many of y'all have been married more than once? Yeah, that's usually that's a story. How about twice? Start to get the wave going on, right? Yeah. And so, but one of the things that I think is so interesting...
I got a broke picker.
Yeah, got a broke picker, sure. Charlie could pick the crazy ones, let me tell you. And I had a guy, beeline it up, so looking for, my fault here. And he goes, well, he picked you. And I go, no, he didn't. I picked him. Okay, so let's be sure that we're real clear on this deal. And one of the things that I know, and we laugh about it, we were best friends forever. I mean, neither one of us expected that we'd be together, So, I mean, we're playing and running hard and playing hard. But one of the things that I can tell you is if you're in a marriage, one of the toughest things about staying married, alcoholics don't do it well. Why? Because we are so self-centered. It's already hard enough. But after about 3 years, the shine is worn off. And we think there's something else that's going to come around the bend. And that what we haven't done is the work on what it's like to be with one person and really do that work behind it. It's like I said, I hope your significant other makes your evening review every day. Doesn't mean I don't love Charlie, but Charlie's not the problem. You make it every day, honey. I don't know how to say that easily. I know I don't make yours every day, and I wish I did. Because I'm going to tell him now because you opened the door. When we were in counseling, I told the counselor, I said, we have a step that is about, where were you resentful, dishonest, selfish, and afraid, in the evening review. And I told him, I said, I wish I made Charlie's evening review more often because I can tell he's got a low-grade mad at me. I can tell by the way he reacts. Does that hit home to you guys that are married? Where he just snaps you. And you're like, well, that's because you're pissed off at me. Do some work and see that it's not me. I mean, that's why he makes my evening review, because it's not him. Right? I mean, if what I said required a snap like that, that'd be different. And I'd come back and say, you know what, I'm really sorry I said that. I could have done that with more compassion. But the reason we do inventory is not, have you ever had somebody come up to you in AA and they start talking trash about somebody? You go, I know I'm taking their inventory. I go, no, they go, I don't mean to be taking their inventory. I go, oh, please do. Obviously, you're pissed. I'm going to get you to third and fourth column here in a minute. Go ahead and you've got the second column. That's what it's talking about. If you're angry, you need to write it on paper. It's so important. And I got to tell you, I absolutely love Charlie Parker. Do we have very difference of things? Yes, absolutely. Do things begin to bother me about him? Sure. I mean, I'm in a relationship with another guy. We spend a ton of time together. We shoot together. We travel together. A lot of stuff. Sometimes in an airport, you'll see both of us just go separate ways. We're like, and we'll just, it's like we just need a few minutes in our own corner, We
were walking through an airport one time, and we have a lot of airport stories. And we're walking along, and I'm just gooning along like I got good sense, and I'm walking along, and she's about 40 feet away from me, and I go, Katie, and she goes, and gives it one of those, and I'm like, oh. And so when we get to where we're going, she's talked about this big fight we had in the airport. And I got up afterward and I go, that big fight we had? I said, I didn't even know about it. I was like,
yes, he did. Yeah. I'll get the big laugh, yeah. But and here's the other thing about it though, because I really believe, I think it's so unfortunate in AA, sometimes in an open discussion meeting, we'll raise our hand and we'll just knock our significant other or knock our children, and that's so not the place. In an AA meeting, we're supposed to be bringing hope and understanding. I mean, the work is between me and my sponsor, and that we come into AA and say, I had a problem with my husband, and what I realized when I wrote the inventory is it was all about my expectations and what I thought, my ambition. I mean, that's really what we're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to raise your hand and go, well, I need to talk about my husband again and leave it here, unfortunately. And I was a big part of that movement. I mean, I did that for many, many years. But today I understand the difference. And one of the other things about this inventory process is the spiritual gift. It says that it holds the key to your future. Do you believe that? I mean, everybody goes, I wish I knew what God wanted for me. Write inventory. It holds the key to your future. He's trying to speak to you, but he can't speak to you if you're blocked with all this stuff. This stuff has got to get somewhere, and I got to get to where, once again, it takes a little bit of time for even the sponsor to understand what we're looking for. It's a moving target all the time. But the other thing, I got to keep moving. Okay, so self-centered is why you want it to go your way. And that's where, in a relationship with especially another alcoholic, it's very challenging for me to realize Charlie's got his own ambitions and I've got mine, and they may not be moving in the same direction. One of the things my sponsor tells me, and God Almighty, if you're going to sponsor somebody that's in a relationship, you're going to have a lot of phone calls about that relationship. And the last thing I need is, oh, Katie, just love him. It's like, oh, boy, we're done here. I've worn her out. You know what I mean? I'm going to have to call somebody else. Because you got to get me to, Charlie is scared to death. He's just gone through an incident he may or may not share with you for the last couple of years between business and children that make anybody lose their mind. And I want him through it. Come on, let's get through it. Just do it. Do the work and get through it. You know, I'm the head of the band and moving on the front of the line. And you know, Marty kept saying to me, Katie, you've got to be praying for Charlie. He's in real trouble. Don't just turn the other cheek and wish he'd get over it. You know, and it's been a lot of work. And then at the very end, she said something so profound to me. She said, we thank Charlie from the bottom of our heart because he's brought you closer to God through all of this. Now, let me tell you, when I'm laying there snot flying, crying, I was like, just stopped me in my tracks. I thought, you know what, you're right. Thank you, God, because this has brought me so close. And I love Charlie to death, and he's gone through a very, very tough time.
It had been 2 years.
It's been 4, but he thinks it's been
15 months.
So, we're not going to argue on that point because I'm over here just praying for him, okay? So, let me move on, as that could get very heated. And so, very quickly, on the sex inventory, the other thing about the sex inventory, remember, the sex inventory, we're not interested in who all you slept with. I mean, come on. If it was consensual sex, so be it. If no one was hurt in consensual sex, we're not about listing, you know, guy with red tie, caterer at the wedding. You know what I mean? I mean, you name it, we women hone in. I always love when the boys are looking around going, was that me? Was I the caterer? You know, we're like, this. We women looked around when we were drinking, we're like, and you're it. Okay, that's good enough. I'm on it. It's the evening, and then you leave, and I go, okay, I've lost him. I got to get some. Okay, he'll do. All right. And, you know, that's just the process that we went through. We're not interested in that. We're looking at where harm was done. Where did I harm you or others with my sex conduct? And remember, we're not, once again, when we get into the amends process, if somebody doesn't know you existed and you were sleeping with a married man, you don't go make an amends to the wife. Or if, here's the one that kills me, and this is dicey because I've seen it go really well 1 out of 10 times, and the other 9 it go very poorly. And that's why we're always asking God what we should do, is that if you broke up a marriage and the wife knows about you, going to tell her you're sorry is a little hard for somebody to hear. Oh, I'm so sorry, you're sorry. Yeah, you slept with my husband, you broke up our marriage. Thank you for coming to talk to me. It can go really well and it can go really poorly. So you got to ask God if you're supposed to be doing that one. I don't know. He's preparing everybody's heart. I can tell you, it can go both ways, and this is going to be between you and your Creator. The sex inventory is a conduct inventory. So it's about me being a neighbor, me being an AA member, me being an employee or employer. How do I show up? Because I can arouse jealousy, bitterness, and suspicion with my sister. You see what I mean? I mean, this is, once we move sex out, because it says it's an emphasis on sex. But if you'll really study it, it's very interesting. It says many of us need an overhauling here. That means to examine thoroughly. We're not to be the arbiter of anybody's sex conduct, but this is the way I read that. So you get to date and do whatever you want with your sex life. Now, let me tell you something. You step too far outside my values, I probably won't sponsor you anymore. There's two things I won't. Well, one thing I definitely won't sponsor you if you have an open marriage. And if you come to me and say, Katie, I have an open marriage and, you know, we sleep with anybody we want to, go, okay, well, you know, more power to you. But I can't sponsor you. That's so far outside my value systems. I don't even know how to have I can't even have a conversation with that. Now, if you're having an affair, I can work with you on that. I get that one. But if you're going to have 3 or 4 players on the field, in an open marriage, I don't know how to do that. And I'm not even really interested in playing in that circus. So that is important for you to understand. If somebody's so far outside your value system, I can't be helpful. Does that make sense? And so when we're looking at this, we're not the arbiter of anybody's sex conduct. So if you're going to be with somebody, I don't get to tell you that he's good, bad, right, wrong. But if it starts to cause you problems, your sex conduct, I get to talk to you about that. I get to start saying, there's some issues that if and this is going to start to get dicey, but I'm just going to barely touch on it. I know, down, Flecka. We women are twisted in this area, and so are you boys. I'm not letting you off the hook, but you're easier for us to manipulate with our sex powers. So you just kind of you took the ether and you just follow along, But what happens is say that there's a lot of sexual confusion in the younger generation, and they can't decide what side of the fence they're on. And sometimes if you come to me and you've got sexual confusion, I will always tell you, if you're going to work with me, you got to be on one side of the fence or the other. I can't be that you're gonna claim to be bisexual. And you're going to play with the boys, and then you get sick of them. You play with the girls, and you get sick of them. You play with the boys, you get sick of... You know what I mean? I'm not going to be in this. I want you to consider that. And if you can't, I'm probably not the girl to work with.
That doesn't mean you're kicked out of AA.
No, I'm not just going to sponsor you, because it's too... We're once again, we're trimming the branches. Make a decision. And if you can't, I just want you to know I can't work with you. Is that kind of clearer? See, it's an interview process. When somebody says, can you sponsor me? Let's sit down and talk. I'm going to give you the terms of my agreement. And these are my terms. This is what I'm expecting. So Mark used to say, if your sponsee's not doing what you've told them, then you haven't set the agreements down clear enough. See, as a sponsor, I'm running the show. And I just want you to know. Now, that's still loving and kind. And then the 9 questions that I love are, where have I been selfish, dishonest, and inconsiderate? I'm interested in where you have been in those. We're going to answer these 9 questions. Whom had I hurt? In a relationship situation, say you got involved with somebody that had kids and you didn't have kids, or you did have kids. You may have hurt the children. There's a lot of people. Say you got really close to his mom. You may have hurt her. There's a lot of people we hurt. Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, and bitterness? Wow. Can we do that easy? We play such manipulative games. I didn't even realize until Charlie had said this to me that some people have an old idea that if I make you jealous, it shows how much you love me. I'd never even really considered that one. Now, I'm capable of it. I don't operate too much in those parameters because I don't really play a lot of jealousy games. But that's an interesting one, and that opened a door for me to work with a lot of people on. Now, I don't think most of us even know we're doing it. This is not like we sit there and rub our grubby little hands together and figure out how we can hurt you. We can do that, but you know what I mean? Most of the time, I'm just doing. And then it says, where were we at fault? Remember, it's never my part. Never my part. Where was I at fault? Where was my harms? Where were my mistakes? And it says, what should we have done instead? And then we write this sane and sound ideal. I'd never even heard of that in the book. I must have just completely missed that part. But this sane and sound ideal for my sex life or my conduct life, to be a better neighbor. Just think about it. What's the worst thing in the world is to hate your neighbor? And you come home to your home and they pull in at the same time and you just hate them. And there's a lot of hate in this room. Don't be fooled that we're all this unhateful group. We can hate deeply. It even says it in our book, we go to the man we hate. I love that because we're capable of it. And so this sane and sound is not writing for me. It wouldn't be writing Mr. Perfect. It's how I want to show up in this relationship. I want to be honest. I want to be sincere. I really don't want to play games, but I can tell you, we all play games, right? I mean, I swear, I used to do this great game with Charlie, and he never knew it until I admitted it. So many times in workshops, he jumped on it and heard it, and then I ratted myself out. I used to think how I could get Charlie, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you men are so easy. You are. You're just so easy. You're like, huh? And we girls were like, and Charlie, I'd want to talk to him about something. And I knew that if I came at him and said, look, I got something I want to talk to you about, he'd, always apprehensive. So instead he'd walk in and I'd go, hey. And he's like, huh? And I go, so what's happening with so-and-so? And it's almost like I just thought of it, right?
You've been laying for me all day.
I've been just waiting. Okay, he's in the house. It's been about a minute, and do it. Hey!
Did you ever talk to Sadie?
Yeah, and then he's starting to talk about it, and it's just terrible. I'm not proud of it. But then after he's heard me say it enough in workshops, he picked up on it the time I did it to him. And he goes, I'm on to you. And I thought, good. I needed somebody to pull the plug on that one because I was able to ride that pony for a while. And, but the truth is that I now what I love is the more spiritually fit we are. This pause when agitated or doubtful is a gift. And it's about a 2-second pause. And it really is a spiritual gift. That all of a sudden I think, you know what, I want to ask Charlie that question? No. Not good at all. And it's the still quiet voice guiding me. And I'm so fortunate for that. Now, that's not 24/7 every day, but it's more than not. And then it says, if sex is troublesome, we throw ourselves harder into working with others. So I'm telling you guys, when you're having real difficulties in your sex life, your relationship, I wish if we could change a word, I'd say relationship, because that's really more of what it is. Then it would be throw yourself harder. If you're in a breakup, don't sit around by yourself and just cry and cry and cry. Go down to the drunk tank, man. Work with those people. It works when everything else fails. It's a very, very challenging thing when you threaten our sex life. Honey, I really think I do want to go, no, I'll give it to you. So I'm giving you 7 minutes.
Thanks, honey.
Okay. Keep that. I'm going to have this just...
Well, we're all over the place now.
I know.
And we cover a lot of ground in these things, and we go back and forth and different things, but I just, it's funny, when we start talking, before I address the 6 and 7, and when we talk that in this inventory process we're looking for manifestations of self, well, this is going to keep me busy for a long time. Like the guy that called me, and some of the conversations I've had experiences with guys in the fourth column that are mind blowing. Where they, like I had, Rick and I had a very significant experience in the fourth column, and I had a guy in Spain that was like, I've had guys that were considering like violence towards a family member, and seriously, and then we do the inventory, and this one guy, I'll never forget, he got this 1,000-yard stare, and he goes, "This changes everything." And I said, I just looked at him, and he goes, "So you're telling me I was ready to do this, whatever it was, because of my selfishness?" And I'm like, "That's what I'm telling you, And he wound up going back and making amends to these people. He went home and fired 2 lawyers that were involved in active lawsuits right then. No, he dropped the lawsuits and then told his lawyers. That's always a real crowd pleaser. He went to the people that he was in lawsuits with and said, "You know what, I'm not going to do all this." And the lawyers were like, "Could have run that by me before you dropped it." But we're talking about real freedom that comes from there. But it's funny when we start. We're going to talk a lot about manifestations of self, and we're going to talk about different things, and we're also going to talk about imperfect sponsorship. It's my firm belief that if a sponsor and a sponsee are both giving it their best shot, God takes up a ton of slack in that relation. Don't wait till you can do this perfectly to start sponsoring people. And one of my Chad, his dad, got real invigorated behind doing step work and doing a lot of this stuff and taking people through the steps quickly. And I love his stepdad, but he's up in Oklahoma. And he's doing this, and he's driving back from a meeting one day. It's one of my favorite stories. He's driving back from a meeting. He's got this good old boy that he's been sponsoring for a couple of years, and they're driving along, coming back from the meeting. The guy goes, "God dang, man!" He goes, "I just feel so good these days." And he goes, "Oh, that's great, man." He goes, "Yeah, I know." He goes, I hardly ever smoke weed anymore. And Hank goes, what? And the guy goes, I know. It's like I never even want to, And Hank goes, oh my God, I'm the worst sponsor in the world. I've been sponsoring this guy for 2 years. It never occurred to me to tell him you can't smoke weed. But I know it's like I never even want to. There's some funny stories that go behind a lot of this stuff, and one of the things that we talk about in the sex inventory, and when we talk about old ideas, it's funny. It says we're not going to be the arbiter of anybody's sex life, but when you start having kids, you hear yourself saying things sometimes. You ever hear yourself as a parent say something and you realize that is straight up BS? What I just said, and it was stuff I heard as a kid. And one of them was one time, how we tell newcomers, don't get in a relationship for the first year you're sober. And so, one time I was sitting out by the pool and we're swimming and then we have lunch. And then my daughter runs up to me after lunch and she goes, Dad, I want to go swimming again. And I go, oh, honey, you can't swim for 30 minutes after you eat or you'll get cramps. And then I hear myself say that, and I go, I don't even know anybody that knows anybody that knows anybody that ever had cramps, And I realized that was just BS that we tell our kids because we just ate and we don't want to have to watch them in the pool, So I can chill for a little while after lunch. I go, oh, honey, you'll get a cramp if you swim in the next 30 minutes. And I said, and I think that's the same reason we tell sponsees don't get in a relationship for the first year. We don't know whether it works or not because nobody's ever done it. But the reason we say it is because if you get in a relationship, my job just got a lot harder, I'm sponsoring you along and everything's at one level. Well, you get in a relationship and now we're talking every day, So it's a lot easier to tell you, don't swim for a half hour before you, that sort of thing. But, I want to talk a little bit more. There's some funny stories about manifestations of self and just the ways that we watch people and the way we sponsor. And like I was saying, man, the first place that self is going to become obvious is in others. You're going to see it in people around you. You're going to see it in a home group. You're going to see it and stuff like that. And, like one of the things in the home group is you'll see two people can be involved in a heavy conversation and maybe one of them's crying, and I'll walk right up into the middle of it and go, hey, what are y'all talking about? And so it's like not only do I want to barge into the middle of the conversation, but I kind of need you to stop and bring me up to speed on what you're talking about. Does that seem a little self-centered? But I wouldn't see that. And the other one we talk about a lot as a manifestation of self-centeredness. Now you'll have some fun with this one. This is what we call story stealing, and story stealing is where you start to tell a story, and your story reminds me of one of my stories, and my story is way more interesting than your story. So I just come right over the top of your story with my story, and we call it, I've stolen your story. Like Katie and I were at a party one time, and this guy comes walking up to me and he goes, hey, Charlie, what's up? I go, oh, not much. He goes, I'm getting ready to go to Costa Rica. And I go, Costa Rica? Dude, I've been to Costa Rica 3 times. One time I went down there where there was 10 of us. We went down there and we stayed at this place called Melia Cariati, and we rented dirt bikes and we rode through the coffee plantations. We went whitewater rafting. We played golf every day and gambling at night and stuff like that. Man, Costa Rica's awesome. And I turn around and I walk away. And this poor guy never got to tell his Costa Rica story because I stole it, right? And it's rampant. It's not just one-upping. This is just, and sometimes we even think we're relating, that I'm relating by telling you my story. But I don't. It's not like I listen and ask a couple of questions and then talk about my story. I'm just coming right over the top. And we were in Vegas one time and we were talking to this guy, it was in Southern California. And he goes, well, I can go on even better than that. He goes, when somebody starts talking, he goes, I can already tell where they're going and what they're saying. I don't even have to listen to their story. I can just come right in there right there. And I said, how's that working out for you? He goes, well, I spend a lot of time by myself, and I'm really lonely. But so we're watching for story stealing. That's one where you get to throw a flag on the field, with story stealing. And then the first cousin of story stealing, this one goes hand in hand with story stealing, is called having my hand up while you're talking. My daughter taught me this one, and what what this one is while you're telling your story, I might as well be sitting there going, because I've already thought of what I'm going to say. Your story has triggered a thought in my brain, and like my nephew, I love him, but I mean, once he puts a thought into the chamber, he can't even look at you until he gets ready to fire that thought. So once you'll be talking, and all of a sudden you see him go like this, and he looks on the side, and then as soon as he finishes, he goes, "Yeah, well, one time I was, and so it's like, and there have been times where Katie will be talking at the table, and I'm sitting there, and she'll go, "Put your hand down, honey, I'm still talking," and I don't have my hand up, but I will have air drawn in, and because I'll find myself go like that, because I've already drawn in air, so that if you take a break, I can go, "Yeah, well, one time I was thinking," and I'm way done listening, at that point.
I just wanted to say one thing. Here's what's interesting. We're talking about active listening. This is really a tough discipline.
I'm going to talk about that.
Okay, well then I'm going to talk about the other thing. So say I got something that's really important to me. Some event just happened, and I tell him the story, and I just know he's going to say, "So, well, what'd they say?" Or anything. And he goes, "Wow, cool." And you're like, okay. And then he goes, I had a sponsor. And then I'm like, I still need just two questions in there. And believe it or not, it's an interesting experience. I mean, both sides to do it and to watch yourself.
We were doing a workshop at Wilson House up in Vermont, where Bill Wilson was born. And it's a very special place. We've done half a dozen workshops up there. And Chris S. from New Jersey comes up to hang out with us, and he drives up from where he lives, and he comes up to and we're on a break, and this woman had said, "Katie, can I talk to you during the break?" So we're sitting there, and Katie and this woman are sitting over by the piano, and I'm standing there with Chris, and I go, Chris, come here, check this out. You got to check this out. And he goes, "What?" And I go, "Watch Katie listen." And we look over there, and this woman is talking, and Katie's going, like this, and I go, "I don't know how to do that." And Chris leans over to me and he goes, "I don't even know how to look like I'm doing that." So after that, I decided, I had a guy sitting right at the corner of my kitchen table, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to listen. I'm going to eye contact, and I'm going to listen to the whole thing, and he's talking, and I'm making eye contact, and I'm nodding my head, and I realize I got no clue what he's talking about, because I'm so focused on trying to look like I'm listening that I don't even know how to act, and so, but one of my favorites, and I used to be embarrassed about telling these stories until I realized how much company I have, because one time, Katie's doing a workshop, and she's talking about active listening, and she goes, Katie's doing a workshop, and she's talking about active listening, and she goes, when you're listening to their story, instead of just blurting out the thing you think you're going to, because it is rampant. It's off the chain in my family. I mean, I love my sister. I hate giving this line up because for years I've been going around saying my sister would give a woodpecker a headache after about 45 minutes. And it's a good line, but it's just not true. My sister's fine. I'm just intolerant and judgmental, and I have a short fuse, and that's your facilitator up here today. And because I realized the other day that she's fine. She's fine. It's just how intolerant I get around her, and with the story stealing, because you can't get 3 words out before it reminds her of something about her husband, one of her kids, her boss, or something like that. So, like one time, Katie was talking about a story, and she said, somebody was talking. I said, "Well, Katie has some experience with that." I said, "Katie, you want to tell that story?" And Katie goes, "Yeah." She goes, this happened after her mother died. "You want to tell that story, Katie?" And she goes, "Yeah." And Katie goes, "Well, most of my family was from Baltimore." And my sister out of nowhere goes, "I don't think I've ever been to Baltimore." And I go,
Back to Katie.
Back to Katie. And, well, then she pouts. And then, but I mean, I do the same thing, but I mean, it's like, it's just off the chain.
The workshop.
But, so we're doing this workshop, and Katie is saying, instead, I was actually getting back to this one.
Good.
So she says, instead of just blurting out what you're going to say, she goes, listen to what they're saying, and then ask 3 questions. Listen to them tell their story, and then ask them 3 questions, and then you can talk about what you're going to say. And we're like, oh, okay, I get it. So in the break, I swear to God, this guy runs up to the table in the break, and he goes, what are the 3 questions? And Katie goes, well, you big dope. It depends on what you're talking about. And one of my sponsees over there, he goes, I think half the room was wondering what the 3 questions are, It's like, yeah. It's like, what am I supposed to ask them, So, but I mean, she told me like if I'd have said, really, you're going to Costa Rica, who are you going with, really, how long have you been planning this trip, how long are you going to stay there, are you going to, and that sort of thing. Is this something you've wanted to do for a long time? And then I can say, oh, I've been to Costa Rica a few times, but I ain't got that in me naturally, So this whole story stealing and I mean, you'll start to have some fun with manifestations of self, but it changes the way I do inventory. It changes the way I do sponsorship. It changes what I'm looking for in myself. It changes what I'm looking for in 10th steps with my sponsees. And I have a meeting at the house every Thursday night. We call the common solution, and we want to be one voice, one message. Whether you're talking to me or Roy or Rick or Todd or Chad or whoever at the table, you should be getting the same message pretty much the way it is. So we meet on Thursday nights and we have dinner, and then we have a meeting. And one time, Todd's a Cajun boy, and he'd come back from southern Louisiana, and he brought back a whole bunch of andouille sausage. And you've heard me talk about Chris, and you'll see why I love Chris after a while. I mean, because it's just unfiltered, and so we're all getting ready to eat, and I had these big old links of andouille sausage in this pot steaming, and we got red beans and rice and stuff, and it's a big night, and so when I go over and I take the lid off the pot. With the sausage in it, and as soon as the steam clears, Chris is standing there with his plate like this. And I just, there's some sponsees that you have to be gentle with, and there's some sponsees that you can't take your foot off of their throat for a second. Rory would fall into this category. There's I'm that way. I don't need to be nurtured along. I need constant, I need your foot on my throat pretty much regularly because, otherwise I need to tell you the story one more time. But so anyway, Chris is standing there, and as soon as the steam clears, he's got his plate like this, and I go, Chris, you don't get a whole link. I go, look in that pot. I said, how many links of sausage do you see in that pot? And he looks and he goes, 9. I said, how many men do you see in this kitchen? And he goes, 1. I mean, how do you not love that guy? I wanted to give him a whole link. I was just like, here, just take the link for God's sakes. But that I can work with. That I can work with because we're going to talk about. You have sponsors call up and they're so ashamed of what that first thought is. But my default position a lot of times is really, really selfish. My first thought a lot of times is, how's that going to affect me? If somebody passes away, how's that going to affect me? Somebody, and so there's a lot of, now I don't share that thought, I don't come out with that stuff, but if we're not careful, we'll really beat ourselves up for that first thought. And so, it's a really interesting thing, to give you the level of selfishness that I carry around. I mean, I'm 15 years sober one time. And I walk into there's a big AA club at home. It looks like a country club. It's a long story, but they were given a piece of property and they built a building on it. And it's a big AA club and it's really nice, called the Northland Club. And one day I walk into Northland, and I kind of grew up in and out of Northland. I mean, my home group is Primary Purpose Group now, but still have deep roots at Northland. And I walk in one day, and this guy's standing there in the half measures room, and that's what we call, there's a room between the Al-Anon meeting and the AA meeting, and we call that the half measures room. And I walk in, and there's this guy I've known for a long time, and he goes, "Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?" And I go, "Hey, how you doing?" And he goes, "We need to go back to Vegas sometime." And I go, yeah. And I turn around, and I can still tell you the temperature of the room, the color of the room, because I am horrified, because I have zero recollection of ever being in Vegas with this guy. And he's telling me like we had such a great time, and I got nothing, man. And I've only known this guy sober. I'm 15 years sober, and I'm going, what is he talking about? And then I start searching through my memory, and I realized that at one point there was a trip to Vegas where 4 men went out to Vegas, and we stayed, and we got massages, and we played golf, and we gambled, and we ate, and and we went to the gym and all this stuff. But the reason I didn't remember being in Vegas with this guy is because I wasn't in Vegas with this guy. I was in Vegas with me. And this guy was just one of those players on the side. Bob Bazan said that his sponsor told him one time, he goes, Bob, you know those shadowy figures out there? And he goes, those are people. And he's like, they have lives of their own and concerns and worries. You're like, what? Because that's what he was, just a bit player that happened to be along. And so we'll talk about that in the amends process, because one of the things that's tied to that is part of living a life based completely on selfishness and self-centeredness is I have very little awareness of my effect on the people around me. Right? You ever just look up and somebody is angry or somebody's crying and you're like, what? It's because I'm rolling through like this all the time. There's things that happen when we do when we do the resentment inventory and the fear inventory and then the sex and harms inventory. We've got those 9 questions in the sex inventory that we work with, and then there's some prayers we do at the end of it. And we use most of the instructions we've done while writing the 4th step or what transfers over to the 5th step. There's very little instructions in the book about hearing a 5th step, but there is one, but it does talk about we pocket our prides and go to it, eliminating there was one time where I called up a buddy of mine that's a real big book technician, and I said, okay, I followed the instructions of writing inventory pretty closely. I'm pretty well checked out on how to write a resentment inventory, a fear inventory, a sex inventory. I said, but where is the piece where we ask you, what's the worst thing you've ever done? What's the thing you feel the worst about? What is it, what's the one thing you've decided you're not going to tell me? And it's kind of intuitive, but he said, well, it's in the 5th step. I said, what do you mean? He says, well, it says pocket our pride, we pocket our pride and go to it, illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. So it's there where we're going to illuminate these things, to shine light upon but he said, but so obviously there's more to the 5th step than just listening to this guy read his 4th step. And there have been times where I've been working with guys, and like with Jamie at the very end of it, we're sitting there and I go, that's it? And he goes, yeah, that's it. And I go, nothing else. And he goes, no, that's everything. And I go, it's just interesting. I said, because I know for me, I felt really bad about when this happened. I had this happen in my life and I felt really bad about that. And he goes, there's something else. And so then we talk about that, and we run that through, and then he goes, there's something else. And then we talk about that for a while. Then we finish, and I send him home to do the hour at the end of the 5th step, and he calls me on the way home, and he goes, okay, there's something else. I mean, it's like it talks about how the worst possible things there are the things we want to, the things that are blocking me the most are the ones that I want to hold on to and not talk about. So it's going to require this surrender from the 1st step to get me to the point where I go, if I'm still blocked, I'm in danger here. I've got to talk about these things. And then, okay, so I want to roll into 6 and 7, because the first time I went through the steps, I told you that we did alcoholic, willing to believe, 3rd step prayer. My inventory was just kind of a confession about the things I felt bad about. And then 6 and 7, you just kind of phone those in, and then I'm out making amends and that sort of thing. And well, now 6 and 7 has taken on a whole new weight for me. And a lot of it started one time. It's funny how God works. Lorenz is the closest I have in my life these days to Mark Houston as far as the depth of spiritual nature that he takes it to. And we were at a conference. There's these conferences, Polly's done a million of them. They call these Woodstock formats, where instead of telling your story, they bring in popular speakers, and they have you to have a step, So like, Katie might have step 3, and I might do step 1, or I might do step 4, and they call it a Woodstock format. They're really cool. And but anyway, so they're getting ready to have one, and the guy says to Katie, he says, Katie, we'd like for you to do steps 6 and 7 next year. Now think about this. Imagine that there's this big conference coming to town, and they go, hey, would you like to speak at the conference? And you're like, yes, I would. Yeah, I'd really like that. And they go, we'd like for you to do an hour and 10 minutes on 6 and 7. Most of us are going to run out of bullets after about 10 minutes, and so anyway, so Katie comes out, and she's talking to Lorenz. And then she goes back in there and she says, I'm really a lot better at 3. I like to do step 3. So he said, okay. Because she had told Lorenz, I'm really worried about doing 6 and 7. And she went back in and says, and so she comes back out and sits back down with Lorenz, and she goes, I told him I'd rather do 3, so he put me on step 3 instead of 6 and 7. And Lorenz goes, oh, that's too bad. He said, it would have been interesting to see where God took you with 6 and 7. So she marches back in there, and now she's a producer of confusion rather than harmony, and says, "Give me 6 and 7 back." So it kind of set us both on a track of what would you talk about in 6 and 7, because I'd never really spent a lot of time in 6 and 7, and I'll tell you what I've come up with, and it's taken such a huge role when we talk about this. Year and a half, I've really been through a tough spot, and I hit a wall that I'm not really quite comfortable talking about it yet. I'd like to be a little further on. This stuff's easier to talk about when it's in your rearview mirror than when it's on your windshield. But I went through a year about the end of 16, the beginning of 17. It was just really, really tough, and there was pregnancy and alcoholism and suicide and business and all those things seemed to me like things that I could handle on my own. It felt like on self-will I could be able to handle these things individually, but when they came at me collectively, I was over my head long before I knew it. Next thing you know, I've gained about 60 pounds and I don't even know what's going on. So that's some of what she's talking about, and a lot of this stuff is I've had new experiences in 6 and 7 with it, because what I've come up with in 6 and 7 is now. This fourth column, I have real stuff that's just come out of inventory. Where have I been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, frightened? How do I show up? How do people experience it? How did I set the ball rolling? What did I do? Where was I delusional and all that stuff? And I've just had my face rubbed in my level of self-centeredness for about 4 hours, and I've got real stuff now coming out of that inventory to take to God. And so what the thing is, the way I look at it, to me, there's 4 things going on with 6 and 7 that have really taken on a lot of significance to me. The first thing is this thing we're dealing with, is it objectionable to me? It says these things which we have admitted are objectionable on page 76. Thank you. It says, well, now we've done that hour at the end of the 5th step, and man, I could send you a talk that Mark did at the hour at the end of the 5th step. All I can tell you is Mark went on a rant at the kitchen table one time about this hour at the end of the 5th step, and then Chad is looking at Mark, and he's looking at me, and he's looking at Mark, and he's looking at me like, are you getting this? And later, Chad told me, he goes, I think I heard about 10% of what Mark was saying there that day, and that 10% revolutionized that hour for me at the end of the 5th step, where now that becomes a real piece of business, where I'm going to the end of this thing, and I'm running through the first 5 steps in all their implications. Do I believe I'm bodily and mentally different from my fellows? Do I believe the only solution I have is a power greater than myself and a relationship with that power? Have I made this decision in the 3rd step? Do I really believe that selfishness and self-centeredness are the root of my problem? Have I carried that into looking at the ways it shows up in the 4th step? And do I believe that resentment is the number one offender? Am I a producer of confusion rather than harmony? Am I a victim victim of the delusion that I can wrest satisfaction. We're running through the whole first thing of the book, and then when we come up to it in the fifth step, it says, if we, have I done the work so far? Are these things real to me? Are they not just academic exercises, but is this stuff in the core of my beliefs now? Am I, painfully aware of what the real problem is starting to look like? And it says if we can answer it or satisfaction, we then look at step 6. We've emphasized willingness. Are we now ready to let God remove from us these things which we have admitted are objectionable? So the first thing I go to in a big problem that shows up in my life, and I've had to work on more than one issue. I've treated my alcoholism with more than just alcohol, and there are things that I do with this spiritual discomfort in sobriety. That, and I always say, anything that will treat the spiritual malady that winds up in another 12-step program for it. That's how we get Gamblers Anonymous and Overeaters Anonymous and, pornography and gambling. I called up one of my buddies one time and I said, Tom, I can't stop playing internet poker. I mean, every night I'll log on and I'll play till 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I have 3 hours sleep and I rag it all day and I go, that's it. And then that night I go, well, it wouldn't hurt to look at a few hands. And the next thing you know, it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I got 17 cigarette butts in the ashtray, and it's going over and over. And this is when Katie and I were first getting together, and I'm kind of like giving her the bum's rush out of the house, and like I don't even call to check on her when she got home, because as soon as she leaves, I'm opening up and going, and this is going, and I call up Tom at one point. I go, Tom, I can't stop. And he goes, are you ready to quit for good? And I said, yeah. And he goes, get down on your knees and ask God to remove. Whew. Didn't see that one coming. He said, get down on your knees and ask God to remove the obsession. And I was like, really? And he goes, dude, that is a no-brainer for God. If God can handle heroin and vodka, internet poker is a walk in the park. But there is something that happened in that level of surrender and in that approach to 6 and 7 that made it a real piece of business between me and God. It wasn't just like, I think I need to quit playing internet poker. What it had come to was, the first thing is, do I find this behavior objectionable? Is it objectionable to me? Now, it'd been objectionable to Katie for a while, but now it's become completely objectionable to me. This behavior is not taking me where I want to go. So now it's objectionable. The second piece is, do I have the power to change it on my own? This is the second piece in 6 and 7. If this is objectionable to me, do I have the power to change it on my own? And I'd been exhibiting for a while now that I didn't have the power to change it on my own. Well, if I don't have the power, if it's objectionable to me and I don't have the power to change it on my own, the third piece of it is, am I willing for God to change it in whatever way He sees fit? It's not this conditional surrender. It's an unconditional surrender of saying, God, you take it and you do whatever you want with it, And if those three things are in place, then I take it to God in the 7th step and get down on my knees and ask God to remove that obsession, remove that behavior. There is something that happens there that is big mojo magic, and whether I do it with food, whether I do it with pornography, whether I do it with internet poker, at the moment whether I do it with losing my temper at these shoots, when it becomes objectionable to me and I don't have the power to change it, and I'm willing for God to change it in whatever way He sees fit, when I take it to God in the 7th, now it's a real piece of business between me and God. So if I've done it with food, now it's not just another piece of pie. It's breaching this contract I've made with God in the 6th and 7th step. And there's a whole different level of, I'm not doing that. I haven't played a hand of internet poker since that day I got down on my knees. I've done the same thing with pornography. I've done the same thing with and I'm doing it with some other stuff now. I took this whole food thing into it with a different level of surrender this time, and it's not. It doesn't feel like I'm doing it on my will. It feels like it's being God with a new arrangement. Now, I'm not up here to talk about fudge, but But I'm telling you, this stuff is systemic, and it will treat all the area. There's a thing in here where it says, my friend, in Bill's story, it says, my friend promised me that when these things were in place, I would have the elements of a way of living which would solve all of my problems. And so now we're talking about all the stuff that we're going through, whether it's losing my temper, or whether it's because me losing my temper at shoots has been a big problem, because like if you miss. Well, it's not that big. If I miss a target, everybody needs to wear black for 3 days and talk about it. I'm just self-obsessed with, I can't believe I just dropped 3 birds on that last station, and nobody cares, but I've embarrassed Katie in public. I've had to go back to these trappers one time, and the guys that throw the targets, and I said, man, hey guys, I'm sorry about my language back there. And this guy goes, hey man, I'm in the Marine Corps. He said, that's like church music to me. But I said, yeah, but I embarrassed my wife, and I'm really sorry. And it's funny because I'm talking to Marty one time. I wrote inventory on losing thing, and I'll never forget it because I'm writing inventory. I want to talk about how mad I get at these shoots. And Marty says, she talked about how Marty sometimes when she talks, she kind of has a little bit of this. And Marty goes, well, the thing with self-pity. And I'm going, and then she goes, and when we get into self-pity, a lot of times it's self-pity, and I go, God dang, Marty, you're saying self-pity a lot, and that's not really what I came to talk about, and she goes, but what I didn't realize was, I thought it was anger, but it was, it turns, because if you go, I can't believe I missed those 3 targets back then. Well, that sounds kind of manly, doesn't it? But if you just change the pitch of it and go, I can't believe I missed those 3 targets, now that's objectionable, I can't believe it, and throwing the shells into the trash can, and then you see other guys doing it, and you realize what jackasses they look like when they're doing it, But this 6 and 7 can carry a lot of weight now, where is it objectionable to me? Do I have the power to change it on my own? If I don't have the power to change, am I willing to let God change it in whatever way He sees fit? And then I take it to God in the 7th step prayer, and I say, God, I offer myself to Thee to build with me and to do with me as You will. Relieve me of the bondage of self. Wait, I've got the wrong prayer. My Creator. That's 3rd step prayer. It's a good one. We ought to keep it. But in the 7th step, I'm getting a little fried up here. In the 7th step, we go to Him and we say, my Creator, I'm now willing that You should have all of me, the good and the bad. I pray that You now remove from me every single defect of character which stands in the way of my usefulness to You and my fellows. Grant me strength as I go out from here to do Your bidding. Amen. Woo! Then, after I've done those 4 things, I go out in the 8th step. Now, we're going to talk about the 8th step a little bit, but we really want to make sure we have time. We got time. We're doing pretty good.
Not too bad.
We're going to have time. But if I miss the self piece in the 3rd step, it says, first requirement is that I be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. And I missed it again in the 4th step, where it says being convinced that self manifested in various ways is what had defeated me. And then I missed it again in the 8th step, because in the 8th step it says we attempt to sweep away the debris which is accumulated out of our effort to live life on self-will and run the show ourselves. It's like, how did I sleep through all this stuff? Because it seems to me like everything is tied to self and self-will. And when it says above everything, we got to be rid of this selfishness, I think they mean above everything, we got to be rid of this selfishness, and boy, it makes the recovery picture a lot bigger and a lot better, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Charlie. I'm just going to go for 7 minutes. And then we're going to take the break. I know after lunch it's so hard to stay awake. Charlie and I have also been out there and, watched. We haven't always facilitated. And I swear you're sitting there just going.
That's why I went with the funny stories about.
I know. Sometimes you just got to break tradition here. I just want to talk briefly about I'm going to give you my quick little 7 minutes on the 8 and 9. 8 and 9, once again, is so experiential. Don't ever send anybody to make an amends that is a very, very dicey amends until you have gotten enough counsel on this, right? Just going out there and saying, oh, God will take care of it is not always a good plan. You know, you got to always be in prayer that God's preparing the person's heart that you're going to make the amends to. It's not just always our side because it came to me, oh, I need to go do it. And so do keep that in mind. I'm going to go through these quickly. You don't have to get your book out. On page 82, it talks about the alcoholics, the tornado roaring through the lives of others. Page 83, a long road of reconstruction. We must take the lead. Page 83, the spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. 74, the rule is we must be hard on ourselves, but always considerate of others. Sometimes we forget that one. And we do. We are just such little sneaky snakes in that one. 79, all those reparations take innumerable form, and it goes into a lengthy deal to read. And then I love To the Man We Hate on page 77. These are all, and I'm reading these because they'll be on the CD. Page 77 is direct face-to-face amends. Page 78 is direct owing money. Page 78 is also for criminal offenses. Page 79 is for divorce, alimony, and child support. Page 80 is implicate others getting permission. You got to get the CDs. Don't try to write it. Domestic problems are page 80 and 81. Extramarital sex. They call that adultery. How much to tell, page 81. Jealousy, page 82. Cleaning house with the family, page 82. And wrongs we cannot right, page 83. Somebody had made a copy. It's a very good one, but now you got it in your book, so you know where you're going to at least give some foundation. I want to talk about 3 quick amends that I had a sponsee of mine. If you've ever had a falling out with your sponsor, does that sound like a hot topic? A falling out with your sponsor. This sponsee had a falling out with her sponsor. My sponsee had a falling out with her sponsee. And she came to me and she said, I just handled it terrible. I feel bad. Well, good. I'm glad you feel bad. Let's work through it. Let's see where that amends is. And this was what she did. And I thought it was so cool. Did I get my glasses? Oh, hang on. Wrong specs.
There's some right here.
There's
some right there.
3
some
pair,
right
but
there.
they're the wrong ones. Ta-da! Okay, so this was, she asked the girl, she contacted her, and she said, can I write you a letter? And the girl said, I'd actually love a letter. Sometimes a letter's a good thing. And it says, I owe you an apology for the way I spoke to you several months ago, specifically the day I let you know I would no longer be able to sponsor you. I addressed you in a berating manner with a downright scolding tone. This did nothing but put a wedge between us and render me totally ineffective in an exchange that might have otherwise been helpful. I came at you angry, shaming you as though I was morally superior. I'm sure you must have felt like a scolded child. It was not my place, and I was wrong to have talked to you that way. Driven more by my self-centered need to prove my position, I lost true perspective and hit you with a damaging, self-righteous, fueled bombardment, angry words. You did not deserve that, and I am truly sorry that I left you with that kind of a sting and ugly impression. How self-centered of me to be thinking only of me and protecting my so-called reputation. There was possibly an opportunity, perhaps, for me to be helpful to you that day, but it was lost in my efforts to manage on the basis of self-will. This I deeply regret, because what you needed most at that time I failed to give you. Perhaps I have left you with a sour perception of the role of a sponsor, and if so, I certainly couldn't blame you. I take full responsibility for leaving you with that. It must have been nothing short of a very bad taste in your mouth. I'm open to hearing from you further in regret to how this may have impacted you. In regards to how this may have impacted you. I have thought of you often, knowing you were facing some serious and frightening circumstances. If you'd like to bring me up to date on your progress, I'd welcome the opportunity to hear from you and how you're coming along. Isn't that powerful? We got a fatal illness, and I'm going to really come at you with a berating tone, and I've done it. And I mean to tell you, the person that leaves is the one who's most spiritually fit, the person that leaves most disturbed. And I am disturbed. That was a terrible way I handled that. And I've got to go back and clean it up. the same sponsee who's amazing at writing letters. I always like for these to be on the CD so you can really listen to them. This was another girl. Now, have you ever gone to somebody and said, hey, they're not feeling well, go, do you need some help? I mean, I'll help you. When I really don't want to help you. I'm just trying to be the swell guy. You with me on that? And then all of a sudden you go, yeah, oh, I'd love for you to come walk my dogs after my surgery. And then you're like, whoa, 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 this is more than I wanted to do. Well, she got herself into this bind. And this girl, after her surgery, was pissed at my sponsee. Of course she was. When my sponsee called to make an amends 2 years later, oh, yeah. Well, we're all capable of that one. Just ask yourself, when did you do that last? And the girl didn't want to have anything to do with it, right? She said, just write me a letter. So my sponsee's writing this letter to this girl. I want to apologize to you for the way I showed up in our relationship a couple of years ago. It was during a time when you were going through some serious and frightening back surgeries. I was simply the producer of confusion, and I really let you down when I dropped by your apartment that one afternoon to visit. By all accounts, I led you to believe I was someone you could count on, someone who would be there in times that you needed me. During the course of our visit, I asked you what I could do to help you, and you had specifically said that you needed someone that could come by, walk the dogs, and perhaps make a trip to the grocery store during the week. I told you I would help you where I could. It's where we're starting to crawfish out. However, I never followed through on any effort to help you. I made a few lame inquiries via text, chicken, you with me on that texting? Chicken. Which was nothing more than a self-centered effort to manage my reputation. I wanted to be seen as kind and helpful friend, but I gave you all words, unwilling to back it up with any action. My behavior was thoughtless and inconsiderate. I was only thinking of myself. I know this had deeply hurt you, and you rightfully let me know. You told me the truth about my behavior, and you were absolutely right to do so. This apology is long overdue, and I want to tell you that I sincerely regret my actions. I take 100% responsibility for the harm I needlessly created at a most crucial time in your life. I hope you are well, and I wish you all the good things in your life. This girl didn't really come around for quite some time. I think in the last 6 months, maybe she has. Now it's been about 5 years. But I think what we do is we have such a tendency to just brush off where we've hurt people. And we don't go back and take it to that depth. I mean, I'm not interested in, if you come to me with an amends, I'm not interested in how you felt when you did it. You want to talk about how I felt when you did it? Fine. I'm not interested in why you did it. Because your life was I'm not interested in your excuses. That's what Charlie and I said the difference between boys and girls, the boys want to come and explain. Well, I was really going through some tough financial times, and I'm sorry I took it out on you because I was, we women want to do the same thing, but it's always a different twist. Bottom line is in the amends process, you come and take 100% responsibility for how you treated that other person, period. No excuses, no reasons why, just how you treated that other person. We're going to take a break, and then I'm going to get into 2 more of these, and then I want to not miss the time for 10 and 11. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and I'm holding you to that one. Okay, guys. I want to talk briefly about this amends process. Boys, quiet over there on the right. I have 2 amends that I want to talk about, and then I told Charlie, I said, by golly, we are getting to 10 and 11. We always run out of time because we stay too much in the technical aspect of 4 and 5. Oops. And so here's the deal. I had this level of self-reliance I'm talking about that we have is huge. You do realize that. You hurt, threaten, or interfere with my money, my marriage, or my children, and I'll kill both of us. Just the way that deal works out. And so when I was married for 20 years, like I said, Charlie and I were best friends, and I always like to joke. I'm good friends with both his ex-wives that are in the program, and and he it was an interesting dance they all did. And then, thank goodness, the third wife is out of the picture. She was just as much personality as the paint on this wall. You know what I mean? I mean, it was like, wow. And we never clicked. And I was married to Joe. You know what I mean? This was just awkward deal. But Joe and I were together for 20 years. He went back out at 23 years sober and ended up dying of a heroin overdose. And when we talk about singleness of purpose too, I got to tell you, Joe was never alcoholic. But back when he got sober in the 70s, the only thing out was NA, and he hated NA. So I mean, there's really some real meaning in singleness of purpose, because when he relapsed and he tried to get sober again, he got a straight alcoholic. And the guy, there's so much that has happened in my life that I see all the holes in AA that some people try to say, well, it's all one illness or it's all that. No, I got personal experience with that's not the case. The fact that Joe was able to stay sober for 23 years was impressive until he needed it again. And then he couldn't get it. And one of the things I can tell you is when Joe got sick, we were both self-employed, and we weren't sure what was wrong. They thought something was wrong with his head, so they wanted all this testing. And as you know, getting older, golly, your medical insurance can really be terrible. I mean, you're really at the mercy of your insurance. And I always say the insurance will not dictate my health. I can tell you that. And but we didn't have good health plan because we had catastrophic insurance. And the guy says Joe needs to have his head scanned. And we don't, take him into the hospital and all these tests. And I'm like, my God, I have no idea how much this is going to cost. You've already threatened me. I'm at 15 years sober. And Joe was always 6 years sober longer than I. And so this girl at my meeting said, hey, Katie, why don't you drive a school bus? And she said, and I was in the fitness business, so my hours were very flexible. And she said, so if you drive a school bus, you get an instant HMO, which, by the way, if you're needing instant medical assistance, get somebody in your family to drive a school bus. I mean, it's not a bad plan. And, I'm telling you, you need to nod your head and go, okay, I'm on it, because it's not a bad plan. And, however, you're stuck driving a school bus, okay? That is the part that sucks. But other than that, and so so I go down there, I get the school bus job. Now, what I don't see how self-centered I am. I'm the kind of girl who gets stuff done. You scare me bad enough, I go get it done. And that's just how I've always been. I'm quite the survivor. And so, I left home at 15, managed to get through high school. I wasn't the girl that was going to be homeless. I wasn't the girl that was going to be the hooker. I knew that because I just knew I had other ways. I'm not saying that's good, bad, right, wrong. I just knew that about me. I've always been that girl. Don't dare me. Don't devil dog dare me. I can get it done, blah, blah, blah. Now I may end up dying doing it, but I can get it done. And so I go to drive this school bus, and about 2 weeks into this school bus, Joe's not getting his head scanned. And the nearest neurologist appointment was 3 months out. So my GP says, just take him to the hospital and they'll run you through a gamut of tests telling you need his head scanned. And so we go in there, and I tell Joe, if they tell you to touch your nose, touch your elbow, let's fail the test. Because, we're running a scam. I mean, come on. We are the best scammers you've ever met, right? Let me have you nod your head, please. Okay, I need to know I'm with my people here, and I mean, that's what we work an angle. We still work an angle. I don't care how long you're sober, you're still working an angle, on a lot of things. And so we get in there and we go in the emergency room, and we're not rushing to the hospital. It wasn't like he cut his arm off. We're just driving there, we're going to go in. So we go in, and this doc takes forever to decide to do a scan. And so then he finally asked Joe, he said, how much is 2 + 2? And Joe can't add it. And so he ends up getting his, the guy takes him in there, and when he comes back out, I will never forget this. He comes out after the head scan, and the doc comes in, and the doc puts his hand here. And remember, we're just behind the curtain, and he puts his hand here. He goes, my God, he's got a mass in his brain as big as my fist. And I'm telling you, he must have said it 3 times. That's when everything stops, right, in the world. I mean, how you accept news that is horrific is challenging. And all of a sudden, my very first thought was, my God, I'm going to be driving this school bus forever. That's how self-centered we are. See, I didn't say that to Joe. That was my very first thought. Not, oh, my God, how are we going to get through this? Oh, my God, Joe, I'm so sorry. It was like, oh, no. See, this was temporary. I am hitched my wagon to being a school bus driver because I got to have this medical insurance. Okay? Now, after 11 days in the hospital and massive surgery, we find out it's benign. We thought it was going to be lymphoma. We thought he had, a certain period of time to live. So Joe was going to live, but he had pretty good amount of brain damage. He had no physical damage. It didn't damage his walking or his sight or anything like that, but it did damage his mind. He turned into about 16-year-old, and we were doing the best we could. I was married to this man for health, good and bad, the whole deal. I'm in. I'm the girl. I am so committed as a wife. I'm all in. Well, it gets bad. I mean bad. He'll never work another day in his life, you name it. And I'm on this flippin' bus. Now, I want you to consider me in untreated alcoholism making $10 an hour when I could make $150 an hour in my business. $10 an hour, humbling myself to drive a school bus and having parents, some not even speak to me. She's just a servant. And I'm in untreated alcoholism. Now, there were some parents that loved me. It was fantastic. And then there was some, I was in a fairly affluent neighborhood, some that were just terrible. And there was one guy that used to come out in his BMW. If you're ever on a path where there's a bus, now I want you to all listen to this. If you are all of a sudden you see a bus coming down the street and there's 4 stops. Your job is to not haul ass past the bus so that you don't have to wait for them to stop. You're stuck like Chuck. Just sit and suck it up, okay? Because my job is to be sure you're not driving 70 miles an hour in a residential neighborhood with small children standing on the corner. And yours is to think, oh my God, I'm late, I'm going to have to haul ass, right? And so this BMW, and I don't know why he'd leave every time. I am so on time on the bus, right? And he would come out, and I'd see him pull out of his driveway, and there's 4 stops I got to make. And now, had I not been in untreated alcoholism, I probably would have waited a second. Let him just pass me. But in untreated alcoholism, it's me and him. And I swear to God, that guy would come at me, and you could just see him hauling ass. And I would not even get to a bus stop. I'd just wait till he was about where that wall is. And I'd just kick out the reds. And you just got to open the door, and those red would go, and he'd hit the brakes, and he'd go. And I go, who's got the power now, buddy, huh? It's me and you. I see you, I was that crazy. I was absolutely insane. Why he never turned me in is beyond me. I think he'd have to admit that he was hauling ass. But he never called my boss. He should have. Then the other thing I did hundreds of them. I hit a curb one time too hard, round in the corner because somebody had just thrown up. If your kid's sick, please don't put them on the bus. They just threw up, and then if they throw up, it's just a chain reaction. All the kids look at them, and they're all puking. I got them all sticking their head out the window, and I'm trying to hurry, and I hit a curb and almost lay it on its side, and I had a gas bus that hauls ass. And I drove that bus for 3 years. 3 years with a sick husband and a full-blown career, and my husband was no longer going to be able to make his income, and it took me 2 years to get disability, even with a neurosurgeon's letter saying he will not be able to work. So I'm up against the system now. It's me against the world, and I'm in untreated alcoholism. And I'm not going to hire an attorney to get disability. I'm going to do it on my own. And I did. But I almost killed everybody in the process, right? And so what ended up happening is there was one time that there's these 2 humps that I love. The back end of a bus just kicks up, and the kids go, oh, they love that. They're just, whoa, do it again. And so there was these 2 humps, and then you had to come to a stop and take a right. Everybody's probably heard this story if you've heard my CD. And so one day, I look in the mirror, because your life is here, and I realize, oh my God, I only have boys on the bus, and they're all, elementary school age, and my son was one of them. And I said, hey guys, I go, you know what, move to the back of the bus. I'm going to take you over the humps. And so they all, oh yeah, run to the back of the bus. And so they're all sitting there, and I drove a gas bus because they haul ass over those diesels. I still drive fast. I love driving fast. And so all of a sudden I look up there and I see the kids, and I'm looking around to be sure no parents are standing there or anything. And I gas it. Now remember, I'm going to go over these 2 humps, and then I have to come to a stop quickly. And we don't think ahead. And so I gas it, and when I gas it, my God, I'm getting air. And I know it's like life slowed down. And I'm looking in the mirror, and these kids are this high over the seat. They're like, and I'm thinking, oh my God! And all I'm thinking is, come down, come down. And I mean, we're still making it. And then all of a sudden, when we come down, I got to hit my brakes, and it just goes, and the kids are like this, they're, what just happened? I'm like, oh my God, what happened? And I'm making sure that I didn't break any kid's neck. Because, I mean, it was really dangerous. Have you ever done that? Yeah, come on, you put your kids in danger. And so, I mean, I just couldn't even believe I did. One time I swung my daughter on the back of the boat in a tube, almost right into the tree in the land. Wow! Knock her over. I was like, but we're just a bit of daredevils, too. And so we all jump off the bus. We go to the back of the bus, and I look down, and sure enough, I've broken all 4 valve stems, just blown them right off the back end of the bus. 4 flat tires, just, and I thought, oh, my God. I am in so much trouble. I can't lose this bus job. This is my insurance. I got a sick husband. There's no way I could take care of he's got to have an MRI every 20 minutes, it was like. I can't, oh my God. So I get on the horn, it's like, turtle bus to base. Turtle bus to base. And you hear, bass go, Billy go, yeah, turtle bus, what's up? And the big boss man had a radio, always carried it right here. And I said, Billy, I said, I'm over on Lake Crest Drive. And I said, I just blew all 4 of my valve stems off the back end of my bus. And you hear the big boss man go, what? And I go, yeah. I said, I'm dead in the water, man. And so they go, we'll be there, in 15 minutes. And I mean, I'm standing there with the 4 horsemen in a sweat, losing it. Just losing it. I'm in so much trouble. And they pull up, and this is where you go. And the boss man comes, and I swear he does this. And he looks right at me, and he goes, you don't know what happened? And I'm telling you, I said, no, sir, I don't. And I'm not moving off the mark. I mean, I'm not telling him the truth, even if he says, did you go too fast over those hills? No, no, didn't. Because I can't afford to lose that job. He knew I was lying. I knew he knew that. And he said, okay. And one of the guys took me back, and they took care of the bus. They had to bring out and change the wheels and everything. I couldn't even believe it. Now, I felt guilty for doing that. Of course I did. Lying, you feel guilty. But it did not occur to me to make an amends until one time I'm telling this story, and somebody said, how'd that amends go? Which I thought was kind of tacky. But and then from that point on, the guilt was, I was overwhelmed with guilt. Now, I'm going to tell you how long it took me to make that amends. 15 years. 15 years it took me to make that amends. And I had to lie to find out the guy's number. Charlie and I don't do Facebook. And so I don't even know how to spell his last name, my bus boss. My bus boss is a good man, very good man. And I just loved this guy to death. And he was full of integrity and dignity, and you could tell he cared a lot for me. And I basically lied to him. So I knew that not only did I lie to him, he knew I was lying. I could have injured those children. His job was to take care of those children. He should have fired me on the spot, but he didn't. And so what I asked him to do was to lie for me, right? Take that risk. And so when I finally found him, I actually had to find him through somebody else. And this guy said, listen, I'm looking for so-and-so. He used to, work at the bus yard, blah, 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 blah. And the guy said, he goes, I'm actually good friends with him on Facebook. And what's this about? And here comes me. I mean, I'll lie right to you. You know what? I'm not proud of it, but I can lie. And I looked at him and I said, Thanksgiving's coming up, and I said, and I just want to tell him how thankful I am to have had him in my life 15 years ago, and I've been trying to get this message to him. That's going to pretty much get the guy to give him my info, right? And so sure enough, I get a text the next day, and it says, hey, this is David, da-da-da-da. I heard you wanted to talk to me something about Thanksgiving. I'm like, well. So when we finally got on the phone with each other, he goes, Katie, I don't think this is about Thanksgiving. Because you're going to do small talk because you're nervous as hell. I mean, this isn't like you just go, okay, here we go. I'm pretty nervous. I'm so ashamed of myself. And when we started talking, he started that uncontrollable laughing. That's it. And I was like, oh, this is not funny. And I told him about it. And then when he stopped, he goes, oh, Katie, he goes, I knew you were lying. And I said, I know, but it's not about the lie. It's about what you had to do. You're a man of integrity. You're a man of dignity and honor. And you knew I was lying. And you still cut me a break when I put those kids in danger. And that's when he went into this story. And we talked for about 20 minutes. And he talked to me about how his mother had just died. And that he'd quit working and spent a year with her. And that I reminded him of his mother. And that, she was the same type of strong-willed woman that I was. And he went off into this whole thing. And then he kind of got teary-eyed. It was so moving. It was so awesome. And by the time we were done with it, I couldn't believe I waited 15 years to do this. It was like, wow, what I put myself through and what was so amazing was always waiting there for me. And we got off, and then he sent me a text, and he goes, you just restored my faith in humanity. That's a bold statement. And so don't let anybody talk you out of the amends process, okay? And then I'm going to tell my one last story, and then I'll give it to you, honey, for your amends, and then we're going to go into 10 and 11. Because it's so easy to get off on these things, especially storytelling. That's what we all do so beautifully. My father and I bucked heads so badly, and I was 10 years sober, and I was not nice to my dad. My dad didn't do anything to me. It's almost exact same situation that Roy had with his father. I made my dad pay for after my mom died. She died of a kidney disease. My dad remarried 3 times in 18 months. And we had, he's quite a player. And we had 4 live-in housekeepers. So those 7 women came through our house very rapidly. But it was 1967, for heaven's sakes. It was a different day and time. And my dad was such a cool guy, but he and I just bucked heads on everything. And I always felt like I was just a nuisance, but I never looked at how much I demanded out of my dad, right? You got that kid that just demands all your undivided attention. You just don't have it. And then they're stubborn and hard-headed, and that's how I was. And so my dad and I bucked heads. Well, I then began this whole... I believed strongly that my dad that my dad screwed me up. And because of all these women and all of this nonsense, I didn't realize that my alcoholism was a genetic bullet. I didn't get that. So I misunderstood everything when I came into AA. I'm 10 years sober. I'm doing codependency group therapy. That's why I caution you very much. It's a gift. It's a privilege to do it. But boy, if somebody's not taking you to that 4th column, be very careful. They will make you cause your family even more damage than you've already got, because you got to look at yourself. So I made my dad pay so badly for it, and then I finally just told him I just didn't dig my stepmom. She was my stepmom till my dad died unexpectedly in a surgery at 72 years old. And I really even had a feeling of good riddance. That's heartless. We can be that heartless. You know what? I don't have to worry anymore. And when I came out of this deal, I'm telling you, when I came out of untreated alcoholism, I could not stop crying at how I really damaged this relationship between my dad and I. And I'm here to tell you guys, I knew my dad and I would never skip down the yellow brick road. Don't misunderstand me. But we could have had something, because I would have shown up different. And it would have been we would have bucked heads, but I'd have kept my mouth shut a lot more than I did. Any issue that we could talk about, we were so argumentative. Nothing was good but an argument. So then what ended up happening is when my dad died, I come out of untreated alcoholism, and I am in great grief behind how much I gave my dad, so much pain and anguish. How when he said at 15 years old, when I was 15 years old, if you can't live in this house, then you need to pack your bags and go. He never intended for me to, and I did, just to make him pay. Now, I never considered him laying in bed at night, how scared he must have been for me, how worried he was about me, how he regretted deeply ever saying that. I saw it as a ticket out. Never gave it a second thought. All of these things are flooding in, right? And so I'm going to God, and my dad was cremated. I had a big fiasco at the funeral. Oh, of course I did. I'm the sister who can give you an FU at a funeral. You know what I mean? I'm untreated alcoholism. I'm no different than when I was drinking. Anybody else relate? Once again, a couple of nodding of the heads would be helpful here at this point. Yeah, so you're like... or either I'm looking into your soul. I'm not quite sure which one, but so long story short, I'm in tremendous pain, and I'm going to prayer on all of this stuff, right? I'm probably at 22, 23 years sober, going to prayer, and it was amazing because my dad was cremated. It wasn't going to be that, I tried the letter, the gravesite, there really wasn't one. I tried everything. And then all of a sudden one day I heard that still quiet voice say, go make an amends to your stepmom. He loved her deeply. And I thought, yeah, no. That's how quickly I answered it. No. Let's go back to the prayer. Yeah, that one, not going to work. And about 2 days later, heard the exact same message. Go make it to your stepmom. And I told Charlie about it, and I thought, I think I have to do this. I so don't want to. Haven't talked to her in years. And my dad loved her, the last one. So I'm going to leave that story out. You don't have to worry. I'm not going to rat you out. And so, but it's a good one. It doesn't shine well on Charlie, and I've already kicked him around a few times, so I'm not going to do that anymore. So I'm going to go to I call her, and I said, Mom, can I come talk to you? I've got some things to talk about. She goes, absolutely. And I get ready to go to San Antonio, about an hour away from Austin. And I am nervous as can be. And I pull up, I go by and I get Arby's, and she's getting so old. And I sit down with her and I said, I wanted to come and talk to you about all the harm I caused you. And I'm telling you guys, I couldn't even speak. I was so overwhelmed with emotion that she was so willing to talk to me. And what was so amazing is she was tough. She's just like me, boy. She was tough gal. She had 2 kids of her own. And I am crying and talking about from the day I left at 15, and she's just handing me tissue. She's not stopping me. Just keep on talking. And by the time I got through all of it, I told her how sorry I was and all the heartache I'd caused him. And she said to me, she looked at me and she goes, stop it. Stop doing this. She said, your father loved you deeply. I didn't think he did. How does a parent not love a child? You ask yourself, could you ever not love your children? No, not at all. Until they become my parent and I think they can't love me. You see, I've got the roles mixed up. My dad loved me. We just didn't get along. And so what ended up happening, the next thing I knew, it opened up a door for me to be in Evelyn's life. It freed me of all the pain and guilt of my dad. And the next thing I know, I got to go make amends to her 2 kids. We're all grown. Jeez Louise. I'm in my 50s when I make this amends. I get to go make an amends to my stepbrother, who I said F you at my dad's funeral too. Yeah, that's lovely. I got to sit with him and tell him how sorry I was. He invited me to his wedding. It was his 7th wedding, but I did get invited. And we always give him a hard time on that. Which one is this one? And then my stepsister, oh my God, my stepsister and I's relationship has been unbelievable. Unbelievable. I got to go to her daughter's wedding. I got to be named the executor on my stepmom's medical stuff when my stepsister was out of town. And it opened this door. Now, I'll tell you something. What I didn't see coming is I really didn't know how much I wanted to be in. I don't really like this on CD. In case anybody ever hears it. I'm just telling you. So now all of a sudden I got to show up. See, I kind of like that day. Okay, now you go on your merry way and I'll go on my merry way. Instead I'm in. And it's turned out to be fantastic. But I was very comfortable in my life. And one of the things I can tell you about the amends process, guys, is don't all God wants is you to be unity with your family. Period. That's all he wants. Because when you're on your dying bed, you can have all the AA members come to you, but then you're going to wish you'd have done something with your sister, something with your mother, something with your brother. And that doesn't mean you got to meet them every day. It doesn't mean you got to have coffee with them. Heck, you don't even have to spend the holidays together. But to have a relationship with that sibling or that parent is what God's trying to get us to heal our hearts. And I miss the whole thing. And I'm here to tell you that what he's done to me, he's given me someone in AA, and I won't mention their name, who's my dad. I don't think he wants to be my dad, but he is. And he and I have bucked heads right out of the get-go. And I even said F you to him. That was delightful, really stepped right out there. And after it was said and done, I heard the undeniable voice of God say, you get to have that relationship with your dad that you didn't have with this man. But you got to stop fighting him. And I swear I have just enjoyed his company. If he snaps at me, that's all right. Water off my back. I'm not going to go, God, you didn't have to talk to me like that. That's what I did. That attitude was what God took from me. And I'm telling you, he will replace that pain. He will give you what you don't think you can ever get back. And just for what that's worth. Thanks. No, that's a good one.
Hi, everybody. Check. Okay. I'm back. You guys hanging in there? I tell you what, this is really impressive. It's a gorgeous day outside, and you got the fact that you guys are willing to sit in here is not lost on me. I think you guys got something really special going on around here. So we've been through 1, 2, and 3. We've been through the inventory process. We've done 6 and 7, and now we're talking about the amends process. It's funny. One time, Katie gave a third step talk about this whole selfishness, and this guy that's been around, 20 plus years, came up during the break and he goes, God, he goes, that step 3 talk made me feel bad, and it was like, but it's where the ego can take me. When I start seeing some chinks in the armor. But it's interesting sometimes when you have to be it when a guy has been around AA for a while to tell him that there might be more available as a result of this process. It is a big message. Or to be able to tell somebody, my favorite is like, I had a guy come up to me one time and he says, can we talk? And I said, sure. And he said, I'm not doing very good. And I said, really? Okay. And he goes, I'm sober 16 years. And he goes, and I'm not thinking about drinking. He said, but I can't shake this thought of killing myself. And that's the way untreated alcoholism shows up. It's like I'm not going to drink, but I'm going to be miserable until I either drink or blow my brains out. And the booby prize is everybody around me gets to be miserable too. It's just a wonderful package. And to be able to take, it's funny because I sat down with that guy and I went through the steps backwards with him. I like to do that. If he says he's not doing very good, I said, okay, so. Are you sponsoring anybody? And he goes, no, I'm not sponsoring anybody. I go, how you doing with prayer and meditation? And he goes, I don't really do it. Sometimes he did about what I used to do, where, on a good day, I might as well have had the 24-hour a day book on the back of the toilet. And I had a 24-hour a day book. I might as well have picked it up and read it and at the end gone, okay, God, see you tomorrow. And I'm off because God's got nothing to do with the rest of the day. And I said, what about evening review? No. Any morning prayer? And intensive. Do you ever do any spot check inventory at the end of the day? No. I go, where you at with the amends process? He goes, well, I made a. Oh, it's time for Katie to take her pill. Isn't that sweet? I was like, where is that coming from? 10th step, no, I don't do anything like that. Well, what about the amends process? He goes, well, I made amends to the people that were mainly around me, like my mom and my wife and stuff like that, but most of them, no. How long since you wrote inventory? And he goes, 16 years. He said, my sponsor said you only write one inventory, and I was like, okay. And, so then where you at with, what do pages 60 to 63 mean to you? Nothing, really, and so then we get to the end of that, and I go, buddy, this is all really good news, because if you were doing all that stuff and thinking about offing yourself, we'd have to get really creative. We might have to try that whole acceptance thing or something. But I mean, you just got untreated alcoholism, and we got an answer for that, And I watched this guy to be able to tell somebody like that there is another level available of doing this work is a really powerful thing. I've said for years, I don't know which is more powerful, having a spiritual awakening as the result of this stuff or being able to show somebody else how to have a spiritual awakening as a result of this work. When somebody's like going, I'm not doing very good, and be able to go, do you have a big book? Let's sit down. And we go right through this stuff. It works every time, but a lot of this, when Mark came into our lives, I'm going to talk a little bit about the amends process. When Mark showed up, and then he said he was moving to Austin, which just blew my mind. And when he said he's moving to Austin, I said, are you going to sponsor anybody? He said, I'm going to take 3 guys locally. And I said, could I be one of them? It's getting late in the day. I'm going to get pretty emotional here. But God almighty, Mark Houston, I cannot look back. When I look back and see the undeniable hand of God moving in my life, I don't know how not to get emotional about that. And I don't know if you're supposed to, but Mark, he comes back, and then he says, it was amazing. Towards the end of the best day I've ever been involved in is this Thursday night meeting we do at the house. And what was really weird was towards the end of his life, one of the last talks he gave, I heard him say on this CD, he goes, the best day I've ever been involved in is this Thursday night meeting. Whew. Talk about hitting me hard. I knew it was the best AA I'd ever been involved in. I never dreamed that he would say it was the best AA he'd ever been in. But we were put in each other's lives for a reason. Mark, Katie, me, and all these guys that were meeting there. But I'll never forget the first time he came to the meeting. We thought, because I realized that some guys were coming off with different places, and that's when we came up with this idea of the common solution meeting, that we're going to be one voice, one message, whoever you're talking to, and that sort of thing. So Mark comes to the meeting, and I'll never forget, I'm sitting right here, and Mark is sitting over there, and we're just a few of us sitting around the table. And when you start working with a new guy, you figure we're gonna go through the work again. I got a new sponsor I'm doing the work with, and what's the first thing you figure you're gonna do? I mean, you figure, well, we're probably gonna write inventory. I'm probably gonna do another 4-step with this guy. And Mark sits down there, and we're all sitting there, and we're ready to go. We're kind of anxious to see how this is gonna go. And he goes, "Where are you guys at with the amends process?" What? I'm sorry, what'd you say? And he goes, where are you at with the amends process? And we're like, we start talking. And he goes, I sense that there's a significant experience available for you men in the amends process. And we're like, we thought he was like Svengali, We're like, how does he know that? And I think it's because nearly all of us have a significant experience available in the amends process. But we sat down there, and Mark used to always talk about that. People would want to come up and they'd want to write inventory, and he's like, "Well, what happened to the amends from your last inventory? Have you? Because I don't do the whole golf swing thing that Katie's talking about. I'm okay. I'm okay. I just do, like I've sat there before, and Mark used to say you can take your ego through this step process and come out the other end untouched. I can drag my ego through this whole step process, and I've done it in the inventory. And slowly, even the inventory process can turn into an exercise in self-will. And I found myself doing it one time where I sat down at the end of my table, I wrote out who I'm mad at and what they did and how it affected me, and then I took it into the sick man exercise, and then I looked at it from an entirely different angle, and I was like, whew, man, I'm glad I looked at that. I was off the beam there for a minute. And then I'm ready to head back out to work. And there's no 6, there's no 7, there's no 8, there's no 9. So it's like God had nothing to do with it. It had slowly turned into an exercise in self-will. and I hadn't even thought to involve God in it, So, but one of the things that we talk about a lot of times is that the bulk of the advice in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous is geared towards not having to make the amends. If you've got an amend that you don't want to make, all you got to do is go over to the clubhouse and talk to 2 or 3 people about it, and somebody will tell you don't have to do it. Somebody will say, "Oh, well, no, you don't. You don't. That's." Or my favorite is they go, "Well, it says when to do so would injure them or others, and you're part of others, So you're like, no, that's not true. In fact, it says the rule is we are hard on ourselves and easy on others. That right there tells me I'm not part of others." But I was chairing a meeting one time over at Northland, and I had a sponsee there with me, and we're sitting there, and I go, "It's different, Chris." And I said, "Hey, Chris," I said, "we're going to do a meeting. I'm doing the topic today. We're going to do a meeting on making direct amends to those people we have harmed." I said, "Just sit right here. I want you to watch people avoid the topic, change the topic, or try to tell you why they don't have to do it." And so we had this discussion meeting, and at the end of the meeting, I go, "What do you think?" He goes, I wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't have told me it was going to happen. Because at one point, like 2/3 of the way through the meeting, I'm like, "Hold on, before we go any further, does anybody have any experience with making direct amends to somebody they've harmed they want to share?" Because the whole meeting was about, like one of my favorite guys, this guy I used to butt heads with all the time, and I loved him, but first rattle out of the box, he goes, "I am not going out and making amends to every greasy spoon that I've ran out of without paying." And in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, this Nimrod is not going to torpedo my topic. First rattle out of the box. He goes, because he shared this at the meeting. He goes, "These amends are like a plant that you don't water. If I don't pay any attention," he goes, "Now I'll make amends if it bothers me, but if it's like that," and I'm sitting there thinking, I said, that self-centered approach to the amends process, is the idea that whether or not it bothers me is going to be the motivating factor, or whether or not I make it. Does that sound a little bit self-centered? And so anyway, we sat there, and when we talk about making these direct amends, when Mark came into the house, and we all sat down and we started talking about who is snapping that gum. Is that you, young lady? Oh my God. Katie already told you, I'm sitting there, I've been sitting here for about 20 minutes going, don't say anything. Don't say anything. Sorry. We were at a conference one time, and this girl sat down next to me. That's the one Katie was talking about, where I had the thing sticking out of my ear. I stuck a whole Kleenex in my ear, and it was just like smackety pop, smackety pop, smackety pop, 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 smackety pop, smackety pop, smackety pop, smackety pop. And at one point, I leaned over and I go, "If you don't stop smacking that gum, I'm going to have to kill one of us." I can't tell you which one it's going to be. And of course, then I have to make amends for it and everything. So. You just saw the limit of my tolerance at 33 years sober. So when we sit down and when we came into, and he started talking about making direct amends to those people, we're all about direct amends when we're about making direct amends to all people we have harmed. There's 2 words in the 8th step that make it very, very difficult, and it's the word all and the word all. Made a list of all persons we have harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. Because there's a lot of reasons to make amends to some of the people on my list, but there's really only one reason to make amends to all the people on my list, and that's because I think it has something to do with whether I stay sober or not. Do I really think that making these amends has anything to do with how I'm going to do long term in this deal? Because my disease will tell me I'm getting away with something that by not making them. So what I had done before was I'd made these tornado. Oh, I got to tell you this one. Here's a great one. During that same meeting I was talking about, where I said the guys are going to watch them avoid the topic, this one person raised their hand, and she goes, "I used to work at a company, and I embezzled a lot of money from them, but I'm making living amends to them because I'm working at a different company now, and I'm not stealing from them." And I'm sitting there going, "Oh my God, that's got to be really comforting to the other company, Imagine if I come to Dave and I go, "Hey, Dave, listen, man, I stole your golf clubs and your lawnmower, but I just want you to know I'm not doing that anymore." So we're all square, right? It's like this lady doesn't care, if I'm not stealing TVs anymore. She wants her stinking TV back, But I mean, that's how convoluted it can get. And so when Mark sat down, we work a lot with cards, and we take these little 3x5 cards, and we put on the card, we put the person or whoever it is that I'm going to make amends to and their contact information. Then I put the nature of the harm, and then I put 3 questions on there. The first question is, have I harmed you in any other way? Because, like I said earlier, part of the thing about living a life based completely on selfishness and self-centeredness is I have very little awareness of my effect on other people. I use the example of my sister as a perfect example, because when it says, "Have I harmed you in any other way?" If when I wrote my inventory and I was going to go make amends to my sister, what I would have made amends for was I once stole $15 out of my sister's purse to continue drinking. Now, it's funny, I could steal money out of my mother's purse without it really bothering me, but for some reason stealing money out of my sister's purse was a real breach of my morals and my standards and that sort of thing, and I really felt bad about it. Now, I would have gone to my sister and said, "Carol, I'm really sorry, but I stole $15 out of your purse." And now, can't you just see her going, "Really? Really?" So, let me get this straight. You stole all the emotional energy out of the house. You robbed our parents. You forged checks on our parents' name. You took all the emotional energy that could have been coming to me, and it was all focused on you because you're the big troublemaker and you're the one that's always in trouble. You stole all the emotional energy out of the house. You robbed me of my little brother and the experience that I could have had with that. You stole our parents' security and all the dreams they had of the son they were going to have and all that. And you did that for 12 years. And you think you're going to give me $15 and we're going to be square? I'm like, well, I was kind of hoping, and that's the level. That's when we say, "Have I harmed you in any other way?" Larry T. out in California, he tells a story about going up to make amends for a toolbox that he stole. And the guy's like, "You get off of my property." And he's like, and the guy goes, "Those tools were given to me by my father. They're the only connection I had to my dad, and you stole that from me." And Larry thinks he's making amends for a set of crescent wrenches, and it was a whole different thing, And so when I say, have I harmed you in any other way, it's an opportunity, because we're making these amends to make them whole again, and it gives them a chance to say, yeah, here's what you did, and then the second thing is, do you want to tell me? The second question is, do you want to tell me how this made you feel? And I say the same thing after every question. After, have I harmed you in any other way, we put down, shut up and listen. Right? And then you let them talk. And then the second question is, do you want to tell me how how this made you feel? Shut up and listen. And then I've just shortened that to SUAL. And then the last one is, how can I make this right? Shut up and listen. And so when we sat down and we did this exercise, it's funny, we're all meeting on Thursday nights. And one night I came up with this idea, just came out of my head, where I said, guys, here's what we're going to do. If you have a group of people that you have spiritual consent with, and spiritual consent is a theory we work with a lot, and it's where basically if James and I have established spiritual consent with each other, I'm giving you the right to call me on anything you see me doing, whether it hurts my feelings or not. We like to say, I'd rather step on your toes than stand on your grave. But the thing about the spiritual consent is it's always done in love, and it's always done through this path of consideration, where we say, I'd like to offer for your consideration that maybe, or is it possible that? And I've made the ones to my daughters, I've made the ones to my ex-wives, I've made the ones to the
mine. That was a good one.
Okay, let's talk about Katie, because I'm glad you said that, because that was a really good one. So this one might be helpful. I sat down one time with Katie, and it took 6 years of training for me to be marriage material,
Yeah.
because when we got together, I mean, I was a bit doggish, and I was much thinner. I was about 200 pounds, and I'm running and playing, and I'm doing, and she'd seen a lot, and I'm porn addicted and gambling and all this stuff. I was really quite a catch, and so I sit down to make amends to Katie one time, and I go through all the things I've done that have harmed her.
This is a couple years into our relationship.
This is what, 10 or 12 years ago?
Yeah.
So we sit down, and I said I'd like to make amends to you. We do all this stuff. Now, this thing about having harmed you in any other way, when I finished making the amends to her, I said, now, Katie, I'm so self-centered that it's very possible that there are things I've done to harm you that I'm not aware of. So I'd like for you to take some time and consider any other harms we've done, and then I'll be willing to sit down and have another talk later where you bring to me all the harms that I'm not aware of. And she says, okay, all right, okay. So and we go on. When I just go on my goody little way, and one day, now, am I the only guy that can bring up to a woman, the stupidest stuff I've ever done? I go, hey, remember the time I was, and she goes, oh yeah, I remember that one. And she goes, that's on the list. And I go, what list is that? And she goes, you told me that I could make another list. And I'm like, oh, hold up. I meant, how much was it? Seven months? This was 7 months. I meant like a week, So this is 7 months later. And that whole time, every time something would come up, she'd go, and that's like the time you called me. And there was the time you touched that waitress's hair. And then there was the time you touched, and she can tell you that during that time, she had this Rolodex in her head, and every time I would do something, she would go, and a Rolodex is a thing that used to have cards on it, like written cards, and you had to spin through it, and so, she had this thing where she, and the thing was, so now, when she said that's on the list, I'm like, wait a minute. Well, now, see, I don't know she's still making the list, and her sponsor doesn't know that she's still making the list, so the cat's out of the bag now. And we sat down at the corner of my table, right where I sit on Thursday nights,
Right down.
and I had a piece of paper. I used to have it, but I'm not going to read it to you, but I sat there, and she went through her amends list, and I sat there, and when she would tell me the harm, I would write it down. And then she'd tell me another one, and I'd write it down, and I sincerely apologized for every one of them. But the thing I can tell you is that there were 32 items on that list. Every one of them was a legitimate harm, and not one of them was on my amends list to her. That's the power of this question, have I harmed you in any other way? Because I would have never touched on those. And the thing that I didn't see coming, and that she'll tell you, is that after that exercise, that Rolodex went away for a while. And it went away until I built up another one, So there was a time where she said, I think we need to sit down again, and go over this stuff. I mean, It's just one alcoholic in a relationship is a whole lot, but two, it takes a lot of work, and we work very hard on our relationship. We're both very the same kind of people, but this amends process, man, don't let anybody. The funny thing is, people will try to talk you out of it, but when you go listen to AA speakers, and the most magical things you hear come from people making the amends to people that they would never. I mean, I've watched sponsees. I've got a lot of amends stories. I watched one of my sponsees come in. This guy is straight up. When this guy came walking over towards me at the treatment center, I'll never forget it. I look up and this guy's got ink on every inch of skin you can see. He's got a ring in his nose. He's got dreadlocks down past his pockets. And I'm sitting there. I'd like to tell you I had a real spiritual thought, but in my mind I was going, please, God, don't ask me to sponsor you. And the thing I can tell you is, I mean, I love this guy. And I watched this guy grow through these steps and go from being a hopeless dope fiend alcoholic to when he got to the amends process, he went up to Mount Olive, New Jersey to make amends. He'd had an arrest warrant for 19 years. Hadn't had a driver's license in 19 years behind this warrant. I watched this guy go up there and make amends, not knowing how it's going to go. And when he was leaving, he told me, he said, the only reason they would put me in jail is if there's somebody in that jail. Is that there's somebody in that jail that I'm the only one that can carry the message to them. I almost missed it. Why would you rob yourself of an experience like that? I mean, this guy, I've seen it over and over and over, and we make ourselves whole, and we get there and we make other people whole, and we get a chance to try to clean up some of the damage we've done. And I'm just so grateful to Mark for coming into our lives and elevating the priority of making amends to us, because I would have just coasted along, going to the meetings and doing the best I could with it. There's one other thing I want to say that I see as a mistake being made in the amends process, the way I see it. You may not feel this way, but there's a sentiment where I hear people saying, I'll never get over my drinking until I make these amends. Well, that always sounded selfish to me. Whenever I would hear somebody say, I'll never stay sober until I make these amends. And then one day at Primary Purpose Group, we were reading the paragraph to the man we hate in the amends process. Y'all familiar with that one? It says, maybe the man we hate. And it says, to the man we hate. He's wondering why I'm in his office, right? This guy, he knows we hate each other, right? And there's bad blood. He's going to wonder why I'm coming to him. And it says in there, we tell him we'll never get over our drink until we've done our best out. So to the man we hate, we use that line that I'll never get. But to my mother, to tell my mother, if you don't forgive me, I may drink again, is emotional blackmail. Her greatest fear is that I won't stay sober, so no matter what I say, she's going to. So I don't go to my mom and say, Mom, I'll never get over my drinking until you forgive that $40,000 I took out of the checking account, or something like that. So it's only in the paragraph to the man we hate that we use those lines. There are times when I've called like Delta Airlines or somebody and said, I'm involved with the spiritual program, and part of what we do is cleaning up the past. And now there's some companies like Walmart is ready for you. They're, they got to. They're like, you need to talk to Jenny. They're not surprised by the call at all, but I don't know. I've experienced freedom that I didn't see it coming in the amends process, and I think I'm going to hand it back to Katie. Thanks, everybody.
I had a mouthful of cookie. Can you turn yours off, babe? Here's the deal, guys. We're going to be done straight up at 6. And one of the things that I think would be a good plan is that if we take one more 15-minute break, and then we're going to go for an hour and 45. That means we're going to be sitting there for a while. And if we need to take a quick second to stop so he switches the CDs out, Jerry, will that work okay? Okay, good deal. And so here's the deal. We're going to roll right into 10 and 11. So I know that you're tired. I know you got a lot. This is the meat and potatoes right now. This is something you don't want to miss. Please don't crap out right at the 11th hour. And so and I'm going to hold you to 15 minutes. Okay, guys? Thanks. Okay. Hey, honey. All righty, guys. Let's settle down. We're going to be in the meat and potatoes now. Katie, alcoholic. Woo! Now let me tell you what we're going to do. So in case you got to get up, go to the bathroom, just stretch for a second. I don't even mind if you stand up where you are and just give yourself a couple of these. The truth is it's not a bad idea because we're trying to keep you awake. This is hard stuff because it's not like we're sitting up here talking about graphs and pie charts and this is the progression of our company and all that we are talking about some heavy stuff. And so the best thing, once again, and I just love the tapers. Let's hear it for Jill and Jerry. I love the tapers. They are our archivists, and please support them. Like I said, buy your own set of CDs. I do that because Charlie and I have learned so much. It's our own set. I'll work on letting you borrow it, but I'm pretty picky with my set of CDs. And so that's the greatest way to learn. Just stick it in your car, and every chance you get, listen to it. Don't be on the phone all the time, right?
And get some Mark Houston.
And definitely get some Mark Houston. Okay, Mark Mark was the one who literally changed my life on 10 and 11, especially the 10th step. The most underutilized step in Alcoholics Anonymous, I believe that today. I believe that it's so misunderstood because people only read it off the wall. Right? Continue to take personal inventory, and when we were wrong, promptly admit it. Boom. If I'm not wrong, forget it. Don't need to do it. And what the whole purpose of the 10th step is, which is the spiritual exercise, is to observe. Constant observation of Katie. I can't even begin to tell you guys, when that becomes a discipline, it is a default setting. Nothing will work in your life until it becomes a discipline. And we are the most undisciplined people, as the book says. We are undisciplined. We don't do evening review. We don't do morning prayer and meditation. We darn sure don't go through life observing ourselves. And if we do, 3 days on, 4 days off, you know what I mean? And when I went to talk to Mark, I'll never forget this. Charlie had said, you know what, honey, do me a favor and pull out the spiritual laws. I forgot to get out. That's my world. Mark had said, I had a real problem, a big problem, and it was probably about 14 years ago. And I went, and maybe it was 13 years ago, and I had a real big problem in business, and I was scared to death that they were going to shut my business down, blah, blah, blah. And Charlie goes, Katie, you know what? You ought to go talk to Mark about it. And I thought, no, I had this whole thing. I don't have to talk to the boys. I can talk to Marty, blah, blah, blah. And so I ended up going, oh, okay, fine. So I go out, I call Mark, and I said, Mark, can I come talk to you about something? Now, he's about 35 minutes away. I get in my car to drive out there. Now, I was raised in Alcoholics Anonymous that if you ask somebody for their time, you respect their time every minute they have. I don't take advantage of this. I'm not going to be shucking and jiving. I'm going to get right down to business because I know he's taken time out of his life for me. I go out to his treatment center that he had, and I pull up. Mark came out. Mark was a little bit like the Marlboro Man, right? Oh, you're the best. And so he comes out, and he and I, we could have some really deep conversations, but they were short-lived. Like in 20 minutes, we could cover some ground. And when he first met me, I was in untreated alcoholism, and he thought I was crazy. And let me tell you something, boys. We girls are not all crazy just because we're women, okay? There is crazy amongst us, but I am not it. And I knew that Mark got that I was just an untreated alcoholism, and when I came out of it, my depth was pretty amazing, and so we could go really pretty deep on some conversations. And so I go out there to ask him a question, and I'm telling him about the business and telling him what's going on, and the next thing you know, he gives me this information. I had a problem with this woman that was my manager. I guess you'd call her a manager. I had a franchise. They make sure that you're running, playing by the rules. And I never play by the rules. Anybody with me on that one? Oh, yeah, rules were meant to be broke, let me tell you. And, they might be suggestions, but I'm not doing them. And so one of the things that I can tell you is that, so I tell Mark about this deal and what's going on, and what I realize that I am in so much trouble at work, and I tell Mark that this woman's really upset with me, and she's going to take my business if I'm not careful, and she's going to shut me down, And Mark takes a hit off a cigarette for I think the one person that knew Mark, Dave, you probably saw him smoke. He could put a coal on a cigarette like that. I mean, he could lean back and take a draw, and you just watch the coal. It was fascinating. And he was a big guy anyway, and he takes that hit. And he goes, Katie, this woman used to be your friend. I said, yeah, we were, and now we're not. And he said, do me a favor. He goes, what I want you to do is I want you to do a prayer that you and her have an amazing relationship. And for 3 minutes every morning and 3 minutes every night, I want you to pray about this amazing relationship that we have. Not pray for her, but this amazing relationship that we have. And he finished it off, and he had come out of this business meeting. It wasn't an AA meeting, business meeting. I knew he was giving me his precious time. And I'm raised in AA that I say yes, and by golly, I'm going to do it. I hope you're raised in that kind of AA. My word is my word. I'm going to do it. And then that was it. And he goes in. And I'm a mutterer when I drive, I get behind the wheel of my car, I'm like, that is the biggest bunch of shit I've ever. Whatever. Really? 3 minutes, and doesn't he realize I got big problems, man? 3 minutes in the morning, 3 minutes at night, but it's Mark Houston, and I love him, and he's going to ask me if I'm doing it, and I'm going to do it. And by day 2, something shifted. And I mean, 3 minutes is a long time. You run out of stuff to even say in 3 minutes. Try to pray for somebody for 3 minutes. Hit a timer. You're like, la, 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 la. And I mean, I am doing it, and I'm getting creative, and I'm doing all this stuff. And by day 2, something shifted in me. And the next thing I knew, I started adding my kids in there. And now what I call affirmative prayer or positive prayer has become almost 20 minutes of my morning time. Sometimes it's 10, most of the time it's 20. And I get off into this tangent of all these people in my life. If I've talked to you and I'll say a prayer, I mean, I'm going to be doing some serious prayer. And it's all affirmative prayer. It's affirming spectacular things. And one of the things about the 10th step, if we're looking at the 10th step, right, go ahead and open to page 84. Midway down, right after the 9th step promises. Always like to say, guys, there's no fighting in the lifeboat. No fighting in Alcoholics Anonymous. You know what? If you like what we said, great. And if you don't, great. It really, no fighting. We've got no opinion. If somebody loves the big book, great. If somebody doesn't, great. We got to keep from fighting against anything in AA. We're doing it right, you're doing it wrong. Nope, we don't do that. We have ceased fighting. It says we suggest we continue to take personal inventory and continue to set right any new mistakes as we go along. We vigorously commence this way of living as we clean up the past. So remember, the person that comes over and I've taken you, you're doing the 5th step, by the next day you're making the amends, we're getting you in 10 and 11 right away. Matter of fact, you're having the spiritual awakening. Let's get you sponsoring. I say sponsor it at 2 months. Go out and go talk to drunks. Go to those newcomer meetings. Get a group of girls. Get your little powwow. Get your deal going. This is ridiculous that you got to wait a year to sponsor. I don't get it. That's the meat and potatoes. Do it. If the group conscience of a group you go to has elected that is one of their policies, well, then respect it. Don't fly in the face of it. If they say you got to have a year to sponsor anybody interested, raise your hand. You don't get to raise your hand if you don't have a year. You have to respect the group conscience. But that doesn't mean if when you're at the coffee pot somebody's new, you don't get to do it there. Okay? I mean, you're just respecting the group conscience. So it says the spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. How many of you guys have lived in AA as a theory? Raise your hand. Everyone in the room needs to raise your hand. Because we all have. We have spouted stuff we're not doing, right? I mean, this is what we do. It's the nature of it. We have entered the world of the Spirit. That's a fair question to ask. I ask yourself, have I entered the world of the Spirit? The answer can be no. As a matter of fact, if the answer is no, watch what happens. This still quiet voice, I'm telling you, it's your default setting. If it's not your default setting, then maybe this has not happened. Doesn't mean you're not connected to the power. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But I'm talking about connected to the power. Boom, plugged in. Plugged in. Requires a discipline. And that's what Mark said to me. He said, Katie, he goes, you're a fitness professional. It talks about fit spiritual condition. You know what it takes to be an athlete. You've been an athlete all your life. I mean, I'm turning 60, guys. I feel pretty solid for a 60-year-old as far as physically goes. And one of the things I can tell you is most people think it's diet and exercise. Well, that's just 2 things. It's a shit ton of stuff. It is diet, exercise, plenty of water, a whole lot of vitamins, a lot of sleep. You got to be rigid on your sleep. This is 8 hours of sleep, period, a night. Boom. I'm not messing around. I go to bed at a certain time. I wake up at a certain time. I have everything set up. If I have to exercise when I'm not really planning this in my whole schedule, I lay out my stuff the night before. This is the way an athlete is disciplined. Mark goes, discipline. Take that into your spiritual life. And it was like, whoa, never occurred to me. So you don't get to flippantly try to do your prayer and meditation. Oh, I didn't have time today. You make time, period. You got to wake up 30 minutes early, suck it up. Go to bed 30 minutes earlier the night before. Stop watching Netflix and binge watch. Put your phone in the other room. The odds of having an emergency in the middle of the night, slim to nothing, people. Put your phone in the other room. It's not necessary. I'm telling you, what we do to stop this sunlight of the Spirit, think about how many times you look at your phone. Turn to God that many times instead of your phone. I'm telling you, but the discipline, we go, no, see, that's a lot of work. But yet we want the benefits without doing the discipline. Did any of you guys watch the Olympics? The Winter Olympics aren't as much as the summer for me. I mean, I'm all about the athletes, and I love it, especially the cross-country people. Oh, my God. But to watch what they have to do, how about the skaters that have to get out there and skate only for that brief period of time? The amount of time they put into that is remarkable to me. A football life, I love it. I love to watch what these athletes do because they are the specimen that I want to live up to. And they also have that discipline. And Mark used to say, discipline is the horse I ride. Turn back to the line. Awake and aware. Breathe. And I think, that is a little intense, dude. I remember, he just, and now I'm him. I'm totally channeling him because I finally did it. It took me about 5 solid years to finally get this disciplined, and I love it. And let me tell you a couple of tips. When you get up in the morning to do your morning time, do not look at your phone. Don't touch it. If you want to use a timer, an insight timer, or use whatever meditation, get a phone that's just not used as your phone. So you can't check your emails. You can't look at your text. The minute you do that, boom, you stop everything. You stop that spiritual experience in the morning. Not that you can't pick it up, but you really can't pick it up to the level you want to. Don't look at your computer. This is roll out of bed. I've got no problem getting a cup of coffee. I'm not going to be on my knees. I don't think God needs me to be uncomfortable. I am going to sit here and visit with the dearest friend of my life. I write letters to God. I write love letters to God. I love it. And I start everything out with Father God. Father God, man, I'm having a heck of a time. I'm having a heck of a time with Charlie. Help me be compassionate. Help me be loving. My husband's going through some tough times. I can make it all about me. You see, if anybody understands alcoholism, it should be me. And Charlie's the one running the company. I am retired. My life is really tough. Gym, shooting, get my nails done, hair done. Talk to sponsees all day. Boy, that is some stuff. And my husband's the one really working it hard. And I'm over there going, he doesn't give me enough time. Doesn't do this, doesn't do that. And that's what I'm talking about. And then I have trouble worrying about my kids. I'm writing that in there. Somebody this weekend may have told me something really cool. I'm writing that in there. Give me these guidance. I have another pad next to me in the 11th step where it's just my to-do pad. When it says we look at our 24 hours, it wants you to look at your day. Look at it. What do you got to get done today? A lot. I write all the stuff down I want to do, and then I take that list with me. And then throughout the day, I look at it and ask God, what can I do next? You guide me. See, I'm always putting too much in my day, so I'm always in a hurry. So any red light that's screwing with me, or how about, God forbid, an accident? Great. No concern, no prayer for who was in the accident? Great. This is what I'm talking about, changing everything. So it says our next function, and function means expected duty, right? The function of this cup is to hold my coffee. So our next function, that's expected duty, is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. That was the only prayer of a defective character that was ever granted to me, and it has been the only one ever. And I called my buddy Bob D., And I I was really on fire with AA. You know, when we come out of untreated alcoholism, I got it, you don't. You know, let me raise my hand. That's wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You know, that is so ineffective. Let me tell you, you want to make some real enemies. That's how to do it. And so my sponsees, I was really hard on them, guiding them, driving them. You know, and I called Bob and I said, Bob, man, I'm miserable. I'm miserable on these firing lines. I'm just miserable. We talked about it a little bit, and he goes, you know what, Katie? He goes, say the prayer that you are asking God to help you grow in understanding and effectiveness. I got to tell you guys, it seemed once again lame. I do it because I was taught to do it. And I mean the next day, I remember it like it was yesterday. It was probably 8 years ago. The next day, my life changed. It's the only one that's ever been answered like that, ever. Since then, nothing like that. And I mean, I became so compassionate. So you tell me a story, and now all of a sudden I come with compassion. I come with love and tolerance. I'm understanding and effectiveness. Every once in a while, maybe 4 times I've blown my stack in 8 years. I used to blow my stack all the time. Only 4 times. That's remarkable, guys. That's the undeniable hand of God in that deal. So one of the things that Mark used to say is, how do you know what you don't know? That's a fair feeling. It says we continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. These are what we're watching for. The whole purpose of this discipline is to observe yourself, not so that self can fix you, so that God's got his eyes on you, right? Don't judge yourself. That is, I think, the highest form of spiritual pride is self-judgment. If you're upset with yourself, I can't believe I said that. I can't believe I did that. God, I'm so stupid. Spiritual pride, man. Instead of watching yourself and just going, wow, God, that's unbelievable. I am stubborn in that area. Now, I may not be acting it. Nobody knows what goes on up here. You may think you do, but you don't. Only I do. Only I know when you're talking to me if I'm thinking, shut up. Or if I'm really engaged. And if I got to shut up right there, I'm like, wow, God, that's not how I want to be right now. Open my heart, open my eyes. Because whatever this is what you need me to hear. And that's when the ego shuts it down. So then it says, when these crop up, we ask God, now listen to the urgency of the 10th step. We ask God at once to remove it. At once. We discuss them with someone immediately. Make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to others. Now, let me tell you something. Just throwing out a prayer like, oh, God, please remove this, is not what we're talking about. We are talking about an intimate, personal relationship. When Charlie and I leave, you're going to have a consciousness of our relationship, right? You might even be driving and chuckle at something, or, wow, I love when they said this. Your consciousness of us is raised. Accurate? This is what we want with your relationship with your Creator. I want your default setting to be talking to God at all times, not turning to self. The only way to get this is a discipline. So you have to narrow it down to 24 hours. Don't look at this as for the next month I'm going to, for the next 3 weeks I am. Just every day. Every day for today, I'm going to try to change this. And I'm going to start in the morning, and I'm going to go through with the evening review at the end, and just do it. I mean, Nike's Just Do It was the best advertising logo ever. Get your butt on the treadmill. Just step on it. You know what I mean? You're always, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. Just do one. Just do it. And so one of the things about just asking God at once, I want to explain to you what that is about. It's about the laws, right? If you ask God to remove it, you have to be able to be willing. Oh, honey, I think, yeah, this is positive prayer. I need the spiritual laws. Did you get that one out? The one that says laws.
I didn't see it. I thought it was the folder that I handed you.
Why don't you try one more time?
No, positive prayer.
One more time. No.
What does this say? What does this say?
That's 10, 11, and 12. It's
What's the blue one?
Oh, thank you.
Boom.
There it was. Thank you. I like that. You are awake and aware. Okay, so when we ask God to remove it, thank you, honey. I'm sorry. Okay, I doubted you. So when we ask God to remove it, It's the law of subtraction, right? The law of substitution. There are spiritual laws out there. Now, if you already are putting a block against that, I encourage you to have an open mind, right? The attitude in the book is amazing what it talks about, this open-mindedness, that we can search diligently within ourselves. Open your mind to many different ways of growing spiritually. Don't be short-sighted. Don't be shallow in this area. And these laws were the ones where I told Mark, whatever. They've become the shiniest tool in my toolkit. I had no earthly idea. I'm not talking about the secret and all of that stuff that, I'm going to pray for that Ferrari and all this stuff. I'm talking about this peace. I want peace in my heart. Come on, we suffer from a fatal illness that wants us dead. And if this illness wants us dead, it is the slowest death you will ever experience. You'll wish you were dead long before you're dead. And so we're going to embrace these laws. And I've always leaned towards Western religion. If you're Eastern, fine. I mean, Eckhart Tolle has his own. Jesus Calling has their own. Emmett Fox has his own. All of these people have the laws. These are the ones I like. So when we ask God to remove it, the minute I'm observing a negative thought, that's all it's got to be. It's got to be either fear or resentment, right? It can be selfish and dishonest, but just start with those two. Make everything small and simple. Fear and resentment. Today, rest of the day, watch for it. And when it crops up, we're going to ask God to remove it, and it's going to look something like this. God, I'm not willing to believe that delusional lie. For my husband and I, which we, I'm telling you, it's been a rocky road for 4 years. Okay. Not 18 months. Just saying. Just saying. And so you cannot imagine what the affirmative prayer has been. It's like Charlie and I have an amazing relationship. We talk so deeply. He is so happy. His weight is at 200 pounds. His kids are doing great. That's it. 3 to 10 seconds throughout the day. On some days, I got to say a prayer like that 50 times. Turn back to the line. Turn back to the line. This is not a Hail Mary prayer, one and done. This is watching for it. I may get 10 minutes of relief. I may get an hour of relief. Boom. Back in my head is, can't believe Charlie said that this morning. That hurt my feelings so bad. Whoa. Not going there. Not willing to believe that delusional lie, God. I say another prayer of that nature, right? And if I've run out of stuff to talk about, Charlie, I start talking about my kids. Maybe a sponsee. And it's always affirming beauty, wonder, beauty. You with me on that? Okay, so here's the law of substitution. There are few great laws that govern all things, just as there are a few fundamental laws in chemistry. We know that thought control is the key to destiny. Is that fair enough? If the trouble rests up here, this baby is trying to kill us. And in order to learn a thought control, we have to know and understand these laws. One of the great mental laws is the law of substitution. This means that the only way to get rid of a certain thought is to substitute another one for it. See, on the material world, if I move this bottle over here, I don't have to replace anything in its spot. But in the spiritual world, in the thought life, when you replace a thought, when you take a thought, you must replace it. It's the law. Why, I don't know, but it is. This means that the only way to get rid of a certain thought is to substitute another one for it. You cannot dismiss a thought directly. Really? Okay, I'm going to believe that. You can only do so by substituting another one for it. When a negative thought comes to you, don't fight them, but think of something positive. Preferably think of God. But if that is too difficult, isn't that fair? If that's too difficult, I get it. For the moment, turn your attention to something quite different. I'm telling you guys, and I'm going to read you some letters that are going to just blow you away from people that have done this. Charlie and I get the benefit of doing these workshops all the time. We cover this ground, and people take it, and it's unbelievable what this stuff does. Now, I'm also going to read the law of subconscious activity. This one will make your butt pucker. Okay, so get ready. Because this one is a doozy. Now, this is the mind. Let's not forget, we are an extreme example of self-will run riot. You with me on that one? Big time. This baby is nonstop. The human mind anyway runs crazy, but ours just goes so ugly. Just dark. Dark. The four horsemen, what Bill's talking about in the book all the time, it's some tough spiritual stuff. So listen to this one. As soon as the subconscious mind accepts any idea, right, driven by the fear, boom, I saw something. That, remember? Subconscious mind goes, what was that about? And it goes, playing through the whole thing up there, trying to figure it out. It immediately begins to try to put it in effect. It uses all the resources, and these are far greater than we commonly supposed. It uses every bit of knowledge that you've ever collected. Kind of take your breath away, doesn't it? Most of which you have totally forgotten to bring about its purpose. It mobilizes the many mental powers that you possess, most of which you've never consciously used. It draws on the unlimited energy of the racing mind. It lines up all the laws of nature as they operate both inside and outside of you to get its way. Okay, having a little trouble breathing? And then it says sometimes it succeeds in its purpose immediately. Sometimes it takes a little time. Sometimes it takes a long time. But if this is not utterly impossible, the subconscious will bring it about once it accepts the idea. Think about it. Think about if you the one thing you didn't want to do was become your father, and you're him. Right? I mean, I could name 10 things that would make you go, oh my God, oh my God. It says this law is true both for good and bad. Here's the hope. The law, when used negatively, brings sickness, trouble, and failure, and when used positively, brings healing, freedom, and success. You give the order, the subconscious does the work. Do you see the purpose of why that 10-step is so underutilized? The promises in the 10-step are we have entered the realm of the spirit. We have ceased fighting anything or anyone. What? That's what I'm talking about. There's so much depth in these steps, and I just went, whatever. I only did the 10-step when I hurt somebody. And then you talk to somebody immediately. Immediately. And people go, well, I'd be calling you every day. Try once. Just do it. Just do it. And here's the tricky thing about what the importance of the 10-step is. You see, when I'm upset, I like my sponsees to call me and leave it on my machine and do nothing until you hear from me. No self-seeking at all. No talking to anybody at the water fountain. No nothing. You're pissed off at your boss. Go to prayer until you hear back from me. Now, if it's really urgent and you're losing it, you can text me 911. And your phone call will go to the top of my list. You'll be the next one I listen to, right? Because any given day, Polly knows this, and that we could have 25 messages in my box. But if you're in trouble, hit me with the 911, and it damn sure better be a 911. Okay? If you're mad at your boyfriend, that is not a 911. Okay? I'm talking. You can't get through the next hour without having talked to somebody. So now I want you to hear this. This is an amend that Marty and I, God, I love my sponsor, and she was in untreated alcoholism, and I was in untreated alcoholism. The power of God is so big. Don't underestimate the power of God. He wants the best for you. He wants the castle. We're sitting there living in the bungalow, and we're quite satisfied with the bungalow, and we won't even attempt the castle. And let me tell you something. Marty and I were both in untreated alcoholism, but she knew that I was in deep trouble, when Joe had died and Charlie was just a dog, right? And I am just sitting there going, what have I done? I've kissed my best friend. He's a dog. I've lost the love of my life. My son's taken a hard right. I've sent him to military school. I'm losing it, guys. I'm totally losing it. I could cry right now. The pain of the bedevilments was so dark. So dark. And I'm not a dark person. I'm incredibly positive. I'm the most optimistic individual you will ever meet. On my deathbed, on my dying day, we're having a party. If it's tomorrow, my life has been wonderful. But those were the darkest days of my life, and I know there's plenty of people in this room that have suffered in the bedevilments. And it's scary because it looks like anything other than alcoholism. And so Marty she gets in the lifeboat. I get in the lifeboat. We're just rowing away. She doesn't know what she's doing, but she's smart as a whip. Her dad was a rocket scientist, and she can read a book, and she can take me through the directions. And she's 20 plus years sober. Maybe at the time she's 18. No, Mo, she must have been 15. I was 20. And she takes me through this book line by line. Takes me through step by step. We're going to do step 1. We're going to do step 2. We're going to do step 3. And we get through this book, and on the outside of it, we come with the most amazing spiritual awakening. We are awake and aware in life like nobody's business, aren't we, Polly? And Polly knows my sponsor. She is, and Rena, she is amazing. And that's what I'm saying. Untreated alcoholism, don't underestimate the power of somebody being able to help you. And so I call Marty, and Marty knows everything that I've been through. She was a dear friend of mine in AA anyway. We had to end that friendship to some level. We couldn't be really, really close friends because we couldn't have that perspective. And we agreed that I needed a sponsor more than I needed a friend. So we kind of pulled away from each other. That was really good. That was fine. We're much better now. But so Joe was a very sick man, and very sick man. God darn him. And so when it was one of those things where he'd had 2 back surgeries, and he had the brain surgery 90 days after the brain surgery. He did interferon, which was so stupid. He had Hep C. It was back when the interferon came in. I mean, it was just terrible. But he allowed me to go into every doctor's office. Now, keep in mind, I'm raising kids. I am running a household here, and I am the girl who can do that. I mean, I show up. I'm the one at the counter at the ticket agent. I mean, I do it all. And Joe's over here doing his thing. And I mean, I'd have the clipboard. I'd talk to the doctors. He wanted me to do that. That's what I did. Well, when you get in a relationship later in life, folks, it changes. Okay? Charlie does it all. He does everything. And he's always liked doing everything. And I don't know how to operate in those parameters. And Marty keeps saying, why don't you just love it? He does the laundry. He does the dishes. I've become the guy in The Lazy Boy where he goes, honey, it would be nice if you'd at least rinse your dish out. I remember thinking, that's my line. What is, have entered the Twilight Zone, And I mean, he does everything. He does grocery shopping. He likes to do all that. And so I've got to learn to be okay with that. I know it seems weird, but it was not easy for me to surrender that. Well, now, when he has a health issue, he doesn't want me to run the show with the doctor. I don't know how to do that. So we go in there, and I think that he wants my input. No, he doesn't want any of my input. And so the next thing I know, he gets a throat cancer scare. Now, he doesn't have throat cancer. Don't get me wrong. He's one dysplasia away from throat cancer. But we have to go to San Antonio to this specialist. We got to go every 3 months for them to scope his throat after the surgery, blah, 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 blah. This has gone on for several years. Marty knows every time we're going down there, she's on heightened alert for me. Because my sponsor, that's how close I am with keeping in touch with my sponsor. She knows I'm going down there. You with me, guys? See, don't be dropping a bomb on your sponsor when she doesn't have a clue what's going on in your world. And then you're like, well, I hadn't heard back from her. Well, you went MIA. I got no idea. And so Marty knows we're going down there. And for some reason, this particular day, I was not spiritually fit. Shocking. All right? We get in there, and Charlie is just a shucker and a jiver. He wants to talk to the nurse and how's the boys and blah, blah, blah. And the doctor, you got 15 minutes. This is really respectful, right? The doc is in. We're out. We love this doctor. We've gotten to know him really well. And the next thing I know, they're asking, Charlie, do you use much nose spray? I mean, my boy's got nose spray laying around like glasses. I mean, he uses it every 15 feet. He goes, no. They say, you clearing your throat much? Oh, my God, in the morning, you can't even talk to him. He's clearing his throat all morning. Right? And he goes, no. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh, my God, I can't believe this. And right then, she walks out. The doc hasn't come in yet. And he is sitting there, and I looked at him, and I go, just snapped. I went, you are a big, fat liar. Lovely. And I swear he was like the Incredible Hulk. He goes, and he comes out of that chair, and I mean, he shoots out of the chair. He's a big guy. Nobody scares me. That scared me right when he did it. And I looked at him and I go, you know what? Just forget it. I'm just out of here. I'm out of here. So I grab all my stuff, and it's that uncontrollable crying, girls. You know it. It's just humiliating. And so I get ready to walk out, and Dr. Simpson's walking in, and he's like, whoa, Katie, you okay? I'm like, no. I keep walking out because, the Parkers have rolled in. So I go out into the foyer area, and I mean, I can't that one. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm trying to read a magazine. And I thought, forget it, I got to text Marty, because she's got a high-powered job in criminal court, and for whatever reason, they can't seem to stop court when I call. And I've already asked her to ask her judge, and her judge says no. So I've got to text her. I'm not a fan of texting, emotional stuff, but this is a big problem. So... yeah, texting is for facts, not feelings. So don't be texting me 19 pages. I'm not interested. With Marty, I had to do it. So this is the text. And I mean, I'm barely getting it out because I can't stop crying. It says, Marty, I need a new toolkit for a sick husband. We're at the doctor, and I just left the room. I can't stop crying. I must sit there and be submissive. I can't do that. He does not give them enough information. You see the old idea? I'm going to be submissive. If you make me think I'm going to be submissive, I'll kill both of us. I mean, I'm not. When I say that, that's funny. I mean it. I really will. I'm taking us both out. Marty says, I mean, right back, instantly. And she's in criminal court. She's like, and texting. She goes, oh, honey, I'm so sorry. It must be so painful, because she likes to kind of give you this. And then she goes, wham! I swear. It's like those baby seals. She says, oh, honey, I'm so sorry. It must be so painful. I'm sure he's scared, maybe even terrified. None of this is about you. How can you be helpful? Are you in the doctor's office treating him like he knows nothing? That you are the doctor police? How are you? Oh, yeah, it gets better. How are you coming off when you're giving information to the doctors? Are you smugly superior? What blew me away, no tears. I mean, it was like somebody just turned the faucet off. See, you can't argue with the truth. I quit crying immediately, from hysterical crying. And I said, yes. Why, yes, I am. She says, stepping on his toes, are you? Oh, yeah, she's still not done. She said, wah-pow, wah-pow, wah-pow. Stepping on his toes, are you? Well, if not, you who? Cloaked in a good motive. You have all the tools, hon. Just use them. I know hospitals and doctors are some traumatic stuff for you, and you go on super high alert. This is a new day. And I texted her back and said, thanks. And I'm not kidding you guys. The urgency of a 10-step is crucial. When I did that, Charlie came out. Now, his appointment wasn't over. This all happened in a matter of 4, 5, 6 minutes. Charlie comes out, and he looks at me, and he goes, Katie, and had I not done this, it would have been this, right? And instead, I looked at him, and I said, I am so sorry. And I go back in there with him. See, that's the magic of a 10-step. And the Dr. Simpson, when I walked in, he's like, oh, boy. Now they're both in the same room together. But this is what I love, guys. I cannot begin to tell you the power. The other thing that we love to do is called do-overs. Oh, my God. Charlie and I do do-overs all the time. The very first time we did a do-over in our marriage, I had pulled in, and I don't know if you guys realize how much energy it takes to look like this at 60. Okay? A lot. I mean, lotions and potions and hair and needles and picking and waxing and stripping and you name it. It's a lot of goddamn work. And Charlie puts on the same underwear and pants. You know what I mean? I swear, if we held you guys to to what you hold us to, you'd never hold up. Okay? And this takes a lot. You know, Charlie, if he does anything, it's like, colors his beard. It takes a full 3 minutes. Wow, just for men, whippy. And this, and he loves to give me a hard time. He goes, boy, this is tough stuff. I'm like, and I always try to rib him. I always try to get him to keep it on a little longer. So we got like, Manuel. Got this beaver pelt on his face. We have so much fun. Okay, so so I pull up after I've had my hair done. This is a 3-hour event, right? 3 hours every 4, 5, 6 weeks, depending upon what's happening when. And my day is always these nails are an hour and a half with the toenails and the whole 9. And then don't even get me started on waxing. That in itself is miserable. So I get out of the car and I come in the house, and Charlie doesn't even notice my hair. And I'm thinking, wow, I worked my butt off for this, man. And so I told him, he goes, is something wrong? Because that's his standard line. And I said, well, Charlie, I said, I went and got my hair done. And I said, and I'd like for you to acknowledge it. Like when I walk in, just go, wow, honey, you look great. Just that, I'm not saying you got to just sit there and bow down or anything.
No. You need to be out in the street with binoculars going.
Yeah, that'd be fine too.
Good. Oh my God.
Okay, fine. And so, he looked at me and he goes, you know what? Can I have a do-over? And I said, sure. And so I go out to the car because I've got to go outside the house. And I come back in and I swear he goes, oh my God. Did you?
Let me see the back. Yeah.
Well, now it's become such a cool deal that he'll call me. He knows, and he takes me out to dinner usually when I get my hair done. We have an evening out. It's date night. And then he even has his sponsees call me from time to time and go, hey, did you get your hair done today? It's really great. I love it. He does some of those things, and I love do-overs. I think they're so important to have do-overs. We also have a code word, and a code word is, say we're getting ready to go into an environment, could be family environment, whatever, and we have a code word that when the other person, we see something going on, either I'm asking too many questions that's making him feel like he's screwing up. That's what we women have a tendency to do. We don't mean it that way, but hey, if that's what it sounds to you. So we have a code word, and we've been using FETASC, but we used popcorn for a while, and every once in a while you just kind of go, whoa, popcorn. We went to an event with his sister and his whole family, and we used the word Chili's because we talked about it at Chili's.
We made a pact with my daughter who was going with us too. We were like, we are going into a highly charged environment. We were sitting at Chili's at the airport. We were going into a highly charged environment here with my family, my mother who is 95 years old, still hadn't made her first mistake yet, and it's not. She's not against the idea of apologizing. It's just never come up for her. And she says tacky stuff to my daughter. She says and I mean, I'm crazy about her, but I mean, she just sometimes says some stuff where you just go, wow. And then there's my sister, and there's a story stealing, and there's and so we said we need to come up with a code word, and so we were sitting in Chili's, so we said Chili's, So whenever something would happen that weekend, or when you'd feel it ramping up, we'd go Chili's, and you go, wait a minute, because I'm. Well,
it gets around the ego.
Should I talk about the thing?
No, not yet. You can write it down.
Will you remind me to talk about it?
Write it down.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to keep rolling here because this is really important stuff. Now, let me tell you, code words are great because it gets around the ego. Say if you and your husband have an issue with something, then you get to use the code word. And the code word makes me go, oh, wow. And when my family, when my kids were growing up, I was raised in a family where there was just a lot of shaming comments. That's just normal. I mean, it was what it was. I don't think anybody was meaning to be harmful. Just was what it was. And so one of the things that we would do is when I would use the shaming comments to my kids, they would say, bingo, Mom, bingo. I'm like, oh, okay. It's worth considering. Right? Because I don't even know I'm doing it. And if you say to me, see, you're doing it again, well, my ego just, so just some things to offer. Because if we're watching for these things, sometimes I need to do it. The other thing that happens, my family, my mom and dad are gone. My brother and sister and I have a really cool relationship, but it's not a lot of getting together. So we're not around. Charlie's family does a lot of gathering, a lot of stuff. And Charlie likes to lose it in the 11th hour. And I'm telling you, it's the 11th hour. We're almost packing the car up. And you can see it's getting ready to all fall apart. And I'll just look at him and go, honey, it's the 11th hour. Let's not do this. And he's like, thank you. I needed that tip. And it's something that we've observed. So he needs a little help there, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, he's got some. It can get ugly. And we're supposed to be the spiritually fit ones. Oh, yeah, that should make you chuckle. You know, we're working this spiritual program, and we're the ones in the house screaming the F you to people. Or slamming the doors and walking out, right? Well, yeah, that's spiritual fitness right there. So it says love and tolerance of others is our code. That's a body of laws. Once again, we're talking about laws. I can't be love and tolerant on Katie power. I can't do it without God's power. I'm telling you guys, I can act it, but if I don't have God's power, it's not going to sustain. This discipline, I can't even begin to tell you how important it is, and you only do it for one day. One day at a time. One day at a time. You take that one day at a time outside of that I'm sober for one day at a time. This is about the duty I have for today. And we've ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. That's money, weather, traffic. Traffic. Can you be nice in traffic? Would that be too much to ask? Traffic should be your barometer of how your spiritual well-being is. It really should. I know we laugh. I mean that sincerely. Try to be nice in traffic. You know, my friend Pat Yo said, try to drive in the right-hand lane to work. That's a tough lane to sit in. We call that the lemming lane. That's like, oh, they're way too slow for me. Try to be nice in traffic. Try to smile at people. Try not to give them the stink eye. Just try it. Just see it. Observe yourself one day. And if it's not objectionable to you, fine. But you at least observed yourself. We feel as though we've been placed in this position of neutrality. Listen to this. Safe and protected. This position of neutrality. Now, what I didn't know, I thought that meant feel good, safe and protected. No. Imagine that you've just run in from somebody shooting at you, and you're in an armored car, and you know they can't get in. The bullets can't penetrate. You're safe and protected, but that doesn't mean you feel good. See, I thought it meant you felt good. Safe and protected doesn't always mean that. As a matter of fact, when I take the high road, I know I will feel good. Right now, I don't, because you really bugged me. And that's what I'm talking about. Very important. It says it's kind of like self-centered fear, right? If you're looking at the bubble on a level, self-centered fear, afraid I'm not going to get it or lose what I got, that bubble on the level is where we want to live, right? Job or no job, wife or no wife, we want to live in that bubble. It's the best place in the world to live. So be it. So be it. That means that's what, isn't that what amen means? Yep. Amen means so be it. This is how we react so long as we keep in fit spiritual condition. That's where Mark hit me with that. And then there's the warning. And I always love, you all remember Will Robbins? Warning. Warning, Will. And if you don't, too bad. It was a great time. It is easy to let up on this spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. Our laurels are our past honors. It's easy to do that. Discipline is difficult. We are undisciplined. We ask God to discipline us. Have you ever asked God to discipline you? It's a fair prayer. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. The word subtle means crafty. And let me tell you something. The way it shows up, you don't even know you're in untreated alcoholism. If you're not treating it with 10 and 11, you don't even know you're in it, right? You're going to 5 meetings a week. You're, the GSR. You're active in doing this. You're active in doing this. Drinking, not an option, right? As if we've lost the power of choice, but we act like it's not an option. Then all of a sudden you step out here and you twist your ankle so bad you rip cartilage. And they go, oh man, this is bad. You're going to have some Vicodin. And you're like, I am. Or some Oxycontin. And the next thing you know, you got a couple of pills going in you. You don't know you're in untreated alcoholism. And those pills treat the malady and trigger the allergy. You don't have the power. See, you don't know that. How do you know what you don't know? I mean, it's all we're asking you to do is to consider all these things and then talk to your own self about it, you and your creator and your sponsor. Just talk about it. See, that's what we didn't know. We lose more people on pills. Pills weren't my problem. Whatever. Whatever. Man, just get me out of the way I feel right now. Upside down, inside out, sideways, doesn't matter. Just give me the pills. And before you know it, you'll take the drink eventually. We lose more people on pills. Heck, they give you Vicodin for a goddamn root canal. You don't need it. You go, oh, yeah, I do. Oh, yeah, I'm not really good with that stuff. Well, you don't know you're in untreated alcoholism. until it's too late. And it's really dicey. And it says that we have a daily reprieve. That means to grant a temporary delay. A daily reprieve. Temporary, contingent, which means uninterrupted on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. See, this is spiritual in nature. It's not up here what I think about. It's not being at church. It's not kneeling at the ashram. Don't get me wrong. Those things are nice. They're wonderful along with, but not instead of. If you're not doing 10 and 11, you are blocked, people. I say that first-handed. I know what it was like. And I did. Had Joe not gotten sick, and Charlie, you could probably agree with this. Had Joe not gotten sick, we were doing fine as far as I was concerned. We lived in group therapy. We were constantly in counseling. We'd found Jesus. We'd done all these things. We were raising our children. We were all about marriage. There was no infidelity. There was none of this, none of that. I think had Joe not gotten sick, we would have just never realized we were in untreated alcoholism. It's for if an alcoholic fails to enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice, he cannot handle certain trials and low spots. The work is the disciplines of 10 and 11, period. And then helping God's kids, right? And what I didn't realize is those certain trials and low spots, I don't know what your threshold is. I really don't. And we're all seekers. We're all interested. That's why you're still in here. I admire that so much. I mean, you're like, but you're here, and you're just going, okay, I just came back in the room. I think she's talking to us again. But you know what I mean? But you're getting it on the CDs. You know that. And it says, listen to this. Every day is the day when you must carry the vision of God's will into all your activities. Do you? That's a yes or no. Mark used to say that is a yes or no question. Do you? Let me ask you this. Traffic, lines, AA members, ex-husbands, ex-in-laws. Do you carry that in there? It's a fair question. And the answer can be no, and it's okay. We're not judging you. If the answer is no, begin that 24-hour period. Try it for 24 hours. And here's what will happen to you guys that have really under about 12 years sober. Once you start feeling good, you'll quit doing it. You'll play that game for years until it becomes something that is really important to you, right? You'll do it for 3 weeks, and then you'll feel so good you won't do it for 2 weeks. And then you go back down the mudslide. It's just the nature of it. It says if we carefully, now here it says, if we carefully followed direction, that's on page 29, clear-cut directions are given showing how we recover. We will begin to flow. We have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we've become God conscious. See, it's like I'm saying, guys, you will then have the default setting. I can't even begin to tell you some of the magic that's happened to me with some of y'all. You don't even know it. It's been unbelievable to hear what God has to say, who God's drawing me to. It's unbelievable. It's got to be unblocked. Now, that doesn't mean I skip down the yellow brick road every day. That doesn't mean I don't have troubles. Doesn't mean I wasn't crying yesterday. But I am unblocked as far as hearing God's talking to me. It's the greatest thing in the world. It can go away as quickly as it's there if I quit doing the disciplines. And it says, we have begun to develop this vital sixth sense. That's that still, quiet voice. But we must go farther, and that means more action. And now I'm going to stop, and like I said, we're going to go all the way through. So Charlie's going to talk a little bit about his 10-step stuff, and then I'm going to hit 11.
Thanks, Katie. Wow, that's a lot of ground to cover in step 10. And, did you talk about the 12 and 12? It's funny that one of the things about the 10th step, it's funny when we talk about oral-based or meeting-based AA, we pick up a lot of things. A lot of times I say we got to be careful what we say around, because if the new person hears something in an AA meeting 3 or 4 times, they're going to think it's AA. And I heard 10th step evening review for so long that I started thinking that the evening review was in the 10th step, and it's not, but where it fouls it up is in the 12 and 12, because I don't hate the 12 and 12. There's good stuff in the 12 and 12, But in the 10th step, at the 12 and 12, where it talks about continue to take personal inventory, it describes all the types of inventory we take. It describes the spot check inventory that we've been talking about in the 10th step. It talks about the annual house cleaning, the big 4-column inventory when we go back and do it, and then it talks about the evening review in the 10th step, in the 12 and 12. But in the big book, it's clearly the evening review is in the 11th step, because after everything we've been reading, you turn to page to 86, and it says, at the bottom of 87, it says step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. And you turn the page, and that's when it talks about the evening review. So just be conscious of that, because, it's funny. I was sitting around with the boys at the table one night, and I said something, and Chad goes, "You just said 10th step evening review." And I said, "Did I really?" It's like I'd heard it so many times that it was a hard thing for me to reverse in my mind. Now, what am I doing?
I don't know. You said you wanted to talk about something.
Oh, good. Well, you covered a lot of ground, and I went outside. So
I thought you said you were going to hit some 10th step?
Well, some stuff about my sister and some of this stuff. When we're talking about some of these things in the 10th step, I really have to make an effort to use the 10th step, and call people, but I thought you did a pretty good job of covering it, honey. But there's a thing I want to go back. Oh, it's funny when you were talking about discipline is the horse I ride. We talk a little bit about there's some apps that we use. There's one that we use called Insight Timer that I don't work for them. I don't mean to endorse them, but we use it a lot as a meditation tool. It's an app that we use, but it's really funny because you get to make yourself a little profile. You get to put a picture there, and then you can see other people that are meditating locally or nationwide, and sometimes I do the local one because I can see other people from our home group that were meditating at the same time. I see Jenny all the time, and Kelly and Jonathan and all these people. But on your profile, you get to put a little handle. And so Mark used to say, "Discipline is the horse I ride." So I put my little picture of me standing on a rock, Don Maloney's rock down in Puerto Vallarta, and I'm standing there in this picture, and underneath the picture it says, "Discipline is the horse I ride." So I put that on there on my little profile. And then one day I do a meditation, and I look, and it says, "Charlie meditated for 3 minutes 18 days ago." And I'm like, well, I didn't say I ride him all the time. So I promptly changed my profile after that. It just sounded so badass when Mark said it. But we talked earlier about God consciousness and awareness, and it's funny, we've talked a lot, this consciousness thing, I worked with that a lot. The book is not trying to move me towards a faith in God or a belief in God as much as a consciousness of God. And over, and there's places where it says the consciousnness of your belief is sure to come to you. And here are many hundreds of people who say the consciousness of the presence. For years I was sure that page said, when many hundreds of people, I think it's on 51, where it says, when many hundreds of people are able to say that the presence of God is the most powerful. When many hundreds of people are able to, I was sure it said that the presence of God is today the most important fact of their lives. And one morning I do the set-aside prayer and I read that, and all of a sudden it says, when many hundreds of people are able to say that the consciousness of the presence of God is the most important fact of their lives today. So it's talking about the consciousness of the presence of God. So and I had a sponsor ask me one time, he goes, "What is this God consciousness we're talking about?" Well, it's going to require me being in touch with God. And think about when Polly and James and I all went to New Zealand and Australia last year. It was amazing. We got, believe me, not all gigs are like that. A lot of times it's undershirt Iowa, and you're going to fly to Seattle and drive 9 hours to get to this place, in a car with 3 dogs and 12 suitcases and all that stuff. But this was an amazing one, and we all were there. But the thing was, we were there so long. Because usually what happens is we come to a weekend like this, this. We go, oh, Polly and Dave and James are going to be here, and it seems like we're going to get to spend all this time together. But we get here on a Friday and we see each other, big hug, and then it's all day Saturday. And next thing you know, it's Sunday morning. Everybody's going to the airport. And you're like, geez, I barely got to sit down with so and so. Well, this was 18 days. So we not only were we together, but we were together enough that we started forming a little family structure. The ones that went to New Zealand together, we had like our own little family dynamic going. And Bob was the father figure, and he didn't like that at all. He was like, I am dangerous. I am, and we're like, I'm sorry, you're dead. Yeah, we're driving around in this van and everything. But what I was telling my sponsor, I said, the whole time we're over there with Bob, I'm talking to Bob, I'm listening to Bob, I'm hearing about what's going on with Bob. He's telling me about stuff that's going on with his kids. He's talking about, and so the next day when we get home, I'm thinking about Bob. I'm thinking, what is that deal? And so I told him, I said, I had increased Bob consciousness. After how when you're with somebody, you want to call them next day, go, hey man, how'd that thing work out with your kids, or how'd that deal go? But then after a period of time, my Bob consciousness starts to drop down. It's the same way with my God consciousness. I've got to stay awake and aware to the presence of this power in my life, or it becomes abstract and theory like that. But when we talk about, oh my God, I'd like to stand up here and talk about what an amazing spiritual program I have. But I do. I'm connected and I do a lot. But I'm also, the guys that I'm really attracted to in AA, a lot of times are the ones that work a really good program because they have to. Now my 95-year-old mother, she goes to church and she's drawn to God for nothing but spiritual thirst. She doesn't have this flamethrower in her ass of alcoholism saying, I'll kill you if you screw around with this deal too much, But I gotta stay because I'm likely to go nuts. And it's always at the family gathering and stuff like that. And so this thing, one time we're doing this thing and I want to talk about this for a second, and it's going way back. We're going all the way back to that sick man exercise, but I'm going into this thing with my sister and my family, and I'm trying to get pre-prayed. We do a lot of pre-prayer, where you're going in, and I want to get spiritually prepared for this environment that I'm going into because I've had negative results in the past. And and like I said, it's always, the guy with God and the 12 steps in his life that's acting like a maniac, One time I washed my clothes at my mother's house, and I come down, and I'm a big guy. I don't dry my clothes very much, because and my sister has stuck all my clothes in the dryer and baked them, to where, so I pull out my little shirts and they're like this, and at this size, the last thing I need is shrinkage, and I'm just like, and I am throwing a fit. Yeah, and Katie has to calm me down all the time.
I hear him screaming.
God, I got my little polo shirts out here, and
she was just trying to be.
And all she did was dry my clothes, but so there's this thing, and it's funny. One time, I come to the table, and I got the boys at the table. Now I've said before, one time I said, Katie, I told somebody, I was talking to Rich, and I said, Katie is the best at hearing inventory of anybody I've ever seen. I've never, and I've been around some heavy hitters, but I said, Katie goes deeper, faster, and there's something about Katie that makes people go deep. I've never seen anything like it. We travel together a lot, and I watch stuff happen where there are people just open up to her like nothing I've ever seen. We stopped to buy a snow cone in Hawaii, and I turn around, I'm looking at this coconut, and I turn back, and the guy packing the snow cones is crying, and he's talking about his divorce. And I'm like, oh boy, I guess I might as well sit down, and magic stuff happens. I guess I might as well sit down, and magic stuff happens. I've seen some stuff. We were at the airport, another trip to Hawaii, and I look over and she's standing there, and this guy that I don't know, and they're talking like this close to each other, and his arms are hanging, and I could tell, you could feel the spiritual energy, and I'm like, something special is going on right there, and I don't know what it is. And she said that she was just standing over there by baggage claim, and this guy comes in, and he just walks straight up to her, and he says, my dad just died. And to watch her be able to comfort this guy, and I see it on airplanes, I see it on, I see the nuttiest stuff. I mean, the reason we talk about that we're on our way to a 12-step event is because of the stories that have happened as a result of it. I mean, this guy the other day is the first time anybody has ever said, I don't know anybody with alcoholism. I mean, it's always, we had one guy that he said, do you have any kids? And he goes, yeah, I have one. He talked about his daughter. Well, when we started talking about alcoholism, it turns out that he had a son in Austin recovery at the treatment center that I was going out to every Monday, but he didn't even acknowledge this kid because he'd been in so much trouble. And when we started talking about alcoholism, turns out he's got a son out there. And it's so funny. I went out there the next Monday, and I put my step one talk together. I am going to change this guy's life. When I put my step one on him, he is going to see the light. And I got him picked out, and I'm looking right at him, and I go up to him and I go, "Are you Kevin?" And he goes, "No, Kevin's taking a nap. He had a headache." I was like, man, I was putting my A stuff on today, but so this thing with my sister, when it says, we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, compassion. This is in the sick man exercise. And, I was going to say that talking about Katie's the best at hearing, I was talking to Rich about the best at hearing inventory one time. He goes, it's funny you would say that. He said, because there was a time when that statement wouldn't have made any sense to me. When all I'm doing is listening to them read their fourth step, when you say somebody's better at hearing inventory than somebody else, it'd be like saying, Dan is better at listening to a CD than anybody I've ever seen, But I mean, when you start talking about this fact-finding, in fact, my sponsees, all of my sponsees have gone to the woodshed with Katie at some point. Rory more than others, but I mean, and there's, Rick is just, Rick's like a baby seal. He just gets around Katie and puts his head out on the table, whop, and I love these guys, but I mean, it's funny, you'll see a new guy come around the table, and next thing you know, they're like, he's like, hey, let's go out by the pool and have a little conversation, and then you see all the other guys going, oh boy, because, Chad said, boy, when you do inventory with Katie, she just digs and digs and digs, and then you go, oh, thanks, Katie, that was really good. She goes, oh no, we're still digging, and I think it's a real talent, because one time what happened was I said, okay, boys, here's the deal. Here's a piece of inventory I have. I have this resentment, and I shared it at the table with all the guys, and I said, tell me where you go with it. Because Katie talks about how sometimes we go about this deep. And I mean, I don't like it, but I think there's probably some truth in it. And compared to where her and her girls go on Monday nights, my guys are, well, we just love each other. And but on this day, we sit around and I read this inventory, and I said, okay, now guys, tell me where you'd go with this inventory. If I'm reading this inventory to you, tell me where you go with it. And so, Todd goes, and Chad goes, and Jay goes, and Buster, and all the guys that are there on Thursday nights. And so we do that. Well, then I call Maggie, who Katie was sponsoring at the time, and I read the inventory to Maggie. I'm a big believer in multiple fifth steps. When I do inventory now, I'll generally read it to 3 people. If I sit down now, if I do a 10th step on something, and it's fine if it goes away, but if it's with me for several days, I got to do a 4-column inventory. And now when I do a 4-column inventory, I'm able to do it with Myers, I'm able to do it with Lorenz, and I might call Marty. Or I did one with Mary Jo a while back, and I got a different perspective from each person on this inventory. That's the one where Marty went to self-pity. She kept going to self-pity, 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 self-pity. And so anyway, after that meeting with the guys, the next week I come back, okay boys, here's where Maggie went with it. And I talked about what Maggie said, and the guys just go, dang. That was a little deeper than we went with it, because I'm talking about this resentment, and it says, we are going into this thing with my sister. It says, we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, compassion. Now you're going to love this, because we're just flawed individuals, and because she's going really deep. And it says, we ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, compassion, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a new friend. This is on 67. We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance. Well, that was January of 2014 that I did that inventory with Maggie. Show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience that we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And Maggie says, tell me what that word show means to you. And I said, well, I think it means, I want to be more tolerant and compassionate when I'm around my sister and that thing. She goes, I see that word show as a call to action. It's a demonstration of tolerance, compassion, and patience. And I realized that what I had been doing when I was going into this thing with my family was I was asking God to help me feel tolerant and compassionate and patient. But when we get into the heat of things and you dry my clothes, all of a sudden when I don't feel it anymore, here comes the maniac, And she said, what this is it's a call to action. It's asking you to demonstrate tolerance and compassion, whether you feel it or not. It was a big change for me. And the best thing about it, the whole thing was, and I loved Maggie, but the best thing about it was right about the time we were finishing up, my phone rings and I go, oh, Bob Darrell's giving me a call. She goes, hey, wait a minute. Don't mention that whole thing about show. And I go, why is that? She goes, well, I got it from him. But
I got to do the 11 step.
That's all we get?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then if you think something, I'll leave you a little time.
Okay.
I know it.
I'm just dancing around up here.
I know, he's throwing some balls in the air. It's like, okay, we're going to the 11th step.
Katie's awesome with the 11th step.
And I got to tell you something. With this last health issue I had, about every 5 years I have something really weird go on. So I don't know what happens. It's some sort of, I can't stay conscious. It's just something. And we're not quite sure what it is. But this last event really got me in the mortality issue. And I never have experienced this before. I have always believed that God told me I was going to die at 93. And I've been real clear that I'm going at 93. It has never, I don't do foolish things with myself. I'm very respectful of my body and blah, blah, blah. But for some reason, I've had mortality issues and I've had considerations of what's the point? Why not? Let's just go. And that's so unlike me. I mean, this is just so not of my nature. I know. I've been anxious. I'm not an anxious person. I cry a lot more. It's just been frustrating. And I got to tell you, God is so wonderful. And like I said, if anything were to happen to me, please have a party. It's been a wonderful experience. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm going anywhere, but I do want you to hear that. And so one of the things I can tell you is I had this incident. I'm not going to tell you who it was, but it was an amazing basketball player, right? NBA, big shot. And I'm at the barbecue place, and this is about a year ago, and I'm having barbecue. I'm with Charlie and his sister and his mom, and there you could clearly tell. I mean, this is a 7 foot tall, very attractive black man. Now, I'm going to guess he plays basketball, and I went over there to him, and I said, "How tall are you?" And we start talking. We have this fun time, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, "You want your picture taken?" And I said, "Oh, I'd love that, And I'm not going to ask him if he plays for the NBA or anything like that. Well, sure enough, I sent the picture. I went across the counter to the guy behind the counter after he left. And I said, "Who was that?" And he told me who it was. And I, of course, I don't know basketball that well. I know football well, but not basketball. And he tells me who it is. And I'll Google him, And then I send the picture to the kids, right, to my 2 children. And I said, "Check this out." And they're like, April goes, "Mom, my oldest grandson just did a book report on this guy." And I'm like, "Shut up." And so I said, "Darn it, I wish I'd have known that. I sure would have gotten his autograph." So, I'm a little disappointed that I didn't do that, but that's okay. The next day, I'm going to Atlanta to the most, I would never go speak without Charlie. He and I always travel together. It's just kind of a pack we have. But this was a really unusual thing. It was during the week. Don't ever do that either. And, I'm doing it. So I'm at the airport and, and I'm standing there and I turn and I look up, I go, well. And I mean, he looks down because he's as big as a tree. And he looks down and he goes, like, "Who are you?" And I said, "I'm the girl from the barbecue place. I'm looking a lot cuter in the airport. My hair was pulled back." And he goes, "Whoa, like, you stalking me, right?" Yeah, okay, let's see. And I said, hey, I am not stalking you. I said, I did Google you. And I do know who you are. And I said, so I start telling him about my grandson. And he said, you know what, I sent him a picture, and I go, I can't believe this. And so he's got the coolest spirit you've ever seen. Good Christian guy, and we're talking pretty quick about spirituality. Now, Charlie's kids, it's going to hell in a handbasket with his kids. We're not doing well with the children. They're doing much better now, but it was not pretty. They're adults, and it's looking scary. So I get on the plane, and he's about 5 rows up, and I just can't even believe it. And so I'm sitting there, and I always talk to God. I'm talking to God all the time. And I said, wow, God, that was really something. I can't believe I've run into him now. I get Max to get the picture, blah, 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 blah. And so then the next thing I know, the flight attendant comes out of first class, beelines it over to me, and she looks at me and she goes, I'm compelled to pray for you. And I went, really? And she leaned in my ear and told me this amazing prayer that everything was going to be okay. She goes, I don't know what's going on in your life, but I was drawn to tell you that. And I'm sitting there and I'm like going, God, this is just amazing. You're so unbelievable. You're just so wonderful. And so I'm sitting there with all of this happening. And so this guy and I get off the plane, and it's real important I not let you know who he is. That's the real important. So if you come ask me, I'm not going to tell you. So I get off the plane, and I asked him, I said, can we talk? And he goes, yeah. And so we're standing off the plane talking. And I said, do you believe in divine intervention? And he said, yeah, I do. And I go, well, we're supposed to meet. I don't know why, but I know we're supposed to meet. And so I gave him my phone number, and he goes, I'd like to give you my number, which I'm thinking, cool. I'm not going to call him, but cool. And so he says, we're going to see each other again. And so we parted ways, and about a year goes by, and all of a sudden I get a call from him. And he says, hey, I'd like to take you and her husband to a basketball game. And I'm like, really? And he said, yeah. And I knew something was going on, but I didn't know what it was. And so we end up meeting him at this basketball game. And the next thing I know, he's telling me some really heavy stuff that's going on in his family. I mean, heavy. Now, this is a 7-foot tall man. Do you have any idea what that's like talking to? I mean, that's a lot of man. And he can't even really sit in a normal chair. You know what I mean? He's got to bend down to go through the machine and all this to go into the football or the basketball game. And Charlie is sitting there, and Charlie's trying to talk to me, and I looked at him, I go, this is getting heavy. And he goes, sorry. And it's like, watch the game. And this guy and I talked head to head 2 hours about some heavy stuff that was going on in his life. And when we finished, we all hugged. It was so awesome. But what happened to me, guys, was I was afraid after this last incident that I'd lost a gift that God gave me, and that gift was that people talk to me. They tell me their deepest secrets, and I love it. It's a wonderful gift that I've always had all my life. This has happened when I was drunk or not. And I thought I'd lost that gift. And so this is, if God were here in skin and bone, this is what he would have said to me. A year ago, Katie, something heavy's going to happen to you in November. And to this person, this guy, this NBA player, you're going to have some real troubles in your family. And I need you two to come together for this magic to happen. And at that moment, that magic happened. And we're not going to be, best friends forever, although I do call him my best friend. But it was so unbelievable. I needed that hand of God to say, I'm going to be okay. It's all going to be okay. You got the gift still. You didn't lose the gift. You're a little slow on the uptake of your memory, but it's all good. And this guy was it was so special, and Charlie was just so moved. He said, this is really something big, Katie. And I go, how in the world does somebody like him pick someone like me and get that close and that intimate with? You see, that's what God's got in store for you guys. Why would you want to miss it? It just takes a 24-hour period. That's all we're asking. And so what this 11th step says is, this 11th step is so crucial that you be doing 10 steps and doing the 11th step. So hang in there. The 11th step, suggest prayer and meditation. Drop the word suggest. Suggest means to enter into the mind. That means do it. Okay? Don't think about it if you want to do it. Just do it. It says we shouldn't be shy on the matter of prayer. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works if we have the proper attitude and do it. The proper attitude is on page 55, if you want to write that up at that part. Page 55 means we can only clear the ground a bit if our testimony helps sweep away prejudice, those old ideas, enable you to think honestly, and encourage you to search diligently within yourself. This requires courage, guys, to go deep inside yourself. Do it without judgment. Do not judge your thoughts. They are just what they are. You're not a bad person. I don't even want you to judge your bad actions. Consider them, and if you don't like it, ask God to help you with it. Okay? When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Don't miss this opportunity. If you can't do it at night, do it in the morning. Just do it. I don't care if you do it at noon. Do it. And it says we are to ask ourselves, were we resentful? That's not a yes or no. I like to see, where are we resentful? Where were we selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Do I owe an apology? Now here's the drunk trap. Have we kept something to ourselves which should be discussed with another person at once? See, that's telling you, did you do your 10th step? If the answer is no, then you need to do the 10th step. I don't want your whole evening review. Just what did you leave out that you needed to bring another person in on? Were you kind and loving towards all? I'll give you an exercise. For the rest of the night tonight, make eye contact with everybody that's in your path and say hello. Oh, I'm telling you. You should see me over at Whole Foods. I just love it. Oh, hello, 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 hello. I mean, I just love it. But hello, hello, hello. I like to stop somebody and go, I love that shirt. That is so cute. I mean, people, tell somebody when they're attractive. Now, you boys, I mean, you can't get away with that as easily as we girls can, but we can look at a pretty woman and go, oh my God, that dress is so beautiful on you. I mean, take the time to stop and be kind. Don't just be kind when you have to hold the door open for somebody. Take the time. And it says, what could we have done better? Worth asking yourself. Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time? I like to say, no, that's not the case. Most of the time, I'm actually thinking of others. It's a gift that God will give you. You can't do it on your own. Or were we thinking what we could do for others? Were we packing the stream of life? Now, here's the warning. But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. Let me tell you, those are death traps. If you go into any of that, it's all a level of self-pity. You don't get to worry. Worry is not in your toolkit. As a matter of fact, it's a red button. So when you start worrying about your kids or worrying about your money, stop. You're watching for these things. The minute you do it, go to prayer. Trust that prayer is powerful. And don't go to the prayer that is just so benign. God, please remove it. Go to the prayer of conversation. God, I'm really scared now. Please put it in my path today so I can see. Give me the hope. Lay the hope in my path. Next thing you'll know, you'll see a billboard that says hope. You know what I mean? That's how wonderful God is. He bank shots you right and left, you know? And I'll tell you what, the next day after I had that amazing experience with my new best friends, that's the NBA player, the next day I go to the gym, and there's a gym that's a downtown gym. I normally go to the one up north, which is people more my age, but this downtown gym is the goddamn millennials. I'm trying to love you guys. Whoa, I'm having a hard time, but you know what I mean? And so I'm in there, and these guys, no eye contact, ghost you. Nobody's going to say anything. Matter of fact, if you're in their way, it's all that nonsense. And I tell Charlie, I go, oh, I'm going to the downtown gym. I just can't stand that place. And he goes, Katie, you are the most positive person I know. Go in there with the right attitude. I was so grateful he said that. And I thought, you're right, I will. So I went in there and I'm making eye contact. I'm saying hi, they're ghosting me. Saying hi, they're ghosting me. I'm not going to let it bother me, right? I run into an old buddy of mine I hadn't seen in like 6 years. Young kid. I used to do a lot of advertising with him. And I walked up to him. I said, hey, how you doing? And he goes, not good. My girlfriend just broke up with me. There we go. There's my gift. Once again, okay, let's go talk about it. I swear I'm like Lucy on Peanuts, psychiatrist 5 cents right here, And so he and I are talking about it, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, God, now you don't have to keep doing bank shots. It's all good. I'm feeling confident again. I go into the locker room. And when I'm in the locker room, I don't know if you guys work out at the gym a lot, but I've been a gym rat all my life. And it typically there's about 100 lockers, but there's always 4 people at one area of the lockers together. And so I always like to make a joke, and I go, this always happens, and this girl goes, I know, I hate it. And I go, well, I really kind of believe it's the locker fairies just want us to meet. And I said, I'm Katie Parker, and she holds her hand out, and she introduces herself. Next thing we start talking, she's got a life-threatening illness. I know you're going to be shocked she told me, but she did. And she tells me she's got this life-threatening illness, and by the time we're done, I hook her up with two of my holistic guys. And she looks at me and she says, now, as if God can't give me enough that I'm going to be okay. She looks me right in the eye and she says, Katie Parker, I won't forget you. And I swear I just walked out and I thought, wow, God, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm okay. I'm okay. You don't have to keep giving me a bang shot here. I get it. On awakening, right? Oh, yeah. Then it says, we don't drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. Don't live there, guys. It's the worst place in the world. Why? For that would diminish my usefulness to others, period. After making our review, we ask God's forgiveness. Why do we have to ask God's forgiveness? I look at my relationship with God as the father and child. I'm very simple-minded. I don't go into heavy stuff. Simple-minded. Father and child. He's crazy about me. If I was teaching my child to walk, I wouldn't put a bunch of chairs and glass in their path. Huh? Well, good luck. Hope you don't cut yourself up, right? I'm going to only encourage my children, right? I'm going to be your biggest supporter. That's what God is, my biggest supporter. I ask his forgiveness. You know why? He's already forgiven me. See, if you go to your parents and say, you know what, Mom, I just hadn't been the best kid I could be, and I'm sorry I put you through that. It's okay. It's that kind of forgiveness. That's what we're talking about. We inquire what corrective measures should be taken. I'm telling you guys, when Charlie makes my review, or my children make my review, or anybody makes my review, God is always telling me to love them through this. Stop with whatever. See, if you don't behave the way I want to, I take it personal. That is my self-centeredness. You're just behaving because you're behaving. You got a bad day. I think you should be nice to me, even though your day was bad. See, we filter everything through us. These corrective measures are crucial. Then it says on awakening. Now remember, I put a pad of paper there for my 24 hours. I'm going to write down on my 24 hours what I think of. I got to run by Home Depot. Don't forget to do that. I got to do this. This is my to-do list. And I'm also looking at how much pressure that's going to cost me. You see, if I don't do that, I miss when you're standing in line at Home Depot looking at the paint with me. I miss that I need to look at you and go, how you doing? Just that. People go, well, that's not of my personality. Oh, stop it. Really? You want to shut off that sunlight of the Spirit? You want to miss that gift that God's given you? Stop and be present in the moment. It's incredible, guys. Absolutely incredible. Let us think about our 24 hours ahead. We consider our plans for the day. People say that's the time you're supposed to listen. Whatever. It doesn't say listen. It says to consider my day. Before we begin, we ask God's direction to direct our thinking. See, my thinking. I'm going to be thinking about my day. Especially ask that it be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, and self-seeking. Now, isn't it interesting it doesn't say fear? Isn't it interesting it starts with self-pity? You know why? We are the glass half-empty people. That is us by nature. Oh, of course there's traffic. Oh, of course that's happening. Well, that's just my luck. I mean, we've got every one of those statements down pat. Under these conditions, and the conditions mean state of mind, we can employ our mental faculties with assurance. For after all, God gave us brains to use. Now, people will use that line all the time. And I ask them, when was the last time you did a 10th step? How's your evening review doing? Have you done your morning prayer and meditation? Because don't be using your brain faculties if you haven't been doing what's required. You see, this is a promise if I've done the discipline. Otherwise, you're just in self-reliance. And that's an easy one, because sometimes it works. It says our thought life. Now, Mark made a big deal out of the term thought life. He never considered those two words even together. God consciousness is not my relationship necessarily. It's my awareness. This conscious of God, right? This is not about the deity It's about my consciousness. Down deep inside every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. It was the last place we looked, was this sunlight of the Spirit. You can call that whatever you want to call it. But that's what we're trying to get in touch with, but we are always blocked. So that's why you got to do 10 steps, guys. The 10th step, remember, you want to know the difference between relief and freedom. If you call somebody and all of a sudden you got it, you got the freedom, good. But if you called them and you hang up and you still got it, you got to write the inventory. A verbal 10 step is fine as long as you go to freedom. But if you're just at relief, you need to write it out in a 4-column inventory. I can write a piece of inventory in less than 6 minutes. You do it enough, it's just the nature of it. It's just habit. Then it says, so our thought life, Mark said, see, most of us live in thought react. Somebody says something, I got to react. Somebody says, I got to. How many times have you just shot something out of your mouth and you thought, oh, wow. And then somebody will say, oh, I paused when agitated. Remember, that is not just pause when agitated. Pause, ask, remind, and say. Pause when agitated or doubtful. I'm more doubtful in life than I am ever agitated. And it says our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. And once again, be very, very careful that you cannot check your motives a lot. You have to have someone else. You got to tell someone else the situation and then let them hear what your motive is. We think, oh, well, I checked my motives. Well, if they're good, that's what the 3rd step is. Be very careful. Behind a kind motive, I'm in constant collision with somebody or something. This is very dangerous. In thinking about our day, we may face indecision. Here we ask God for inspiration, an intuitive thought or decision, then we relax and take it easy. That's during our prayer and meditation. Okay, so that's real important when you face indecision. Maybe somebody at work you don't like. Maybe something you need to do. I'm always wanting to go see my 6-year-old grandson at school or something like that, but I also want to get to the gym and I want to shoot, and I got all these sponsors to call back. So I always ask God, is today the day I get to see him? You tell me. Because otherwise I'll rush through my day just to see him, and then when I see him, I'm like, come on. Okay, now I'm done. And it's almost like I'm just checking it off my list. The right answer will come if our own house is in order. What used to be a hunch or occasional inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. This is where it's a natural default setting. After you've raised children and you're around any small children, do you sense what they're getting ready to do before they even do it? Oh, yeah. That's why she dropped the puppy. I saw it coming. She dropped the puppy. But that's what I mean. This is the same thing. And it says, being still and experienced. Remember this, being still and experienced and having just made conscious contact with God. You know what that's talking about? Every day. See, if you don't make contact with God every day, you're not connected to the power like you think you are. So being still and experienced, having just made conscious contact with God, it's not probable that we're going to be inspired at all times. See, people call me and go, Katie, I just don't know what's going on. I just don't feel inspired. We're not going to be inspired at all times. Today is just weathering the storm. I always tell them it's just like being out to sea. Here comes a bad storm, just weather the storm. You know, I'm sorry, I'll hear the whole situation. I know they're working a great AA program. They're just weathering the storm. It'll be okay. Just hang in there, talk to your sponsees, continue with your disciplines, and in a couple of days, let's keep this alive and well. We may pay for this presumption in all sorts of absurd thoughts and actions. Don't you love that one? Oh, yeah, plenty. And then it says we pause when agitated or doubtful as we go throughout the day. Pause when agitated or doubtful. Now, here's the acronym that Charlie likes. It's called PARS. Pause, ask, remind, and say. We constantly remind ourselves we're no longer running the show. Constantly. How about once? Humbly saying to ourselves many times each day. Once again, do you do that? If you don't, that's okay. It's an okay answer. We just got to start doing it. Thy will, not mine, be done. We are then in much less danger of excitement, fear, angry, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. Does that sound awesome? But you see what we must do to be there. And it's just for 24 hours. That's it. Don't go to a week. Just today. just today. I'm not sober just today. I want to be spiritually fit just today. We become much more efficient. We do not tire so easily, for not we're burning up energy foolishly as we did when we were trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. It works. It really does. Remember on page 62, it said it didn't work. We alcoholics are undisciplined, so we let God discipline us in this simple way we've just outlined. Charlie and I are here really talking more to middle management. We're talking to the person who's got 3, 5, 15, 25 years and you're not feeling it. I mean, the new guy, there's lots of hope for you. Don't get me wrong. We're all here for you. But you are the blood of AA. The person with time is the oxygen. If somebody stands on that oxygen tube, we're never going to get blood to the new guy. We've got to keep the middle management from going. I'm telling you, my pride is it acts like it's trying to protect me, but it's trying to kill me. If you're not in the book, please get in the book, and I'll see you on the power lines. I'm done. Thank you. Okay, honey, if you want to say something.
Well, I think anything I'll say after that is going to be kind of anticlimactic, but there's a couple of things I want to talk about. We've done it. We've covered a lot of ground in last night and today. But now we got up to 10 and 11. We haven't talked much about carrying the message. But one of the things I like to say is, if a guy has had a spiritual awakening as a result of this process, you don't have to force that guy to carry the message. You can't stop him from carrying this message. If you've had but the thing I want to talk about when we close, there's two things. Well, first of all, I could use some help on this one. I'm putting a project together where I want to make a pamphlet because, one of the things that me and Chris and Myers like to say is that most of the problems in Alcoholics Anonymous could be solved by good sponsorship. So I got me thinking. So if that's true, what are the things that we would tell our sponsees other than working the steps? And because if you spend a lot of time with a sponsor, you tell them not to do stuff. And usually, though, the way it happens is we do it when we're yelling at them, because I see them do something wrong. So I was thinking about making a pamphlet called "Things My Sponsor Yelled at Me About." But I think there's probably a better title for it. But some of the things that we would talk about, if I'm going to talk to the sponsee, is put AA first. Pray. These are not living amends. Lead from the front. Make your bed in the morning. Look for guidance. Don't interrupt people. Fill your hands at the club. Pick up and do something without having to be asked to do it. Don't show up 5 minutes late for the meeting with the Starbucks in your hand. When you chair a meeting, have a topic. Have a tight topic. Don't talk too long in meetings that have 40 people in them. Stay on the topic. Avoid chanting. Think of other people's perspectives in lives. Go to funerals. One of the things that kills me when we talk about self-centeredness, I have sponsees where they go, I'm not really going to that funeral because I'm really not into funerals. And you're like, how self-centered can you be? I mean, show me the guy that just can't wait for his next funeral, I mean, it's like we go because, and if you ever have a funeral of a significant other, you remember the people that come and the people that don't come and that sort of thing. Think of others. Thank the speaker. I had a guy one time, I gave this whole thing on selfishness and self-centeredness out in Oxnard, California, and there's this big long, now they do receiving lines in California. There's this whole big old long thing, and then people are waiting just to say, hey, thanks for coming and that sort of thing. And I look to my right, and this guy's standing there, and he's walked up to the side. He goes, hey, man, I just want to say thanks for coming. I really don't like, standing in lines. And I go, buddy, did you hear that chunk about selfishness and self-centeredness? I said, do you really think that these are all the people that really dig standing in lines, I mean, but I love the guy, but don't text during the meetings or take notes. I don't even like for my guys to take notes on their phone because the newcomer can't tell whether he's on the big book or on Facebook when he's looking at his phone. Stay in your seat during the meetings. Try to stay to singleness of purpose. Ask your sponsor before you make a move. Here's what I'm thinking about doing. What do you think? Rather than always giving him the cleanup role. Look for the new guy. Look for the newcomer. Greet him. One of the things I talk about when we look for the newcomer in the meetings is when everybody's laughing in the meeting, look around for the guy that's not laughing. That's the guy where you can go to work. You go up and go, hey man, how's it going? Are you new around here? And that sort of thing. Build character. Don't do esteemable acts. Don't steal. Don't lie. Keep commitments. Try to date single people. Actually do the steps. Get some sleep. Put the baby to bed. Wear a coat and tie when you speak. Don't date for a year with question marks all over the place. Don't put yourself in the first column on your amends. Put money in the basket. Don't gossip. We don't shoot our wounded in AA. These are all byproducts of the principles, and there's a couple more about have a home group, go to the group conscience meetings, and get a commitment at the group. Those are all things that's just a short list that I've been putting together, and I'm always open for other people's donations. So that some of you have, if you think of something, send it to me in an email, and I'm starting to compile some of this. In closing, I just want to say one thing really quick. We've covered a lot of grounds, and when I say I had my biggest spiritual awakening at 17 years of sobriety, I'm telling you, I almost missed it. All this experience that we're talking about this weekend, I almost missed it. If I had died in that plane crash in 2003, I would have missed it. If you'd have come to me when I had 17 years of sobriety and said, Charlie, the thing that's going to change your life and set you on fire is the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, coming right out of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, I would have told you you're nuts, because I've been in AA for 17 years. And I know what AA has to offer me. I'm telling you, my boys, we like to think of ourselves as a little pocket of enthusiasm on Thursday nights. We like to think that we're a little group of guys that are doing the deal right. And one time I'm sitting with my boys and I go, I must be the best sponsor there ever was. And they're like, uh-oh. And I said, because none of you guys obviously have experienced selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, or fear in the last 2 weeks, or else you're 10-stepping it with somebody else. And they're like, we're not talking to anybody else about it. And I go, look how hard it is to get us to work a basic, fundamental AA program. We're not talking about anything really advanced, just evening review, morning meditation, 10 steps through the day. Forget saying to ourselves many times each day. How about saying to ourselves once a day, thy will, not mine, be done. Forget constant thought of others. How about occasional thought of others, and just, it's also available. And it's so, the thing I want to say is what happens at these workshops is we come in and maybe we're in trouble. Maybe we know there's a little something missing, and we come in here and we hear solution, and we hear people talking about solution, and we get right up next to the solution. But what happens is I go home after that and I fall back into my life. I fall back into my problems. I fall back into my kids. I fall back into the stuff, and I'm meaning to write that inventory, but I just don't really have time to do it. All I'm saying is if you're not hearing what you hear people describe in these rooms, get with somebody that's doing this deal. Get with that annoying big book thumper at your meeting, or looking at somebody that looks like they're having a good time sober and they're working a program, and say, would you show me what to do? I don't know what to do. Would you show me? And I'm telling you, you won't believe what will happen to your life. I swear to God, you do not want to miss it. In the big book on page 152, it says, the most satisfying years of our existence lie ahead of us. Ask yourself, is that your belief? Or does it feel like it peters out after 10 or 15 years? I'm telling you, there is more available to this deal. Get with somebody and do the deal and hang on to your hat. You won't believe what's going to happen. My name is Charlie Parker. I'm alcoholic.